Homebody Zhao Hai brought QQ Farm along in his traversal to another world and resided within the body of a fallen noble. His fief was a black land which nothing could be planted, and more importantly, he even had a peerlessly powerful fiancée, who was actually the successor of a duchy and future Grand Duchess. Even more importantly, he is a magical and martial cripple who could not learn magic and martial arts. His crippling was very thorough. I can't learn magic, but I have the farm. You dare attack me? I'll release bugs to eat up your rations and crops, and put pesticides and weed agents into your water sources to make your lands grow weeds. See if you dare to attack me. What? You wanna hire killers to assassinate me? He. I'll hide inside the little house in my farm and see how you can attack me. When you leave, I'm gonna terminate your country's crop productions, and then all of your people will revolt. See if you dare to kill me. Watch how this somewhat black-hearted hobo uses his QQ farm in the world of swords and magic to become a globally known nightmarish existence. Chapter 1, Transmigration. Young Master, it's time to get up for breakfast. An old but very stern voice rang in Zhao Hai's ears. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention, only feeling a splitting headache. He thought he hadn't turned off his computer, and the drama inside was reciting lines, but the voice continued, Young Master, it's time to get up. As a noble, being punctual is a good habit. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment because the voice didn't seem to be coming from the computer. It sounded like it was right next to his ear and was very real, definitely not the sound from his broken speakers. Despite the headache, Zhao Hai forced himself to open his eyes, only to be greeted not by the white ceiling of his house, but by a gauze tent. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He turned his head and found himself lying on a large wooden bed. Standing by the bed was an old man in his 50s, with graying hair meticulously combed, a stern expression, and calmly looking at him. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the stern-faced old man, then turned his gaze around. It was a house made of stone, very simple. Besides the large bed he was lying on, there was only a desk and a chair that could be considered furniture. The floor and walls seemed to have just been cleaned. The windows were wooden frames with a layer of white paper pasted on them. A glittering stone was used for lighting on the ceiling. There was nothing else in the whole house. At this moment, the old man spoke again. Young Master, you are all right now. Please get up as soon as possible. As a noble, you should have a regular life. It is breakfast time now, please get up as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's eyes turned to the old man, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, transmigration. Then he felt a sharp pain in his head and fainted. When Green Buddha saw Zhao Hai faint, he was slightly stunned. He quickly walked outside. Standing outside were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men were not very old, looking to be only in their teens, but their height was nearly 2 meters. Their skin was like cast iron, dark, with short hair. They looked exactly alike, a pair of twins, but their expressions were a bit dull. One of the women was older, in her 40s, with a plump figure and blue hair, a kind face, and now looking anxious. The younger girl was only 16 or 17 years old, with long cyan hair, an oval face, a petite figure, and fair skin, a rare beauty. Now she was looking down, her face blank. Seeing Green come out, the older woman immediately said, Green, how is it? Is the young master awake? Green nodded, then shook his head, saying, he woke up, but fainted again right after waking up. Merlin, is your magic not working? Or is there something wrong with the medicine? Did someone tamper with the medicine? Merlin said with a cold face, if that's really the case, I'll fight those guys to the death. Although the young master is a bit of a scoundrel, he is the last bloodline of the Buddha family. Have those bastards in the empire forgotten how much the master did for the empire back then? A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Green said sternly, you should go in and take a look. If it doesn't work, use water magic to heal the young master again. No matter what, we must protect the last bloodline of the Buddha family. Merlin nodded, but then glared fiercely at Green, saying, if the young master gets better, you are not allowed to demand anything of the young master according to the requirements of a noble. We are already in this kind of ghost place, what noble etiquette? Let them all go to hell. Look at the faces of those nobles, it makes me sick just thinking about it. Green looked at Merlin helplessly, but still said sternly, no, the young master is still a viscount, he must act like a noble. I want to teach the young master to be a true noble, so as not to fail the great kindness of the Buddha family to us." Merlin glared at Green fiercely, saying, "If you dare treat the young master like that again, I won't cook for you, and you'll starve to death. We don't know how long we can last in this place, plus those people in the imperial capital. Do you think the young master will have a chance to return to the empire?" "Stop dreaming." Green smiled wryly and stopped talking. He also knew that Merlin was telling the truth. This time, the reason they were assigned to this godforsaken place was because the emperor and those great nobles of the empire had done it. If it weren't for the Buddha family's glorious achievements in the past, they would have directly wiped out the Buddha family, and now, although the Buddha family still exists, it will be impossible to step into the noble circles of the empire again in the future. People will even deliberately forget that there is such a family. What made Green feel most disheartened was that the emperor, fearing the rise of the Buddha family again, had given their young master, the last heir of the Buddha family, the last hope of the Buddha family, Adam Buddha, the water of oblivion to drink. This water of oblivion is a supreme treasure, and the value of each drop cannot be measured in gold coins. And this water of oblivion has only one use: to turn your power into nothingness. The water of oblivion, with just one drop, can instantly turn a mage with the power of a magic god, or a warrior with the power of a martial god, or a divine knight into an ordinary person, and from then on, they will no longer be able to use any magic or battle aura, and there is no cure. Although this potion can prevent people from using battle aura and magic, it does not have other effects on the body. It just turns you into an ordinary person. If this person is originally an ordinary person, then this potion is no different from ordinary water. But if this person is a noble, or a strong person, it will instantly turn you into a magical and martial cripple, a waste, making you fall from the high clouds into the bottomless abyss, and Adam Buddha was ordered by the emperor to drink this potion. He will never be able to learn any magic or battle aura in his life, and can only be an ordinary person. If this happened in another noble family, it would be nothing. At worst, they would be ordinary people in the future, living a life of ease and waiting for death, and not thinking about power anymore. But this incident happening to Adam was fatal. He was the last heir of the Buddha family, and he needed power to revitalize the family's glory and bring the Buddha family back to the historical stage of the Aksu Empire. But he drank the water of oblivion, and from then on, he could no longer learn any magic or battle aura, and it was impossible to have the power to revitalize the family. The last hope of the Buddha family was extinguished. If it was just a lack of power, Green would not be afraid. After all, he was an 8th level warrior, his wife Merlin was also an 8th level water mage, and his granddaughter Meg was a 6th level wind mage. With them, the Buddha family's power was enough. If they were in the original territory, it would not be difficult for the Buddha family to prosper again. After all, the original territory of the Buddha family was in the south of the empire, with a main city and 4 medium-sized cities, a large population, and fertile land. As long as they developed in a low-key manner for a few years, the Buddha family would still prosper. But unexpectedly, the emperor changed their family's territory from the south of the empire to the Black Soil Wasteland in the north of the empire. The Black Soil Wasteland was a famous dead place on the continent. Although it was very large, accounting for 1/3 of the total area of the Aksu Empire, no plants grew here at all. Any plants would not grow, and even those plants that grew in the desert would wither and die here. It is said that the Black Soil Wasteland was originally a fertile land, but later a battlefield occurred here. Several magic god-level mages jointly used a super-large forbidden curse, turning this land into a dead place, and nothing would grow anymore. If it was just a dead place, Green would not be afraid. As long as the transportation was convenient, they could do some business and at least support themselves. However, the Black Soil Wasteland was surrounded by an abandoned dwarf iron mountain. Over the mountain was the Rotten Corpse Swamp, one of the 5 forbidden areas on the continent, and this Rotten Corpse Swamp also belonged to the Buddha family's territory. In fact, the Buddha family's territory was the largest in the entire Aksu Empire, and the only exit here was close to the territory of the Fanzer family. Although the Fanzer family had an engagement with the Buddha family, how could the Buddha family, in its current state, talk about marriage with the most powerful Fanzer family in the empire? This place had become a veritable dead place. Fortunately, this place was also under the control of the empire in the past, so there was also a small castle on the abandoned dwarf iron mountain. Moreover, because this mountain was not affected by the forbidden curse, there was still some land on the mountain that could be cultivated, and these people would not starve to death. After Green learned that their territory had been changed to this place, he immediately exchanged all the Buddha family's money for slaves, living supplies, seeds, and some tools. Then he led Adam, who had been unconscious since drinking the water of oblivion, to this place and settled down in the abandoned but still usable small castle. Green was accompanied by his wife Merlin, his granddaughter Meg, and a pair of twin orphans, Wood and Stone, who were adopted by Adam's father back then, plus 100 slaves, and no one else. During the journey from the Empire to the Black Soil Wasteland, Adam had been unconscious. Fortunately, Merlin was a mage and could use magic to treat Adam from time to time, which allowed Adam to reach here safely. Moreover, yesterday she checked Adam's condition and believed that he could wake up today, so Green called Adam to get up by the bed. However, none of them expected that the Adam lying on the bed now was no longer Adam, but just an Earth Otaku Zhao Hai wearing Adam's skin. Chapter 2, Unlucky Identity. At the instant Zhao Hai fainted, a memory that did not belong to him suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if a program that didn't belong on your computer was suddenly installed, almost causing Zhao Hai's brain to crash. Although it didn't completely crash, it did freeze his brain, and it was slowly digesting the information within. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Zhao Hai woke up. He felt that his brain suddenly contained a memory that didn't belong to him at all. In this memory, his name was Adam Buddha, born in a military family in the Aksu Empire on the Ark continent. The family had served the Aksu Empire for 3 generations and held the high position of Marquis. However, by Adam's generation, the family had declined. Adam was a playboy, and with his mother dying early and his father leading troops away from home for many years, he was extremely lawless, bullying men and women, committing all kinds of evil. However, his father was very protective and held great military power, so no one dared to touch him, but his father made a mistake. During the change of power between the old and new kings of the Aksu Empire, he chose the wrong side. The old king of the Aksu Empire, the 47th, had a total of 15 princes. Among them, 5 could inherit the throne: the eldest prince, the 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 7th prince, and the 13th prince. The laws of the Aksu Empire stipulated that only children born to the king's queen and imperial concubines had the right to inherit the throne. Of course, not all children born to the queen and imperial concubines could inherit the throne. Only those children who were granted the title of Grand Duke or higher could do so. Royal family members were granted the title of Earl at birth. If they did not perform any meritorious service for the empire, they would remain an earl for life, and an earl without a fief. Only when they performed meritorious service would their titles rise, up to the rank of prince. Of course, children of the queen and imperial concubines could not only have the title of earl. They were generally granted the title of duke, and then, with a little merit or just an excuse, they could be promoted to Grand Duke, and finally to Prince, so they could inherit the throne. The 5 children of the 47th Aksu king who could inherit the throne were all princes. Among them, the eldest prince and the 4th prince were born to the queen, the 3rd prince and the 7th prince were born to the imperial concubine Karen, and the 13th prince was born to the imperial concubine Awire, and was also the weakest. He had always been underestimated. People always believed that the eldest prince was born to the queen, and he was the legitimate heir. The 3rd prince had always been on the same side as the eldest prince, so many nobles in the empire supported the eldest prince to inherit the throne, while the 4th prince and the 7th prince were in a group. The 7th prince had the support of the 4th prince and the Karen family, and his voice in the court was also very high. Only the 13th prince was the youngest, the weakest, and the most low-key, so no one had ever been optimistic about him. Adam's father was on the side of the eldest prince. This was normal, because the eldest prince had the highest voice at the time. The Buddha family was not an old noble family. They only relied on military exploits in the generation of Buddha's great-grandfather to gradually rise to the position of marquis. They wanted to quickly integrate into the ranks of those old noble families, so he chose to support the eldest prince, who was most likely to become king at the time. This way, as long as the eldest prince became king, the Buddha family would have the opportunity to enter the core of power of the Aksu Empire and become a truly recognized noble family in the empire. You must know that on the continent, the nobles of any kingdom are divided into 2 types, old nobles and new nobles. The gap between new and old nobles is very obvious. New nobles are generally considered upstarts and will not be recognized by old nobles, so they cannot enter the core of national power. After so many years of development on the continent, nobles play a huge role in a country. In some cases, they can even influence the rise and fall of a country, especially those old noble families that have developed for thousands of years and dozens of generations. They are a force in the empire that even the imperial power must fear. It can be said that those old noble families are the core of power of the entire empire, and any new noble wants to gain their recognition. To gain the recognition of those old noble families, you must naturally have corresponding strength. The Buddha family rose too quickly. This was a method devised by several old kings of the Aksu family to balance those old noble families. However, since the death of the 46th king, the Buddha family's life has not been easy. The new king wanted to promote them, but those old nobles wanted to suppress them, so they could only continue to support the new king in order to allow the family to develop. But Adam's father chose the wrong side. He supported the eldest prince, who had the highest voice, but he did not become king in the end. Instead, the most low-key and seemingly weakest 13th prince became king. The eldest prince was given death, and none of the people on the eldest prince's side had a good ending. Adam's father was also imprisoned under some pretext, and then died inexplicably in prison. Adam's previous misdeeds were also brought to light. However, because of the existence of Green and the others, the empire was also afraid that several 8th-level powerhouses would cause trouble for them. In addition, the new emperor had just ascended the throne and wanted to show a magnanimous attitude, so they dealt with Adam leniently, reducing Adam's hereditary marquis title to Viscount and replacing their family's fertile fief with the black soil wasteland. Adam was even fed the water of emptiness, becoming a complete waste. Even if ordinary nobles have fiefs, they will hand them over to the housekeeper or someone they trust to manage. Although the fief is their foundation, they will stay in the imperial capital to pay attention to any changes in the empire, those that are beneficial to the family and those that are not. But Adam and the others were not like that. After their fief was changed by the king, they were ordered to leave the imperial capital within 3 days, and they were not allowed to leave the fief for the next 3 years. This was something that had never happened in any family. The current king of the Aksu Empire, the former 13th prince, Aboyu Aksu, treated the Buddha family like this for 2 reasons. One was that the Buddha family was on the side of the eldest prince, and the other was the pressure from those old nobles. Now that he had just ascended the throne, he naturally had to fully suppress the eldest prince and the 7th prince's parties, but he did not dare to touch those great nobles. Those old nobles were not happy with the Buddha family, so they naturally put pressure on Aboyu, which is why Aboyu made such a decision. The reason why Adam was given the water of emptiness was because of a family-inherited Do-Chi cultivation method of the Buddha family, the Mad Dragon Do-Chi. This Do-Chi cultivation method is very famous on the continent. It was obtained unintentionally by Adam's great-grandfather. His cultivation speed is 3 times faster than ordinary Do-Chi cultivation methods, and his attack power is also very strong. It has always been a top-level Do-Chi cultivation method coveted by various families in the empire. If Adam was still allowed to learn Do-Chi, if he really learned the Mad Dragon Do-Chi and still remembered today's hatred, it would be a threat to those great nobles in the royal family, so Aboyu gave Adam the water of emptiness. The reason why Aboyu did not kill Adam, in addition to the reasons mentioned earlier, was that Green had dedicated this set of Do-Chi cultivation methods to Aboyu, and also made a poisonous oath that the Buddha family would no longer practice the Mad Dragon Do-Chi, so Aboyu let Adam go. Of course, Green did not dedicate this set of cultivation methods to Aboyu openly. He entered the palace at night, found Aboyu, and then dedicated the cultivation methods. The reasons for doing so were to plead for Adam and to let Aboyu know his strength, so that Aboyu would give up the idea of killing Adam. Aboyu was indeed afraid that a master like Green would cause trouble for him, so he agreed to Green's request, only reducing Adam's title and changing his fief, but not taking Adam's life. Green also agreed. He was very clear that although his strength was not weak, the strength of the royal family was also very strong. The reason why he could enter the palace without anyone knowing was that he was very familiar with the situation in the palace, and the new emperor had just ascended the throne, and the palace had undergone a major reshuffle, and its strength was still a bit weak. In addition, the cultivation methods he knew were very special, so he was not discovered. The reason why Green did not save Adam's father before was that he thought Aboyu would not kill Adam's father. No matter what, Adam's father was also a bargaining chip for the royal family to deal with those old noble families. The royal family should not give up easily, but they did not expect that the reason why Aboyu could become king was the support of those old noble families, so after he ascended the throne, he naturally had to please those old noble families, so he killed Adam's father. By the time Green knew the news, Adam's father was already dead. Green had to find a way to protect Adam, the last bloodline of the Buddha family. The reason why he handed over the Mad Dragon Dochi cultivation methods was also because of the Water of Emptiness. The reason why the Water of Emptiness has become an unparalleled treasure on the continent is not only because it can prevent people from cultivating magic and Dochi, but also because this situation will continue to their descendants. That is to say, as long as you drink the Water of Emptiness, your descendants will not be able to learn magic and Dochi until 10 generations later. Only then will this situation end, but that is a full 10 generations. 10 generations cannot learn magic and Dochi. What will happen then? Will this family still exist at that time? Can it continue to the 10th generation? These are all unknowns. This is the terrifying part of the Water of Emptiness, and it is also the reason why Green handed over the Mad Dragon Dochi. Adam and the 10 generations of the Buddha family after Adam will not be able to learn the Mad Dragon Dochi. What is the use of keeping this thing? It is better to hand it over in exchange for Adam's life, so Green handed over the Mad Dragon Dochi without hesitation, and the facts prove that he did the right thing. If he did not hand over the Mad Dragon Dochi, I am afraid that Adam would not be able to leave the imperial capital alive, but I don't know if someone tampered with the Water of Emptiness, or if Adam himself was incompatible with the Water of Emptiness. Anyway, after drinking the Water of Emptiness, Adam fainted. He did not wake up until he arrived at the fief. When he woke up, he had already changed from the playboy Adam to the earth otaku Zhao Hai. Chapter 3. Waking up. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He now knew what had happened. Adam's memories had completely merged with his, making Zhao Hai truly understand that he had really transmigrated, and it was the most common type of transmigration, soul possession, body snatching. Asa homebody. If he didn't know what transmigration was, then he couldn't be considered a complete homebody. However, Zhao Hai really didn't expect that he would actually catch up with transmigration, and even transmigrate into such an unlucky person. From Adam's memories, Zhao Hai already knew what was going on. However, when Adam fainted, he hadn't left the imperial capital yet. Zhao Hai didn't know where he was now, but he knew that he was no longer in Adam's home in the Aksu Empire's capital, because when he woke up last time, he glanced at the surrounding environment and knew that it wasn't Adam's familiar home. As soon as Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he felt someone beside him. He turned his head and saw the old man he had seen when he first woke up standing next to him. Although the old man had a serious face, his eyes were full of concern. Unlike the first time he woke up, Zhao Hai now recognized this old man. He was the old butler of the Buddha family, Green Buddha. Green's original surname wasn't Buddha, but later he was given the surname by Zhao Hai's great-grandfather. He had always been loyal to the Buddha family and was the most trusted person in the Buddha family. However, the previous Adam didn't get along well with Green. Adam used to be a playboy, while Green was a serious person who always controlled him, telling him what he couldn't do. Therefore, Adam hated Green very much, but because Green was too senior, not to mention him, even his father didn't dare to be rude to Green, so he could only endure it. The reborn Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't be as brain-dead as the previous Adam. Having read countless transmigration novels and possessing the mind of an adult, Zhao Hai, who had experienced a lot of hardships in his life, was naturally more sensible than the pampered Adam. Of course, he also knew the importance of Green to him. With such an old butler, he could completely entrust everything to him with peace of mind. Moreover, from Adam's memory, he could know that this old butler had even stronger strength than his father. In this world, strength represents the hope of survival. A long-term homebody life, long-term fantasies, coupled with Adam's memories, made Zhao Hai not have too much rejection of transmigration. Similarly, he didn't have too much expectation. It was just a change of living environment. The only two things that made him unhappy were that there were no computers here, and he couldn't go online anymore. Forcing a homebody to not go online was even more uncomfortable than killing him. The second was that he was actually given the Water of Nothingness, and from then on, he couldn't learn fighting spirit and magic anymore, which shattered his dream of dominating the world. Zhao Hai didn't realize that he had actually been assimilated by Adam's memories. The reason why he wasn't flustered was because he was familiar with everything here in the Ark continent. It could be seen from the 2 points that made him unhappy that the first point was about Zhao Hai on Earth, and the second point was related to the Ark continent. However, Zhao Hai also thought it through very clearly. Although he was unhappy, he was already here, so there was nothing to say. Since he was here, he should be at peace. From now on, he would be Adam Buddha. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a sigh, as if his heart had suddenly relaxed. It was no wonder that he could accept Adam's identity so easily, because he didn't have any relatives in his family in his previous life. Because he was too much of a homebody, he didn't have any friends either. It could be said that he was unattached on Earth. Now that he had come here, it was just a change of environment, nothing great. There were also a few people who cared about him, which wasn't BAD.AT this time. Green also noticed that Zhao Hai had woken up. He quickly walked to the bedside and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, how do you feel? Is there anything else that's uncomfortable? Does your head still hurt?" Zhao Hai hadn't heard these caring words for a long time. When he heard them now, he felt a warmth in his heart. He felt that his body seemed to be fine. He quickly sat up and shook his head at Green. "I'm fine, Grandpa Green." "Where are we?" Green was obviously stunned. Adam wouldn't have been so polite before. Now that he suddenly spoke like this, he was very unaccustomed to it. However, he immediately said, "Young master, we have arrived at the fief." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood and nodded. "Is it the Black Soil Wasteland?" Green was very surprised by Zhao Hai's calmness, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, this is the Black Soil Wasteland." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Where are we now? What's the situation here? How many people are there in total? How much land is there?" In Adam's memory, the memory of the Black Soil Wasteland was only a legend. It was next to the corpse swamp, and the land here couldn't be cultivated, etc. He didn't know anything else. That's why Zhao Hai asked. No matter what, he was Adam now, and he would live in this Black Soil Wasteland in the future, so he had to know the situation here. Green looked at Adam blankly. If Adam had not been under his nose all the time, he would have thought that Adam had been replaced. The person in front of him was definitely not the Adam he knew. Could it be that setbacks make people grow? Although Green didn't understand, he wouldn't doubt Adam's identity. He could only regard Adam's current performance as him maturing. However, Zhao Hai's performance made Green very happy. He quickly said, "Young master, we are in the City Lord's mansion in the fief." The City Lord's mansion is located on Iron Mountain in the Black Soil Wasteland. This Iron Mountain was abandoned by the dwarves. There is some land on it that can be cultivated. Please punish me, young master. This old servant took the liberty of selling all the things in the family and buying a large amount of supplies and 100 slaves. Now we only have more than 100 gold coins in cash. Only this old servant, this old servant's wife, this old servant's granddaughter, and wood and stone have come here. The rest have already left. Zhao Hai nodded and analyzed the current situation in his mind. Now they were in a dead place, but there was a city lord's mansion here that could be lived in, a mountain that could grow some things, 100 slaves, and 5 people who could be completely trusted, who were also the closest people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandpa Green is right. In this kind of place, gold coins are useless. Only supplies can support us for a longer period of time. Okay, I don't have anything to do here. Grandpa Green, please arrange to see how much land on this Iron Mountain can be cultivated and what kind of things are suitable for us to plant. After all, we still have to eat." Green nodded and said, "Okay, young master, please rest first. I will let Meg come to serve you later." As soon as Green mentioned Meg, the image of the weak-looking girl with blue hair and a petite figure immediately appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. She was Green's granddaughter. However, Zhao Hai then smiled bitterly, because Adam had once wanted to molest Merlin, but Merlin was a 6th-level magician, and she was weak in appearance but strong in heart. Although she didn't dare to do anything to him, as long as Adam wanted to do anything to her, she would commit suicide, which made Adam not dare to really do anything to her. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but cursed in his heart. The things that Adam had caused before had to be borne by himself. In this situation, how embarrassing would it be to see Merlin, so he immediately said, "No need, Grandpa Green, I want to rest for a while, don't let them disturb me, just call me at dinner time." Green bowed and said, "Yes." This old servant takes his leave. After speaking, he walked out of Zhao Hai's room backwards. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart and slowly walked down from the bed. Although he remembered that he had been lying in bed for a long time, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, he felt as if he had endless strength. He couldn't help but stretch and walk to the window, gently pushing it open and looking out. What came into view was a small castle-style building, and the position he was in was the top floor, so he could clearly see everything outside. This was a Western-style small castle, and in front of it was a small square and a circle of walls. Outside the castle was a boundless black land. The land was as black as if it had been soaked in oil, giving people a lifeless feeling. On the square of the castle, there was a large pile of things piled up. Zhao Hai took a closer look and it seemed that they were all living supplies. A large group of people were busy there. These people were men and women, wearing uniform coarsecloth clothes. The difference was that the men had a mark on their foreheads. It was too far away to see clearly, but Zhao Hai knew that it must be the Buddha family's mark, representing that these people were slaves of the Buddha family. Looking to both sides again, it was a barren mountain. Some trees grew crookedly on the mountain. These trees didn't grow well, and each one seemed to be seriously ill, listless. In addition to these trees, there was wasteland grass. This grass didn't grow tall and also looked malnourished. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the castle that now belonged to him again. This castle was not small. Even if it housed thousands of people, it would not be a problem, but it seemed that no one had lived in it for a long time. Some moss had grown on the walls, and some grass had sprouted from the cracks in the stones, giving it a dilapidated appearance. Looking at the window paper, it was obviously newly pasted, and the other rooms had not been pasted with window paper yet. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Adam's memory clearly remembered that the Buddha family's residence in the empire used glass, but here, they used primitive window paper. It was really a far cry. However, Zhao Hai had a sense of pride. No matter what, the land that his eyes could see was his. No matter what others said, he didn't believe that the black land that looked so fertile could not grow crops. He must live like a human being and let those who had harmed him see. This could be regarded as a little compensation for occupying Adam's body. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 4, Space Farm program initiated, connecting to the network connection successful, program normal, host detected, checking host status, host is normal, binding to host, your current level is 1, system reward of 500 gold coins, 6 bags of pasture seeds, each bag can be planted on 1 mu of land. You currently have 1 plot of land cultivated, with an area of 10 mu, level 0. You can purchase the seeds you need in the store and sell the harvested fruits to the store in exchange for gold coins. Due to network failure, you can freely enter the farm. You can only contact the host and cannot contact any friends. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Zhao Hai stood there dumbfounded, feeling as if he were dreaming. Everything seemed so unreal, but he had indeed heard that voice just now. If he were on Earth, Zhao Hai wouldn't believe any of this and would at most think it was someone playing a prank. But things were different here. He had even encountered time travel, so what was there for him not to believe? Zhao Hai immediately said in his mind, "Enter the farm." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked again, he was no longer in his castle but on a vacant lot. This vacant lot was very large, about 10 mu in size, all already cultivated. A brand new iron spade was stuck in the ground at the edge of the field. Next to the land was a small spring, with a bucket placed beside it. There was a small thatched hut, and to the left of the hut was a straw doghouse. Under the window of the hut, there were 2 bottles, one labeled insecticide and the other labeled weed killer. Next to the 2 bottles was a basket with the word collect written on it. To the right of the hut was an even smaller thatched hut with the word warehouse hanging on it. Besides these, there was only thick fog all around, and nothing could be seen clearly. He could only see the thatched hut and the vacant lot. This situation was too familiar to Zhao Hai. Except for the lack of a background, this was the farm game he was most familiar with. Unlike other otaku gamers, Zhao Hai preferred reading books, novels, and writing novels. Although he only received meager royalties, he enjoyed it, and he never played games. Later, a friend introduced Zhao Hai to a farm game. This game didn't require him to spend too much time, and the operation was simple, so Zhao Hai had been playing it ever since. Now his farm level was already 27th level. Although it wasn't too high, he had cultivated all his land and opened a pasture, which he was currently playing, and the people who first opened the farm game all knew that the system would give you a free scene and a thatched hut. The scene at that time was the same as the scene Zhao Hai saw now. The difference was that Zhao Hai watched it through the computer at that time, but now he saw it in this space. Zhao Hai stared blankly at all of this, not knowing what to do. He couldn't help but squat down and grab a handful of soil from the ground, but just as he grabbed the soil, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Space soil, level 1, already cultivated, can plant crops, increase crop maturity time by 10 times, can be taken out of the space for use, can improve soil outside the space. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He knew too little about this space, and now was the perfect time to learn more. He immediately ran to the spring and touched the water with his hand. Sure enough, the prompt sounded again. Space spring water, level 1, can be drunk, has the effect of improving the human body, can be irrigated, increase crop maturity time by 10 times, can be taken out of the space for use, can improve soil outside the space. Zhao Hai was already dizzy from this sudden good fortune. He stretched one hand into the spring water, with a dazed look and a silly smile, even forgetting to take his hand out. After a while, Zhao Hai stood up and laughed loudly. Damn it, I never thought you would be so generous to me. Haha, good, great. Zhao Hai was very clear that he had come to the Ark continent and become someone who could not cultivate any magic or martial arts. Then his life was destined to be ordinary, and Adam's revenge would not be possible. But with this space, things were different. Even if he couldn't take revenge, he could let the Buddha family continue to exist and become prosperous. This could be regarded as a kind of reward for Adam. After a while, Zhao Hai calmed down. He first ran to the iron spade by the field. He wanted to see if this iron spade was as magical as in the game. When his hand touched the iron spade, the prompt sounded again. Iron spade, tool, level 1, can automatically plow the land, working time, 10 mu/day, can be taken out of the space for use. Zhao Hai smiled again, and then he walked to the bucket and touched the bucket. The prompt came again. Bucket, tool, level 1, can automatically irrigate the land, working time, 10 mu/day, can be taken out of the space for use. Insecticide, pesticide, toxic, level 1, can automatically kill pests, not for consumption, can be taken out of the space, dosage/unlimited. Herbicide, pesticide, toxic, level 1, can automatically kill weeds, not for consumption, can be taken out of the space, dosage/unlimited. Basket, tool, level 1, can automatically collect fruits, working time, 10 mu/day, can be taken out of the space for use, harvest is automatically placed in the warehouse. After understanding everything outside the house, Zhao Hai understood that this was similar to the space in the game, but it was not exactly the same, but it was more suitable for him. Zhao Hai walked into the thatched hut with excitement. The thatched hut was not big, but the things inside were very complete: a wooden bed, covered with hay, a table, for chairs, a cabinet, a set of stove, a complete set of tableware, and most importantly, there was a computer-like thing at the head of the bed, but only a display screen. Zhao Hai quickly walked to the display screen and found that the display screen was on. There were only 2 icons on it, one with the word store and the other with the word farm introduction. Zhao Hai quickly clicked on the farm introduction. He really wanted to know why he had such a farm and what this farm was all about. As soon as Zhao Hai's hand touched the farm introduction icon, the icon immediately turned into a white light and shot into his head. Zhao Hai's mind suddenly had a lot of information. After a while, he digested the information and roughly guessed how the farm came about. Before Zhao Hai came to this world, he was playing on the computer, and he was playing his farm game. But for some reason, he suddenly came here, and the farm game also came with him. Perhaps during the time travel, the farm mutated and saved its original functions, and it was even more powerful. This farm had become a system itself, and this system was bound to Zhao Hai. That is to say, although Zhao Hai could not contact the computer host on Earth through this farm, he could freely use all the functions in this farm, including the store. He could use gold coins to buy things in the store, and he could also sell his harvested things to the store. He could bring things from the farm outside, and he could also bring things from outside in. Everything was based on his will. However, the farm was only at level 1, and many functions could not be used. If it reached a high level, he could even open a pasture, and he could constantly expand his land. There was no limit to how much he could expand. The farm could be upgraded by plowing, watering, or killing insects to exchange for experience, slowly upgrading, or by bringing in some space-related things from outside. The space could constantly evolve through these things, thereby upgrading. That is to say, Zhao Hai could bring in some specialties from the Ark continent, increase the number of items or species in the space, to upgrade the space. In short, Zhao Hai got a heaven-defying cheat. Zhao Hai now just wanted to laugh 3 times. With this heaven-defying space, it would not be difficult for him to become rich, and it was not impossible to avenge Adam and the Buddha family. A bold plan took shape in Zhao Hai's mind. He could use space soil and space water to improve the land in the black soil wilderness. In this way, he would be equivalent to owning an extremely large farm. As long as this place developed, he could recruit more people and become a local tyrant. Then he could avenge the Buddha family. After a while, Zhao Hai came back to his senses, shook his head gently, and laughed at himself for thinking too far. The first step had not even been taken yet. He should first understand the situation here before talking about it. While thinking, Zhao Hai casually clicked on the icon with the word store. The prompt sounded immediately, "Welcome to the space store. What would you like to buy?" Zhao Hai glanced at the screen. It listed pictures of some crops on Earth, with the prices and levels written below. Zhao Hai knew that this must be the same as in the game, so he didn't look at it much. He closed the store page and looked around. Finally, he walked to the cabinet. He believed that this cabinet must not be just for decoration, but he was disappointed. He touched the cabinet, but there was no prompt. Zhao Hai was stunned and opened the cabinet. He found 3 things inside: a cloth bag, a short cane with a bug carved on the head, and a short cane with a grass shape carved on the head. Seeing these, Zhao Hai almost knew what they were for. He first picked up the cloth bag. The prompt came again: money bag, can hold gold coins, unlimited quantity, current number of gold coins, 500. Due to your low level, gold coins cannot be taken out of the space. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Although the prompt was very short, he still understood a lot of things. This money bag was actually like a space bag, but it seemed to only hold gold coins. But that was not what Zhao Hai was paying attention to. What he was paying attention to was the sentence behind it: because of the low level, gold coins cannot be taken out of the space. Does that mean that when his level is high, he can take the gold coins in the space out to use? God, if that's the case, that would be great. Chapter 5, Heaven-Defying Cheat Device. Zhao Hai took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then picked up the insect-shaped staff again. A prompt sounded: Pest Releaser, Level 1, can release pests to eat crops, usable 50 times per day, can be used outside the space. Weed Releaser, Level 1, can release weeds to compete with crops for nutrients, usable 50 times per day, can be used outside the space. Zhao Hai chuckled and put down the 2 staffs. These were good items, perfect for messing with people. There was nothing else in the house. Zhao Hai walked out of the hut and headed towards the warehouse. He knew there must be something else in the warehouse. At least the pasture seeds the system had awarded him should be there soon. Zhao Hai arrived outside the warehouse. The warehouse looked very ordinary, a small hut with a small wooden door, nothing special. As Zhao Hai touched the wooden door and heard a prompt: Warehouse, Level 1, can store unlimited types and quantities of items. Items remain the same when put in and taken out, can be used outside the space. Current items: pasture seeds, 6 bags. Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of pasture seeds. As soon as he thought of it, 6 small cloth bags appeared in front of him, with the words pasture seeds written on them. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He wondered how to use the warehouse, but he didn't expect it to work just by thinking. This was great. Zhao Hai pushed the door of the warehouse, but found that it wouldn't open at all. The warehouse seemed to be just a decoration, completely useless. Zhao Hai smiled slightly, turned around, and returned to the hut, sat on the grass bed, and quietly sorted out what he had gained. Now that he had such a space, first of all, the land could be planted, the water could be drunk, and it could greatly increase the maturity time of crops by 10 times. With the water, that's another 10 times. Great, with this, he wouldn't have to worry about going hungry in the future. The basket could also be used, as could the shovel, bucket, pesticide, pest releaser, and weed releaser. These were all good things that could be used outside the space. The most important thing was the warehouse. With the warehouse, he had a huge storage space, which was what made him the happiest. From Adam's memory, he knew that there were many storage tools in this world. A space mage could create a storage tool, but there weren't many space mages in this world. So, although there were many storage tools on the continent, they were all in the hands of the nobles, and ordinary people rarely had them. Their storage tools couldn't compare to the warehouse. Those storage tools were very small, the largest being only a few hundred cubic meters, which was already called a divine artifact. Something as big as his warehouse simply didn't exist. Most importantly, the storage tools in Ark Continent couldn't store living things, but this space warehouse could. There were no restrictions on the types of things it could store. In addition to these fixed items, he also had 6 bags of pasture seeds and 500 gold coins. Although the gold coins couldn't be taken out now, they could be used to buy things in the space store, which was enough. After reading the space introduction, Zhao Hai already knew that the basic settings here were similar to the games he used to play. After upgrading, he could also open a ranch and do more things, and most importantly, he now had 10 acres of land in a spring that would never run dry. With these 2 things, he could find a way to improve the black soil in his territory. But the first thing to do was to plant these 10 acres. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He used to be a homebody, but he was born in the city and had never farmed. He could be said to be completely ignorant of agriculture. Now, suddenly asking him to farm, he really didn't know how to do it. However, Zhao Hai still sent the pasture seeds back to the warehouse. He knew very well that pasture seeds were useless to him now, but they would be useful if he opened a ranch in the future. Now, he needed seeds for crops that could be eaten or exchanged for money. Opening the store interface, it was full of pictures of crops, with the level and the amount of money required to purchase them written below. Just like the game interface, as Zhao Hai glanced at the interface and found that it was really like a game, the settings were the same. Now he was only level 1, and the only seeds he could plant were pasture, radish, carrot, and cabbage. He couldn't plant anything else. Zhao Hai tried it and clicked on a level 2 crop seed. The interface immediately displayed the words, "Your level is not high enough." Zhao Hai understood that this was really like a game. With only these 4 crops to plant, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to choose radish seeds. Each bag of radish seeds cost 150 gold coins, and each bag of seeds could plant 10 acres of land. 10 acres of land could produce nearly 80,000 pounds of radishes, which could be sold to the system store for 500 gold coins. According to the purchasing power of this world, 500 gold coins were roughly equivalent to 50,000 yuan on Earth, which meant that 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 yuan, 1 silver coin was equivalent to 10 yuan, and 1 copper coin was equivalent to 1 jiao. Calculated this way, planting radishes was still very cost-effective. But it was a bit worse than cabbage and carrots. However, Zhao Hai chose radishes not because of how much money radishes could buy, but because of experience. When playing farm games before, Zhao Hai had seriously calculated that, among all the crops in the farm, the crop that gave the most experience from plowing the land to planting to harvesting was actually the most inconspicuous radish. Now, his main priority was to level up first, so that he could plant more land. And overall, the gold coins earned from planting radishes weren't much less. In the current situation, planting radishes was the most suitable choice. Zhao Hai was a homebody, and homebodies didn't like to go out. So, when he had to go out, he would first calculate what he needed to do today, how to do it to save the most time, or do things that had to be done a few days later in advance, so that he wouldn't have to go out in a few days. Over time, he developed a calculating personality. When doing anything, he would first calculate it carefully, then find the most suitable plan for himself, and follow that plan. This time was the same. He calculated for a long time and finally chose to plant radishes, because radishes could get the most experience, which was nothing compared to the lost gold coins. Zhao Hai immediately bought a bag of radish seeds. The radish seeds didn't appear in front of him, but were placed in the warehouse. However, as soon as Zhao Hai thought about it, a small cloth bag immediately appeared in front of him. This bag wasn't big and looked flat, as if it didn't contain anything. But as soon as Zhao Hai's hand touched the bag, a prompt came: radish seeds, 1 bag, can be planted, can be taken out of the space, planting area, 10 acres. Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this bag of seeds could plant these 10 acres of land, otherwise he wouldn't have had the money to buy seeds. But this system was really good at calculating. It only gave 6 acres as a gift, and you had to buy to get 10 acres. It was really good at calculating. Closing the store interface, Zhao Hai took the seed bag and walked out of the hut, but stared blankly at the 10 acres of land. He had bought the seeds, but how was he going to plant them? He was a homebody who didn't know how to farm. Besides, he didn't know how to plant radishes. This was really going to kill him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but want to put the seed bag back into the warehouse. Suddenly, he looked at the seed bag in his hand and was stunned. A bold idea entered his head. Everything in this space seemed to revolve around him. Although buying seeds required gold coins, he was given the starting capital, just like he was playing a real game. If that was the case, could he not have to do the planting himself? As soon as he thought of planting radishes, the seed bag in his hand flew out, and then the shovel in the field started moving. The shovel dug small pits in the ground, and seeds immediately flew out of the seed bag and fell into the small pits. Then the bucket flew up and watered the small pits, and then the shovel would bury the small pits again, then dig pits, sow seeds, water, and bury the soil, just like there were several people with clear divisions of labor and tacit cooperation planting the land together, without Zhao Hai having to do anything. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this situation. This space was really too good. He felt like he was the god in this space. As soon as he had a thought, the things in the space would immediately do what he wanted. This was really great. Seeing that it would take a while to plant this piece of land, Zhao Hai was afraid that Jelen would be worried about his disappearance, so he thought about leaving the space. As soon as he had the thought, he returned to his room in Iron Mountain Castle. Looking at the sky outside the window, it hadn't changed much, and it seemed that no one had entered the room. This made Zhao Hai believe even more that he hadn't been in the space for long. Even if he stayed in there for a long time, the flow of time inside the space must be different from the outside. Zhao Hai excitedly wanted to shout. With such a heaven-defying cheat device, he could at least become a carefree small landlord in this world. Whether he could help Adam take revenge was another matter. Making his own life better was the hard truth. It must be admitted that Zhao Hai was not a very ambitious person. He had a strong small farmer consciousness. As long as he was doing well, that was enough. What revitalization of the Buddha family, helping the Buddha family take revenge, helping Adam take revenge, these were all his momentary impulsive thoughts. Thinking of the power of those great nobles, Zhao Hai felt a chill in his heart. The dignified Buddha family was wiped out just like that. What was he, a small Zhao Hai? It was just a matter of waving their hands to destroy him. Chapter 6, Calculation. Be Loki. You must be Loki. Zhao Hai, who had read countless time travel novels, knew very well that if you didn't know how to keep a low profile when you arrived in another world, you would not have a good ending. Zhao Hai believed that novels were just fantasies, and the reason why the protagonists could call the shots in another world was because of the author's golden fingers. If a person was so arrogant in a completely unfamiliar environment, the consequence would definitely be a bad death, and now Zhao Hai's identity is still the last heir of the Buddha family. At the same time, they have offended the largest force in the Aksu Empire. In this case, if he does not know how to keep a low profile, he will definitely be the first to die. Although he now has a space farm to hide in, there are too many ways to kill a person. Zhao Hai doesn't want to lose his head in his sleep. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai was startled, but immediately said, "Come in." Meg pushed the door open and walked in. She lowered her head and didn't look at Zhao Hai. She bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master." She said nothing more. When Zhao Hai saw Meg's expression, he also smiled bitterly. The reason why Meg didn't look up at him was because Adam wanted to molest her because she was beautiful, but he failed in the end. However, since then, Meg always avoided Adam. Even if they met, she would just lower her head and call him young master and then turn around and leave Zhao Hai's side. This was all trouble caused by Adam, but he had to bear it all by himself. Oh my god, what a sin he had committed. As Zhao Hai looked at Meg and sighed again, "I don't have anything to do. You can go down and have a rest. I also need to sleep for a while. Just call me for dinner." Meg responded, turned around and left. After leaving the house, she gently closed the door for Zhao Hai. Seeing Meg avoiding him as if running away, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly again. Now his body is fully recovered, without any discomfort. The reason why he said he wanted to rest was that he wanted to sort out Adam's memory and see if there was anything he didn't know. In addition, now that he has a space farm, it will be of great help to his future development. He needs to think about how to make better use of this space farm, and now he is growing radishes in his space farm. If he buys these radishes back to the farm, he can get at least 500 gold coins, which means he can earn 350 gold coins. He could also take these radishes out of the warehouse and let Green take them to other places in the Ark continent to buy them, so that he might be able to get more gold coins. But the most important thing is that he doesn't know whether there are vegetables like radish on the Ark continent. Adam used to be a prodigal son, and it was impossible for him to go shopping for vegetables. He usually ate better dishes or already cooked dishes, and he would never ask what was in the dishes. So he didn't know whether there were vegetables like radish on this continent. If those radishes cannot be bought outside, then he has to process them. The whole body of the radish is a treasure, and the system should only collect radishes. The system should not want radish leaves, which are actually very delicious. After simple pickling, they can become a delicacy. Zhao Hai lives in northern China, so he clearly remembers that when he was a child, his mother often used pickled radish leaves to cook, and the taste was very good. Moreover, this radish leaves can also be used as feed to feed some herbivorous animals. If there are no such things as radishes in this world, they can sell the radishes and keep the leaves to feed some herbivorous monsters. In Adam's memory, some monsters are very easy to feed and eat everything. At that time, they can raise those monsters in large numbers, so they will not be afraid of having no meat to eat. They can also set up a ranch, which will naturally bring in more income. Even if this is a world radish and the price is not high, if he wants to sell it to the space store, he can keep the radish leaves. No matter what, it cannot be wasted. Now, because of his low level, Zhao Hai cannot open a ranch in the space, but here in the Ark continent he can open a ranch first, and when the space is upgraded in the future, he can open the space ranch, and then he can raise some animals from the Earth. Zhao Hai has already thought about it. His future development will be mainly based on farming. Anyway, there is a lack of attack power in the space, so farming is the most suitable for him. Now he has a large fiefdom, a mountain, a dead land, and a corpse swamp. These places are all his fiefdoms, but it will take a lot of time to make these places useful. Zhao Hai only hopes that the water and land in the space farm can really change the black soil wasteland. In that case, he will have a large piece of arable land. No matter what time it is, land is the foundation. As for the issue of manpower, Zhao Hai had never worried about it, because he knew that there was a kind of people in this world that did not exist on Earth. Slaves. There are no slaves on Earth, but there are here. As long as you have money, you can buy a lot of slaves, and the life and death of these slaves is entirely determined by you. They are absolutely loyal to you and will not run away, because every slave is branded with the special mark of this family. Once people find out that he has run away without the owner, the consequences will be terrible. Therefore, as long as his farm can make money, he does not have to worry about human affairs. There are plenty of slaves on the continent. Even if they were not slaves originally, as long as someone needs them and can offer a suitable price, those nobles can turn countless people into slaves. The nobles have everything. This world is that simple. But with Zhao Hai's current identity, if he suddenly sold a large number of slaves, it would definitely attract the attention of those who are interested. So no matter what, he had to keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile was his principle, and farming was his main development direction. After thinking all this over, Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief and slowly lay down on the bed. He still felt like he was dreaming. He was just an ordinary otaku on Earth. Although he liked reading time travel novels, that didn't mean he wanted to travel through time. But who would have thought that such a thing would actually happen to him? My God, if you let a nerd leave his computer, isn't that the same as turning a pervert into a eunuch? This is really cruel. Zhao Hai sighed deeply and threw himself on the bed. Looking at the stone roof, he couldn't help but sigh again. In a place like this, with no entertainment facilities at all, how could he live every day? My novel, this is really terrible. Maybe it was because he had just received too many memories, plus he got the unexpected surprise of the space farm, which made Zhao Hai very excited for a while. Now that the excitement was over, he felt tired and fell into a deep sleep without knowing it. What Zhao Hai didn't realize was that just as he fell asleep, his door was pushed open. Meg peeked in from outside and saw Zhao Hai sleeping on the bed. She walked in quietly, picked up the quilt on the bed and covered Zhao Hai with it. Then she stood by the bed, looked at Zhao Hai, sighed and murmured, "Master, you have to do your best. The Buddha family depends on you." After saying this, he turned around and walked out, closing the door gently behind him. As soon as Meg came out of Zhao Hai's room, Green came over and looked at Meg and said, "Meg, how is the young master? What is he doing?" Meg said, "I didn't do anything. I just went to sleep." Green nodded and said, "Go and see how your grandma's dinner is prepared. When it's ready, come and call the young master to eat." Well, since we're already in a place like this, we can only put aside the etiquette of the nobility. After saying that, he shook his head and walked back. Meg looked at her grandfather. She understood her grandfather's feelings very well. Her grandfather dedicated his whole life to the Buddha family, but he never expected that the Buddha family would fall before his eyes. How could Green feel good about it? Meg followed Green into the kitchen. Although there was only Merlin, the cook here, Merlin was only responsible for their meals. She didn't have to worry about what the slaves outside ate. Green had already given the slaves food, and they would cook it themselves. Meg agreed with Green's approach. Those slaves were poor people to begin with, and it was quite good for them here. Although the food was not very good, they could still eat their fill. If it were other nobles, it would be impossible for them to eat their fill. Meg was also very sad. Now the Buddha family was supported by their grandfather. Young Master Adam knew nothing at all. Now she only hoped that Adam could be more sensible and stop making trouble. Otherwise, there would be no hope for the Buddha family. But even if Adam is sensible, he still has a lot to learn. He used to be a playboy, a typical example of being uneducated and incompetent. He has no experience in managing a family. If he is sensible and willing to learn, it would be fine. But if he still refuses to learn and still gives orders blindly, then given their current situation, they will not be able to hold on for a few years. Although the Buddha family was not a very wealthy family in the past, they were still a noble family after all. And although they were convicted this time, their property was not confiscated, so the family still had a lot of money, totaling about 100,000 gold coins, which was not a small amount. But now all the money has been exchanged by Green for various supplies, and there are only more than 100 gold coins left. If Buddha continues to squander like before, they will probably have to wait to starve to death. Now, Adam's good or bad will determine the survival of the Buddha family. Chapter 7. It's not my rules. The sky gradually darkened. In the entire castle, except for Zhao Hai's bedroom, which was lit by magic lamps, torches were used everywhere else. This magic lamp is made of a kind of magic crystal on the Ark continent, and there are only two ways to get magic crystals. One is the underground magic crystal mine. This kind of magic crystal has good and bad qualities, and is measured by the amount of energy contained in it. Those with more energy can be used as the power of magic tools, and those with less energy can only be used for lighting. The magic crystals produced underground are all disposable, and they will be useless after they are used up. There is also a kind of magic crystal stone, which is produced by magic beasts. This kind of magic crystal stone is very rare. There may not be one magic crystal stone in 10 magic beasts. Although the energy of the magic crystal stone produced by this kind of magic beast is not very high, it is very stable. It is an auxiliary tool for magicians to cast magic. The most important thing is that this kind of magic crystal stone can be used repeatedly. After its energy is exhausted, as long as a period of time has passed, it can absorb the magic energy of the same properties in nature and slowly replenish it, so that it can be used again. No matter which kind of magic crystal it is very expensive. The magic crystal produced in the magic crystal mine is cheaper than that produced by magical beasts, but the price is still not affordable for ordinary people. The Buddha family was in an extraordinary period. Although Green bought several magic crystals, each one was very precious and could not be used indiscriminately. So at night, except for Zhao Hai's room, torches were lit everywhere else. At this time, the slaves had finished their meal and went to sleep, but Merlin had just finished cooking and was asking Meg to call Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slept very soundly. Although he was in a different world, he now had a space farm. At least he didn't have to worry about his livelihood. Moreover, he had been unconscious these days, so Merlin had been using magic to treat him. There was still a large amount of water element in his body, which had a calming effect. In addition, he had let go of his worries, so he slept very soundly. Meg arrived outside Zhao Hai's room and first listened to the sounds in the room. The room was very quiet, without any sound at all. Merlin immediately knocked on the door and said, "Master, get up, it's time for dinner." There was still no sound in the room. Meg called twice again, but there was still no sound in the room. Meg had no choice but to push the door and enter Zhao Hai's room. As soon as she entered Zhao Hai's room, Meg heard a burst of even breathing. She tiptoed to Zhao Hai's bed and saw that Zhao Hai was sleeping soundly and did not hear their calls at all. Meg sighed. She didn't know whether Zhao Hai was careless or stupid. He could still sleep so soundly even in this situation. Meg stood beside Zhao Hai's bed, gently pushed Zhao Hai and said, "Master, it's time to get up and have dinner." Zhao Hai woke up dazedly and murmured, "What time is it?" Meg said quickly, "Master, it's already 7 o'clock in the evening. It's time for dinner." Zhao Hai then opened his eyes, turned his head to look at Meg standing beside the bed, then turned his head to look out the window, and found that it was already getting dark. He slowly sat up and shook his dizzy head, then he sobered up a little. He turned to Meg and asked, "Meg, what day is it today?" Meg lowered her head and said, "Master, today is April 6th. Zhao Hai nodded and calculated in his head. He fell into a coma on February 17, 1637 in the new Yuan calendar, and now it is April 6, which means he has been in a coma for more than a month. After being in a coma for more than a month, he can still move around so freely. If this happened on Earth, it would really be a miracle. However, Zhao Hai did not ask Meg what was going on, because he learned from Adam's memory that the healing magic of the magicians on this continent was very magical. Not to mention more than a month, even if you were unconscious for a year, you could wake up like you had slept and walk naturally on the ground without any muscle atrophy. As soon as Zhao Hai sat down on the bed, Meg immediately took Zhao Hai's boots and wanted to help him put them on. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Meg, put them down. I can do it myself." Meg was stunned, but still said, "Master, let me do it. This is what I should do." But Zhao Hai was not used to this. He quickly stopped Meg and said, "Forget it, I can do this kind of small thing myself in the future." After that, he snatched the boots from Meg's hand and put them on himself. Meg stared at Zhao Hai blankly. She felt that Zhao Hai was very strange today. In the past, Zhao Hai could not put on his boots, let alone take them off by himself, but today he put them on by himself. Zhao Hai put on his boots and stood up, then turned to Meg and said, "Let's go and have dinner first. I still have something to discuss with Grandpa Green." Although Meg felt that Zhao Hai was acting strange today, she still responded and led Zhao Hai towards the restaurant, because Meg knew that Zhao Hai had not left his room since he arrived here, so he couldn't find anywhere in the castle. If he was allowed to walk by himself, he would definitely not know where the restaurant was. As soon as he walked out of the room, Zhao Hai was stunned, then looked around curiously. This castle was obviously an ancient castle. It was built some time ago, but it looked quite solid. However, the style was very old, and the interior design was not as good as Adam's original home. It had a gloomy feeling, but Zhao Hai didn't care about these. He preferred the castle like this. In his impression, a castle should look like this. This is the style of an ancient castle. Maybe he would find a secret room in this castle someday. Soon Zhao Hai also noticed the torches on the wall. After seeing these torches and thinking about the price of magic crystals, Zhao Hai immediately understood why torches were used here. Although Adam didn't know the price of things before, he still knew the price of things like magic crystals, because these things are high-end consumer goods that only people of Adam's class can afford, so he knew the price. Zhao Hai also thought of the magic lamp in his room. It seemed that it was the only magic lamp in the entire castle. When Zhao Hai thought of this, his heart couldn't help but warm up. The restaurant was not far from Zhao Hai's bedroom, and soon the two entered the restaurant. Green, Merlin, Stone, and Wood were standing in the restaurant waiting for Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai coming in, they all bowed and said, "Good night, young master. Please have dinner." Zhao Hai nodded and glanced at the wooden table in the restaurant. He found that there was only tableware for him. Through Adam's memory, Zhao Hai knew that when nobles were eating, servants were not allowed to sit at the same table and could only stand aside and serve. While Zhao Hai sat down and looked around the restaurant. It was not big, only about 20 square meters. There was a long dining table in the middle. The table was covered with a snow-white tablecloth. On the tablecloth were 2 candlesticks, each with 3 wax candles. There are 8 chairs placed around the dining table. These chairs are finely crafted and obviously high-end products. There is a torch in every corner of the restaurant, which makes the whole restaurant brightly lit. But apart from these, there is nothing else in this restaurant. After Zhao Hai finished looking around the restaurant, he turned to Green and the others and said, "Grandpa Green, you guys should sit down and eat too. I have something to ask you after dinner." Green immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, this is not possible. We cannot sit at the same table with you when you are eating. This is the rule of the empire." Zhao Hai snorted and said, "The empire's rules are not my rules. Since the empire has given up on us, why should we abide by the empire's rules? Stop talking. Go get the tableware and sit down to eat together. I'll talk about something while we eat." If you don't come over, then I won't eat either. When Green saw Zhao Hai's expression, he had no choice but to turn around and look at Merlin. Merlin glared at him and said, "Why are you looking at me? Young master hasn't had a good meal for more than a month. Do you still want to let young master starve?" Sure enough, for Green, Zhao Hai's body was more important than anything else. When he heard Merlin say this, he immediately turned around and said, "Then you and Meg go to the kitchen to get it. I'll serve the young master here." Merlin didn't say anything this time, and led Meg away. Green then sat down with Wood and Stone. Wood and Stone were obviously not used to it, and they sat there like they had spikes on their butts. It was also obvious that they were both a little silly and didn't know how to talk. After seeing Zhao Hai, they just followed Green and the others and said, "Good night, master. Please have dinner." Then they said nothing. Zhao Hai learned from Adam's memory that Mutu and Shirtu were children adopted by his father. They were not smart and could be said to be quite stupid, but both of them were gifted and had natural powers. In addition, they had learned the Mad Dragon fighting chi. Now, both of them were almost as strong as level 6 warriors. Moreover, they were loyal to the Buddha family and would never betray them. When Zhao Hai asked Merlin to serve the meal, he turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, how many gold coins do we have now?" Green was stunned. He didn't know what Zhao Hai meant by asking this, but he immediately stood up and answered, "Master, we still have 180 gold coins in our hands. However, we don't lack any supplies right now, so these gold coins can be used." Zhao Hai hurriedly asked Green to sit down, and then continued, "When we came from the imperial capital, did we use a horse-drawn carriage to bring our things from afar? Where are the horses pulling the carriage?" Green said, "Master, our place is small and we don't produce much, so in order to save food, we only have 5 horses. The carriages we used when we came here were all hired." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood what Green meant. Green was trying to save as much as possible. You know, a good horse cannot be fed only with grass, it must be fed with some grain, and they simply cannot produce much grain here, so of course they have to save as much as possible, and it is impossible to raise horses. Chapter 8 Arrangements. Zhao Hai nodded, and then said, "Grandpa Green, how do we solve the problem of meat now? Don't we buy some carnivorous monsters to raise?" Green didn't know why Zhao Hai asked this, and thought he was worried about not having meat to eat, so he immediately said, "Master, don't worry. We have purchased some blue-eyed rabbits and long-haired pigs for our meat consumption. Master, don't worry about eating meat." Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Adam's humanity was really not that good. He wanted to find a way to raise the creatures that would reproduce quickly and were not picky about food, but Green thought that he was worried about not having meat to eat. What did that make sense? At this moment, Merlin and Meg came in with a few plates with some food on them, but they were much simpler than Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai looked at his plate. On his plate was a piece of white bread, 2 eggs, a piece of meat, and some vegetables. Under the current circumstances, the food he had was already very good. On Green's and the others' plates, there was only black bread and some vegetables. There was no eggs or meat at all. This made Zhao Hai feel sad, but he didn't say anything. He just picked up the knife and fork and started eating. When Green and the others saw that he started eating, they also started eating. Green and his friends didn't eat very fast, only Wood and Stone ate very fast, and it was obvious that Merlin gave them much more food than the others. I have to admit that Merlin's cooking tastes pretty good. Although not as delicious as Chinese food, it is amazing that he can make such simple food taste so good. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction and ate the food in front of him quickly. Although he was not used to eating with a knife and fork, he was indeed a little hungry, so he ate quickly. But when he finished eating, Green and the others had already finished eating and were standing there looking at him. This made Zhao Hai very helpless, but he also knew that this situation could not be changed in a day or two. After eating, Merlin and Meg cleared the plates and brought a pot of something. As soon as Zhao Hai smelled the smell coming from the pot, he knew that it was filled with COA. COA is something similar to coffee and is the favorite condiment of the nobles on the mainland. Green hurriedly poured Zhao Hai a cup. Zhao Hai took a sip and it tasted almost like coffee. He nodded, picked up the pot, poured a cup for Jerson, and then pointed to the stool next to him and said, "Grandpa Green, please sit down. I have something to discuss with you. Come, have some koya." Green said quickly, "I dare not, I will just stand there." Zhao Hai stood up and pushed Green onto the chair and said, "Grandpa Green, you are my grandfather's generation. You watched me grow up, so you are still my elder. The Buddha family suffered a great disaster this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my life would be in danger. Don't be polite. Sit down. I really have something to discuss with you." Green sat down, looking at Zhao Hai's appearance. Tears suddenly flowed down his face, and he murmured, "Old slave, please sit down, old slave, please sit down, the young master has grown up and become sensible." Zhao Hai pretended to sigh and said, "After going through so much, it's time to grow up. I'm sorry, Grandpa Green, I made you worry in the past, but I won't do that again in the future." Green shook his head and said, "No, master, don't say that. It was because of the old slave's poor protection that the young master got into trouble and the Buddha family ended up like this." Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's not your fault. How could my father listen to what you said? Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Grandpa Green, do you know any magical beasts on the mainland that are not picky about food, grow fast, and reproduce quickly?" Green was stunned by Zhao Hai's question, but he still knew these things, so he immediately said, "There are many kinds of magic beasts on the mainland. The blue-eyed rabbits and long-haired pigs we raise belong to this kind of magic beasts. They are all first-level magic beasts and have no attack power. It only takes more than 3 months for blue-eyed rabbits to grow up from birth, and after they mature, they can give birth to piglets once a month on average, and the number of piglets they give birth to for the first time will not be less than 5. The growth cycle of long-haired pigs is longer, about 8 to 10 months to grow up, and then they can give birth to piglets once every 4 months on average, and the number of piglets they give birth to each time will not be less than 7. These two kinds of magic beasts are also the main source of meat on the mainland, and many people raise them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Which of these two kinds of magic beasts is more popular among people?" Green said, "Long-haired pigs and blue-eyed rabbits are not very picky eaters, but they are herbivores. They usually only eat some plant leaves, unlike long-haired pigs, which eat everything." Zhao Hai nodded and found that the blue-eyed rabbits that Green mentioned were no different from the rabbits on Earth. He immediately stood up and said, "Grandpa Green, didn't you say we bought blue-eyed rabbits? Take me to have a look." Although Green didn't know what Zhao Hai was going to do, he was very happy to see that Zhao Hai finally started to care about the situation at home. However, he still said, "Master, it's getting late today. I think we should go and see tomorrow." "Master, you should go back and rest early." Zhao Hai looked at the sky outside and felt a little anxious. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go check it out tomorrow. But Grandpa Green, I noticed that there seem to be a lot of supplies on the open space in the castle. Why haven't they been moved into the castle?" Green said with difficulty, "Master, it's not that we don't want to move, but the castle is too small to hold so many supplies. So now we are organizing slaves to build a wooden shed so that we can put those things in the shed." Zhao Hai nodded, looked at the sky outside and said, "Have those slaves found a place to live? It's already April, and the rainy season is coming soon. We need to make sure those slaves have a place to live. We only have a few people left in the Buddha family, and we'll have to rely on them in the future." The uneasy look on Green's face suddenly improved. When Zhao Hai asked about the supplies in the castle, he was afraid that Zhao Hai would ask about the slaves. In the eyes of the nobles on the mainland, the slaves were far less valuable than the supplies. If Zhao Hai thought so, he would definitely drive the slaves out of the house and put the supplies into the house, but Green knew very well that the Buddha family only had so many people now, and it was almost the rainy season. If the slaves were driven to live outside, they would easily get sick, and then they would face the dilemma of having no one available, but Green didn't expect that Zhao Hai had also thought of these things. This made him know that his young master had finally grown up, so he hurriedly said, "Young master, please rest assured, everything has been arranged." Zhao Hai then nodded and said, "I feel relieved with Grandpa Green here. Okay, I'm going to go back and rest. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." After that, he walked upstairs. This time, Merlin and Meg also came out of the kitchen. Seeing Green standing there excitedly, Merlin asked curiously, "Old man, what's wrong with you?" Green suddenly laughed and said, "Young master has grown up. He has become sensible. God will not destroy our Buddha family." Then he told Merlin about his conversation with Zhao Hai just now, and said with a smile, "Young master knows to care about the family's affairs. This is a good thing. As long as the young master can manage the family well, even if the Buddha family cannot grow and develop, it can still continue. No matter what, the Buddha family will not disappear." Merlin was also very happy and said, "It doesn't matter whether it's strong or not, as long as the young master is safe. I think it's better now. When we were in the imperial capital, although the Buddha family was glorious, it was too conspicuous. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been framed by those guys. Now it's better to stay away from that circle of right and wrong and live our own lives here. There is nothing in the black soil wasteland, and no one will plan to come here. Our Buddha family is safer now." Green nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, that's exactly why I bought half of the male and female slaves this time. It's for the future development of the family. Now I don't want anything else. As long as the young master is safe and the Buddha family can continue, I will be satisfied." Merlin also nodded with a smile on his face. Meg stood behind Merlin. Although there was no expression on her face, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Zhao Hai also heard Green's laughter. Thinking back to Green's expression just now, Zhao Hai knew why Green was so happy. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of this. He didn't expect that they would be so happy just because he behaved a little more normally. It seems that Adam in the past really did nothing good. Zhao Hai couldn't fall asleep when he returned to his room. It might be because he slept too much during the day. He was now lying on the bed, his eyes wide open like light bulbs, but he couldn't fall asleep. Zhao Hai had been lying there for more than an hour but still couldn't fall asleep. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the space to see how the radish was growing. As soon as he entered the space, Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect that the radishes he had just planted a few hours ago had already grown large leaves, and it seemed that they were not far from maturity. Zhao Hai stared at the radishes in a daze. He really didn't expect that these radishes would grow so fast. Although space soil and space water can increase the growth rate of plants, isn't this too fast? Zhao Hai couldn't help but walk to the edge of the field, dug up a radish and took a look, and found that a small piece of radish had grown underground. But because the time was too short, the radish was not big yet, and it would take some time for it to mature. Zhao Hai chuckled for a while, buried the radish again, then stood up and muttered, "At this rate, they will be ripe tomorrow morning. Then I can ask Grandpa Green to see if there are any radishes here. I can also see if the blue-eyed rabbits eat radish leaves. If they do, then we can start a ranch, hee hee." Chapter 9. Sooner or later, after turning around in the space again and seeing that there was really nothing to do, Zhao Hai came out of the space and lay quietly on the bed, thinking about what had happened since he woke up. Ever since he knew that he was wearing superpowers, Zhao Hai not only did not feel any fear, but on the contrary, he felt a little secretly happy deep down in his heart. When he was on Earth, Zhao Hai was a stay-at-home, living on a meager amount of royalties every month, and the pressure of life was very high, but it was different here. Here he was a noble. Although he was excluded, he had his own fiefdom. Although it was a dead end, he still had several loyal subordinates, 100 slaves whose life and death he could decide with just a word, his own castle, and people to serve him. Most importantly, he had a space farm. Although he didn't know where this space farm came from, as long as it existed, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life, and it would be nice to live a carefree life. While thinking about these things, I kept thinking about the future development of the farm, but it was useless to think about it now. I could only wait for the farm to develop further. However, the farm has obviously mutated now. It is hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. So as long as there is a chance tomorrow, he must get the black soil outside into the space and see if it can be transformed with space soil and space water. Moreover, he must accumulate funds as soon as possible and buy more seeds from the space. It would be best to get some space water outside as well. In this way, even if the space farm disappears in the future, he will have his own piece of land, which is the foundation of his livelihood. As he was thinking, he fell asleep again without realizing it. In his dream, he built a big manor, became the owner of the manor, and lived his own life. It was so beautiful. While he was dreaming, a voice suddenly came, "The radishes are ripe, please collect them as soon as possible." Zhao Hai woke up suddenly and quickly entered the space. He found that the radishes were ripe. The big white radishes had squeezed the ground to the point of cracking. Zhao Hai didn't care about anything else and quickly ran to the side of the space. He dug out a big white radish in a few seconds, wiped the dirt off it with his hand, and took a bite without caring whether it was dirty or not. The sweet and slightly spicy radish liquid filled his mouth, and Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This taste was really good. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he especially liked to eat white radish. White radish tasted sweet, unlike green radish, which always tasted spicy. And the white radish grown in the space field tasted much better than the one on Earth. Zhao Hai was chewing the radish in his mouth while sizing up the one in his hand. This radish must weigh at least 3 pounds, which is not small among radishes. It was also straight, white and plump, and looked very appetizing. And Zhao Hai laughed happily, walked to the window of the thatched hut with the radishes, picked up the basket with the word harvest written on it, and shouted to the ground, "Harvest!" The radishes in the ground seemed to be dug out from the ground by big hands. They flew out of the ground one by one and fell into the basket, but the basket could never be filled. Zhao Hai looked down and found that the radishes disappeared as soon as they entered the basket. After a while, the entire field was harvested. Zhao Hai checked the warehouse and found that all the radishes were stored in the warehouse, while radish pits were left on the field. Zhao Hai did not sell these radishes, but bought another bag of seeds. At the same time, he ordered the small shovel to start turning the soil, and then planted this bag of seeds in the ground. Just after planting this bag of seeds, he heard a ding sound, and then a voice came, "Congratulations on reaching level 2. The system will give you 2 bags of cabbage seeds. Each bag can plant 1 acre of land." Zhao Hai pursed his lips and said, "How stingy. The seeds they gave me can only be used to plant 1 acre of land." After finishing his work, Zhao Hai came out of the space, looked at the sky outside, and found that it was still very early, with the sky just beginning to turn pale in the east. It was impossible for Green and the others to get up at this time. Even the slaves were still sleeping. However, Zhao Hai was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He sat alone in the room, chewing the white radish he dug out from the space. The taste was so addictive that he couldn't stop. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to finish a radish weighing more than 3 pounds. He could not eat any more after eating only half of it. But something strange happened. Zhao Hai felt a warm current in his stomach, and his body seemed to be filled with strength all of a sudden. He no longer felt sleepy at all. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. This had never happened before. What he ate seemed to be radish, not stimulants. How could this happen? Could it be that this was not radish but ginseng? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but touch his nose. He was afraid that he would have a nosebleed, but he found that his nose was still clean and there was no nosebleed. Zhao Hai laughed at himself. He was a person who liked to daydream, so he often did things that seemed ridiculous to others. However, he was sure that it was not an illusion, because he felt full of energy, his eyes were bright, and he was not sleepy at all. This situation is a bit abnormal. From Adam's memory, he drank the water of nothingness. Although drinking the water of nothingness has no effect on people who don't learn magic and fighting spirit, it will make people feel very tired. Even if you want to become a warrior with physical strength alone, it is impossible. How can you have this feeling of endless energy? There is only one possibility for this feeling, because of the carrot just now. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look forward to this radish even more. He immediately put the radish into the space warehouse, preparing to ask Green later what this radish was. Looking at the sky outside, it was beginning to get brighter, but it was still very early and everyone was not up yet. Zhao Hai was too embarrassed to wake them up, but it was too boring to stay in the room, so Zhao Hai walked out slowly. He wanted to take a good look at this castle that belonged to him. Coming out of the inner fort, I walked slowly forward, and after passing a small square, I arrived at the outer fort. The structure of this outer fort was very simple, with a bluestone floor and rows of stone houses. Behind the stone houses was a city wall. The wall was very high, almost 10 meters high. When I walked near the wall and took a look, I found that the wall was also very thick, about 4 meters. The city gate seemed to be made of cast iron, more than 4 meters high, with a huge iron bolt inserted in the middle. There was a shaking device on the city gate, which seemed to be used to pull out and insert the iron bolt. This device is very cleverly designed. As long as you shake a handle under the city gate, the gear on it will rotate, thereby driving the iron bolt on the city gate to lock the city gate. The same applies when you pull it out. Zhao Hai nodded. He had not thought that the machinery in this world was so advanced. He looked around again and found nothing. Apart from a large pile of supplies bought by Green in the middle of the square, there was nothing else. When he saw those supplies, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Green was really not cut out for business. He actually exchanged all the gold coins in his hand for this kind of things. Don't they know that gold coins can make gold coins, and these things will be used up sooner or later? It seems that Green wants to turn this place into a large manor isolated from the world. But think about it, what he did is right. If Zhao Hai had not traveled here and was still the original Adam, if he had lived here, he might have lived longer. If he had money to run around outside, he might have died soon. Turning to the stone stairs next to the city gate, he slowly walked up to the city wall. The entire wall was made of an iron blue stone, which looked very solid. The wall was well preserved, and the battlements were very neat, requiring no repair at all. There was an arrow tower on each of the four corners of the wall, which could protect the castle in all directions. Zhao Hai turned his head and took a look at the inner city wall. The wall of the inner castle was higher than the outer castle, and there were several arrow towers built on it. It seemed that the defense capability of this castle was really not to be underestimated. Turning around, I took a look outside the city wall. Outside the city wall was a moat about 5 meters wide. There was water in the moat. The water was very clear. It was obvious that there was running water. There was a suspension bridge over the moat. The suspension bridge was about 5 meters wide. The suspension rope was made of iron chains as thick as arms. It was very heavy. The suspension bridge was made of a huge iron frame with wooden boards on it. Those wooden boards were very new. You could tell at a glance that they were newly replaced. Opposite the city gate is a straight road, also paved with stones. I don't know how long it is, and it seems to have not been used for a long time. There are a lot of weeds growing on it. Zhao Hai knew that this castle had been abandoned for who knows how many years, and that path had only been walked once when they came here. He believed that no one had left the castle in the past month, so the path looked like that. Apart from this road, outside the castle, there was nothing but black land with no grass growing on it. It looked so desolate and deathly silent. This time, the sun had risen, and the golden sunlight shone on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back, looking at the sun that had just risen in the distance. He couldn't help but feel proud and laughed. Great, this castle, everything here is mine. Although this place has just started, just like this newly rising sun, sooner or later, I will let the sunlight shine all over the earth. Zhao Hai didn't notice that Green and the others had gotten up at some point. They were all standing under the city wall, quietly looking at Zhao Hai, who was standing on the castle, covered in golden light, like a god, with tears of excitement flashing in their eyes. Chapter 10. Hope Zhao Hai didn't calm down until the sun completely emerged from the ground. Yes, this was the first sunrise he saw in another world. The magnificent scenery made him feel relaxed and happy, and he was very proud, so he couldn't help but say those words. When Zhao Hai turned around, he found that Green and the others were standing under the city wall, with the 100 slaves standing behind them. It was obvious that these slaves were carefully selected. Half of them were male and half were female, and they were all very strong and healthy. They were also well-groomed and their clothes were also clean. However, there was a mark on the faces of the male slaves. The mark was on their foreheads, and it was a mad dragon with bared fangs and claws. It was the emblem of the Buddha family, and it was made according to the name of their family's heir. As soon as Green saw that Zhao Hai saw them, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said loudly, "Master, the glory of the Buddha family will surely shine on the entire earth. Please give us a lecture." After he finished speaking, the slaves behind him all knelt down and knocked their heads to the ground. No one dared to raise their heads to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was just an ordinary otaku in his previous life. He had never seen such a scene before. He stood there in a daze for a moment, at a loss, and really didn't know what to say. It took a while for him to calm down slowly. Seeing that Green and the others were still bending over and not getting up, he hurriedly said, "Grandpa Green, you guys get up, and everyone else get up too. We have arrived at a place like this. There is nothing here. The land cannot be cultivated, and there are no minerals in the mountains. We only have an abandoned castle like this as our shelter. And all of you have a common surname, Buddha. Whether you like it or not, you have been branded with the mark of the Buddha family. You are already members of the Buddha family. As long as the Buddha family exists, you have the necessity to exist. If the Buddha family disappears, you will also disappear. This is an unchangeable fact. Yes, now we have nothing, but we have a pair of hands. Everything in this world is created by human hands. We each have our own unique identity. If everyone has a pair of hands, we won't starve to death, and we will make our lives better. Most of you are slaves, and you think that the beauty of life has nothing to do with you, because no matter how beautiful life is, you are still slaves. But what I want to say today is that as long as you work hard and make contributions to the Buddha family, I can exempt you from your slave status and make you civilians. Your children will no longer be slaves. Maybe one day they can join the Buddha family's army and become a glorious warrior. If he performs well, he may become a knight or a noble. I ask you to do your best, and I will give you the best. As long as you work hard, I, Adam Buddha, swear here on the honor of my family to fulfill my promise today. A slight commotion broke out among the slaves. One must know that those slaves had received professional training before being sold. They were not allowed to move when their masters were lecturing them, and even if they wanted to fart, they had to hold it in. Such a commotion should not have occurred, but Zhao Hai's words were too shocking. No noble on the continent had ever turned slaves into civilians. Once you become a slave, you will be a slave for the rest of your life, and your descendants will all be slaves. This cannot be changed. If Zhao Hai just talked about it, these slaves would not believe it. However, Zhao Hai swore on the honor of the Buddha family. You must know that the nobles here in the Ark continent do not swear easily. Even if they swear, they generally will not swear on the honor of their own family. That is what all nobles value most. As long as they swear on the honor of their family, they will definitely do it. In other words, everything Zhao Hai said is true. What was the greatest wish of slaves? One day they could become civilians, regain their freedom, and allow their descendants to no longer suffer from slavery. For this reason, many slaves fought back, they rebelled and revolted, but they were quickly suppressed by the nobles because they were just slaves, they had no weapons, they had no armor, and they did not know how to fight. In this case, it was impossible for them to defeat the noble army that was armed to the teeth, but now Zhao Hai told them that they didn't have to revolt. As long as they worked hard and made contributions to the Buddha family, they could get the status of civilians. For these slaves, this was really like a dream. It is necessary for slaves to work hard, because if they do not work hard and are discovered, they will be executed. Even if they are not executed, they will receive the most severe punishment, so no one dares to be lazy. Now someone tells them that as long as they work hard, I can give them what they want most. This is too much of a shock for them. Green and the others were also stunned. They did not expect Zhao Hai to say such a thing. To be honest, Green did not quite agree with what Zhao Hai said, because it was necessary for those slaves to work well, and no noble on the continent would turn a slave into a civilian. There were too many things involved, but now that Zhao Hai had said it, he had no way to refute it. He could only wait until he returned to the inner castle and then talk to Zhao Hai about the situation. After taking a look at the people below, Zhao Hai knew that it was good enough for them to have such a reaction. From Adam's memory, he already knew the status of these slaves. It was precisely because he knew this that he used the things these slaves wanted most to lure them. Human creativity is endless. As long as you give them hope, the energy they unleash is beyond your imagination. And now is the time when Zhao Hai needs them to unleash this energy, so he does this. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with their reactions, so he continued, you can think of various ways, as long as you can benefit the Buddha family, or make something that can improve life, useful things, you can take them to Chief Steward Green. As long as I believe that what you make is useful and good, I will record your merits. As long as your merits reach a certain level, you can become a civilian, even if you can't do anything. As long as you work hard, as long as you perform well, you can get a credit. As long as this credit accumulates to a certain level, you can become a civilian, a child of our Buddha family, the Black Soil Territory. The slaves became even more excited. They simply regarded Zhao Hai as a god, because only a god could be so merciful. All the slaves exuded an aura that frightened Green, who was standing in front of them and already had the strength of an 8th-level warrior. Green turned his head and looked at the slaves. He found that there seemed to be something extra in those slaves. When he saw these slaves before, he always felt that they were lifeless, like a piece of stone, but now they were like human beings, with more vitality and more enthusiasm. Green was shocked. He suddenly understood Zhao Hai's approach. If the Buddha family wanted to develop, it would be impossible to develop by relying solely on 100 lifeless slaves. But if it was 100 people full of enthusiasm, it would be completely different. Green didn't know what 100 enthusiastic people could do, but he knew exactly what 100 slaves could do. Green let out a long sigh, a sincere smile on his face, and at the same time a hint of determination. He believed that the opportunity for the Buddha family to rise again was coming. Zhao Hai also felt the changes in many slaves. He smiled slightly, knowing that his words had worked, so he immediately said, "Okay, go to work, arrange these supplies first, and there will be new tasks for you tomorrow." The slaves responded and walked quickly towards the supplies. Their steps were much stronger than before, and their whole bodies were full of energy. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction, got down from the city wall, slowly walked to Green, and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, let's go back. I have something to ask you." Green responded, led Merlin and the others, and followed Zhao Hai into the inner castle. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Green knew that Zhao Hai had really changed. He was no longer the young Master Adam who only knew how to make trouble. He was now the patriarch of the Buddha family, a real patriarch. The group soon arrived at the restaurant in the inner castle. After sitting down, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and the remaining half of the radish appeared in his hand. He placed the radish on the table and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, look at what this is." Green didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at Green strangely and found that Green was staring at his hand in a daze. He also knew why Green had such an expression because of the action he had just taken out the carrot. There is also space magic on this continent, but it is very difficult to learn and the requirements are very harsh, so not many people learn it. Although there are space equipment that can be used to store things, energy is required to open those equipment. No matter whether it is magic or fighting spirit, as long as there is energy, it can be opened. As a person who drank the water of nothingness, he cannot open it even if he has such equipment, not to mention that he doesn't have it yet. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, what do you think this is?" Green came back to his senses, stood up excitedly and said, "Master, you just now?" "You just," Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. That's an ability I got accidentally. You just need to know it and don't tell anyone. Come and see what this is." Chapter 11 Arrangements. Green had lived in the imperial capital all his life and had seen all kinds of big scenes. He immediately came to his senses. He did not look at the things on the table, but looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes and said, "Master, can you use magic?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't use magic. You know that anyone who drinks the water of nothingness can't use magic. This is just an ability. It has no offensive power. It can only allow me to store some things." Green nodded, slightly disappointed, and then turned his head to the table. Seeing the radish on the table, he was stunned for a moment, then he picked it up immediately, looked at it carefully, smelled it, and finally took a bite. He nodded, put the radish on the table, turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, this is magic radish, a very common magical vegetable." Zhao Hai was stunned and asked, "What magical vegetables? Are there other vegetables?" Green nodded and said, "Yes, young master. There are two types of vegetables on the Ark continent. One is ordinary vegetables, which are usually eaten by civilians or slaves. The nobles usually eat magic vegetables, which contain some magic energy. They can only grow in some particularly good land and need to be carefully cared for. Magic radish is such a magic vegetable, but it is the most common. The current market price is about 1 silver coin per pound." Zhao Hai quickly calculated in his head. He now has 80,000 kilograms of radishes. 1 silver coin per kilogram, that is 80,000 silver coins. If converted into gold coins, it is 8,000 gold coins. This is much better than selling it to the space. It only costs 500 gold coins to buy it to the space, which is equivalent to a little more than 6 copper coins per kilogram. If the purchasing power of this world is compared with the purchasing power of the earth, that is to say, if he sells these radishes to the space, it is only a little over 60 cents per kilogram, but if he sells them to people here, he can buy them for 10 yuan per kilogram, a difference of nearly 20 times. Even a fool knows how to do this deal. At this time, Green picked up the radish again and said, "But this magic radish is a bit strange. I have never seen such a big magic radish on the mainland, and its taste is much stronger than that of the magic radish. Master, where did you get this thing? Zhao Hai did not answer him, but continued, does the blue-eyed rabbit eat the leaves of this thing? When we buy the magic radish, do we buy the leaves as well? Green shook his head and said, if we buy this magic radish, we won't want the leaves. The leaves don't taste very good, but they are a favorite food of blue-eyed rabbits. Why did you ask this, master? Zhao Hai stood up in a flash, walked around the ground twice with a happy face and said, God will not abandon me, God will not abandon me, that's great, with this thing, I can build a ranch. Green looked at Zhao Hai and felt scared. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhao Hai and thought he was crazy. He said quickly, Master, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Zhao Hai came back to his senses, looked at Green and laughed, don't be afraid, Grandpa Green, I'm just too happy. By the way, Grandpa Green, let me ask you, is this magic radish easy to buy? Green was relieved when he saw that Zhao Hai was fine. He nodded and said, it's easy to buy. There are not many wars on the mainland now, and people's income is also high. Many civilians will buy some magic vegetables to eat. Magic radish is the cheapest among magic vegetables, so many people buy it. Zhao Hai nodded, sat down, asked Green to sit down as well, and said, Grandpa Green, I have 80,000 kilograms of this magic radish in my hand. You have to find a way to sell it. It doesn't matter if the price is a little cheaper, but you must sell it as soon as possible, and then buy blue-eyed rabbits, the more the better. Now on the mountain where we live, there are many abandoned mines of the dwarves in the past. We can transform those mines into nests for blue-eyed rabbits, so that we will have a stable income in the future. Green was stunned, then stood up excitedly and said, Master, are you talking about 80,000 kilograms of magic radish? How do you have so many magic radishes? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, don't worry about it for now. Just make sure this is done as soon as possible. And you must find a big buyer. Tell him that I have a lot of magic radish. I will have 80,000 kilograms in 2 days. I can buy as much as he wants. Green stammered, Master, are you telling the truth? Do you really have so many magic radishes? Where did you get them from? Zhao Hai smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. You just need to deal with this matter as soon as possible. It must be quick, but also low-key. Don't let people find out that these things were bought by us. Can you do it? Green calmed down immediately. Although he didn't know where Zhao Hai got these radishes from, he thought it must be related to the ability Zhao Hai had obtained, so he immediately said, Master, don't worry. I can still do this. I'll arrange it right away. Zhao Hai nodded, and stopped Green, who was about to leave, saying, Grandpa Green, tell the slaves to stop worrying about the supplies and go clean up the mines immediately. We need to raise a lot of blue-eyed rabbits. I will collect the supplies, so don't worry. Green's eyes flashed, and he had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's ability. Although Zhao Hai said that his ability was not very offensive, the fact that he could hold so many things and provide so many magic radishes was already amazing. Green nodded immediately and said, Master, rest assured, I will make arrangements. Wood, stone, from now on, protect the master at every step. I will be away for a few days. Merlin, Meg, keep an eye on the slaves and make sure to complete the tasks assigned by the master in the shortest possible time. Do you understand? At this moment, Green finally showed the majesty and skill of a chief steward of a noble family. He arranged several most important things in the shortest time. The first was Zhao Hai's safety, the second was the focus of work, and the third was to go out to buy radishes. And obviously, he had to do the third thing himself. Merlin and the others were stunned by what they had just heard. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai had such a secret. But after hearing Green shout, they came to their senses and responded. Only then did Green quickly walk out. Zhao Hai glanced at Green's back and nodded. It seemed that Green was not completely ignorant. The reason why he spent all his money when he came to the black soil wasteland before was probably because of the reason he guessed, which was to make Adam have no money to spend and stay here honestly. But now it seems that he will not worry about this anymore. When Merlin saw Green go out, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Master, are you hungry? You haven't eaten anything since you got up in the morning. I'll prepare something for you right away. After saying that, He walked towards the kitchen. Zhao Hai hurriedly said, Grandma Malin, forget it. I ate half a magic radish this morning, and I'm still full now. I can't eat anything else. Merlin quickly shook his head and said, How can that be possible? How can you be full just by eating this kind of food? Master, wait a moment. I will make it right away. It will be ready soon. Zhao Hai saw that he couldn't stop him, so he quickly said, Grandma Malin, take this magic radish to the kitchen and use it for cooking. Merlin responded, picked up the half carrot and went into the kitchen, while Meg stood next to Zhao Hai, and Wood and Stone stood behind Zhao Hai, one on the left and one on the right. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw their expressions. He knew that no matter what he said, Wood and Stone would not listen. These two guys were very stubborn and only listened to Green. So he didn't say anything, but turned to Meg and said, Meg, go get me some koya. I'm a little thirsty. Meg responded and turned to walk towards the kitchen. However, when she walked behind Zhao Hai, she secretly glanced at Zhao Hai and then quickly walked into the kitchen. Zhao Hai sat there bored. There were too few people he could talk to in the castle, only Green and a few others. It was impossible for those slaves to have a normal chat with Zhao Hai now. If Zhao Hai went to chat with them, they might be scared, so Zhao Hai could only sit here alone. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to chat with Mutu and Sure too, but they were both the kind of people who didn't have any brains, and there was nothing to talk about with them, so he could only sit there alone, bored and dazed. Fortunately, Meg came out with a pot of koya soon after. However, after pouring a cup of koya for Zhao Hai, she retreated behind Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. This made Zhao Hai very depressed, but he didn't know what to say to Meg. Because of what Adam had done to Meg before, Zhao Hai felt very embarrassed when facing Meg. Merlin's movements were still very quick, and soon Zhao Hai's breakfast was ready. It was similar to the Western breakfast on Earth. The breakfast that Merlin prepared for Zhao Hai was also bread, meat porridge, and a few fried eggs. Of course, the fried eggs were not the same as the eggs on Earth, but the eggs of a first-level Warcraft native chicken here on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and the others and said, Grandma Merlin, you guys should sit down and eat too. After you finish eating, you still have a lot of things to do. You don't have to accompany me. Merlin nodded, and this time she didn't refute, because she also knew that after eating, they still had a lot of things to do, so Mason and Meg went to the kitchen to get some breakfast and ate with Wood and Stone. After breakfast, Zhao Hai did not return to his room, but went to the living room on the first floor and sat there drinking koya. He knew that after Green arranged everything, he would come to report to him, so he was not in a hurry. Chapter 12, Shaking Your Head. Sure enough, not long after Zhao Hai sat down, Green walked in, bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Master, I have arranged everything at home, I will leave right away. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, I'll keep those things here, they'll be fine, even if they're kept for 10 or 8 years, there won't be any problem. When you go there, you must find some big merchants and sign long-term cooperation agreements with them. And remember, we'll have to cooperate with them to breed a large number of blue-eyed rabbits in the future. If I'm right, after the impact of the magic radish in our hands on the market, the price of magic radish may drop. We must be mentally prepared for this. Green nodded, and Zhao Hai pointed to the seat next to him and said, Grandpa Green, you should sit down. It's uncomfortable for me to stand like this. Sit down, I have a lot to say to you. Mutu, go and bring some breakfast to Grandpa Green. Let Grandpa Green eat here today. Mutu glanced at Green, who nodded. Then Mutu turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Green also sat down. Zhao Hai did not say anything about this. He knew exactly what kind of person Adam was in the past. If it weren't for Green as the manager, Adam would have died countless times. Naturally, he would not be jealous of Green's power now. After Green sat down, Zhao Hai continued, Grandpa Green, you know what our situation is now, so I hope you must remember to keep a low profile. We are in this kind of place now. If we do something that those nobles can't stand, we will be finished. So this time, we must not let anyone know that this cooperation has anything to do with us. Green nodded. Zhao Hai sighed and said, although I don't know why those great nobles would let our Buddha family go and just banish us to such a place, but I think we must have something they are worried about. If they want to deal with us, they will pay a great price. But if they know now that our Buddha family may still make a comeback, then they will kill us at all costs. So we must keep a low profile now. Although keeping a low profile is cowardly, it can allow our Buddha family to continue until the day when it makes a comeback. So now we can only keep a low profile. Green's eyes turned red. He stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Master, rest assured, I will definitely get this done. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandpa Green, don't be like this. Sit down. Remember, the magic radish is just the first step. After a while, I will try to see if I can turn the black soil outside into normal land that can be planted. That would be even better, but we will also need more manpower, so you must buy more slaves through various channels, no matter what race they are, as long as they are useful and have a skill, you can buy them back. Anyway, most people will not come to our place to take a look, but we still have to be careful. Green nodded. He found that the young master had really changed. If it were the young master before, he would never have thought of these things. Such changes now are definitely a good thing for the Buddha family. At this time, Mutu also brought Green's breakfast. Zhao Hai took a look at Green's breakfast. It was very simple, which made Zhao Hai shake his head. He turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, after the magic radish is sold, you must first buy some blue-eyed rabbits, second, some long-tailed chickens, and third, some scaleless fish. Now the moat outside the castle is empty. I took a look and the river water seems to be running water. We can raise fish. Let's not worry about how much money we can make. We have to make our own lives acceptable. When you go, don't be afraid of the amount of magic radish they want. We can provide whatever they want. But I think that the impact on the market of radish will surely cause losses to many people, and they will definitely track us down, so no matter what, we must not let them find us. Also, buy more books, preferably books about flora and fauna on the continent, which will be of great use to us. Anyway, these are all I can think of now, and you can handle the rest by yourself. By the way, our current defense force is too small, so you have to pay more attention. It is best to recruit some combat-capable slaves, but things have to be done bit by bit, and the first goal is to change our lives. Green ate his meal while listening to what Zhao Hai said. He wrote down everything Zhao Hai said. These things also had to be prioritized, but these were things that he, as the general manager, had to do as soon. Green finished his meal and asked Mumu to put the dishes in the kitchen. He then stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai, saying, Master, I am leaving. If anything happens during my absence, you must tell Merlin. Master, you must take good care of yourself. You are the last hope of the Buddha family. If anything happens to you, how can I face my deceased master? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Grandpa Green, don't worry. I know what to do. I won't be as crazy as before. You can go early and come back early. Just get the job done. By the way, shipping our magic radish is a big problem. I think after you have settled the matter, I will deliver the goods myself. This way, it won't attract anyone's attention. What do you think? Green thought for a moment and said, Let's talk about this matter after I have finalized the matter. Master, rest assured, I will arrange everything. Zhao Hai nodded, looked at Green, and suddenly bowed to Green and said, Grandpa Green, I thank you on behalf of the Buddha family. From today on, you are my relative. Green's eyes turned red, but he accepted Zhao Hai's salute, looked up to the sky and laughed, Master, old master, you can see that the young master has made progress and become sensible. The Buddha family has hope. Even if I have to risk my old bones, I will make the Buddha family prosper again. After saying this, he saluted Zhao Hai, turned around and left, but at this time Green no longer looked like a servant. He was full of heroic spirit, and the majesty of an 8th-level warrior was fully displayed. Zhao Hai looked at Green's back, smiled slightly, turned around, and walked towards his room. Zhao Hai knew that it would take some time for others to adapt to his changes. Now that he had performed very well, he should be honest. Anyway, Green had already arranged the things at home, and Merlin and Meg were taking care of the remaining things, so he didn't have to worry about them. He should go back to his room and take a look at the farm, which was the foundation of his livelihood, but these two stubborn guys, Wood and Stone, followed him like two ghosts, no matter where he went. They carried out Green's words thoroughly, which made Zhao Hai helpless. Now Zhao Hai doesn't want Green and the others to know too much about the space farm, but with Mumu and Shirtu, two stubborn people, around, it may not work if he doesn't let them know. After entering his room, Zhao Hai turned to Mutu and Shirtu and said, Mutu, Shirtu, you guys go back to your rooms. I want to rest for a while. There's nothing to worry about in the castle. You don't have to worry. The two shook their heads at the same time and said nothing. Zhao Hai said helplessly, I'm going to rest now. Can you guys go help Grandma Malin? Shake your head. I'm going to sleep. You can't stand by the bed, can you? Stand outside the door. Shake your head. I'm the young master, both of you get out. Shake your head. Two big brothers, please give me some space. Please be kind and leave. Zhao Hai saw that he really had no way to deal with the two, so he could only say, Wood, Stone, I know that you two were adopted by my father since childhood and are absolutely loyal to the Buddha family, but I really need to go to a place now, and that place is related to the future development of our Buddha family, so you'd better not follow me. You can't keep up even if you follow me, so if I suddenly disappear in a while, don't worry, don't shout, is that okay? As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the two brothers stretched out their hands, drew out the two-handed swords on their backs, and put them across their necks, as if to say, if you don't let us follow, we will die immediately. Zhao Hai slapped his head. It was a headache for him to meet such stubborn people, but there was nothing he could do. He knew from the looks of the wood and stone that if he really didn't let them follow, they might really commit suicide. These were the few people who were absolutely loyal to the Buddha family, and he couldn't let them die, but if he just took them into the space like this, they would know the secrets of that space, and Zhao Hai was really reluctant to do so, but Zhao Hai hasn't fully understood what's going on in the space yet. The radishes were planted before dawn, and now it's already daybreak, and he doesn't know how they've grown. He has to go and take a look. When the radishes are ripe, he'll have to harvest them because that costs money. The most important thing is that Zhao Hai also wants to see how to get the water and soil in the space outside. Space soil and space water can transform the land. If the land can really be transformed, then the black soil outside may be able to become fertile land. This is what Zhao Hai needs most now. Zhao Hai was thinking about the pros and cons of not entering the space, but he had not put down the swords of wood and stone. He stared at Zhao Hai with his eyes fixed, fearing that Zhao Hai would disappear. After a while, Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He glanced at the two of them and said with a wry smile, Okay, you can follow me if you want, but you must not tell anyone about what you saw today. If you do, you can only tell Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, and Meg. Apart from these three people, you cannot tell anyone else about it, not even in your sleep. The two nodded at the same time, but still did not put down the swords in their hands. Chapter 13, Changes in Mood. Zhao Hai looked at the two men and was speechless. It seemed that they were not really stupid and were actually afraid that he would deceive them. It seemed that he could only bring them into the space. But that was okay. Anyway, he would have to let them know about the space sooner or later, so he might as well bring them in. And Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Okay, put the swords down. Won't they sink if you hold them? Get ready, we're going in. After he finished speaking, the figures of the three people disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared in the space farm the next moment. Wood and Stone stared blankly at everything in the space farm, saw the radishes that had grown in the fields, looked at the thatched huts, and the pile of things placed in front of the houses. Zhao Hai saw that the two men were still holding their swords, so he patted their shoulders and said, Put your swords down. We have arrived, haven't we? Wood and Stone came to their senses at once and put down their swords involuntarily. They did not dare to disobey Zhao Hai's words at all. Now they felt that Zhao Hai's words were the imperial edict and they had to obey them, as Zhao Hai also felt the changes in the two people. He seemed to feel that the two people now regarded him as their master, which made Zhao Hai stunned, but he didn't think much about it. He carefully looked at the growth of the radish and then looked at the things in the house. There was no change. Now he only had 200 gold coins left. And he remembered that when he was playing the game, weeds and insects would automatically refresh from time to time. These two things are the enemies of crop growth. Fortunately, those things are not growing in the fields now, which is why Zhao Hai must come here to take a look. Although the farm gave him a hint when the radishes were ripe, Zhao Hai didn't know whether the farm would give him a hint when weeds and insects grew, and now these radishes are all money, and if he wants to live a good life here, he can't live without money. He needs money, a lot of money, so he can't make any mistakes. Mu2 and Sure2 still followed Zhao Hai as usual, but their state of mind had changed drastically. They used to only listen to Green, but after arriving here, Green's position in their hearts was far lower than Zhao Hai's. Now they put Zhao Hai first in everything. Zhao Hai didn't know that this space was a mutant space. In fact, everything here belonged to them, but this space had the concept of upgrading. Now his level was too low, so he still needed to upgrade. When his level was high, this space would belong to him completely. It is precisely because this space completely belongs to him, so no matter what he puts into this space, that thing will involuntarily recognize him as the master. His orders are imperial decrees. In this space, he is God, so wood and stone have such thoughts. Zhao Hai hasn't noticed this yet. He just carefully checked the space to see if there were any changes. No, there were no changes at all. Everything was normal. Although he had upgraded to another level, he didn't get anything except some seeds, but Zhao Hai was not discouraged. Although he didn't have many gold coins left, he could still plant another crop of radishes. If Green hadn't come back after this crop of radishes was harvested, he would have to buy some radishes first and use the money to plant more radishes. It's not that Zhao Hai doesn't want to grow other things, but he knows too little about the vegetables in this world. He is afraid that if he grows other things, he won't be able to sell them. Now he is in a state of primitive accumulation. If he really grows a bunch of vegetables that can't be sold, then his funds will be suppressed. This is not possible at this time. Radishes are easy to buy in this world, so just plant them. This is the safest way. But now Zhao Hai cannot make even a single mistake. This not only concerns his life and property, but also the future of the entire Buddha family. Zhao Hai knew clearly that he not only inherited Adam Buddha's body, but also inherited the Buddha family and the responsibility. Therefore, he would rather play it safe and keep a low profile than take a wrong step and let others discover their movements. If they were discovered, they might even lose their lives. Finding that there was no change in the space, Zhao Hai nodded, stood up, turned to the wood and stone and said, "Okay, there is nothing wrong here, let's go out." Mu Tu and Shi Tu now followed Zhao Hai's lead, so naturally they would not object and immediately responded, "Yes, young master." This surprised Zhao Hai. This was the first sentence Mu Tu and Shi Tu had said since they followed him. He couldn't help but glanced at the two of them curiously, but didn't find anything unusual. He thought about it and followed them out of the space farm and returned to his room. After taking a look at the room, he found the door was still closed and no one had come in. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Mu Tu and Shi Tu and said, "Let's go outside the castle. I want to see what the black soil is like. The moat also needs to be renovated as we want to raise fish there." As he spoke, he led the two of them out. Wood and stone would have stopped him in the past, because Green would not let Zhao Hai leave the castle, but now they did not say anything and just followed Zhao Hai silently. The three of them arrived at the square of the castle. Zhao Hai casually put the supplies on the square that were not put into the house into the space. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to explore the space and found that many things had been put in the warehouse of the space. They had been classified and arranged in the warehouse, and the quantity of those supplies was displayed. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Zhao Hai also discovered that he could control everything in the farm space without going there. When he wanted to see something in the space, a projection of that thing would appear in front of him, and this projection seemed to make the wood and stone behind him invisible. This was much more convenient. The three of them slowly walked out of the castle. The main gate of the castle was already open. Merlin and Meg were watching the slaves tidying up the previously abandoned mines. In fact, even if they didn't watch, those slaves would not be lazy, because Zhao Hai gave them a goal. As long as they worked hard, sooner or later they would no longer be slaves. For the slaves, this was their greatest motivation. Merlin and Meg also discovered that the slaves were particularly motivated today. Everyone seemed to have endless energy. Work that could originally be completed in an hour could now be completed in just half an hour. Zhao Hai did not go there. There were not many people he could trust now, but he could definitely trust Merlin and the others. Since he trusted them, there was no need to go there. He now wanted to take a look at the black soil and see if the space could transform the black soil. However, Zhao Hai still walked to the side of the moat first. The moat was not very wide, but it could be seen that it was built very well. Even the entire river channel was built with stones. So even though no one had lived here for many years, the water here was still very clear. Zhao Hai took a look and found that when the moat was built, there were two water sources. One was the two springs in the moat itself, which sprayed water day and night, and the other was an underground river flowing down from the mountain. It is strange that there is an underground river in this mountain. The river water flows into the moat, and on the other side of the moat, there is an outlet. Therefore, the water in this river is definitely living water and can be used to raise fish, but if he just raises fish like this, he will definitely lose a lot of money. This is living water. If he releases fish directly, the fish will run away with the water. So if he wants to raise fish, he has to transform the moat, but the problem arises again. This moat is connected to the drainage system in the castle. If it needs to be renovated, the drainage system of the castle must also be changed, which involves many issues. Zhao Hai frowned and put the matter aside for the time being. He still thought that he should focus on the black soil first. If the black soil could really be transformed, then he would have a lot more to do. He would have planned everything including farming, water conservancy, and harvest. Farming seems simple, but it is very difficult to grow the land well. Although Zhao Hai had never farmed before, he still had some understanding of farming. He had seen other people farming. In addition, the country attached great importance to agriculture. Every year there was a lot of news about farming, such as drought and flood. These news could be heard every year. In addition, he liked some history books, so naturally he knew how difficult it was to grow crops. The word water conservancy has been mentioned more than once in Chinese history, and emperors of every dynasty have attached great importance to it. However, there are no water conservancy facilities at all in Zhao Hai's territory. It's strange. Nothing grows on this black soil. After so many years, it should have been desertified long ago, but it is still black soil here, and the wind and sand seem to have no effect on it. Zhao Hai led the wood and stones to the black soil. The black soil was not far from the castle, just a few dozen steps away. Zhao Hai slowly squatted down and grabbed a handful of black soil. This surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai used to live in an oil city in northern China. There was a kind of black soil there, which was called oil sand. This kind of oil sand was like sand mixed with oil. Nothing would grow on it, but it looked black. Zhao Hai had seen this kind of oil sand before, and when he touched the black soil, he actually felt like he was touching oil sand. Zhao Hai's heart sank. If these were really oil sands, then it would be over. He wouldn't be able to grow anything. He hoped that it just felt like oil sands. Zhao Hai turned to Mutu and said, "Mutu, dig out some black soil and we will study it slowly when we go back." Mutu responded, drew out his sword and started digging in the ground. After a while, he dug up a large pile of black soil. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay." After that, he moved his hand and put the pile of black soil into the warehouse in the space, preparing to study it slowly. After returning, after collecting the black soil, Zhao Hai took a look at the large piece of black soil and couldn't help but sigh. It was such a waste that there was no way to plant anything on such a large piece of land. He hoped that the space water and space soil could transform this place. Otherwise, even if they wanted to develop, it would be much slower, and his secret would soon be known to the whole world. In that case, the Buddha family would be finished. Chapter 14, The Secret. After collecting the black soil, Zhao Hai led Mutu and Shirtu to Merlin and Meg, wanting to see how they were doing. Although there are many dwarf mines on this iron mountain, it is actually a large mine. Almost the entire mountain has been hollowed out by the dwarves. However, the structure of this mountain is very peculiar, and the dwarves have many years of mining experience. The entire mine is built very solidly, so there is no need to worry about the risk of landslides. Although Merlin and Meg were two women, they had been serving the Buddha family and had always been Green's good helpers, so it was no problem for them to do this. And those slaves were encouraged by Zhao Hai's hope of regaining their freedom, so they were full of energy and didn't need to be watched. However, when they were cleaning up the mine, they found that there were not many usable places in the mine. The first few dozen meters of the mine was a residential area consisting of an open space and stone caves. The dwarves lived and ate here. If this place was cleaned up well, it could be used to raise blue-eyed rabbits. But it was not possible to go further inside. The road was slanting downwards and was filled with water. However, the space cleared outside is enough to raise a lot of blue-eyed rabbits. At least tens of thousands of them will be no problem, because the dwarves have to live in the mine for a long time. The design of this mine is similar to that of an ordinary small city. It is not far from the water source and has certain drainage facilities. Moreover, the place is spacious and close to the cave entrance. Although there is water in the mine, it is still very dry. It can be said to be the best place to raise blue-eyed rabbits. It was also the first time that Zhao Hai saw the true appearance of the dwarven Iron Mountain. The entire Iron Mountain was not very high, with an altitude of only about 1,000 meters, and it stretched for only a few thousand miles, forming a semicircular shape, surrounding the black soil wasteland in the middle. There was only one way to enter and exit the black soil wasteland, which was to go out from the opening of the semicircular mountain range. The castle of Zhao Hai and his people was built on the mountain, and part of it was on the hillside. The back was the Iron Mountain, and the Dwarven mine was halfway up the mountain, with a high terrain. Behind the Iron Mountain was a notoriously dangerous place on the continent, known as the Corpse Swamp, one of the 5 forbidden places on the continent. The land on this mountain is a dark brown color with weeds growing here and there, but they are not growing well and look like they are about to die of disease. There are a few crooked trees, which look like they are suffering from malnutrition and polio. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He finally understood why those great nobles sent him here, and why Green spent all his family wealth to buy supplies before coming here. This place is a dead place. No matter how hard they work in the future, they will be lucky to have enough food to eat. If the Buddha family wants to start over here, it is just a pipe dream. Looking at the busy mine in the distance, Zhao Hai walked forward quickly. Soon he arrived at the mine, but Merlin and Meg were directing the slaves in the mine and did not notice Zhao Hai's arrival. Although this mine was built by the dwarves, the entrance is very tall, more than 3 meters high and more than 5 meters wide. There is a large open space inside, and caves of all sizes are hidden on the walls of the entire space. It is simply a city in the mountains. Even if it is for living, it can easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Zhao Hai was shocked by the scene before him. He really didn't expect that those dwarves could actually create such a cave city. It was really shocking. Looking inside the mine, it was actually entirely arched with stones. It was clearly an underground base, not a mine. Zhao Hai nodded involuntarily. This place was really great. As long as it was tidied up, it could not only be used to raise blue-eared rabbits, it could also be used as a secret base. However, tidying it up would take time, and they didn't have the time to do it now. At this moment, Merlin also saw Zhao Hai, and hurried over and said, "Master, why are you here? It's very dirty here, you should go back to the castle." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's alright, I just came to see what this place is like." "Grandma Malin, how many caves like this are there on this mountain?" Merlin said quickly, "There are only 2 caves this big on the mountain. One is on this side of the castle, and the other is on the other side of the mountain. The size of the caves there is about the same as here. The rest are small passages. There are dozens of small passages like that." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Are these caves connected? How deep is this mine? We want to build a barrier inside, otherwise we won't be able to catch blue-eyed rabbits if we raise them here." Merlin looked at it and said, "Don't worry, young master. These caves may be connected. This is the habit of the dwarves. However, the passages are usually built under the mine. In order to ensure that the mountain will not collapse, they will not dig horizontal passages outside. However, the caves are now full of water and it is unknown how deep they are. So it has become a dead end. Young master can use this place without worry." Zhao Hai then smiled and nodded, "That's good. We can't take care of the cave on the other side of the mountain for now, but this cave is just right. We can repair the road leading here and block the mine tunnel. Although there is water in it, we don't have to worry about the blue-eyed rabbits running away, but we still have to prevent them from drowning." Merlin nodded and said, "Master, don't worry. I know what to do. This is not a place you should come to. You should go back." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Grandma Malin, you are busy. I will go check the water in the mine to see if it can be used." Merlin nodded and said, "Then I'll go with you. I'm a water mage and I know a lot about water. I believe I can help you, young master." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay, there's nothing to do here anyway, Grandma Merlin, you don't have to work too hard, just come with me for a walk." After saying that, he walked into the mine. Merlin followed behind Zhao Hai, Wood and Stone followed behind them, but Meg did not move. She wanted to stay and watch the slaves. The 4 of them quickly entered the mine, which was slanted downward, but the slope was not steep. It looked like there used to be railroad tracks on it, but now the tracks have been removed, leaving only the ground paved with brown stones. After walking down the slope for several hundred meters, Zhao Hai saw an underground lake. Yes, this place can only be described as an underground lake. The area here is really too large. With the light coming from the mine tunnel, he couldn't see how big the water surface is. He could only hear bursts of water sounds. At this moment, a ball of white light suddenly lit up next to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked to the side curiously and found that Merlin was holding a ball of light in his hand, as if he was holding a lamp in his hand, but he immediately understood that this was magic, and from the memories left by Adam, he learned that this was a light-based magic called illumination. It had no attack, defense, or healing capabilities. Its only function was to serve as a lamp. It was a magic that could be used by any magician on the continent, even a magic apprentice, because only illumination magic had no attribute restrictions. Zhao Hai just took a look, then turned around and looked carefully at this underground lake with the help of the light of the illumination technique. Zhao Hai now found that it was not wrong to call this place an underground lake. The water surface area here was much larger than that of an ordinary underground lake, and could be described as boundless. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were actually several small islands on this lake, but the area of these islands was not large, only about a few dozen square meters, and they were connected to the sky above and the ground below, just like pillars. Zhao Hai asked Merlin in confusion, "Grandma Merlin, do you know what those pillar-like things are used for?" Merlin smiled and said, "Master, you are not mistaken. Those are pillars left by the dwarves to support the entire mountain range. The platforms there are command platforms. When the dwarves are working, people will stand on them to command the people below. The water surface you see here has actually been completely hollowed out. You can say that this is a lake." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up, and then he laughed loudly. "Great, this is really great, this way we can raise fish here, raise a lot of fish, this is really a natural treasure trove, ha ha ha." Merlin glanced around and said, "Master, your idea is great, but we need to take a good look at this place. If the water here is stagnant, there is no way to raise fish. But this doesn't seem to be stagnant water. I feel that the water element here is still very active, but the source of the water is a problem. If there is river water flowing in, there must be an outlet, otherwise the water cannot be maintained at this level. But if the water has an outlet, then no matter how many fish fry we put in, they may run away through that outlet." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, this is a big problem, and I also found this problem in the moat. It seems that we have to solve this problem first." After that, he turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, please get some water out. I want to take it back to do some research." Although Merlin didn't know what Zhao Hai meant, she still responded. Then she moved her hand, and a water ball with a diameter of 1 meter slowly rose from the water surface and stopped in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai once again marveled at the magic of magic in his heart, but he was not idle. With a thought, the big water ball entered the space warehouse. After putting the water ball away, Zhao Hai felt it and found that there was no prompt from the space. It seemed that the water ball was really stored there. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh that this space warehouse was really magical. It could even store water balls. Chapter 15 Upgrade. But what Zhao Hai didn't know was that Merlin was so surprised that he was speechless. Merlin was a magician, and an 8th level water magician. In the Ark continent, magicians are divided into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are called magic apprentices, levels 4 and 5 are called low-level magicians, levels 6 and 7 are called intermediate magicians, levels 8 and 9 are called high-level magicians, and level 10 is a godlike existence that exists only in legends. It is not easy to be a magician. First of all, you need to have magic talent and understanding. Among 10 magicians, 5 will be magic apprentices all their lives, 3 of the remaining 5 will be low-level magicians all their lives, and the remaining 2 may only reach the intermediate level of magicians in their lifetime. There is only a 1% chance of a high-level magician. This is just the proportion among magicians. On the mainland, there are only 1 in 10,000 people with magic talent. This ratio is even more terrifying. Therefore, there are very few magicians on the continent, and even fewer high-level magicians. An 8th-level magician like Merlin is treated as a distinguished guest in any country. However, Merlin and Green are both from the Buddha family, so they wholeheartedly help the Buddha family. It is also because of this that the king of the Aksu Empire did not kill the Buddha family, but only exiled them here. A high-level magician like Merlin is very sensitive to changes in magical elements, and they can immediately detect if someone uses magic within 1,000 meters of them. However, on the Ark continent, there is only one kind of magic that can put things away like this, and that is space magic. There are only 1 in 10,000 people who can learn magic, and even fewer who can learn space magic. There are not many space magicians on the continent now, and their levels are not high, so they have no way to open up space by themselves. There are indeed some magic tools made by former space magicians on the mainland. These magic tools are used to store things. The space magician uses his magic power to open up a storage space, and then uses various strange materials and the help of magic circles to seal this space onto an object, thus forming a storage tool. To achieve this, the space magic energy must at least reach the level of a high-level magician, and at most one can only make 5 storage tools in his lifetime, so this kind of storage tool is very rare on the mainland, and naturally very precious. The Garnet family did not have such storage devices, which Merlin knew very well. That was to say, Zhao Hai himself had this ability, but Zhao Hai was a man who drank the water of nothingness, so it was impossible for him to learn magic and fighting spirit, and naturally he could not be a space magician. Merlin did not feel any magical fluctuations just now, and the water ball seemed to have disappeared in an instant. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. One is that Zhao Hai's magic energy is higher than Merlin's, and he can completely hide his magic fluctuations and not let her find out. However, this is impossible. Zhao Hai drank the water of nothingness and it is impossible for him to learn magic anymore. Another possibility is that what Zhao Hai used was not magic or magic tools at all. Since he did not use magic or magic tools, Merlin naturally could not feel the magic fluctuations. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Merlin. When he saw Merlin's expression, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandma Merlin. I'll tell you what's going on in a few days. This may be a power given to me by God." Merlin nodded without asking any more questions. As long as Zhao Hai was not in any danger, it would be fine. Besides, Zhao Hai had such ability, which would only benefit him and not harm him. Zhao Hai took a look at the water and found that there was nothing interesting here, so he turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back. As long as we wait for Grandpa Green to come back, we can immediately carry out these plans." Merlin nodded and said to Zhao Hai, "Master, go back early. You don't have to worry about the things here. Meg and I are here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay, but Grandma Merlin, don't be too tired. Let the slaves do these things. You and Meg can just watch. There's no rush anyway. Just clean up this cave before Grandpa Green comes back." Merlin smiled and said, "Master, you have really grown up and are caring about others. Don't worry, my old bones can still hold on. Master, please go back to the castle first. I will come back to cook for you in a while." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll go back first." After that, he turned around and walked out with the wood and stone. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai's back and murmured, "May our ancestors bless the Buddha family. I didn't expect that the ability the young master has obtained is so strong. The Buddha family has hope of revival." Zhao Hai led Mutu and the other man back to the castle and entered his own room. He wanted to quickly see what was special about the black soil and the water. As soon as he entered the room, Zhao Hai turned to the 2 of them and said, "Mutu, the 2 of you don't need to follow me in. Stay here and watch. If Grandma Malin comes, you can block her for me and say I'm sleeping." Zhao Hai also wanted to give it a try to see if Mutu and the other 2 would listen to him now, because when he brought them into the farm just now, he felt that their attitude towards him had changed drastically, as if they had a sense of awe towards him, and he also felt that the 2 would listen to him, so he wanted to give it another try to see if they would stay. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them did not hesitate at all, bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master." After that, the 2 of them walked out of Zhao Hai's door, closed the door, and then stood outside Zhao Hai's door, one on the left and one on the right, acting as door gods. Zhao Hai really didn't expect that the 2 would be so obedient, but this was also a good thing. He immediately went into the space farm. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the space farm, his mind turned, and black soil appeared in front of him. Before he could say anything, a prompt sound came immediately. A new item was found, which is mutant soil. The soil contains a lot of harmful substances. It can be transformed with space soil or space water. The daily transformation volume is 10 acres. Because of the discovery of new items, the space is upgraded to level 3. 2 bags of corn seeds are given as gifts. Each bag can be used to plant 1 acre of land. It can be taken out of the space for use. The new item is soil. The land in the space is automatically upgraded to level 2. It is now level 2 land, which can increase the growth rate of crops by 11 times. Zhao Hai was stunned, then delighted. He didn't expect that he would be upgraded like this. It was really great. He also got 2 acres of corn seeds. Corn is a good thing. The yield is very high. If they planted corn in the space, the food problem of these people could be almost solved. The most important thing is that the black soil can be transformed with space soil and water. This is really great. Although only 10 acres can be transformed every day, it is still very good. The space is upgrading little by little. Although the space farm has been upgraded to level 3, the area of the land has not increased. I don't know when the land in the space can increase again. Just as I was thinking this, the reminder sound from the space came again. Do you want to reclaim new land? Reclaiming land requires level 3, which costs 200 gold coins. You can expand the land area by 2 acres. The level required to reclaim new land next time is level 5, which requires 500 gold coins. Zhao Hai was overjoyed, as if someone had handed him a pillow just when he was about to fall asleep. What he wished for came true. However, he was in trouble again. If he reclaimed the land this time, he would have no money to buy seeds. If he sold the radishes, he would still be reluctant to do so. If he planted corn and then sold the corn to the space, it seemed that he would be at a disadvantage. Now the key issue was where to get the seeds. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai did not expand the land immediately, but took out the corn seeds first. A small bag of corn seeds appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai gently opened his pocket and poured out some corn seeds. The seeds were golden yellow, each one was large in shape, with full grains. You could tell at a glance that they were the best seeds. If these corns were not ripe, they would definitely taste better. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then an idea suddenly occurred to him. He patted his head and said, "Yes, how could I forget that all plants can produce seeds on their own, including radishes? I wonder if the radishes in the space can produce seeds on their own. If so, then I don't have to buy seeds myself, ha ha ha." Zhao Hai collected the corn seeds, but did not start digging the soil immediately. Instead, he took a look at the radishes in the field. He did not know whether the things planted in the space soil would also produce grains. If they could not produce grains like in the game, then he would be in big trouble. So he did not start digging the soil immediately, but wanted to wait for a while after the radishes were ripe. If they could really produce grains, he would start digging the soil immediately. If they could not, he could only postpone the time of starting the soil. After figuring this out, Zhao Hai was no longer in a hurry to open the ground. Instead, he turned his hand and took out the big water ball. When the water ball appeared in Zhao Hai's hand, it still maintained the shape of a water ball. This was also Zhao Hai's ability. He might not have the ability to turn water into this shape outside of the space, but he could do it in this space. As soon as the big water ball was taken out, a prompt sound came immediately. A new item was found. The item is underground river water, which is of high quality. You can use space water to increase the nutrients in the water. Because of the discovery of a new item, the space has been upgraded to level 4. 2 bags of wheat seeds are rewarded. Each bag can be used to plant 1 acre of land. Because the new item found is water, the space water has been upgraded to level 2, which can increase the growth time of crops by 11 times. When Zhao Hai saw this prompt, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was really great. He didn't expect that bringing 2 things from outside would actually upgrade the space by 2 levels. He also got 4 bags of seeds, which also upgraded the land and water in the space. This was really great. Chapter 16 Proportion. Zhao Hai casually threw the water ball into the spring in the space. Anyway, the water was not poisonous and the water quality was good, so let it return to its origin. Then Zhao Xian turned his attention to the pile of black soil that had not been processed. There was not much black soil, only about half a meter high, and now Zhao Hai already knows that he can use space soil and space water to transform the black soil, but he is not in a hurry to carry out the transformation. He wants to conduct an experiment to find the best transformation plan. After looking at the pile of black soil for a while, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Use the shovel to divide it into 10 equal parts." Zhao Hai's order had just been issued, and before the shovel could take any action, the black soil on the ground was automatically divided into 10 equal parts. When Zhao Xian saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that as long as things entered this space, they could act according to their will. This was really great. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai decided to give it another try. He said in a deep voice, "Space, calculate the best ratio of all space soil and space when improving black soil." Exceeding authority, unable to calculate. Damn it, it's better to rely on myself than on heaven or earth. I'd better work hard to have enough food and clothing. Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse inwardly, filled the bucket beside the spring with spring water and brought it over, then picked up a small shovel and shoveled a shovel of space soil. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to calculate this ratio was because he was afraid that if he used too much space soil, the soil in the space would become less. If that were the case, then it would really be a loss. Now space is Zhao Hai's greatest reliance. If the space here is destroyed, then all his plans will be in vain and there is no way to realize them. He will return to the situation of being penniless and waiting to die guarding this dead end. With this in mind, Zhao Hai wanted to calculate the optimal ratio of space soil and space water needed to transform the black soil. This would not only improve the black soil better, but also prevent excessive use of space soil and space water. Although the basic settings of this space are the same as those of the game Zhao Hai completed, this place has become Zhao Hai's last resort. He can no longer be as casual as he is in playing games, and he has to calculate every step carefully. Zhao Hai first sprinkled the spatial water onto the black soil, then watched the changes in the black soil very carefully, while carefully calculating the ratio of the two. When the space water poured onto the black soil, it was like the celestial dew in Guanin's willow branch bottle. The black soil immediately changed. The black soil, which was like oil sand, gradually lost its black color like oil and turned into a unique color like black soil. At the same time, the sandy things in it were also slowly disappearing and turned into ordinary soil. After the small pile of black soil was completely improved, Zhao Hai carefully calculated that the ratio was about 15:1, which means that 1/15 of the amount of water can be used to transform a pile of black soil. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the result, which meant that the space water was still very capable of improving the black soil. Then Zhao Hai sprinkled the space soil on another pile of black soil. This time, the changes in the black soil were somewhat different from when the space water was used. The black soil transformed by the space soil looked more fertile than the black soil transformed by the space water, but the ratio of the space soil used to the black soil was 10:1. Zhao Hai turned to the third pile of soil. This time he used space water and space soil in a ratio of 9:1 to improve the black soil. The result was successful, but the improved black soil was no different from the black soil improved with space water. Then the ratio was 82, and the result was the same. Then the ratio was 73, and the result was still the same. Then the ratio was 46, and the black soil became as fertile as the black soil improved with space soil. Then the ratio was 55, and it looked no different from the 64.at. This point, Zhao Hai no longer needs to experiment. Using space water and space soil in a ratio of 6:4 should be the most reasonable way to improve the black soil. It will not cause too much waste, and the quality of the improved black soil will be the best. With such an experimental result, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. He put the bucket back to its original place, put the soil back on the ground, and then left the space. Returning to his room, Zhao Hai sat there quietly, sorting out the gains from this space trip. The land has been upgraded and can be cultivated. He has found the best formula ratio for improving the black soil, so he should start preparing and start improving the black soil. It is already April, and if he doesn't start now, it will be too late for farming. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the difference between the 5 kinds of grains, he still understood these basic common sense. Spring is for planting and autumn is for harvesting. Now is the beginning of spring, so it should be time to plant the fields, and now there are 200 gold coins, 6 bags of grass seeds, 2 bags of cabbage seeds, 2 bags of corn seeds, 2 bags of wheat seeds in his space, and 80,000 kilograms of radishes for 1 season in the warehouse. This is his current assets. Fortunately, all the seeds can be taken out of the space for use, which means that as long as he improves the land outside, he can plant the seeds produced in the space outside. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai walked out. He wanted to measure the land as soon as possible so that he could improve it. As soon as he went out, he saw Mu Tu and Shur Tu standing in front of the door to watch over him. It seemed that no one came to see him. Zhao Hai nodded to the two of them and said, "Mu Shur, go find a bundle of ropes and a ruler, and let's measure the land." Although Mu Shur didn't know why Zhao Hai wanted to do this, he still responded and went to find it immediately, because the place they were going to was the black soil wasteland. There was nothing here. In order to cope with this situation, Green prepared almost everything needed for life, the most of which were food, seeds, and various daily necessities. Naturally, he also prepared a lot of things like ropes and rulers. Mu Tu did not rush to find something, but turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, it is almost time for lunch. Grandma Malin has come back to prepare lunch for you. Let's wait until after lunch." Zhao Hai was stunned and looked at the sky. It was indeed noon. After hearing what Mutu said, he also felt a little hungry. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's talk about it after lunch." After that, he led the two of them to the restaurant in the castle. As soon as the three of them arrived at the restaurant, they saw Merlin and Meg setting the tableware. When Merlin saw Zhao Hai coming, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, you're up. I was just about to ask Meg to call you to eat." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Wake up, Grandma Merlin. Don't let the slaves clean the cave this afternoon. Let's wait until tomorrow to clean it. Anyway, it's impossible to transport the blue-eyed rabbits now. In the afternoon, prepare a ruler and a rope to measure the black soil outside. Mark every 10 acres. It's almost time for spring plowing, right? We have to hurry up." When Merlin heard what Zhao Hai said, his face was grim and he said, "Master, the black soil outside cannot be cultivated at all. Although we bought a lot of seeds, those seeds are all used to plant on the mountain. Planting them in the black soil is a waste, and it is useless to measure it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandma Malin, I have a way to improve the black soil outside and make it fertile enough for farming. You just need to measure the land." Merlin's eyes lit up and he said, "Master, are you serious? Do you really have a way to improve the land outside? Can you make the land arable?" Her voice trembled a little, she was too excited. The area of the black soil wasteland is the largest plain area in the entire Aksu Empire, which is 1/3 of the total area of the Aksu Empire. However, it has never been counted as part of the land area of the Aksu Empire because it is a dead land. But if this place can be cultivated, and those black soils can grow crops, what will this place become? It will become the richest and most coveted place in the entire Aksu Empire. Although the Ark continent is a magical civilization, people pay more attention to magic, martial arts, and magic crystal mines. However, no matter in which era or which dimension, agriculture is the foundation of a country. This is an indisputable fact. Food is the first necessity of the people. No matter how powerful your magic is, it cannot be eaten. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you still need to eat. Even if a country is rich, it is impossible not to grow crops at all. No country will completely leave the top priority of food, which is related to the livelihood of the people, to other countries. If that is the case, then the country will not be far from destruction. If all the land in the black soil wasteland can be cultivated, then it will undoubtedly become the granary of the entire continent. There will be no other place on the continent that is as flat and convenient for cultivation as the black soil wasteland. The most important reason, and the one that made Merlin so excited, was that in order to completely eliminate the chance of the Buddha family's recovery, His Majesty Aksu Aboyo, witnessed by the envoys of the temple and envoys of other countries, reached an agreement with the Buddha family. Under the witness of God, the black soil wasteland would become the permanent fiefdom of the Buddha family. Do not underestimate this agreement. Because it has been witnessed by envoys from various countries and approved by the temple, it has been witnessed by God. Anyone who dares to violate this agreement is disrespectful to God and will be attacked by all forces on the continent and punished by God. This agreement has another special feature. Due to the witness of envoys from various countries, even if the Aksu Empire is destroyed and other countries rule this land, the black soil wasteland will still belong to the Buddha family. No empire has the power to take it back, including the temple. Think about it, what will it be like after Zhao Hai completely improves this piece of land? Zhao Hai will get the largest piece of land on the Ark continent, and it will be permanent, and no one has the power to take it back. How could Merlin not be excited? If Zhao Hai really improved the land, the Buddha family would become the richest and most powerful family on the Ark continent. Chapter 17 Madman. Here in the Ark continent, it's not that no one has studied the black soil wasteland before. About 1,000 years ago, a famous senior wood magician at the time teamed up with several water magicians, alchemists, and several elves who knew plants best to study the black soil wasteland. They wanted to change the soil quality of the black soil wasteland and turn it into the largest granary in the entire continent. However, after 20 years of research, they still could not get even a blade of grass to grow on the black soil wasteland, and finally had to give up. Sadly, since then, no one has studied the black soil wasteland. People think that there is no value in studying there and it is just a waste of time. In fact, this has a lot to do with the basic situation here on the Ark continent. Although there are many people here on the Ark continent, the area is larger and there is a lot of arable land, so there is no need to worry about food problems at all. Therefore, agriculture has never attracted the attention of people on the continent. However, because the continent has been relatively peaceful in recent years, there have been no major wars and the population has grown rapidly. Some small countries are now facing food problems. However, because the 5 major empires on the continent have all enjoyed good weather and this situation has not occurred, it has not attracted widespread attention. And don't forget that there are slaves on the Ark continent. It doesn't matter if the price of food goes up. Just reduce the amount of food the slaves eat. As long as they don't starve to death, it's fine. Of course, it was impossible for those slave owners to go out and say that their slaves had their food cut. In fact, when they got together, they would never talk about the slaves. They would rather talk about women or the moon, but not about slaves. So now people on the mainland have not realized that the food crisis is getting closer and closer to them. The mainland is peaceful now, and the economies of various countries are developing very well, so prices have been rising. However, those in power have not noticed that although the country's economy is rising, the living standards of most civilians have not improved. On the contrary, they have declined a lot, not to mention the slaves. As a country's economy develops, prices will naturally rise. However, as prices rise, the income of civilians has not increased. This naturally makes many civilians unable to support themselves and have no food to eat. More people have become slaves, and social contradictions have intensified. Of course, Merlin didn't know all this. She only knew that food was very expensive on the continent. If Zhao could really turn the black soil, where nothing could grow, into fertile land, then it would be impossible for the Buddha family not to develop. Zhao looked at Meilin's excitement and smiled. Yes, Grandma Meilin, this is a power I got, but I can only transform 10 acres a day, so you have to organize them this afternoon to measure as much land as possible. We will start with 1,000 acres. If we measure more, we will be too busy. Let's stop after 1,000 acres. Merlin nodded excitedly and said, "Okay, young master, I'll arrange it right away." After saying that, Merlin was about to walk out, or Zhao quickly stopped her and said, "Okay, Grandma Merlin, don't be so anxious. We can still leave after dinner. By the way, we must not measure too much, and we must not go too far away from the castle. We must not let outsiders discover my ability. Otherwise, with the current ability of our Buddha family, we will not be able to stop those guys at all." Meilin was also a person who had seen the world. When she heard what Zhao said, she calmed down immediately. She nodded and said, "Okay, I understand, master. Leave this matter to me." Neither Zhao nor Merlin noticed that Meg, who was standing behind Merlin, was looking at Zhao with infatuation in her eyes. Before, whenever Zhao appeared, Meg would lower her head, but now she raised her head and looked at Zhao carefully. She no longer had the timid look she had when she saw Zhao before. Meg grew up with Adam. As Adam was 2 years older than her, they played together since they were young. At that time, Meg was Adam's little follower. Wherever Adam went, Meg followed. If Meg was bullied by other children, Adam would fight for her. So she had a good impression of her young brother since she was young, but as they grew older, they gradually became sensible. Meg knew that Adam was her master, and she could not call Adam brother because she was a girl. Adam was unwilling to play with her, so she was very sad. When he was older, Adam made many friends who were young noblemen. It was also from that time that Adam started to learn bad things and seemed to have forgotten her, his childhood playmate. As they got older, Adam became more and more unruly, while Meg became more and more beautiful, more sensible, and showed a good talent for magic. She and Adam took 2 completely different paths. But Meg became more and more unhappy. Seeing Adam's mischief every day, she wanted to stop him, but it was useless. Adam didn't even listen to her grandfather, let alone her. How she wished that time could go back to the past, back to her childhood, and that the young master brother who played with her every day and fought for her could come back to her. People say that a girl's feelings are always poetic, and Merlin is like this. She has always hoped that one day Adam can change back to his original appearance, but reality ruthlessly shattered her dream. Adam actually wanted to rape her. When Adam walked towards her with a lewd grin, she felt as if her world had collapsed. The beautiful memories of the past were instantly far away from her. Although she escaped, she was like a lost soul. Her world lost its color from then on, and she lived in a muddle every day. At this moment, disaster struck, and the Buddha family was at a moment of life and death. She watched with her own eyes the people who had lived with her since childhood leave the Buddha family one by one, watched with her own eyes the place where she had lived since childhood being taken away by the king, watched Adam being fed the water of nothingness and then falling into a coma, and watched her home disappear in a short time. Then they arrived at the black soil wasteland, this dead land, but Adam had not woken up. He watched his grandparents busy day by day, working hard for the continuation of the Buddha family. He was like a drowning man making his last struggle. Meg was just a young girl who had not experienced much. The sudden series of blows were too much for her to bear. If her grandparents had not been with her, she might have committed suicide long ago, but not long after they arrived at the black soil wilderness, Zhao Hai came. Merlin discovered that the young master had changed. He was no longer the young master who knew nothing and only knew how to cause trouble all day long. He had become mature and knew how to work hard for the family. First it was the magic radish, then the blue-eyed rabbit, and now the improved black soil. She suddenly found that the young master had become very strange, but he slowly merged with the perfect image of the young master in her mind. Meg discovered that there seemed to be something about Adam that was attracting her. His temperament was no longer the frivolous, frightening one, but a steady, natural one that made people want to get close to him. She liked to see Adam's confident look, and she also liked his gentle smile. She also liked the unnatural and somewhat guilty expression on Adam's face when he saw her. Unconsciously, the girl's heart was once again tied to Adam. Merlin didn't notice Meg's change. After talking to Zhao Hai, he immediately went to the kitchen. This made Meg come back to her senses. She immediately lowered her head, blushed, followed Merlin to the kitchen, and brought up the food. They still had dinner together, but today Merlin and his friends ate very quickly, finishing their food in just a few bites. Then Merlin and Meg immediately went outside, apparently preparing to organize people to measure the land. Zhao Hai looked at Merlin and could only smile helplessly. He could understand Merlin's feelings. Merlin and her friends had always believed that the black soil wasteland was a dead land. Now someone suddenly told her that he could turn the dead land into a living land. It was like someone telling a terminally ill patient that there was a cure for his disease. How could they not be excited? Zhao Hai slowly finished his lunch, then led wood and stone out of the castle. Once outside the castle, they discovered that Merlin and his men had already led the slaves to measure the land. Although those slaves did not have any skills, they had farmed before. If they were asked to do other things, they might not be able to do it, but if they were asked to measure the land, farm, etc., they were fully capable of doing the job. The 10 acres of land were immediately measured, but Merlin and the others did not go to measure it. Instead, they all looked at Zhao Hai to see if he could really improve the land. Zhao Hai looked at the 10 acres of land and froze there. He had seen how big 10 acres of land was in the space, but he didn't have to take care of planting or harvesting there. Now he was asked to improve the 10 acres of land, and he really didn't know how to do it. Could the space soil and space water still be under his control after leaving the space? Just now when he was in the space, he was busy calculating the proportions and forgot about this matter. What should he do now? Is it possible for Lu Ben to sprinkle the space soil and space water on the ground bit by bit? Just when Zhao Hai was getting anxious, the space prompt suddenly sounded again. Do you want to improve the land in front of you? Yes/no. Along with the voice, a screen projection appeared in front of him, with 2 buttons displayed on it, one with yes written on it and the other with no written on it. Zhao Hai was overjoyed, and immediately reached out and pressed the yes button, but found that his hand went straight through the screen without touching anything, and the screen and the 2 buttons were still there, but he seemed to have turned into a dancing madman. Chapter 18, Electricity arrives. Merlin and the others stared at Zhao Hai in a daze, not knowing what he was doing gesticulating there. Could it be that he had no way to improve the land? Merlin's heart sank. She also noticed that Zhao Hai had changed a lot in recent times, but it was for the better, so she had never thought much about it. She just thought that Zhao Hai had matured after the huge change. But now looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but worry, afraid that Zhao Hai was stunned by the huge pressure. Zhao Hai was also very embarrassed. He was used to using a computer, and when he saw the scene, he couldn't help but want to click on it. Because he didn't have a mouse, he could only click with his hands. However, he completely forgot that what was in front of him was not a real screen at all, but just a projection. Scratching his head, Zhao Hai immediately shouted yes in his head. Then the space prompt came again: please enter the improvement area. The maximum improvement area you can currently have is 10 acres. Then an input box appeared in front of him, with a cursor flashing there. Zhao Hai immediately thought of 10 acres in his mind. Then, the Arabic numeral 10 appeared on the input box, followed by a unit, acres. Zhao Hai thought that he could transform it like this, but he didn't expect the prompt to come again: please choose the improvement method, space soil improvement / space water improvement / custom. Zhao Hai was almost mad. He also noticed that Merlin and the others were looking at him in a strange way, but there were still so many troubles in the space. He immediately clicked on customize. He had already calculated the best improved formula. Of course he had to customize it. Sure enough, after he chose to customize, an input box popped up in front of him, and the space prompt sounded again: please enter the ratio of space water to space soil. Zhao Hai immediately entered the water value of space 6 and the soil value of space 4. Fortunately, he only needed to think about it and input it into the input box. He didn't need to write it himself, otherwise people would think he was crazy. After completing the input this time, there was finally no more prompt sound from the space. Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he saw a pocket-sized hole suddenly appear beside him, and then a gray object flew out of the hole and fell directly onto the black land in front of Zhao Hai. It was impossible to tell whether the gray stuff was space soil or space water. It seemed like just a piece of dust. However, when those things fell on the black soil was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black color, like oil, gradually became lighter and turned into the normal black soil color, forming a clear contrast with the surrounding land. The location of the gray object that came out of the space was also very interesting. It was exactly a square area of 10 acres, not more, not less, and even squarer than the land measured by Merlin and his team. There was also a shallow ditch on the side, separating the improved 10 acres of land from the surrounding land, making it clear at a glance to it was not until the 10 acres of land were completely transformed that the hole next to Zhao Hai slowly disappeared. Zhao Hai walked to the edge of the improved land, grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, and looked at it carefully. The soil was just as he imagined, and had turned into fertile black soil. Zhao Hai grabbed the soil and laughed. He finally succeeded. He could grow crops on these 10 acres of land. As long as he had this ability, plus this large piece of land, it would be difficult for him to starve in the future. Zhao Hai's laughter also woke up everyone in the field. They were all stunned when the hole appeared next to Zhao Hai just now. They had never encountered such a thing before. Everyone lost the ability to speak at once and stood there stupidly watching the black soil in front of them changing little by little. It was not until Zhao Hai laughed that they came back to their senses. Almost everyone couldn't help but do the same thing as Zhao Hai. Whether it was the slaves or Merlin and the others, everyone stepped forward, grabbed a handful of soil, and looked at it carefully. It would have been fine if Merlin and his companions had come, but those slaves were farmers by birth, and they could tell at a glance that the land was very different from before. It was the same as the land they had farmed before, or even better. Then everyone cheered involuntarily. Although most of these people had slaves were not fools. After coming to the black soil wasteland, they knew their situation, but they really did not expect that one day they would be able to witness such a magical thing. Merlin grabbed the soil and couldn't stop crying. Although she had never farmed before, she could see the difference between improved land and unimproved land at a glance. This piece of land was not just a piece of land, it was also the hope of the Buddha family. Meg also shed tears of excitement. She had not expected that this happy day would come so quickly and so suddenly. Although she had thought about these things before, when this moment came, she was still stunned. Suddenly, she lost the ability to think and the ability to speak. The whole person seemed to have turned into a wooden statue, but tears flowed from her eyes involuntarily. Meg suddenly dropped the black soil in her hand, turned around and ran to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had calmed down by now. Because of the existence of space, he did not attach as much importance to improving the land as Merlin and the others, so he recovered the fastest. At this moment, Meg suddenly ran to Zhao Hai and hugged him. Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect Meg to hug him. Zhao Hai knew about what happened between Adam and Meg in the past, but he didn't know about Meg's feelings for Adam. In the memories he got from Adam, he only had a desire for Meg. It can be said that Adam was really a bastard in the past. He didn't take Meg to heart at all. His childhood memories had long been blurred, and in his memories of growing up, he had no love for Meg, only desire. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai certainly had no way of knowing Meg's feelings for Adam, so when Meg hugged him like this, he was really stunned. He didn't know what was wrong with Meg. Zhao Hai was an otaku in his previous life, and he had a little bit of inferiority complex, so he had never had a girlfriend. He had never even touched a girl's hand. He could be described as the ultimate otaku and a model of the introverted and reserved type. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai did not dare to face Meg after knowing what Adam had done to Meg. He was afraid to face Meg. He did not know whether he should take responsibility for Meg or stay away from Meg, the farther the better, so that Meg would not see him and remember those unpleasant things, but Zhao Hai never expected that Meg would give him such a blow today. It really scared him. Zhao Hai stood there at a loss, not knowing whether he should push Meg away or hug her. Merlin also noticed Meg's abnormality. As the person who knew Meg best, Merlin was very clear about Meg's feelings for Adam. But because of this, Merlin was also very clear about how deeply Adam's previous actions had hurt Meg. During that period, Merlin watched Meg every day, fearing that Meg would commit suicide, but Meg did not commit suicide. Instead, she was like a person who had lost her soul, which made Merlin heartbroken. But she had no way to deal with it, because she knew very well that heart disease can only be cured by heart medicine. No one could help Meg in this matter. The only person who could help her return to normal was Adam, but Merlin had no hope for the previous Adam. To be honest, she was extremely disappointed with Adam at that time. If they had not been raised by the Buddha family since childhood, she would have ignored Adam long ago, but when Adam woke up in the black soil wasteland, he seemed to have become a different person, becoming more sensible and stable, and also gained a very strange ability. The most important thing is that he was not as crazy as before, and he did things in an orderly manner, like a general. Of course, she didn't know that the person now was no longer Adam, but Zhao Hai and Merlin also noticed the changes in Meg in the past few days. Meg always stole glances at Zhao Hai unconsciously, and Meg would appear in front of Zhao Hai from time to time, which was impossible in the past. After that incident, Meg always tried to hide when she saw Zhao Hai. If she couldn't avoid him, she would just stand there with her head down, trying not to attract Zhao Hai's attention, but in the past few days, she would appear in front of Zhao Hai from time to time, bring him water, wake him up, and take care of his life. This made Merlin very puzzled. However, seeing Meg's performance now, Merlin finally understood Meg's thoughts. It took a while for Meg to let go of Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai's face turned red. From his previous life to now, he had never been so intimate with that girl. Although he had obtained Adam's memories, Zhao Hai's memories dominated his memories after all, so he was really not used to Meg's enthusiasm. Meg's face also turned red after she let go of Yi Hai, but she was obviously much better than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was now flushed, and his mouth opened and closed, but he didn't utter a word. Meg looked at Zhao Hai, suddenly chuckled, gave Zhao Hai a coquettish look, turned around and ran away. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's background and felt as if he had drunk 10 kilograms of liquor and was so drunk that he lost the ability to think. Meg is a beautiful girl. Zhao Hai likes to see Meg very much, but because of what Adam did to Meg, Zhao Hai feels guilty whenever he sees Meg, so he has been trying to avoid Meg these days. Even when he is with Meg, he tries not to be alone with her and always has someone around him, but Meg's hug and glance just now shocked Zhao Hai and made him realize that it was not impossible for him and Meg to be together. Chapter 19, Choosing Crops. Zhao Hai led everyone back to the house, and Merlin and the others followed naturally. When they arrived at the living room, Zhao Hai asked Merlin to sit down, but Meg stood behind Zhao Hai without saying a word. However, this time she did not lower her head, but stared at Zhao Hai's back in a trance. Zhao Hai has regained his composure now. Even though Meg shocked him and made him think of this girl involuntarily, he has too many things to do now, so he is not in a hurry to talk about love with Meg. The future of the entire Buddha family rests on him, and the first thing he should think about now is the survival of these more than 100 people. Merlin was now used to Zhao Hai's way of doing things, so she did not refuse. She sat down, looked at Zhao Hai excitedly and said, "Master, what should we do next?" She had now begun to unconsciously seek Zhao Hai's opinion. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Grandma Malin, go outside and select some of the best farmers. Ask them to plant the 10 acres of land and ask them what is the most suitable thing to plant at this time." "Oh, do we have any seeds?" Merlin nodded and said, "Yes, we have a lot of seeds now, but most of these seeds are some grains and common vegetables, and they are most suitable for planting in the mountains. The land outside is so good, it would be a waste to plant those things." Zhao Hai nodded, and turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's light a fire and cook. The weather is still a bit cold. What do the slaves use to keep warm at night?" Merlin said with difficulty, "Master, at that time we only thought of buying some practical things. For example, we used to use magic furnaces for cooking and heating in the mansion, but now we have too few magic crystals, so we can't use magic furnaces for heating and cooking. Now we use dead trees and hay from the mountains for cooking and heating." Zhao Hai nodded. It was obvious that Merlin and his friends, who had always been at the top of the nobility, were working hard to prepare everything, but they did not know an old Chinese saying: "The 7 necessities of life are firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea." These 7 things are closely related to people's lives, especially firewood, rice, oil, and salt, which are necessities for people. The fact that firewood ranks first shows its importance, however, because he has always been in a high position, he is not very familiar with these things. Although Merlin and his companions brought a lot of daily necessities, they were not well prepared for the simplest and most important necessity in life, firewood. In fact, the main reason is that the black soil wasteland is so barren that even the grass grows dead. This is something Merlin and the others had not expected. The population of the Ark continent is large, but the area is even larger. Firewood is not a precious thing here. There are crop poles in the fields and branches in the forest. Rich people can use charcoal, and the nobles generally use magic furnaces driven by magic crystals. No one has ever worried about firewood. Even the poorest people will not bother about burning firewood, but firewood became a precious thing in the black soil wasteland. There were only some short trees and some weeds growing here. Apart from these things, there was nothing else usable. So Merlin and the others found that although they were well prepared, they did not prepare the most inconspicuous thing on this continent, and this thing was exactly what was not available in the black soil wasteland. When Merlin saw that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he could only ask, "Master, what do you want to plant on the land outside?" Zhao Hai is also thinking about this matter now. He now has several kinds of seeds that are suitable for planting outside: wheat, forage grass, all of which are fine. Although there is also cabbage, it is not the right season now, so it cannot be planted. But wheat and forage grass are not suitable either. There is no need to mention forage grass, which is useless now. Although wheat is a good thing, it cannot produce much firewood. The most important thing is that the yield of wheat is not very high, so Zhao Hai does not want to plant this thing. Now is not the time for him to adjust his life taste. He has to think about how to solve the problem of the Buddha family first. Then Zhao Hai only has one choice left: corn. Corn is a good thing, and it is also the crop that Zhao Hai was most familiar with. It's not that he has planted it himself, but many rural areas around the city where he used to live also plant corn. Corn not only has a high yield, but most importantly, it is also a major crop for producing firewood. There are still many places in the rural areas of the north that mainly rely on corn stalks for firewood in winter, but now he only has enough corn seeds to plant 2 acres of land, while the improved land is 10 acres, which is not enough. Zhao Hai frowned as he counted the things he had available. There were a total of 200 space gold coins, which could not be taken outside the space for use, 6 bags of grass seeds, which could be used to plant 6 acres of land, 2 bags of cabbage seeds, which could be used to plant 2 acres of land, 2 bags of wheat seeds, which could be used to plant 2 acres of land, 2 bags of corn seeds, which could be used to plant 2 acres of land, and a season of radishes in the warehouse, which could be bought with 500 gold coins, but the gold coins could not be taken out of the space for use, and now he can open up 2 more acres of land in the space, but these 2 acres of land require 200 gold coins. If he opens up the land, he will have no gold coins left. Merlin saw Zhao Hai frowning, not knowing what he was thinking. She did not say anything. She knew that it was useless to chase Zhao Hai now. She hoped that this young master who had been creating miracles recently could create another miracle. Meg was now also staring at Zhao Hai in a trance. She found that Zhao Hai was particularly charming when he was thinking. That deep feeling made her particularly fascinated. Zhao Hai carefully calculated what he had in his hands, and finally chose a plan. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, you should organize those people to clean up the mine later. You should clean up the mine as soon as possible. Tomorrow I will improve 10 acres of land, and then tell you what to plant. I'm going to rest first." After that, he stood up and walked into the room. Although Merlin didn't know what solution Zhao Hai had, she still chose to believe him. Zhao Hai had been performing too well recently, and had also gained an ability that she couldn't understand. She believed that Zhao Hai would find a way. Mu2 and Sure followed Zhao Hai into his room, but Meg did not follow. She wanted to go with Merlin to organize the slaves to clean up the mine. As Merlin alone could not handle it, Zhao Hai returned to the room as quickly as possible, leaving Mu2 and Sure to stand guard outside the door while he immediately entered the space. The space is still the same as before. Although the land and water have been upgraded, nothing can be seen from the outside. Zhao Hai looked at the space carefully and found that the space soil and space water here have not changed at all, and have not decreased due to the improvement of the land. He breathed a sigh of relief. Improving the land outside the space will bring him many benefits. If the space suddenly disappears one day, he will still have large tracts of land outside and will not starve to death, but now he is in the accumulation stage, and the existence of space will help him more. If any changes occur in the space due to the improvement of the land, then he will really lose more than he gains. He looked at the radishes again and saw that they were almost ripe. Zhao Hai whispered, "Sell the radishes in the warehouse." The space prompt sounded, "Are you sure you want to sell the items in the warehouse?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Yes." The space prompt sound came again, "I sold the items in the warehouse and got 500 gold coins. I have put them into the gold coin bag. There are no items in your warehouse. Please work hard to cultivate." Zhao Hai had no choice. He originally wanted to leave the radishes in the field that were about to mature untouched. After they matured, he wanted to see if they could produce seeds. But now it seemed too early to try. What he needed now were gold coins and something useful to him. He could only do this experiment later. Zhao Hai's net worth now became 700 gold coins, 6 small bags of grass seeds, 2 small bags of cabbage seeds, 2 bags of wheat seeds, and 2 small bags of corn seeds. After calculating what he had, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Open up the land." The prompt sound from the space came again, "To cultivate new land, you need level 3 and 200 gold coins. You have met the requirements for cultivation. Do you want to cultivate it now?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Yes." As his voice sounded, there was a fluctuation in the space, and the fog surrounding the land flickered. After a flash of light, a small piece of open space appeared next to the original 10 acres of land. Zhao Hai took a look at the 2 acres of newly reclaimed land. It was no different from the land at the beginning of the space. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Plant corn in the land." The seed bags, shovels, and buckets were immediately put together, and the 2 acres of land were used to plant corn. This was exactly what Zhao Hai had planned. Zhao Hai knew about corn. Corn was different from radish. The rhizome of radish was eaten, while the seeds of corn were eaten. When corn was ripe, it meant that the seeds of corn were ripe. Even if radish left seeds, corn could also leave seeds. Now he had reclaimed 2 acres of land, which was just right for growing corn. When the corn was ripe, he would get both corn seeds and corn stalks that could be used as firewood. It takes about 3 kilograms of seeds to plant 1 acre of corn, and the yield of 1 acre of corn is about 1 ton. That is to say, if he plants 2 acres of corn, he can get at least 4,000 kilograms of corn. If all this corn can be used as seeds, then he can plant at least more than 600 acres of land. This is definitely a cost-effective business. Now Zhao Hai only hopes that the corn in the space will not be like the corn on Earth before. The seeds he kept are far inferior to the seeds he bought. If the corn in the space can really be used as seeds, then it will solve his big problem. He can plant radishes in the space and turn the radishes into money, and plant corn outside. In this way, he will have firewood and food, which can lay the foundation for his future development. Chapter 20 Experiment. Watching the 2 acres of land being planted little by little, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now he finally understood what the phrase "sowing hope" meant. What he was sowing now was hope. If corn really has the effect he imagined, then he won't have to worry about the development of the territory anymore, but the result will only be seen after more than 10 hours. The 2 acres of land were planted quickly, but Zhao Hai did not leave the space. Instead, he looked at the radishes carefully. Now he didn't know how long it would take for the radishes to mature. When Zhao Hai thought of this, he suddenly had an idea and patted his head, saying, "Yes, I can ask the space. I remember when I was playing the farm game, there was also this kind of reminder function. Space, how long will it take for the radish to mature?" A reminder voice came from the space, "The radishes will be officially ripe in 3 minutes. There was no unnecessary words as Zhao Hai nodded and murmured, 3 minutes, 3 minutes is good. In 3 minutes, we can harvest the radishes. Oh, and after harvesting, we have to plant them. I have to go buy a bag of radish seeds. Zhao Hai did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately spent 150 gold coins to buy a bag of radish seeds. Now he only had 350 gold coins left, but Zhao Hai didn't care. Now he has adjusted his development path. Now he should not develop too fast in the black soil wasteland. First, he doesn't have the conditions. Second, if he develops too fast, he will definitely be noticed by others. Then they will be dead. So now his development focus should be in the space. As long as the level of the space is raised, all his development will not be a problem. The space is his foundation, and he is not going to sell too many radishes. Just like he said at the beginning, if he sells too many radishes at once, the radishes will become worthless, and he will be the one who suffers the loss. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a mobile phone now, and can't tell Green about his thoughts. He just hopes that Green doesn't take back too big an order this time. Before, Zhao Hai had always wanted to not rely too much on the space here, because the existence of space was too illusory for him. He didn't know when the space would disappear, but if the space disappeared and he didn't have a career outside, then they would be finished. But now it seems that he has to rely on space. If the space is improved, he can get more things, so that his territory can develop better. However, he still cannot relax on the transformation of the land outside the space. If he cannot transform the land outside the space, if the space really disappears one day, he will have nothing. Now he has to carefully calculate every step he takes to do what is best for himself, both to develop the space and to improve the living environment outside. Upgrading the space costs money, and Zhao Hai knows very well that his space has just been upgraded once, and each subsequent upgrade will require more money. When Zhao Hai was playing the farm game before, he had 2 accounts. One was his old account, which had more than 400 netizens. When playing the farm game, he could steal vegetables to his heart's content. In the end, he stole so much money that he couldn't use it at all, and gradually lost interest. His second account was a newly opened account. He had no netizens added and was the only one there. He opened this account mainly to play the farm game. The main reason was that he wanted to see what the consequences would be if he played the farm game alone. He knew the consequences, and they were serious. It was okay at the beginning, but when the farm was upgraded to level 20, he opened a ranch, and that was the end. His game coins were simply not enough. He upgraded the farm's land, but had no money to upgrade the ranch. If he upgraded the ranch, he had no money to upgrade the farm. But this made Zhao Hai learn to calculate more. He carefully calculated the income of the farm and ranch, and then figured out which kind of animal was the most cost-effective to raise, and played the online version of the standalone game bit by bit. The situation of his small account is similar to his current one, and he has to upgrade it bit by himself. He has some experience with this, but don't forget that he still has to use the things in the space to transform his territory. This will make his funds even tighter, so he must carefully calculate every step. After daydreaming for a while, a reminder sounded in the space: "The radishes are ripe, please collect them as soon as possible." Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He did not shout to collect them immediately, but looked at the radishes thoughtfully. The last time he collected the radishes, the leaves disappeared. He guessed that the space had treated the radish leaves as waste. Of course, he couldn't waste them like that now. He still had to keep them to feed the blue-eyed rabbit. Now that the radishes are ripe, if he still lets the space harvest them in the original way, he still won't be able to get the radish leaves. If he wants to harvest them himself. Looking at the 10 acres of radishes, Zhao Hai quickly gave up the idea. Now Zhao Hai only hopes that the space can be as magical as he imagined, and that they can meet his requirements. Otherwise, collecting blue will really become a problem. In the space, when the plants mature, if the space is used to automatically collect them, they will only collect edible or usable things, such as corn stalks and radish leaves. The space will clean them up as garbage. Of course, there is no problem when playing games, but now Zhao Hai wants to use these things to change his life, so these things are very important to him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai frowned. He was really a little scared. If the space couldn't collect radishes according to his will, then he would be in big trouble. He took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and said in a deep voice, "Collect the radishes, and separate the leaves from the radishes." After saying this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but pound. He was really afraid that he would fail. If he lost, he would have to find another way. Now the only way he could think of was to let those slaves enter the space to collect radishes. This would not only delay things, but also increase the chance of the space being exposed. As he spoke, the space responded, and radishes flew into the collection basket one by one. After all the radishes were collected, Zhao Hai took a deep breath again, walked to the warehouse, and touched the warehouse with his hand. Soon, all the items in the warehouse were displayed in front of Zhao Hai. The first items were radishes and radish leaves, and the ones after that were the supplies Zhao Hai had received from the warehouse before. Zhao Hai put away his hands, clenched his fists and cheered. He really didn't expect that the space could give him such a big surprise. This success not only helped him collect things, but also represented his further understanding of the space. It turned out that the space really listened to him completely, and he could order the space to do everything. Ever since the space appeared, Zhao Hai had a feeling of unreality, as if he was playing a very real game. He had been controlling the entire space according to the operating procedures in the game, but this success made Zhao Hai understand that this space was really mutated. He was not just an operator in this space. The settings he used to play games might not be valid in this space. It could be said that his control over this space was deeper than in the game. He might be the god of this space, an almighty being. It took Zhao Hai a while to calm himself down. He looked at the situation in the space again. Now there was nothing to keep him busy, so he left the space. As soon as he left the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help laughing. With the existence of space, the black soil wasteland could become the largest granary in the entire continent, just like his hometown. The Great Northern Wasteland would definitely become the Great Northern Granary. However, in the future, he must use the ability of space to help himself less in reality, and adapt himself to the feeling of not having the help of space as soon as possible, because he has always had a sense of insecurity in his heart. Zhao Hai has always been afraid that the space will disappear one day. Although he has now placed the focus of development on the space, it is only so that the space can provide him with more help and allow his territory to develop faster, so he has to do that. Zhao Hai is a very practical person. He does not believe in things that cannot be seen or touched. He only believes that what he holds in his hands is his own thing. A bird in hand is worth 100 birds in the forest. Zhao Hai, space is like the internet on Earth, which is too unreal. Although Zhao Hai is a otaku, he never meets with netizens because he does not believe in those unreal things. It is precisely because of this mentality that Zhao Hai desperately wants to change things in his reality, so that he can feel a little at ease. He didn't believe in luck, so when he was on Earth, he never bought lottery tickets. Every penny he earned was earned through his own hard work. He didn't believe that someone would give him money for no reason. He only believed that people could get everything they wanted only through their own efforts. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai did not go outside. There were too few things he could do now. He still needed to think carefully about his future development and the development of the black soil wasteland. Zhao Hai found that he had not considered carefully enough about transforming the land today. He was too anxious and rash. No one could guarantee that no one would come to the black soil wasteland in the future. If someone suddenly came here one day and found that a large area of land in front of their castle was covered with things, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but mutter, "It seems that I have to get to know the black soil wasteland well tomorrow." After that, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 21, The Lake Problem. In the evening, Zhao Hai woke up. It was already dark, and Merlin and the others had returned. In order to save some supplies, Merlin and the others usually did not go out at night. Even if they did not use the magic stone for lighting, torches or oil lamps still required oil. Now they had to save every bit of supplies. When Zhao Hai woke up, it was already getting dark. The slaves had already eaten, and from then on until bedtime, they could move freely in the castle. There was no need to worry about them escaping, so it would be nice to let them relax. Now the slaves are sitting in the yard of the castle and chatting. Compared with other places, the life they live here is just like heaven. They can eat enough meals every day, do not have to do heavy work, and have enough rest time every day. They love this kind of life very much. When they first arrived here, they were still a little desperate. What was the situation in the black soil wasteland? Although they were slaves, they had heard that nothing grew here. There was only a barren mountain next to the corpse swamp. Such a place was a dead place. They always thought that they would starve to death in the future if they came to such a place, but they didn't expect that although they had only been here for 2 days, they could see clearly that their master was really capable. He could use magical magic to turn the black soil that could not grow anything into fertile fields. They would no longer have to worry about starving to death. These people were just slaves. They had never seen anyone use magic. In their impression, magicians were omnipotent and magic was extremely magical, better living conditions than before, treating them like civilians, being able to escape the temptation of slavery, plus the incredibly magical magic. All these things combined are enough to make these slaves loyal to Zhao Hai, and invisibly, a great cohesive force is formed. Now these slaves are no longer working passively, but are wholeheartedly thinking about working more and getting rid of their slavery status as soon as possible. Zhao Hai stood quietly in the castle looking at the slaves outside. He really wanted to go up and chat with these slaves, but he also knew that now was not the right time. These slaves had been oppressed and would be very nervous when they saw the nobles. Not to mention chatting with them, he was afraid that they would kneel there again and dare not raise their heads. It is easy to change a person's identity, but it is difficult to change their thoughts. It is a long process to change their thoughts little by little. Therefore, Zhao Hai has not contacted those slaves now. The time is not right yet. Doing anything should be a gradual process. If you are too aggressive, things may go wrong. Even if you succeed, it may cause an unstable foundation. Undoubtedly, the completion of land improvement and the hope of being freed from slavery filled the lives of these slaves with hope, and they were no longer as dull as when they first arrived. Zhao Hai really likes to see those slaves perform like this. Only people who are full of hope can be creative and give full play to their abilities. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Meg stood in front of it, looking at Zhao Hai and said, "Master, dinner is ready, time to eat." Mu Tu and Shi Tu were still standing outside the door, guarding it for Zhao Hai as Zhao Hai nodded. He knew it was almost time to eat, but he felt bad. These past 2 days, Merlin and the others had not only been busy managing the slaves, but they also had to cook for him. It was really tiring, but although Zhao Hai can cook, he doesn't dare to do it. Don't forget his identity. He is now a playboy who has everything he wants, so how can he cook? It is understandable that he has spatial abilities. After all, this is a continent where magic and fighting spirit coexist, and there are all kinds of strange people. His skills are not particularly conspicuous, but if he suddenly learns to cook, it will arouse the suspicion of Merlin and Meg. A few people went to the restaurant and found that Merlin and the others had already set the table, which was still bread and some vegetables, plus a piece of meat and a soup. To be honest, a native Chinese person really can't get used to this food, but there is no way. Even if He Hai wants to eat Chinese food, no one can cook it. Only he can cook it, but he doesn't dare to do it, which makes him depressed. After eating a few bites, Zhao Hai said, "Grandma Malin, I think we were too rash today. We should not improve the land here tomorrow." Merlin was stunned, and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "What's wrong, master? Why do you say that? Is it impossible to improve the land? If the land can't be improved, what should we do?" Zhao Hai understood what she meant, and he immediately said, "Grandma Merlin, I think you misunderstood. It's not that I can't improve the land, but I can't improve it near the castle. Think about it, our current strength is still too weak. If those guys find out that we can turn this place into a piece of arable land, will they let us go? Then we will be finished." Merlin had also seen great storms. Today, she was just overwhelmed by the joy of improving the land, so she didn't think about these things for a while. Now, after being reminded by Zhao Hai, Merlin immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was right. If the old nobles of the emperor found out that they could improve the land here, they would definitely come to deal with them, and then they would be finished. Although the Buddha family has signed an agreement with the empire, that is under the premise that the Buddha family has an heir. If a noble family has no heir, the noble title of the family will be taken back by the king, and the fiefdom will naturally be taken back as well. This is the truth that a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Merlin put down his knife and fork, nodded and said, "Master, what you said makes sense. We were not thoughtful enough. We only thought about improving our lives and forgot that those old nobles might not let us go. So what do you think, master?" Now Merlin has attached more and more importance to Zhao Hai's opinions, because Zhao Hai has indeed done a lot of things in the past few days, and each thing has been done in an orderly manner. Coupled with his unique abilities, Merlin and the others have unknowingly regarded Zhao Hai as the backbone. Zhao Hai also put down his cutlery, wiped his mouth gently with a napkin, and then said, "We still need to improve the land, but we can't improve it around the castle. It's too conspicuous. Anyone who comes in will see it at a glance. It's too easy to be discovered. I want to look around to see if there is any place around here that is very hidden and can be improved. It doesn't need to be too big. As long as there are more than 1,000 acres, it will almost meet the needs of our people. It won't be easy to be discovered." Merlin nodded and said, "Master, you are right. I will have someone look for a suitable place around here tomorrow." "Master, should we still raise blue-eyed rabbits and scaleless fish?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Raise them, we must raise them. Scaleless fish are very easy to raise anyway, and those people won't notice anything. We have to raise blue-eyed rabbits even more. They will just think we are struggling to survive and won't pay much attention to it." Merlin nodded and said, "Okay, but there is something wrong with this water. I found that there seem to be no fish in our moat, and even in the lake in the cave, there are no fish. This seems to be wrong, right?" Zhao Hai was stunned. This was the first time he thought of this problem. He was just a homeboy before, not a professional fisherman, so he didn't notice this at first. On the contrary, it was Merlin, the water magician, who noticed it. Zhao Hai was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of fish in the moat and the lake in the mountains. There should be no problem with the water quality. He had already analyzed this in the space. "How could there be no fish?" Zhao Hai said to Merlin in confusion. "Grandma Merlin, do you know why this happened? There is nothing wrong with the water. I have analyzed it and it is a very good source of water, completely suitable for fish to survive. But now there are no fish to be seen. Isn't this a bit unreasonable?" Merlin frowned, and after a while he said, "There are usually only two possibilities for the absence of fish in water. One is that the water is poisonous and unsuitable for fish to survive. The other is that there are ferocious water monsters in the water that ate all the fish. If it is true, as the young master said, that the water is not poisonous, then there is only the second possibility, that there are ferocious water monsters in the water." Zhao Hai thought about it carefully and felt that what Merlin said made sense. He remembered that when he was on Earth, he had read a news report about a fisherman's fish pond where two very strong carnivorous fish entered and ate up all the fish in the pond. There might also be that kind of monster here. If that was the case, it would be a troublesome matter. Merlin knew what Zhao Hai was thinking when he saw him frowning. Merlin comforted him, "Master, this isn't a difficult problem to solve. If the water is poisonous, it won't be easy for us to solve it. But if there is a monster in the water, then we just need to find the monster and kill it." Zhao Hai gave a bitter smile. His idea was exactly opposite to Merlin's. If the water was poisonous, he could easily detoxify it with space water, but if there were monsters in the water, it would be really troublesome. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai, who was still frowning, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Master, don't worry. If there really is a monster in the water, I will definitely find it and kill it. It won't affect your plan to raise fish." Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Merlin say that, and then he suddenly understood that this was not Earth. On Earth, if you wanted to go down into the sea to kill a deep-sea monster, it would not be so easy. But this was the Ark continent, where there was powerful magic, and Merlin happened to be a powerful water magician. Maybe he really had a way to destroy the monsters in the water. Chapter 22 Maturity. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Will it be dangerous?" "Grandma Malin, if it is dangerous, then we should not raise fish for the time being. After all, no matter how important raising fish is, it is not as important as your safety." Merlin looked a little excited, but he still smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master. It will be fine. I am an 8th level water magician after all. It is not difficult for me to deal with a monster." Seeing Merlin's confident look, Zhao Hai could only nod and said, "Okay, but we can put this matter aside for now. Tomorrow we still need to organize people to take a good look around to see if there is any land suitable for improvement. We need to improve the land first before we can really do it." Merlin also nodded. Although the business in the Ark continent was very developed, the Buddha family did not attach much importance to business. They were aristocrats, and in their eyes, land was the key. Meg and the others did not interrupt. Now when Zhao Hai and Merlin were discussing things, Meg and the others generally would not interrupt. Not to mention wood and stone, the two of them were not very smart. They would do whatever they were told to do. Asking them to give opinions would be like talking to a cow. Although Meg was very smart, she was still too young. She did not live in an age of information explosion like Zhao Hai, so she still had a lot to learn. She really could not get a word in on things like what Zhao Hai and Merlin were saying. Zhao Hai finished his dinner quickly, sat in the living room and drank some koya for a while, then returned to his room. Now there were only so many things to do in the castle, so he just had to arrange them and there was no need to worry too much. There is nothing to do here, it is completely isolated from the world, and there is really nothing to do at night except sleeping. Zhao Hai returned to the room, also wanting to check the situation in the space as soon as possible, and now when it's night, Zhao Hai feels very bored. When he was on Earth before, he was a otaku, and otakus usually go to bed very late at night. In the past few days here, he was too busy, so he could still fall asleep at night. But today he slept during the day and couldn't fall asleep at night, so naturally he had to run to the space to take a good look. The space was still the same, but the corn seedlings had grown out, and the radish seedlings had also grown out. Fortunately, there were no insects. Looking at the seedlings that were growing well, Zhao Hai felt a little excited. This seedling represents hope, his hope of surviving in the alien world. Zhao Hai does not have too big ambitions, he just wants to live well in this alien world. When he was on Earth, he was just to stay at home, living on some very meager royalties. He had no ambition and just wanted to live his own small life. When he arrived in the alien world, he obtained Adam's body and learned about Adam's life experience. He knew that Adam now had a great hatred, but Zhao Hai also knew that Adam's hatred would not be so easy to avenge. They had to face an empire. Even when the Buddha family was at its most glorious, they were beaten into what they are now. With the strength they have now, they are lucky to be able to keep their lives, let alone take revenge. Although he has the cheap device called Space Farm has a big disadvantage: it lacks aggressiveness. The Space Farm is good, it can be used to grow vegetables and store things, but it has no attack ability. On the Ark continent, the real strong ones are best at attacking. A magician like Merlin can kill 1,000 people with magic in an instant. Compared with Merlin, Zhao Hai is not even a newborn baby, he can only be regarded as an ant. If Merlin wants to crush him to death, it will only take a finger. It is precisely because of this that Zhao Hai is determined to keep a low profile. If those old school nobles discovered that he had such ability, they would probably kill him immediately. Fortunately, Zhao Hai completely received Adam's memory. Although Adam was an unlearned person, he still understood some common sense on the mainland. Zhao Hai was not the kind of brainless person who thought that the sky was the boss, the earth was the second, and he was the third after traveling through time. He also wanted to step on the earth and poke the sky for no reason. Zhao Hai did not have such a big ambition. He also knew that if he really dared to be so high profile, he would be the first to die. The characteristics of the space farm determine that it is impossible for Zhao Hai to become an invincible master. In addition, Adam has already drunk the water of nothingness. Let alone becoming a master, he cannot even become a novice. Now Zhao Hai's biggest reliance is nothing more than the space farm, but this sudden acquisition makes Zhao Hai feel uneasy. He is afraid that this sudden acquisition will be lost suddenly. This sense of urgency made Zhao Hai constantly think about how to build up the fiefdom as quickly as possible. Although he could improve the black soil on the fiefdom every day, it was precisely because of this that he became even more worried. Would the old nobles let them go when they arrived at the black soil wasteland? Not necessarily. They would definitely send people to keep an eye on them. If they really found that they were making too much noise, the old nobles would not be polite. Zhao Hai sat in the space, summarizing over and over again, and finally only got 2 words, Loki, and only 1 sentence: it is best to make a fortune in silence. Although he knew that the radishes and corns in this space were growing well, Zhao Hai still watered them. Now he was taking good care of these seedlings, which represented their hope. Watering in space is also very convenient. Zhao Hai only needs to think about it, and the spring water in the space seems to be lifted up by an invisible force, floating above the land, and then pouring down like rain. Looking at the land that was slowly becoming moist, Zhao Hai stopped immediately. He also knew that he couldn't water the land too much, otherwise the corn roots might rot. After everything was done, Zhao Hai came out of the space farm and looked at the sky outside. It was already completely dark. The slaves had already gone to sleep, and there were no lights on in the castle. The entire castle seemed to have fallen asleep as night fell. In such a quiet environment, Zhao Hai's heart gradually calmed down. He knew that whatever he thought about now was unnecessary and he had to take one step at a time. Now his most important thing was to solve the problem of feeding the 100 people in the castle. They not only had to eat enough, but also had to eat well. Responsibility. Zhao Hai felt this sentence deeply. When he was on Earth before, he was the kind of person who could feed the whole family if he was well fed. But after arriving here, the food and clothing issues of more than 100 people, the future of the Buddha family, all these heavy burdens fell on Zhao Hai's shoulders, so he was very careful with every step he took, for fear of making the slightest mistake. Having the courage to take responsibility is also a sign of a man's maturity. Zhao Hai is now more mature than when he was on Earth, because reality forces him to mature. After standing quietly in front of the window for a while, Zhao Hai returned to bed. Even if he couldn't sleep, he had to go back to bed. Now they were short of supplies and he couldn't waste them. Unconsciously, he fell asleep on the bed again. Ding dong, the radishes are ripe, please collect them as soon as possible. The farm's reminder sound woke Zhao Hai up again. He sat up and immediately entered the space. Sure enough, the radishes in the space were ripe and the corn had grown to more than a meter tall. The corn cobs on them were basically formed and could be broken off and boiled for eating, but Zhao Hai did not move. He was still counting on these corns as seeds. It might not seem like a big deal to break off a few now, but if he waited for these corns to mature and took them outside as seeds, he could plant a lot of land. Zhao Hai immediately collected the radishes, then bought a bag of radish seeds from the store in the space and planted them in the ground. He then washed them thoroughly with the spring water in the space, and he immediately felt refreshed. Zhao Hai then ran to the cornfield and took a closer look at the corns. The corns were growing well and the corn cobs were already covered with patina. They could be harvested as long as they were fully mature. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction, left the space farm, returned to his room, looked out the window, and saw that the sky was already slightly bright. Zhao Hai was no longer sleepy, so he opened the door and walked out. The space outside is quite nice. Although the castle is located on a barren mountain, it is still close to mountains and water. Besides, it is only April and it is still a little chilly in the morning. After taking a few breaths of the cool air, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. There was nothing to do to get up so early. Zhao Hai thought that his health seemed not to be very good. Needless to say, Adam was a playboy, uneducated and unskillful. In addition, he was a drunkard and a womanizer, which had already tormented his body. In addition, he drank the water of nothingness, which made his body even weaker. Zhao Hai didn't want to become a sickly person so early, and the weather was so good, so he decided to go for a run and exercise his body. Even if he couldn't become a master, at least he would become a healthy person. After running for a while, the slaves got up one after another. They all looked at Zhao Hai, who was running in the castle, with some surprise, wondering what he was doing. Zhao Hai's body was too weak now. He was already out of breath after running for just a short while. He had no choice but to stop, slowly adjust his breathing, and return to the castle. Although he had only been running for a while, he still felt refreshed and energetic. When Zhao Hai returned to the castle, Merlin and the others had already gotten up. However, Merlin and the others did not expect Zhao Hai to get up so early. They thought Zhao Hai was still sleeping in the room. When they saw Zhao Hai coming in from outside, they were all very surprised. Zhao Hai greeted them, washed his face, and then came to the living room, sitting there waiting for Merlin to make breakfast. Chapter 23 Confession. After breakfast, Merlin asked Meg to lead the slaves to clean up the caves. It would be best if they could cut down all the trees on the mountain to see if they could make a boat so that they could go to the lake in the mountains to have a good look. Merlin himself was going to take a good look around the castle to see if he could find a place suitable for them to improve the land. In Merlin's view, improving the land is the top priority. As long as the land is improved, they will have a foundation for their livelihood and hope to survive. Although she didn't know what Zhao Hai's space farm was, but seeing that Zhao Hai could improve the land and produce 80,000 kilograms of radishes at once, it meant that Zhao Hai's ability was related to agriculture. Although Merlin didn't know the magic of the space farm, she was a smart person. Besides, she was old and had rich life experience, so she guessed it almost exactly. But when she saw that Zhao Hai didn't tell her, she didn't ask any more questions. She knew that Zhao Hai was the one in charge now, and Zhao Hai was more opinionated than before. If she asked more questions, it would look bad. As soon as Zhao Hai heard that Merlin was going to the surroundings of the castle to inspect the terrain, he insisted on going with him. In the past few days in the alien world, he had only stayed in the castle, wandered around the mountains, or was busy in the space. He had never looked around. Today was a good opportunity to take a good look around. After all, this was his territory. Since Zhao Hai wanted to follow, Mutu and Shirtu naturally wanted to follow as well. However, Zhao Hai did not let them follow. He only took Mutu with him and asked Shirtu to stay behind to help Meg look after the slaves. Zhao Hai was really worried about leaving Meg alone to look after 100 slaves as Zhao Hai and his companions came out of the castle. Mutu walked alone on the mountain, carefully observing the terrain. Zhao Hai and Merlin walked along the foot of the mountain. Merlin was old and a magician, so his health was naturally not very good. The same was true for Zhao Hai, so the two did not go up the mountain. If they went up the mountain, they would probably be too tired to move after a while. It was also the first time for Merlin and Zhao Hai to leave the castle so far. They looked around as they walked. This black soil wasteland was really peculiar. There were only some short trees and weeds growing on the semicircular mountains, while the mountains surrounded a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was nothing to see at all. It was obvious at a glance, only the terrain on the mountain is a little complicated, but because the mountain is not very high and there are not many trees, the terrain on the mountain can be seen clearly from the bottom of the mountain, so there is no need to worry too much. The two walked along the corner of the mountain for more than 3 hours. Apart from feeling more and more desolate, they did not discover anything. The black soil was still black soil, and the barren mountain was still barren mountain. Zhao Hai glanced around, then turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, take a rest. Our fiefdom is too big to be seen in a day or two. If it doesn't work, just wait for Grandpa Green to come back. We came here on horseback, and it's too tiring to walk now." Merlin was also very tired. She was a magician, not a warrior, and her body was not strong at all. She could do some housework normally, but she really couldn't bear to travel so fast. The two of them randomly found 2 rocks to sit on. When Mutu saw them sitting down, he immediately ran down the mountain, walked to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, you rest here first. I'll go take a look around." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead and be careful." Mutu responded, turned around and ran up the mountain again. From the look of him, he didn't seem tired at all. Merlin sat on a rock, looking at the endless black land in front of her, and sighed leisurely. "When we heard that the Empire had allocated this place to us, we were really desperate. Everyone knows that the black soil wasteland is a dead land, where nothing grows, and it is also close to the corpse swamp. We were assigned here, and there is really nothing we can do except wait to die." She paused and lowered her head, with a look of reminiscence in her eyes, and said, "When Green heard the news, he immediately used all the money in the family to buy various supplies. He also wanted us to hold on for a few more years. As long as the old nobles no longer pay attention to us in a few years, we will think of other ways to make money. No matter what, we can't let the Buddha family die in our hands." Merlin was silent for a long time, as if he was recalling the desperate scene at that time. Zhao Hai was also silent. He could understand the feelings of Merlin and the others. The Buddha family was the place where they were born and raised, but they could only watch the Buddha family walk towards the deadly black soil wasteland and wait to die here. How desperate that feeling must be. After a while, Merlin took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Fortunately, Master, you woke up, and you have that magical ability to improve the land. This also gives us hope. Master, the revitalization of the Buddha family in the future depends on you." Green also said similar things to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai understood that this was Merlin and Green's expectation of him, but the more this was the case, the more Zhao Hai felt that this matter was difficult to accomplish. People with abilities like Green and Merlin couldn't do it, so if he wanted to accomplish it, it would be difficult. If the Buddha family wants to make it prosperous again, they will have to face the suppression of all the old nobles in the Aksu Empire, including the royal family. But at this time, he couldn't say these words. He could only nod vigorously and said, "Don't worry, Grandma Malin, I will try my best." Merlin nodded, looked at Zhao Hai, and said with a smile, "God will not destroy our Buddha family. He actually gave you this magical ability. This means that God wants our Buddha family to prosper again." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandma Merlin, I'll take you to a place." After he finished speaking, he thought about it and the two of them appeared in the space farm. Merlin and Green were people Zhao Hai could trust completely. He had not brought Merlin and the others to the farm before, not only for the sake of confidentiality, but also because there were many things on the farm that he had no way of explaining to Merlin and the others. Zhao Hai was also afraid that Merlin and the others would find out that he had run into Adam's body. If that were the case, Merlin and Green would probably kill him immediately, but now he is not afraid anymore, because he knows that Merlin and Green have not doubted him at all, and have regarded him as the hope of the Buddha family. After all, he is now the only heir of the Buddha family. Even if Green and the others find out that he is a possessed person, they may not necessarily touch him, because if the two of them kill him, it would mean the demise of the Buddha family. If a noble has no heir, then the title of the noble will be taken back by the empire. Merlin was also stunned when he entered this space. When he saw the radishes that had just sprouted on the ground and the corn that was about to mature, he was really confused. Zhao Hai said at this time, "Grandma Merlin, this is the special ability I got. A piece of land. In this land, you can grow grains and vegetables. The time for grains and vegetables to mature is much shorter than outside, so I can produce 80,000 kilograms of magic radish in such a short time." Merlin looked at the land, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, where did you put those magic radishes? Why didn't I see them?" Zhao Hai pointed to the warehouse and said, "They are all in there. That room is like a space device. It can hold a lot of things. Not only can I put the magic radish in there, but also the supplies I collected are all in there. As long as I want to use them, I can take them out at any time." Merlin nodded with shining eyes. To be honest, the capacity of this warehouse alone surprised her. Zhao Hai continued, "The land in this space can be used to improve the black soil outside, and so can the water. Before, I improved the black soil with a mixture of land and water in this space." Then he walked to the side of the cornfield and said, "This is a new plant I planted. I call it corn. If all the corn in this field matures, the seeds produced will be enough for us to plant 1,000 acres of land and have some left over. However, I don't know if the corn produced in this space can be used as seeds. This still needs to be tested. The stalks of corn can be used for burning. At present, it is the most suitable plant for us to grow." Merlin looked at the corn with her eyes shining. She certainly understood what Zhao Hai meant. As long as the corn was ripe and could be planted, they could solve their food problem and also have firewood. Zhao Hai lowered his head and said to Merlin, "As long as we find a suitable location, we will first improve 1,000 acres of land, and then plant corn. When the corn is ripe, we don't have to worry about food or firewood. When we have food, we can sell the magic radish, and then we will have money. Little by little, our Buddha family can grow stronger." Merlin nodded vigorously, turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, you must not tell anyone about this matter." "How many people still know about this matter?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Only you, Mutu and Shirtu have been to this space. Grandpa Green and Meg have never been here." Merlin nodded and said, "Master, you can completely trust us, but not the others. Master, don't mention this to anyone again. If other people know about this, you will be in danger." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grandma Malin, I won't tell anyone about this. Let's go out. If Mutu comes back and doesn't look for us, we'll be worried." After he finished speaking, he thought about it and the two of them appeared at the foot of the mountain again. Chapter 24. A good place. After coming out of the space, Merlin's expression was very excited. It was no wonder that he was there. Seeing the leisurely sigh interrupting Zhao Hai's thoughts, Zhao Hai turned around and saw that it was Merlin. Merlin was now also looking at the colorful mist, but he sighed leisurely and said, "What a beautiful scenery! Who would have thought that such a beautiful scenery is the most deadly thing on the continent? This colorful poisonous fog is the biggest barrier of this corpse swamp. Since records began, no more than 10 people have been able to come out alive after entering this colorful poisonous fog, and those who came out are all top masters on the continent. Even such people cannot survive more than 5 years after coming out of the colorful poisonous fog. No matter how powerful the priest or pharmacist is, they can't save them." Zhao Hai felt a chill on his back. When he looked at the mist, he felt that the colorful light of the mist was so strange, as if there were countless evil spirits in it. Grinning at him, Zhao Hai didn't dare to look anymore and said to Mutu, who was waiting for them in front, "Let's go." Mutu responded and walked forward. They were now walking from the top of the mountain to the back of the iron mine. It was strange that the grass on the front of the iron mine looked malnourished, but the grass on the back of the mountain was very well grown, dark green and full of vitality. However, it did not grow all over the mountain like on the front, but in small piles. The rest of the mountain had nothing growing on it, as if it was a bald head with a few tufts of hair. Merlin followed Zhao Hai and said to him, "Master, Mutu, be careful and don't touch those grasses. They might be poisonous. Mutu is strong and healthy, so he won't be in any trouble. But Master drank the water of nothingness, so he can't touch these things." Zhao Hai was stunned. Although he felt that Merlin was making a big deal out of nothing, he did not dare to take it lightly. The corpse swamp was notorious, so it was better to be careful. Carefully bypassing the grass and following the wood for about 500 meters, I saw a small cave. The cave was not very big and could only accommodate 3 people in the front row. It was only about 2 meters high. The cave was dark and there were bursts of water sounds. Merlin walked in front of Yi Hai, and a ball of light appeared in his hand, illuminating the road in front of Zhao Hai, and then he led Zhao Hai into the cave. It can be seen that this cave was also the mining tunnel built by the dwarves. It was built very neatly, with pieces of stone piled up, and it was very flat. After walking into the cave for about 5 minutes, they came to an open space. This space was obviously just a temporary resting place for the dwarves, or a place to store things. There were no caves for people to live in here, just an open space of more than 300 square meters. The water was coming from the right side of Zhao Hai and the others. Mutu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, there is a mountain lake over there. I don't know if it is next to the mountain lake behind our castle. Go to the left and you will enter the valley." Zhao Hai nodded. He did not go to see the lake in the mountains. According to his estimation, the lake here was very likely to be one with the lake behind their castle. Now they did not have large-scale lighting equipment, so even if they looked, they would not be able to see anything. So they decided not to look. The two followed the wood and walked towards the mine tunnel on the left. The mine tunnel on the left was very wide, large enough for 10 people to walk side by side. It was also 5 meters high. The ground was very dry and very comfortable to walk in. The 3 of them walked forward for about 10 minutes, and suddenly a light appeared in front of them. Merlin extinguished the lighting spell in his hand and followed Zhao Hai to the light. Chapter 25. Getting smarter. Zhao Hai and Merlin stared blankly at the valley. They came out of the cave and entered this valley. The area of this valley was not very large, only about 1,000 acres. There was also a vast expanse of black soil on the surface, which was exactly the same as the black soil on the black soil wasteland. In the middle of the valley, there is a pool with a diameter of about 10 meters. The water in the pool is very clear. On the mountain wall opposite the cave where Zhao Hai and his friends came out, there is another cave. That cave is smaller than the one where Zhao Hai and his friends are. It can be seen that the cave is also a mine tunnel. As soon as he saw these mines, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire the dwarves. They actually hollowed out such a large mountain range and built so many mines. How much engineering effort did this require? It was hard to imagine how they did it. Zhao Hai looked around and nodded. "Not bad, Mutu, you are really good. Tell me, how did you find this cave?" Mutu chuckled and said, "Master, when I first saw this canyon, I jumped down from the cliff and found these 2 cave entrances. The other cave entrance was full of water and there was no way out. This cave entrance had a way out, and I walked out from the inside." Zhao Hai then nodded. He understood what Mutu said. This guy walked out from the cave entrance. No wonder he could find the cave leading to the outside. Merlin was also looking at this piece of black land. Just as Mutu said, this place was really suitable. Although it would take some time to improve the land, this valley was really suitable for growing things and it was difficult for ordinary people to discover it. Merlin walked around in the cave. The cave was an irregular circle. There were no big rocks or anything like that inside. Apart from the black soil and the pool of water, it was a good place for farming. Zhao Hai was also looking around here, nodding his head as he looked. He was really satisfied with this place. Not only could he farm here, but because of the pond, even irrigation was much easier. Even if the water in the pond was not enough, there were 2 mountain lakes in the caves on both sides, and there was plenty of water in them. Seeing Zhao Hai nodding, Mutu knew that Zhao Hai was very satisfied. Mutu quickly asked, Master, have you noticed something different here? Zhao Hai was stunned and looked around. He didn't find anything different, so he shook his head and said, nothing is different. Mutu smiled and said, Master, don't you feel it? The temperature in this valley is higher than on the mountain, and the grass growing on the mountain wall is longer than outside. Now is spring, and although this kind of wheat has grown, it is not very tall. When we came here, we felt it was difficult to walk because there was mostly dry grass on the ground. This dry grass was tough, so it tripped us. But the grass on the mountain wall of this valley is new grass, and it grows so long, and many of them have already produced seeds. This means that this valley has not been attacked by the cold wind and has always maintained this temperature. If this is true, then this place can be cultivated all year round. It is really a good place. Zhao Hai looked in the direction of the wooden finger, and really found that there were quite a few weeds growing on the mountain wall. These weeds were really different from those outside. The weeds outside looked very green, but when you got closer, you would find that the green was new grass growing from under some dead grass, and it was not very long, but the weeds here were very long and Zhao Hai couldn't help but nodded. He also felt strange now. This canyon was on the mountain, and the land here should be similar to the one on the mountain. It shouldn't be the black soil outside. But the soil in this canyon happened to be the same as the black soil on the black soil wasteland. He didn't know what was going on. At this time, Merlin's voice suddenly came. Well said, I didn't expect that you, Mutu, could observe so carefully. When did you become so smart? After Merlin said this, Zhao Hai and Mutu were stunned. Zhao Hai felt a little strange because in his memory, Mutu was indeed not that smart. Not only was he not that smart, he was also a little stupid. He couldn't even speak clearly. How could he observe so carefully and speak so clearly? Mutu was also a little puzzled. He didn't know what was going on. Ever since he entered Zhao Hai's strange space once, it seemed as if he had suddenly become enlightened. He observed things more carefully and thought more comprehensively. It's just that Mutu didn't have much chance to show himself normally. He always followed Zhao Hai and listened to Zhao Hai in everything, so Merlin and the others didn't notice anything unusual about Mutu. It was only when Mutu opened his mouth today that Merlin felt that there was something different about him. Merlin just said it casually and didn't take it to heart. Seeing that the two were silent, she continued, Master, this is a really good place. I can feel it too. It's really like what Mumu said. I'm afraid the temperature here stays this way all year round. The water element in the air is very active. It's really a good place. As long as the land is transformed, it will be the best farmland. Zhao Hai nodded and said to Merlin, Grandma Merlin, why do you think the soil in this canyon is also black soil? It is said that this soil should be the same as the soil on this mountain. If it is the same as the soil on the mountain, then we can save a lot of trouble. Merlin smiled and said, Master, don't be ungrateful. It's great to have found such a place. You can slowly improve it. As long as you find a place, you won't be afraid. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Merlin is right. I am a little too greedy. This is a really good place, but there is still a problem. There are almost 1,000 acres of land here, and we don't have any monsters to cultivate the land. If we want to plant more, we can only rely on manpower. In this way, we will need a lot of people, but this place is so far from the castle. If people want to walk here, it will take a lot of time. In this way, all time will be wasted on the road. It will be difficult to plant all the land here. Merlin smiled and said, Master, how could you forget that there is a lake in this mountain? If this lake is really connected to the lake behind our castle, then we can come here by boat. This will save time and keep the secret better. Zhao Hai was stunned, he really hadn't thought of this. If he really took the water route, it would be much faster than walking, and it would also be much more hidden. Zhao Hai nodded and said, This is a good idea. Well, then I will improve the 10 acres of land today first. After he finished speaking, his mind moved, and the space hole appeared again. The 10 acres of land in front of Zhao Hai will soon be transformed. Although Merlin and Mutu had seen Zhao Hai improve the land once before, they were still excited to see it this time. Zhao Hai's ability was absolutely unique on the mainland. Although it could not be used to kill people, it was what they needed most. After improving the 10 acres of land, Zhao Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back. It's a pity that we don't have a boat. If we had a boat, we could go back by water and see if we can get to the back of the castle directly." Merlin laughed and said, "Master, how could you forget? I am a water magician. With 2 or 3 people, we can travel on the water without a boat. Master, don't worry. We will return by water in a moment." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. To be honest, although he had been in the Ark continent for a few days, he still hadn't gotten used to the various magical things here on the Ark continent. He always confused this place with Earth. Things like using magic to guide people on the water might happen on Earth, but not here. Zhao Hai nodded, looked at the land, turned to Merlin and said with a smile, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back too. I'm afraid Meg and Sure at home won't be able to handle it." Merlin looked around the area and found that there was really nothing worth noting, so he nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back." After that, the 3 of them turned around and walked back to the cave they came from. The 3 of them entered the cave. Merlin used a lighting spell to clear the way in front of them. Zhao Hai and Mu Tu followed behind him. This time, the 3 of them went directly to the direction of the sound of water in the cave. After walking for about 15 minutes, Merlin saw the Yamaguchi Lake in front of him. This Yamaguchi Lake was really big. Except for being blocked by mountains on both sides, looking forward with the help of the light, he could not see the edge at a glance. Zhao Hai stood beside Merlin. Their current location was about 3 meters higher than the lake's surface. Going down was a slope, which was very gentle and looked like it was used by the dwarves to transport, or the ground was also paved with stones, but because it was close to the water, it was covered with moss and was a bit slippery. Zhao Hai looked at the water and sighed. Who would have thought that there is such a good place hidden in the black soil wasteland? If we could find out why there are no fish in this lake, we could raise fish on a large scale here. Merlin nodded and said, "Yes, this lake is so big, we can raise so many fish. This can become a major source of income for our Buddha family in the future." Zhao Hai nodded, turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back. By the way, if there really is a monster in the water, will it be okay for us to cross it on the water like this?" Merlin smiled slightly and said confidently, "Don't worry, young master, I promise everything will be fine." After that, he took the lead and walked towards the lake. Zhao Hai hurriedly followed carefully behind him. Mu Tu walked to Zhao Hai's side and held Zhao Hai's arm. Although the ground here was slippery, Mu Tu walked as steady as a rock. Chapter 26: A New Crisis. Zhao Hai and Mu Tu stood by the lake. Merlin stood beside them and whispered a spell. After a while, a layer of transparent water blue shield appeared around them. Then a wave emerged from the lake. Just when Zhao Hai was stunned, the wave rolled the 3 of them into the lake, but Zhao Hai discovered that the 3 of them were now standing in a transparent water blue sphere, and the lake water was supporting this transparent sphere like a fountain, moving forward continuously. This was the second time Zhao Hai witnessed the wonder of magic. The first time, Merlin only used a simple lighting technique and a simple water ball technique, but even so, Zhao Hai, who saw magic for the first time, felt it was amazing. And this time was even more amazing than the last time. They were actually walking on the waves, and one person was leading 2 people, which was even more amazing than the floating on water and crossing the river with a reed in Chinese martial arts. Compared to Zhao Hai, who was half a foreigner, Mu Tu was much more shocked. He had known the magic of magic for a long time, not to mention that Merlin was an 8th level water magician. Fighting with such a magician in the water was everyone's nightmare, because that was their home ground. Merlin also looked relaxed. She was very confident in her abilities. On the water, she believed that she was invincible, so when she said that there might be water monsters in the water, she didn't look worried at all, because she believed in herself, and even if there were water monsters, she could kill them easily. Using magic to move on the water is very fast. It took them more than 3 hours to get here, but when they went back, it only took them about half an hour to see a cave entrance in front of them. Fortunately, this cave entrance was the one behind the castle. This also proved that this lake can indeed be used as a natural waterway, allowing them to secretly transport people to the canyon. When Merlin removed the magic and Zhao Hai finally stood on solid ground, he couldn't help but jump a little. This feeling of being on solid ground was really good. Although walking on the water looked very cool, Zhao Hai always had a feeling that he was going to fall, and this feeling made him very uncomfortable. When the 3 men came out of the cave, they saw the slaves working outside. It was not yet noon and they had not rested yet. There were many places in the cave that needed to be cleaned, and many slaves were doing carpentry work in the cave. If this cave is to be converted into a place to raise blue-eyed rabbits, a lot of fences will be needed. These things must be made of wood. After all, Zhao Hai and his men do not have that much iron tools now this time. Considering the situation in the castle, Green and his team also bought some wood, but not a lot. Most of the things Green and his team bought were finished products, because Green knew that even if some of the slaves could do carpentry work, they would not be able to make things too complicated, because good craftsman slaves were not priced the same as these ordinary slaves. The appearance of the three people surprised the slaves, and they immediately saluted them. The three people just nodded and left the cave. Meg and Shur too were standing outside the cave. When they saw the three people coming out, they were also surprised. Meg hurriedly went up to them and asked, "Master, Grandma, why did you come out of the cave?" Merlin smiled and said, "If you keep going inside the lake in the cave, you will reach a canyon. That is exactly the most suitable place for farming that we have chosen. The young master has just improved 10 acres of land there, so we came back." Meg's eyes lit up and she said, "Really? That's great. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Grandma, Master, you two can go back to the castle and have a rest. I'll be watching over you here." Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, go back to the castle and rest for a while. I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai was stunned, not knowing what else Merlin wanted to say, but seeing Merlin's serious look, he did not dare to neglect it. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back to the castle first. Mutu, you stay and help Meg and Shur too." Mutu responded and stayed. Zhao Hai and Merlin walked into the castle. After the two of them arrived at the castle's living room, Zhao Hai looked at Merlin in confusion and said, "Grandma Merlin, is there anything you can't say outside?" Merlin nodded and said to Zhao Hai, "Master, when I came back today, I checked the situation in the lake, but I didn't find any powerful water magic. There are only two explanations for this situation. One is that the water magic beast is very powerful and very good at hiding its whereabouts, so I can't find it, but this situation is almost impossible. I am an 8th level water magician and I am confident that there is nothing in the water that can hide from my detection. The second situation is that there is no powerful magic beast in the water at all. There is another reason why there are no fish in the water." Zhao Hai was stunned, but he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The lake in the mountains was one of the important plans for the future development of his fiefdom. If there was really no way to raise fish there, he would lose an important source of funds. Moreover, it would be a waste to leave such a large area of lake water unused. Zhao Hai said with a serious face, "Can you find out the specific reason?" Merlin also said with a heavy face, "I have heard a rumor. I don't know if it is related to the situation in the lake. I heard that because the Black Earth wasteland is too close to the corpse swamp, there are often coalitions of undead creatures and poisonous monsters running to the Black Earth wasteland. They will kill all living creatures in the Black Earth wasteland, so the Black Earth wasteland has become a dead place. However, because no one would come to the Black Earth wasteland in the past, this news has never been confirmed. If this news is true, then the reason why there are no fish in the lake may be because of this." Zhao Hai's face changed. If it was really as Merlin said, then things would be very troublesome. Among them, except for Merlin, Green, Wood, and Stone, who had some combat power, the others were slaves without combat power. If the undead creatures and poisonous monsters in the corpse swamp really attacked them, then they would be dead. Zhao Hai lowered his head and kept rubbing his forehead with his hands. This was also a habit he had when thinking about things in his previous life. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai and became very worried. If that situation really happened, all their farming would have to stop, and it would be hard to say whether they could survive. Zhao Hai couldn't think of any good solution now, so he could only say, "If this is true, then we are in big trouble." "Grandma Merlin, let's wait until Grandpa Green comes back and discuss it before making a decision. I think we should start from tomorrow. Don't go to clean up the mines, gather all the materials we have, make some simple weapons, and then train those slaves, and do some repairs on the castle. If that happens, we can at least rely on the castle to resist for a while. If it doesn't work, I can only take everyone into my space and let everyone hide in the space. After those undead creatures and monsters retreat, we will come out." Merlin frowned and thought about it, but he couldn't think of any good solution. He nodded and said, "It seems that this is the only way now. We have been in the Black Earth wasteland for such a long time, and we haven't seen any unusual movement in the corpse swamp. There should be no problem. I hope my worry is unnecessary." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Whether it is unnecessary to worry or not, this matter must be done to prevent it from happening. Now our Buddha family's last assets are all here. If they are all lost, then our Buddha family will have no hope of turning things around." Merlin nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away, but we don't have many weapons this time, and most of the supplies are daily necessities, which can't be made into weapons. What should we do?" Zhao Hai didn't have any good solution now. If the level of his farm was high enough, he could plant some trees to use as weapons, but his current level was too low and he couldn't plant any trees at all. He couldn't just let someone fight those undead creatures with just a cornstalk. Zhao Hai rubbed his forehead vigorously. His forehead had been rubbed red, but he still couldn't think of any good solution. Suddenly, he noticed the stone ground. A bold idea appeared in his mind. He looked up at Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let me think about this. Let's organize people to collect some stones tomorrow. We can make some stone weapons. Although these weapons are not very lethal, we only need them to defend the city. They should be usable. What do you think?" Merlin thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, we don't have that much supplies now. When we left the imperial capital, they didn't allow us to bring weapons. Now we have no choice but to do this. When Green comes back, let him purchase a batch of weapons as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded helplessly. He never thought that one day he would return to the Stone Age and they would have to face it again. Zhao Hai has figured it out now. It seems that those masters in the imperial capital really don't want to give them any chance to survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't let them come to a place like the Black Soil Wasteland without bringing weapons. He doesn't believe that those masters in the imperial capital haven't heard of the rumors about the Black Soil Wasteland. Now they not only have to face the crisis of starving to death, but also the possibility of being killed by undead creatures and poisonous monsters. Chapter 27, 5,000 Jin a day. When Zhao Hai was worrying about weapons, a voice suddenly came, "The corn is ripe, please harvest it as soon as possible." Zhao Hai was stunned, but he reacted immediately. He glanced at Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, the corn I planted is ripe. I want to go to the space to collect it. Are you coming?" Anyway, he has already taken Merlin to the space, so there is nothing wrong with taking him now. It's just that Merlin is not made of wood or stone, and he still respects Merlin very much. So even if he wants to enter the space, he will first seek Merlin's opinion. When Meilin heard what Zhao Hai said, she also wanted to go to Zhao Hai's space to take a look. She nodded and said, "Okay, young master, I also want to take a look in the space." Zhao Hai nodded, and with a thought, the two of them appeared in the space. The radishes in the space were planted in the morning, so they have only grown small leaves now, but the corn is already fully mature. The ripe corn was different from what Zhao Hai saw in the game. In the game, even if the corn was ripe, it was still green, but in the space, when the corn was ripe, its leaves had already dried up. However, these corns were very strong, with large corn cobs nearly 50 centimeters long. The corn kernels had already burst through the foreskin and were exposed. They were golden in color and looked appetizing. Merlin had obviously never seen corn before, and she didn't know what to do. She just looked at the corn curiously, but didn't know where to start. Zhao Hai walked happily to the side of the cornfield, broke off a big corn cob, and peeled off the outer husk. The golden corn cob was covered with plump grains, and it looked like the yield would not be low. Based on this yield, the 2 acres of land could produce at least 5,000 kilograms of corn. If all of it could be used as seeds, it would be enough to plant 1,000 acres of land. Zhao Hai happily handed the corn cob to Meilin, and said with a smile, "Grandma Meilin, look, this is corn. With simple processing, it can be used as food. Although it is not very delicious, it can fill you up. These 2 acres of corn can produce more than 5,000 kilograms. If all of it is used as seeds, it can be used to plant 1,000 acres of land. In the future, we can harvest once a day, so we don't have to worry about food." Merlin took the corn cob, but stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Master, are you saying that we can harvest more than 5,000 kilograms of food every day in the future?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. He knew what Merlin was thinking. 5,000 kilograms of food might not be much for more than 100 people, but 5,000 kilograms a day was a scary number. The time it took for corn to mature in space was about 14 hours, so Zhao Hai would say that 5,000 kilograms a day was too little. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Merlin's face turned red with excitement, and he kept muttering, 5,000 caddies a day, 5,000 caddies a day. Zhao Hai smiled and said, okay, Grandma Malin, corn is not very delicious. We should grow something else in the future. Now is the transition period, so we can only grow this. Merlin came back to her senses and said quickly, no, master, don't plant anything else, just plant this, just plant this. This is the highest yielding grain I have ever heard of. Master, let's not plant anything else, just plant this. She was so excited that she was a little incoherent. Zhao Hai smiled and said, okay, I won't plant anything else but this. Grandma Malin, don't get excited. There are many grains with high yields. Although they are not as high as corn, they taste better than corn. Don't worry, I know what's going on. When Merlin heard what Zhao Hai said, he nodded and said, that's good, master, let's start harvesting now. We still need to harvest the grain, right? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's okay. I have the final say in this space. Then he said in a deep voice, collect the corn. Separate the corn kernels, corn stalks, and corn cobs. This corn cob is actually an elegant name. In Zhao Hai's hometown, corn is called corn cob, and this corn cob is the thing that grows corn kernels. In Zhao Hai's hometown, it is called cornbeard, and it is also a good thing for burning fire. Zhao Hai just wanted to see if the space could accept such a complicated command he gave it. If it could, then he could be sure that the space would completely obey him. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not knowing who Zhao Hai was talking to. But what happened next in the space stunned her. She saw a basket with the word collect written on it flying up, and then all the corns flew into the basket. Soon the corn in the two fields was harvested. Before Merlin could react, Zhao Hai quickly walked to the door of the warehouse, felt around the warehouse with his hands, then his expression relaxed, he let out a long breath and laughed. Merlin followed Zhao Hai and asked quickly, young master, what are you laughing at? What's going on? As he spoke, he pointed to the empty space. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's okay, Grandma Malin, didn't I tell you that I have the final say in this space, so whether it's farming or harvesting the land, you don't have to worry about it. Merlin said excitedly, great, master. Shall we plant the land now? Zhao Hai nodded, but he was still very careful. With a thought, a handful of corn kernels appeared in his hand. These were the corn that had just been stored in the warehouse. As soon as Zhao Hai took out the corn, the reminder sound of the space sounded again. Variety, corn, quality, excellent, can be used as seeds, can be taken out of the space for use. Zhao Hai's expression lit up, he let out a long breath, and said in a deep voice, so corn. As soon as he finished speaking, the small shovel flew to the cornfield and began to turn the soil. Then, seeds appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground, and buckets began to sprinkle water on the field. Merlin stared in amazement. She really didn't expect Zhao Hai's space to be so magical. This kind of magical ability, not to mention she had never seen it, she had never even heard of it. After a while, the 2 acres of land were replanted. Zhao Hai nodded and walked to the radish field again. He looked at the radishes. He was not worried about the radishes having bugs. Although when he played games before, the space could kill bugs by itself, but he believed that if bugs really grew, the space would remind him. Merlin has been standing beside Zhao Hai. She is really very happy today. With this magical space, it will be easy for the Buddha family to rise to prominence. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the radish, Zhao Hai stood up, turned to Merlin and said with a smile, Grandma Merlin, let's go out. Merlin nodded, and Zhao Hai's mind moved, and the 2 of them appeared in the living room of the castle. Zhao Hai looked outside. They had not been in the space for long and there was no change. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Merlin and said, Grandma Merlin, let's go get those corn stalks and corn cobs. With these things, we don't have to worry about burning wood. Merlin nodded quickly and said, okay, master, come with me and put these things in the kitchen. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, Grandma Malin, these things need to be dried in the sun, otherwise they will still be a little damp. After they are completely dried, put them in the warehouse. Merlin nodded and said, okay, then let's put it outside the castle. There isn't that much empty space inside the castle. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Merlin to the outside of the castle, and came to the piece of land they improved yesterday. This land could not be used for planting now, so Zhao Hai planned to put corn stalks and corn cobs here, one to prevent the improved land from being blown away, and the other to block the different color of this land from the surrounding land. Looking at the corn stalks and cobs that appeared on the open ground, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, you can just burn these for cooking in the future. Although they are not as resistant to burning as wood, they can still be used. If the slaves are cold at night, they can also burn these things to keep warm." Merlin looked at the 2 piles of firewood with a smile on her face. Now she finally didn't have to worry about firewood anymore. She nodded and said, "Okay, master. Just let me handle this." Zhao Hai nodded, looked at the sky and said, "Grandma Merlin, it's getting late. Meg and the others may be back for lunch soon. After lunch, let's arrange for people to quarry stones. It's a pity that we don't have a blacksmith, otherwise, we could use those iron tools to modify some weapons." There were few craftsmen among the slaves, and even fewer blacksmiths. The slave owners were afraid that the slaves would learn blacksmithing and make weapons to rebel against them, so they did not allow them to come into contact with these things at all. Even if they met a slave who knew the blacksmithing skills, he was originally a blacksmith who later became a slave. Merlin also knew that if those farm tools were not modified, they would probably not be as convenient to use as some stone weapons. Besides, they had no fuel, so it was impossible to modify those iron tools. Zhao Hai led Merlin back to the castle. Merlin went to prepare lunch, but Zhao Hai sat alone in the hall, thinking quietly, and now they were facing a huge crisis. If the monsters and undead creatures in the swamp really rushed out, what could they do to stop them? Moreover, once these things came out, his entire breeding plan would be ruined. This was what worried him the most. The aquaculture industry occupies a large proportion in his future plans. It would be a pity to give up on it. However, if they don't give up, they won't be able to raise anything due to the threat of the corpse swamp. If they want to build a farm, it seems that they can only solve the problem of the corpse swamp first. But how to solve this problem? Over the years, many masters from the mainland have come here. Isn't the corpse swamp still one of the forbidden areas of the mainland? Relying on his space? This doesn't seem to be of any use, right? Zhao Hai is now at a loss. Chapter 28 Horsebones. Zhao Hai knew very well that his space had no attack capability, not even active defense capability. Its only use, besides growing vegetables, was to keep him hiding inside. Zhao Hai had no confidence in using space to deal with the corpse swamp. Don't forget that the corpse swamp was one of the 5 forbidden areas on the continent, and there were undead creatures and poisonous monsters there. Space had no attack power, so how could it be used to deal with the corpse swamp? Time passed unknowingly, and Zhao Hai really couldn't think of any good solution. Finally, he could only decide that if the monsters in the corpse swamp came out, they could only rely on the castle to fight them. If that didn't work, they could only bring everyone into the space. There were more than 10 acres of land in the space, which could definitely accommodate all these people. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a burst of noise coming from outside. He looked outside and found that it was almost noon and it was time for the slaves to come back for dinner. As Zhao Hai just stood up and prepared to go outside to take a look, when he saw Meg, Mutu, and Shirtu quickly walked in from outside. When the 3 of them saw Zhao Hai, they immediately came up to him and bowed to him and said, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded, and said to the 3 people with a smile, "Go and make some arrangements. The corn stalks and corn cobs placed outside are for burning firewood. If the slaves feel cold at night, let them use those things to keep warm." Meg looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Master, what is that corn?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Corn will be the main crop we will plant in the future. The yield per mu can reach more than 2,000 kilograms. Corn stalks and corn cobs can also be used for burning. I have already discussed this with Grandma Malin. We will plant corn in the future." Meg's eyes lit up, and she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master, is the yield of that corn really that high?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, saying, "It's true." "All right, go and arrange for them to have dinner. Grandma Merlin will almost have dinner ready. After you arrange for them, you guys can come back to have dinner as well. I have something to say later." The 3 nodded and turned to walk towards the outer castle. This time, Merlin also came out of the house. She also heard the noise outside. She took a look outside but didn't care. Merlin knew Meg very well and knew that Meg could handle the things outside. She turned to Yi Hai and said, "Master, come and eat. The meal is ready." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Merlin to the dining room. Merlin went to the kitchen to serve the meal. Zhao Hai sat in the dining room in a daze. He found that he seemed to be getting lazier and lazier. When he was on Earth, he had to prepare 3 meals a day and clean the room. He did every housework by himself. When he arrived at the Ark continent, he was a young master. If he wanted, he didn't even have to put on his clothes, let alone do housework. To be honest, this habit was a terrible thing. In just a few days, Zhao Hai had become accustomed to having others serve him and everything. Just as he was daydreaming, Merlin came in with a plate. The food they were eating was still very simple: bread, vegetables, and some meat. The meat was only for Zhao Hai. They didn't have any wood or stone. Although the food was very simple, Zhao Hai could see Merlin's concern for him from this simple food. In the entire castle, the things he used were the best, and the food he ate was also the best. The entire castle revolved around him. This feeling made Zhao Hai very grateful, but also felt a lot of pressure. He is not the playboy Adam Buddha. He is a responsible man. The better Merlin and the others treat him, the more pressure he feels. These people live around him, which means they rely on him for survival. Although the Buddha family is now in decline, as long as he is alive, the Buddha family will exist and these people will not be bullied by other nobles. Maybe Merlin and the others are already very satisfied with this, but Zhao Hai was not satisfied. These people lived with him as the center, so he had the responsibility to make them live better. In the current situation, if he wanted to make them live better, the pressure on him was really great. Merlin noticed that Zhao Hai didn't eat anything, but was staring at the plate in a daze. He thought Zhao Hai was dissatisfied with his lunch, so he quickly asked, "Master, what's wrong with you? Is this meal not to your taste?" Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He turned to Merlin and smiled. "No, Grandma Merlin, this meal is very good. I was just thinking, when can I let everyone in the castle eat such a meal? Then I will be satisfied." Merlin's eyes turned red. He looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, "As long as the young master has space, sooner or later one day, it will be done. I believe in the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, that day will come sooner or later." As he was speaking, Meg and the other 3 walked in from outside, and Merlin immediately went to the kitchen and brought out the meals prepared for the 3 of them. When they were almost done eating, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, you can arrange for them to go quarrying stones this afternoon. Let's put this matter first. I can take care of the things in the valley. You just need to send me there and bring me back every day." After seeing Zhao Hai's miraculous performance in the space, Merlin's confidence in Zhao Hai also increased greatly. She immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I will organize them to quarry stones in the afternoon." "Master, you should have a good rest in the afternoon." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that he couldn't help much now. Because he drank the water of nothingness, his body was not as strong as those slaves who worked all year round. Besides, Merlin and the others would never let him go to mine stones. After eating and resting for a while, Merlin immediately organized the slaves to mine stones. They still had some tools for mining stones. In addition, when the castle was first built, the stones used were good materials, so there was not much damage. They mined stones mainly to make some stone weapons. These stone weapons are not very difficult to make. They are mostly made of stone spears, stone hammers, stone axes, and the like. It is impossible to make them into something with great power, although they only have more than 100 people now, and there are no more than 50 strong male slaves who can fight. They cannot prepare too few weapons. Stone weapons are very easy to break, so everyone has to prepare a few spare weapons. In addition, he also needs to mine some more stones and put them on the castle's castle to use as stepping stones. After all, when Zhao Hai and his men were preparing their weapons from the very beginning, they had never thought about engaging in a head-on battle with those undead creatures and poisonous beasts. They don't have that ability, so they can only rely on the castle for defense. This is when there are few undead creatures, otherwise they won't be able to hold on at all. However, problems arose immediately. Although this used to be an iron mine, it was an iron mine that had been mined by the dwarves. Moreover, the place in the mountain where stones could be mined had now become a lake in the mountain. So Merlin and his team had to spend a lot of effort just to open the mining site this afternoon. Finally, Merlin and his companions found a small mine not far from the castle, but they could not mine too many stones. Merlin couldn't help but sigh that this mine that had been mined by the dwarves really looked like it had been looted, and it was so clean that it made people want to cry. After wandering around for an afternoon, Merlin and his companions had to return to the castle in frustration. They found that the method of mining stones to make weapons was not feasible. Firstly, they had no experience in mining stones. Secondly, the tools they had were not very handy and their work efficiency was too slow. In addition, there were not many stones here, so even if they mined them all, they would not be enough. In the end, Merlin had to tell Zhao Hai about this situation and the plan had to be cancelled. Zhao Hai was really resting in the afternoon. He was not physically strong enough now. He had exercised in the morning and walked such a long way. He was really tired and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. When he got up, Merlin and the others had already returned. Zhao Hai had no choice but to wait until Green came back, sell all the radishes, and then buy some weapons from outside. During the time when Green was not back, they could do nothing. If the undead creatures and poisonous monsters in the corpse swamp really attacked, they could only hide in space. Just when Zhao Hai was at a loss, Meg suddenly ran in from outside with an excited look on her face. After entering the house, she immediately said to Zhao Hai happily, "Master, I have good news." Ever since Zhao Hai first improved the land and Meg hugged him excitedly, Meg changed unconsciously. When she saw Zhao Hai now, she no longer lowered her head. She was more natural and more lively than before. Zhao Hai and Merlin were both stunned. Merlin immediately asked, "What's the matter?" Meg immediately smiled and said, "Grandma, a slave just came to see me. He said he can weave grass. He can weave the grass on the mountain into all kinds of things, such as mats, curtains, and straw sandals." Zhao Hai was stunned, then his eyes lit up. He thought this was an opportunity. It turned out that in the rules he set to free those people from slavery, it was stated that as long as they had a skill and performed well, their slavery could be freed, but in the past few days none of those slaves took the initiative to say that they had a skill. Although they worked very hard, Zhao Hai was still very disappointed. Zhao Hai also knew that those slaves would not be able to change their ways in a short period of time. They were afraid, so they did not dare to show any signs of behavior. If he wanted to change this situation, it would take a very long process, and someone would have to set an example. Those slaves had been oppressed for too long and their minds had become rigid. It would take a long time to make them accept the new regulations. Zhao Hai had already prepared himself mentally, but he didn't expect that the slaves would give him a surprise today. Someone actually stepped forward on their own initiative. Although he only talked about an insignificant skill, this leader was too good. When Zhao Hai made that rule, he had the intention of buying a horsebone for a fortune. Now, the horsebone appeared. Chapter 29 Reward. Zhao Hai stood up happily and said, "Take me to see this person, quickly." After saying that, he took Meg's hand and walked straight out of the house. Meg was stunned for a moment, then looked at the hand that Zhao Hai was holding. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and then was replaced by shyness, but Zhao Hai was not in the mood to pay attention to this, and Merlin and the others did not notice it either. They all followed Yi Hai towards the outer castle. As soon as they appeared in the outer fort, they found a slave standing there, but this slave surprised Zhao Hai a little, because it was actually a female slave. Zhao Hai thought that the first slave to step out this time would be a male, but he didn't expect it to be a female. Zhao Hai stood there in a daze, looking at the female slave standing at the small gate connecting the inner castle and the outer castle. This female slave looked to be around 20 years old. She was a little thin, probably due to malnutrition, and had a very petite figure. She had brown hair that looked a little frizzy. She was wearing a coarse cloth dress, and her skin was very dark and rough. She looked ordinary. She stood there very nervously, her whole body seemed to be shaking. When she saw Zhao Hai and the others coming out, she immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Meg immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Master, it's her. Her name is Do. She is 20 years old. She just came to me and said that she can weave grass." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that in this world, slaves did not have surnames. Their names were usually only one character. If they had a two-character name, it would be an overstep and they would be executed. Zhao Hai looked at the girl named Do and said in a deep voice, "Raise your head." Do raised his head tremblingly, but still didn't dare to look at Zhao Hai. He knelt there straight. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Your name is Do?" Do cowed out again and said, "Yes, master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Are you good at weaving grass? Where did you learn it from?" Do said, "My lord, I became a slave 2 years ago. I was a commoner before that. When I was at home, I often used straw to weave things. I learned it slowly. Zhao Hai nodded. He found that although this girl named Do looked timid, she spoke very logically. It seemed that this had a lot to do with the fact that she was a commoner before her. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go get some grass and weave it for me now." Do responded immediately and went out. After a while, she came back with a big bundle of hay. It seemed that she had prepared it in advance. The hay had been soaked with clean water in advance to make it more flexible. Do bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Please forgive my rudeness, sir." Zhao Hai nodded, and Do immediately sat on the ground and began to weave. It was obvious that she wanted to weave a mat, and her movements were very fast. After a while, a small mat was made. The surface of the mat was very smooth and soft, and it looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded, looked at Do, who knelt on the ground again, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, Do, you have made great contributions to the Buddha family. From now on, you are no longer a slave, but a civilian of the black soil territory of my Buddha family. In the future, you can see me without kneeling, just bow. In addition, you will get a separate room and work for the Buddha family. You will be paid 1 silver coin per month. I will also give you the surname Buddha. From today on, your name is Do Buddha. Well, the name Do is not suitable for girls, so you can be called Ju Buddha." Everyone in the yard heard what Zhao Hai said. They never thought that Do could become a commoner and get paid just by her skill of weaving grass. The most important thing was that Zhao Hai actually gave her a surname. This was a remarkable thing. You know, many commoners on the mainland don't even have surnames. Do, no, now she should be called Jabuda, knelt there excitedly, her whole body trembling. She really didn't expect that she would actually become a commoner and not a slave anymore. It all seemed like a dream. The reason why Jabuda had the courage to be the first to stand up and say that she had skills was because she wanted to give it a try. Her family was not originally slaves. 2 years ago, they were still civilians. They had a piece of land of their own. Although it was only 5 acres, it was enough to support the family. In addition, her father had some stonemasonry skills, so the family had no worries about food and clothing. But just the year before last, there was an insect plague in their area. The grain in 5 acres of land was eaten up by the insects, and not a single grain of rice was harvested. There were many people with the same fate as them. Then, due to the large-scale grain shortage in their area, the grain price rose, and their family was on the verge of starvation. In order to feed his family, his father had to work day and night, but he was injured while working and could not continue working. In order to pay for his father's medical treatment, the family had to buy the land and the house, but the money was still not enough, so they had no choice but to borrow usury from a nobleman. As a result, his father could not hold on and died of illness. Their family could not afford to repay the loan, so the noble captured her mother, her, and her brother as slaves. However, her mother died soon due to excessive grief. Before her death, her mother's only wish was to restore their family's status as civilians. However, it was extremely difficult for a slave to restore his status as a commoner. Jabuda also saw many slaves like them who offered their daughters to nobles in order to restore their status as commoners, but they still failed to obtain commoner status. Instead, the girl was tortured to death soon after. After seeing this, Ju became more careful, trying her best to avoid attracting attention while taking care of her younger brother. The 2 siblings depended on each other. Later, their original owners sold them to slave traders, and finally they were bought by Green and brought to the black soil wasteland. When she first heard Zhao Hai say that as long as they could make contributions to the Buddha family, they could restore their civilian status, Ju's heart was moved, but she did not stand up immediately. She was afraid that her skills would not be appreciated by Zhao Hai. After all, she only knew how to weave grass. After observing for a few days, she found that Zhao Hai and his nobles were different from the nobles she had met before. They were very easygoing, and they could feed them well every day and even prepared firewood for them to keep warm. Ju had to step forward today because her brother was sick. Although it was not a serious illness, it would be very dangerous if it continued like this. Ju was scared. Her brother was the hope of their family, and she had to save him no matter what, so she stepped forward. After being stunned for a long time, Ju cowed out again and said, "Master, I dare not ask for your reward, I just hope you can save my brother, he is sick now." Zhao Hai was stunned and said, "Oh? Really? So you have a younger brother here too. Don't worry, I won't take back the reward I gave you. Since you have a younger brother here, let your brother and you restore your civilian status and give him the surname Buddha. By the way, what's his name? Where is he? What disease does he have? Ju was stunned. She had never thought that Zhao Hai would actually do this. He actually restored her brother's civilian status. Her mother's wish had actually come true. Ju was so excited that tears streamed down her face. She sobbed, "Master, my brother is called in, and he is in the room now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Get up, you are a civilian now, you don't have to kneel anymore, take me to see your brother." Ju stood up obediently. She had only been a slave for a few years and was not completely enslaved. Besides, she was very smart, so she had performed so well and regained her composure so quickly under the watchful eyes of the slaves. Ju led Zhao Hai and the others to a stone house. The stone house was not very big, only about 20 square meters, and could accommodate 4 people. All of them lived on the ground, with simply some hay spread on the ground. Now, there was a person lying on the hay. The man looked to be 17 or 18 years old, fairly strong, with a very ordinary appearance, dressed in coarse cloth, with the emblem of the Buddha family branded on his forehead. However, he did not look too well now, with his face covered in blue and his eyes closed. Zhao Hai glanced at him, then turned to Mei Lin and said, "Grandma Mei Lin, what do you think is wrong with him? Why is his face blue?" Merlin glanced at him and said, "Master, he was poisoned. It is very likely the poison from the poisonous grass we saw yesterday. He might have accidentally touched the poisonous grass when he went out to work today. He didn't feel much at the time because he was strong. After he came back, the poison slowly took effect, so this happened." Zhao Hai really didn't expect that the poisonous grass was so toxic. He quickly asked, "Can it be cured?" Merlin smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master, it can be cured." After that, she whispered a few spells, and a ball of water blue light appeared in her hand. Then Merlin slowly placed the blue light on Anne's body, and the blue light immediately sank into Anne's body. Anne's body seemed to slowly emit blue light, and then a green gas was forced out of Anne's body by the blue light. When the entire blue light occupied Anne's body, his complexion slowly returned to normal, and then the blue light disappeared. Zhao Hai really didn't expect that magic could be used to detoxify. It seemed that he had always underestimated the magical ability of this world. This world has been developing magical civilization, and now it has almost developed magical civilization to a limit. It is no surprise that it can do so many magical things. Merlin looked at Anne's face again and said, "Master, it's okay. His poison has been resolved. He will be back to normal tomorrow morning after a good night's sleep." Zhao Hai nodded, turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, arrange a room for Ju and An in the inner castle, and prepare some furniture for them tomorrow. They are now civilians of our Buddha family, and cannot be treated the same as those slaves. Mu Tu, carry into the inner castle later." Chapter 30. No money. Again in the evening, Zhao Hai specially asked Jabuda to have dinner with them. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to make Jabuda a role model for those slaves, so that those slaves could be rejuvenated and think of ways to change their current living conditions. Only in this way could those slaves be more creative. Jabuda was very nervous. Although she was now a commoner, she also knew that commoners were not qualified to dine with nobles. But Zhao Hai called her to the restaurant in the main castle, which made her even more nervous. But when Merlin brought the dinner, Jabuda was stunned. Jabuda was just a commoner before and had never seen what the nobles' meals were like. But she had heard that the nobles had so many dishes in one meal, what to eat first and what to eat next, and the first dish was very particular. The tableware they used was made of gold and silver, so when Zhao Hai called her to dinner, she thought she would see that kind of situation too. But when she saw the dinner that Merlin brought up, she really couldn't believe that this was Zhao Hai and his friend's dinner. It was ordinary bread, soup, vegetables, and meat. And only Zhao Hai had meat. No one else had any. Such a dinner was not much better than what the slaves outside ate. Zhao Hai also noticed Ju's look. Since entering the restaurant, Ju has been standing there very nervously. She didn't even dare to sit down. Now seeing Ju's look, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "Ju, come and sit down. I have given you a surname. According to the rules, you are also considered a member of the Buddha family. Don't be so nervous, sit down." As Zhao Hai spoke, he winked at Meg, and Meg immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She walked to Ju's side and said to her with a smile, "Sister Ju, please sit down. The young master is very easygoing. We also eat at the same table with him every day. The rules of other nobles don't apply to the young master, so you don't have to worry." Ju knew Meg's identity and knew that Meg and her family used to be servants of the Buddha family. If such people were in other places, their status would also be very high, at least much higher than that of commoners like them. However, the contact over the past few days also made Ju realize that Meg was a good person. Although she was always watching the slaves working, she did not beat or scold them. She just told everyone what work to do. In addition, Meg was a girl, so Ju's nervous mood was gradually eased. Merlin brought dinner up soon. He looked at Ju, who was still a little nervous, and said with a kind smile, "Girl, don't be nervous. From now on, you will be a member of the Buddha family. Don't worry, the young master is a very good person. By the way, you said you were a commoner before? How did you become a slave later?" Perhaps it was Merlin's kind look that made Ju let go of the last bit of nervousness. She finally whispered the whole process of how she became a slave. Zhao Hai and the others did not say anything, but listened quietly until Ju finished speaking. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "With such nobles, it is a miracle that the world has not been in chaos." "All right, Grandma Malin, let's eat. Ju, from now on you will be a servant of the Buddha family. As a civilian, you will be paid every month. Tomorrow you will follow Meg and learn something from her." Although Zhao Hai was very excited about Ju's skill in weaving grass, he also knew that Ju's skill was not of much help to them at the moment. Zhao Hai gave Ju so many rewards today, not so much because he was impressed by Ju's skill, but rather because he was impressed by Ju's courage. No matter what the reason was for Ju to stand up, her courage to stand up was worthy of Zhao Hai's reward. What's more, with Ju's example, he believed that the slaves would work harder. While eating, Ju kept secretly glancing at Zhao Hai and the others, but she found that they didn't seem to have any abnormal behavior. They ate very naturally, and didn't have the difficulty in swallowing the food as she had imagined. After dinner, Zhao Hai and his friends arrived at the living room. After Zhao Hai sat down, he said to Ju, "Ju, I will ask Mu Tu and Shir Tu to send you a bed and some beddings. You should take good care of your brother today. Tomorrow morning, follow Meg and do whatever Meg asks you to do. If there is nothing else to do, weave some more straw curtains and send them to the people in the outer fort. The weather is still a bit cold now, so let them hang the straw curtains on the windows to block the cold wind." Ju immediately said, "Yes, master." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Ju, you are now a servant of the Buddha family, not a slave anymore. You don't need to call me master. Just call me young master like Meg and the others. Mumu, Shir Tu, go and deliver bedding to Ju and An's room. Ju, go back and take care of your brother." The three of them responded and turned away. Meg and Merlin stood beside Zhao Hai the whole time. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "I hope Ju's incident can stimulate those slaves. Now our Buddha family is really poor. If these slaves can make something, maybe we can discover 2 talents from them." Merlin also nodded. She also knew the difficulties the Buddha family was facing now. Although they had bought a lot of supplies when they came to the Black Soil Wasteland this time, those supplies were mostly food and clothing, and some tools. They did not buy things that took up too much space, otherwise they would have provided each slave with a bed. Although they are no longer under pressure of food, they are always worried about the situation in the corpse swamp, and the pressure is greater than before. In fact, Merlin is still very confident in her and Meg's skills. She believes that they can deal with even ordinary monsters. Don't forget that she is an 8th-level magician, and Meg is also a 6th-level magician. Wood and stone are even 6th-level warriors, and their skills are not bad. The reason why Merlin didn't dare to let Zhao Hai rest assured was because she was also unsure. What was the corpse swamp? It was one of the 5 forbidden areas on the continent. Even if a 9th-level magician went in, it would be impossible to get out unscathed, let alone her, an 8th-level magician. Although they didn't have to enter the corpse swamp, if the monsters attacking them were too strong, she couldn't guarantee that they could repel the monsters, so she didn't dare to tell Zhao Hai. This moment, Zhao Hai suddenly stood up, turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, I'm going to go into the space for a while. The magic radish is ripe, I have to go and harvest it. Do you want to come?" Merlin shook his head and said, "Master, I won't go. I still have to go to the kitchen to clean up. Let Meg go with you." Zhao Hai nodded, turned to Meg and said, "Meg, come with me to a place later. That place is our Buddha family's biggest secret. Except for you, me, Grandma Merlin, Wood and Stone, no one else knows about it. Even Grandpa Green doesn't know about it now, so you must not mention it to anyone else." When Meg saw Zhao Hai's serious words, she didn't know what to do. She turned around and looked at Merlin. Merlin nodded and said, "Meg, listen to the young master." Meg nodded immediately and said, "Yes, master, don't worry, I will definitely not tell." Zhao Hai nodded, and with a thought, the two of them arrived in the space. Meg's reaction when she first arrived in the space was similar to Merlin's. Now the radishes in the space were ripe, and the corn had also grown seedlings. Zhao Hai explained the function of space to Meg again, and then he collected the radishes. Just like last time, he collected the radishes and their leaves separately. Meg looked at this magical space, and she understood why her mother and Zhao Hai said that this was the biggest secret of the Buddha family. This was not only the biggest secret of the Buddha family, but also the hope for the revival of the Buddha family. No wonder the two of them attached so much importance to it. After Zhao Hai put away the radishes, he bought a bag of radish seeds in the store. Now his space has nearly 6,000 kilograms of corn and 3 seasons of radishes, but he only has 50 gold coins left. Although he still has a few bags of other seeds, now is not the time to plant those things, so those seeds can only be put aside. After doing all this, Zhao Hai turned to Meg and said, "Meg, this is the magical space I got. Everything here is up to me. This is also the hope of our Buddha family. You must not tell anyone else." Meg said seriously, "Master, don't worry. I know the seriousness of this matter and I won't tell anyone." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Meg, "Let's go out. We don't need to worry about him here anymore. It's getting late. You should go and rest early." After saying this, they thought about it and appeared in the living room again. This time, Mutu and Shirtu had returned, but they were not surprised by the sudden appearance of Zhao Hai and Meg. They had already been to the space and knew what was going on there. Zhao Hai saw that everyone was there, nodded and said, "Okay, everyone go and rest, we still have things to do tomorrow. Meg, take Ju to learn more tomorrow." Meg responded, and Zhao Hai slowly walked towards his room. And Zhao Hai still had to think carefully about what to do next. Now he only had 50 gold coins left. Should he buy radishes and exchange them for gold coins, or buy corn and exchange them for gold coins? If that didn't work, he could only plant corn on the 10 acres of land where he grew radishes. Lying on the bed thinking about the things in the space, he now only had 50 gold coins in his hand, so he must sell the things in the space for money. Zhao Hai was more inclined to sell radishes. Before Green came back, radishes were not very useful, and he had already collected the radish leaves separately. Even if he sold the radishes, he would not have to worry about having nothing to feed the blue-eyed rabbit in the future, and there is still plenty of corn now, and corn is more useful than radish. Not only can it be used as food, but also as feed. Zhao Hai really does not plan to sell the corn. Chapter 31, Millstone and Stone Mill. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai dodged and entered the space again. When he was in the space, he really didn't like others watching him, but in order to comfort Merlin and the others, he had to bring Merlin and the others into the space to take a look. Now the Buddha family still had to rely on them. This time, Zhao Hai let Merlin and Meg know the situation in the space in order to make her more confident. Now the crises in the black soil wasteland are one after another. If Merlin and the others lose confidence, then everything will be over. After arriving in the space, Zhao Hai immediately bought radishes. This time he bought 3 seasons of radishes. He bought a total of 1,500 gold coins. Adding the original 50 gold coins, he now had 1,550 gold coins in his hand. If he used these gold coins to plant radishes, they would be enough to plant 10 seasons of radishes. It's not that Zhao Hai didn't want to use radishes to save seeds, but radishes are different from corn. When they grow up, the main thing they eat is the roots. He didn't know whether the space would allow them to save seeds. In addition, even if the radishes were saved for seeds, the number of seeds would be very small, and the yield would be far less than that of corn. That's why Zhao Hai didn't use radishes to save seeds anyway. They can make a lot of money by selling the radishes, and they can make even more if they sell them outside. As long as they wait for Green to come back, they can go to sell radishes. Then he can buy some books about mainland plants, so that he can decide what to plant. Now he knows too little about the plants on the mainland, and he can't develop even if he wants to. Zhao Hai had no choice but to buy the radishes now. He could still harvest another season's worth of radishes tomorrow. Anyway, he told Green that he only had 80,000 kilograms of radishes, which was enough for the time being, but even though he now has more than 1,500 gold coins in his hand, the money is not enough. Luo Tian can collect 3 times a day, which means that the gold coins in his hand are only enough for 3 days. After 3 days, he will have to sell radishes again. Zhao Haichu was helpless, his current level was too low, even if he wanted to buy some higher level seeds he couldn't, so he could only wait. At this rate, he didn't know when he could upgrade the space. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai fell asleep in a short while after lying on the bed. He also discovered that he seemed to be able to sleep particularly well now. He had clearly taken a nap in the afternoon, but he could still sleep at night. It was really incredible. The next morning, Zhao Hai was awakened by the sound of ripe radishes in the space. When he went to the space and looked, he found that not only radishes, but even corn was almost ripe. Zhao Hai immediately collected the radishes, bought a bag of radish seeds and planted them, and looked at the corn, which would be mature in a few minutes. Zhao Hai didn't want to go out, so he washed his face with the water in the space, rinsed his mouth, and waited in the space, looking at those corns. Zhao Hai was really greedy. He used to live in the north. Although no one regarded corn as staple food at that time, it was very good to eat it occasionally. However, the corns at that time were all high-yield corns, not as delicious as the sticky corns before. In addition, most of them were grown with chemical fertilizers, and the taste was far inferior to those grown with farmyard manure. Therefore, Zhao Hai only ate it occasionally at that time. However, when Zhao Hai visited his relatives in the countryside, he had a good meal. They were cornmeal pancakes cooked in a big iron pot in the countryside. They were delicious, so delicious. The cornmeal pancake is completely different from the cornmeal pancakes bought in the city. Although the cornmeal is very coarse, the pancake is very fragrant. There is food stewed at the bottom of the pot, and the lower half of the pancake is covered with soup, while one side is burned with red rice crust. When you take a bite, you can not only taste the aroma of cornmeal, but also the fragrant taste of rice crust. The part covered with soup is even more fragrant. When Zhao Hai thought of this, he couldn't help but drool. He wanted to talk endlessly. Zhao Hai came to his senses, swallowed his saliva twice, and smiled bitterly. Although he had eaten corn grits porridge and cornmeal cakes, he didn't know much about how they were processed. He only knew that the processing of corn grits was relatively simple, as one only had to peel and remove the umbilicus, while cornmeal was more troublesome, as the corn had to be ground into corn grits first and then into cornmeal. If it were on Earth, processing corn would be a very simple matter. Just find a grain processing plant, turn on the machine, and it would be done in a short time, but it doesn't work here. There are no crushers here, so there is no way to process the corn. Zhao Hai sighed. At this moment, the reminder sound of the space sounded again. The corn was ripe. Zhao Hai immediately harvested the corn and planted the 2 acres of corn again. Then he stared at the cornfield in a daze. The yield of this corn is high, but the processing is a problem. I really don't know how people ate corn in the past. Suddenly Zhao Hai had an idea. He suddenly discovered a problem. Corn must have appeared earlier than crushers and flour mills. In those years when there were no machines, did people just cook corn kernels to eat? People at that time were not that stupid, right? So how did they process corn? Zhao Hai turned around in the space for a few times, and touched his forehead out of habit, wondering how people in the past processed rice and flour. Suddenly Zhao Hai slapped his forehead, and he finally remembered 2 things. He had only seen people using these 2 things on TV, but he had never used them himself. He also had not seen rural people using them, so he didn't think of them for a while. Millstone, stone mill, yes, these are the 2 things. When Zhao Hai visited his relatives in the countryside before, he had seen a millstone, but it was a dismantled millstone. No one in the countryside cares about that thing anymore, but out of curiosity, he still asked what the millstone and the millstone were used for. He then found out that the millstone and the millstone were used to grind rice and noodles. The most important thing is that the main materials of these 2 things are stone and wood. Stone is easy to make, although there are not many stones available for mining in the mountains, but it should be enough to make a roller and a stone mill. Not much stone is used, and the material does not need to be too good. The small trees growing on the mountain will be enough. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could no longer stay there and immediately came out of the space. He looked at the sky outside and saw that Meg and the others should have gotten up. Zhao Hai immediately pushed the door and walked out. As soon as Zhao Hai came out, he saw Meg and Zhu carrying copper wash basins and walking towards his room. Seeing Zhao Hai coming out, Meg was stunned and hurriedly said, "Master, why are you out? You haven't washed yet." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay, I got up a long time ago and have already showered." "Zhu, is your brother okay? Is he up yet?" Zhu was originally standing behind Meg with her head down. When she heard what Zhao Hai said, she quickly said, "Thank you for your concern, master. And is fine now and is waiting outside to see you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite? What's the point of greeting? Let's go to the living room first. Call in over. I have something to ask him." Megan were stunned for a moment, but she didn't say anything. They immediately responded and followed Zhao Hai into the living room. When they arrived in the living room, Meg put down the copper basin in her hand and stood behind Zhao Hai, while Zhu went outside to call in. This inner castle is divided into the main castle and servants' rooms. The main castle is where Yi Hai and his friends live, while the servants' rooms are small houses where servants live. They are located behind the main castle. Now Zhu and An live in the servants' rooms. Although they are already civilians and have been given surnames by Zhao Hai, their status is still far inferior to that of Meg and his friends. Meg and his friends are confidants, while Zhu and his friends can only be regarded as ordinary servants. After a while, Zhu brought An in. And was really good looking and tall, but a little thin, but looked very strong. Now he no longer looked as dying as the others, but he still kept his head down and seemed afraid to speak. Zhu walked up to Zhao Hai and lowered her head and said, "Master, An is here." Zhao Hai nodded, glanced at An, who was standing not far away, smiled and said, "Call him over, there's no need to be so strict, I have something to ask him." Zhu immediately called An over. As soon as An arrived in front of Zhao Hai, he knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "And greets the young master. Thank you for saving my life." It seems that Zhu had already told him before he came, so he called Zhao Hai young master instead of master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't be so polite, you are now a member of the Buddha family, it is my duty to save you, stand up and answer." And kowtowed again and said, "Thank you, young master." Then he stood up, but he was still half bowed, with his head lowered, not daring to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai frowned when he saw An's expression. He didn't like people treating him like this. It was like a slave. He didn't like it. Zhao Hai shouted, "And raise your head. Remember, you are now a member of the Buddha family, a commoner. If you go out to do something in the future, you will represent the reputation of our Buddha family. Don't bend your waist all the time and look like a slave. Otherwise, people will look down on our Buddha family." Seeing that Zhao Hai seemed angry, Zhu and An both knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Hai at the same time, saying, "Please punish me, master." Zhao Hai was so helpless that he could only say, "All right, stand up, don't kneel down all the time." Seeing that both of them stood up, An's back also straightened a little, Zhao Hai continued, "And, let me ask you, do you have some stonemasonry skills?" And quickly said, "Yes, master. My father is a stonemason. I have also learned some of the stonemason's skills. Although I am not very proficient, I can still make some common things." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. I'll draw 2 patterns later. See if you can make them. If you can, immediately organize people to mine some stones and make what I want as soon as possible." An's heart tightened involuntarily, but he still bowed and said, "Yes, master." Chapter 32, Sewing. Zhao Hai arrived at the study room upstairs. This study room was also prepared by Green. There were some books in it, but not many, and some account books and the like. However, there was no shortage of paper and pens. What surprised Zhao Hai was that there were several types of pens here. Some were made of bird feathers, some were made of animal bones, some were made of metal and were similar to fountain pens. There were also writing brushes, and some were made of charcoal and were pencil-like. It was a combination of the East and the West, both ancient and modern, which really opened Zhao Hai's eyes. However, Zhao Hai was not impressed by the paper. It was not the white paper he had imagined, but yellow, similar to the craft paper Zhao Hai had seen when he was a child. The paper was very hard and much rougher than craft paper. Upon seeing these, Zhao Hai was stunned and speechless. In Adam's memory, there were many romantic and debauched things, but as for things like pens and papers, he had no memory at all. This showed what kind of person he was before Zhao Hai picked up the charcoal pencil, simply drew the shape of the millstone and the roller on the paper, and then handed it to An took a look at the things on the paper and immediately said, "Master, I can make this thing. We usually use similar things to beat rice. Although it is not exactly the same, it is almost the same." Zhao Hai then nodded with relief and said, "Okay, as long as it can be done, Meg, you will arrange 40 men to follow in Shui to make these two things. Make a few more. These are used to beat rice and noodles. We have a lot of people here, and I'm afraid it won't be enough if there are fewer." Meg responded, and Zhao Hai continued, "The remaining 10 men will go to the mountains to cut grass. Cut down all the hay, and then let the women learn to weave grass from Jew. Hang straw mats in all the houses in the shortest possible time. By the way, if someone else finds you with a skill, you must tell me. Also, tell the slaves that if they feel it is too cold to sleep on the ground, they can spread the cornstalks outside on the ground. Now we have too few supplies and cannot let them sleep on the bed. But sleeping on the ground all the time will make them sick. Spreading a few more layers of cornstalks can also serve as a bed." Meg responded. He also knew that the slaves really had nothing to do now. Zhao Hai's land had not been improved yet, and the mine had been almost cleaned up. There was really no work to do at the moment. After finishing the instructions, Zhao Hai and his companions came out of the study. As soon as they walked into the living room, they met Merlin. Breakfast was already prepared, and Merlin came to call them to a breakfast. At the dinner table, Zhao Hai told Merlin about his arrangements. Merlin didn't object. They really needed some ingredients for making rice and noodles, so Zhao Hai's arrangements were the best. After dinner, Meg immediately assigned the personnel according to Zhao Hai's arrangement, and asked Shirtu to lead in and the others to find suitable stones to make millstones and grinding wheels. The women were all under her charge, and everyone sat there weaving straw mats. The entire castle became busy all of a sudden, but Zhao Hai and Meg were not in the castle. The two of them went to the canyon from the lake in the mountains again. This time there were only two of them, and there was no danger anyway. Merlin could be more relaxed with one less person. The two of them walked on the waves and soon arrived at the canyon. Zhao Hai walked to the land that he had improved yesterday and took a look. Seeing no changes, he improved another piece of land next to that one, still 10 acres. Seeing that Zhao Hai had improved the land, Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, how about we ask the slaves to turn the soil here tomorrow and plant some crops first?" Zhao Hai shook his head. He wanted to use this piece of land for an experiment. He would not forget the tip he got when he first touched the small shovel. The small shovel could be taken outside the space and used to plow 10 acres of land every day. Similarly, he also wanted to know whether the seeds and water in the space were still under his control after being taken out of the space. If they were, he could plant 10 acres of land every day. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai shaking his head, Merlin knew that he must have something else to do, so he stopped talking and just looked at Zhao Hai, wondering what else he was going to do. Zhao Hai's mind moved, and the small shovel immediately flew out from the space, and kept turning the soil there. Zhao Hai immediately thought about sowing. Sure enough, the corn seeds immediately flew out from the space and fell on the ground that had just been turned over. Zhao Hai went over to take a look worriedly, and found that the seeds had been buried. Zhao Hai was relieved. However, Zhao Hai also discovered a problem, that is, the shovel, the seeds, and everything in the space cannot leave the range of 10 acres of land, and can only move within this range, and cannot do too complicated things, like a shovel, can only be used to turn the soil, cannot do anything else. Seeds can only be planted in the ground, cannot do anything else. Zhao Hai also wanted to try the space water, but there was no way. The space water had been used to improve the land. Today he could not use the water in the space to use outside. In fact, Zhao Hai was still a little unsatisfied. If the water in the space could really change according to his wishes, then perhaps it could become one of his offensive weapons. But unfortunately, after the water in the space came out of the space, it could only water the soil at most and could not do anything else. Compared to Zhao Hai's dissatisfaction, Merlin was very shocked. She never thought that Zhao Hai could use this method to farm. It was too magical. More than 2 hours later, 10 acres of land were planted, and the small shovel automatically flew back to the space, and the seeds naturally no longer appeared. Although it was only 10 acres of land, Zhao Hai was still very satisfied. He could only improve 10 acres a day and plant 10 acres, which was just right. Seeing that the land was planted, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, can you use water magic to water the land?" Merlin came back to his senses at once, nodded, walked to the side of the pool, and chanted a spell in a low voice. This time he chanted the spell for a longer time. After a while, a cloud of water vapor rose from the pool, and then the water vapor accumulated in the air, and slowly turned into a light rain and fell down. Zhao Hai once again felt the magic of magic. This was completely artificial rainfall. It was too amazing. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that not all magicians could do this. Only high-level magicians like Merlin could do this. Moreover, this was just an auxiliary magic, not offensive magic, and was much simpler than offensive magic. Merlin's control over magic was beyond words. After a while, the soil in the ground became very moist, and she immediately stopped her magic. Zhao Hai looked at the 10 acres of land, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, although plants here cannot mature as quickly as in the space, for us, this is the foundation of our survival. I am afraid that the space will disappear one day, so I am in a hurry to improve the land." Hearing what Zhao Hai said, Merlin's face changed, and he quickly said, "God bless you, I hope there will be no news about the young master's space." Zhao Hai smiled slightly, turned his head and said, "Okay Grandma Merlin, I can only improve these 10 acres of land a day, let's go back." Merlin nodded, and followed Zhao Hai into the cave. Although walking on the waves is very slow, Zhao Hai still hopes that he can get on the boat one day earlier. However, they not only do not have the materials to build a boat, but also no one who can build a boat, so he can only think about it now. As soon as the two came out of the cave, they heard bursts of shouting coming from a small cave not far away. Zhao Hai and Merlin looked in the direction of the sound and found that Shirtu was leading in and the others to carry a piece of mind stone out of the cave. As Zhao Hai walked over quickly, he first took a look at the stone. Of course, he couldn't tell whether the stone was good or not. He just wanted to see if the stone was big enough. Yes, the shape of this stone is not very regular, about 1.5 meters high, with a minimum diameter of about 3 meters and a maximum diameter of about 5 meters. You can tell at a glance that it is not light. They took a lot of ropes, tied up the stone, and lifted it out of the cave bit by bit. Zhao Hai said quickly, "Okay, put the stone down, I'll take him back, you guys go do other things." And then the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, but Shirtu knew what was going on. Zhao Hai wanted to take the stone back to the space. He did not explain to Wen and the others, and immediately said to them, "Okay, everyone put this stone down and continue to mine in the cave. We don't need to worry about this." Although Wen and the others were puzzled, they did not dare to disobey Zhao Hai's words, and immediately put the stone on the ground. Shirtu then asked them to untie the ropes on the stone. Seeing that there was no rope on the stone, Zhao Hai waved his hand and put the stone into the space warehouse. And the others were stunned. They had never seen such a magical ability. Although there were space equipment on this continent, those things were generally owned by some great nobles. Small nobles could not afford them. Slaves like In and others had never even heard of them, let alone seen others use them. But In and the others also knew the wonders of magic. They thought Zhao Hai was using magic, so they were all very excited and thought to themselves, "It turns out that the master is a powerful magician." Zhao Hai ignored them and immediately followed Merlin towards the castle. On the way, he saw several male slaves cutting hay on the mountain. This time, Zhao Hai did not help them transport the grass back. Grass was very loose, so he just let the slaves take it back themselves. When the two returned to the castle, they found that there were many women sitting in the castle square. These women, led by Meg and Ju, were weaving mats there. Some women were carrying cornstalks from outside the castle and walking towards the houses where the slaves lived. Chapter 33 Sudden Inspiration. Although they are busy, they all have smiles on their faces. Those smiles are full of hope for life, which makes people feel that they are living energetically and have a bright future. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He turned around and walked to the field where the cornstalks were placed. He put the cornstalks he had collected this morning back into the field. Zhao Hai did not think of hiding it from these people. These people were slaves of the Buddha family. They had been branded with the mark of the Buddha family, which would never be erased in this lifetime. Their fate was already tied to the Buddha family, so there was no need to hide it from them. Those slaves now seemed to have gotten used to Zhao Hai's various magical performances, so when they saw Zhao Hai produce so many cornstalks, they did not react at all as Zhao Hai glanced at the female slave holding the cornstalks and said, "You can use these to spread on the ground, or to light a fire, but remember, be careful when making a fire, don't start a fire. Also, these cornstalks are still damp, it's best to air them before spreading them." The female slaves responded quickly, but this time they were not in a hurry to kneel down. It seemed that Meg communicated well with them. Actually, Zhao Hai guessed wrong this time. The credit this time really did not belong to Meg. Although Meg was a servant, don't forget that she was, after all, the daughter of the chief officer of the Dabu family. Even when the Buddha family was not in poverty, few people in the entire Buddha family dared to look at her coldly. Her status was much higher than those civilians, and she had never gotten along with those civilians. Naturally, she would not communicate with these slaves whose status was lower than that of civilians. The reason why these slaves have such a transformation is all thanks to Ju. Although Ju was a commoner before, she has been a slave for several years. In addition, she now bears the mark of the Buddha family. Although Zhao Hai restored her commoner status yesterday, in the eyes of these slaves, she is still easier to approach than Meg. The most important thing is that although Ju has regained her civilian status and moved to a new room, they still work and laugh with her, so these slaves are more likely to accept Ju. Slaves were a group of people with the lowest status in the entire continent. Sometimes they were not even as good as a dog raised by their master. It was said that when a dog of a noble family died, they killed 100 slaves in one breath to bury it with the dog. This shows how low the status of slaves was. It is precisely because of this that the slaves are very wary of anyone with a higher status or who is related to the nobility. They never believe the words of anyone related to the nobility. Ju's identity is very special. She is also a slave, but now she has been restored to a civilian status. Moreover, Ju has always been very honest and can get along well with these slaves, so these slaves can accept her so quickly. When women are together, they will naturally chat. Even slaves are the same. Since Ju was working with her, those people naturally asked Ju about things related to Zhao Hai. Ju did not hide anything from them and told her everything. This surprised those slaves very much. They really did not expect that Zhao Hai would be so easy to talk to. Similarly, Ju also learned from Merlin that Zhao Hai didn't like people kneeling in front of him at every turn, so Ju also told those slaves. In addition, Zhao Hai's friendly behavior these days also reduced the slaves' vigilance a lot, so they no longer knelt down to greet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care. To be honest, as a modern man, even if he accepted all of Adam's memories, he would still be uncomfortable with being made to kneel to him every day. But in order to prevent Merlin and Green from saying anything about him, he accepted it. Now these slaves didn't kneel when they saw him like they did before, which made him feel more at ease as Zhao Hai and Merlin arrived in the yard again. Meg and the others wanted to come over to pay their respects, but Zhao Hai waved his hand and stopped them from moving. He walked to an open space next to the yard and released the stone that he had just received in the space. Then Zhao Hai turned to watch Meg and the others weaving straw mats. It was obvious that the slaves were used to this kind of work and their hands and feet were very nimble. Even those who didn't know how to weave before learned it very quickly. Meg, on the other hand, was far behind those slaves. They all sat on the ground, and there was a pile of grass next to each of them, but there was more grass next to Merlin, almost blocking her entire body. Seeing Merlin's look, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of a phrase, borrowing arrows with straw boats. It seemed that Zhuge Liang had put straw men in the front and real people in the back, and then borrowed a lot of arrows. Wait, borrowing arrows with straw boats? Straw boats? Zhao Hai clapped his hands vigorously. He finally thought of what to use to make a boat. Grass. He remembered reading a news report when he was on Earth. It seemed that someone made a straw boat with grass and was going to conquer the Pacific Ocean. Although he didn't know whether the madman succeeded in the end, at least one thing was certain: grass could be used to make a boat. Zhao Hai turned around excitedly on the ground for a few times. If the straw boat was really made, then the boat problem would be solved and someone would take care of the land in the canyon. When Zhao Hai thought of this, he couldn't help but get even more excited. This frightened Merlin, who was standing next to him. She didn't understand why Zhao Hai became so excited after just looking at her. Merlin hurriedly asked, Master, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Hai was brought back to his senses by Merlin's call. He turned around and looked at the others. As expected, everyone was looking at him. This made Zhao Hai feel embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "Grandma Merlin, please call Meg and Ju to the living room. I have something to talk to them about." After that, he quickly walked towards the living room of the inner castle. Although Merlin didn't know what Zhao Hai was going to do, she knew that Zhao Hai must have thought of something good again. She hurriedly called Meg and Ju and walked towards the living room of the inner castle. Zhao Hai had already arrived in the living room, stomping back and forth, touching his forehead out of habit. When he heard footsteps, he stopped and saw that it was indeed Merlin and the other two. When Zhao Hai saw the three people coming in, he nodded and said, "Come and sit down, I have something to say." The three people walked up to Zhao Hai, but did not dare to sit down. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and sat down first, then waved his hand and said, "Come and sit down." The three of them sat down as he said, but Ju sat the backmost with her head down, and Zhao Hai glanced at the three of them and said, "I just suddenly thought of an idea. Grandma Merlin, we need a boat now. The land in the canyon needs someone to take care of it, but we have too few supplies now, so we can't build a boat. Just now I saw Merlin weaving grass, and it suddenly occurred to me, can we use grass to weave a boat?" Merlin and the others were all stunned, even Ju raised his head. It was the first time they heard that someone wanted to build a boat with grass. They had never heard of this before. Merlin asked uncertainly, "Master, will this work?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay, it will definitely work, but this kind of boat will require a lot of grass, so make sure to compact the grass and tie it tightly with ropes. I looked at the grass on the mountain, it's very tough, so it shouldn't be a problem to use it to build a boat. How about this, Meg, you and Ju lead the others to try to make it first. Don't worry if it doesn't work out well. Anyway, the wild grass on the mountain is useful. We can definitely make it if we try a few more times." Merlin didn't know what to say when he saw Zhao Hai's confident look. But then he changed his mind and thought, let it be. Even if the boat had never been built, the only things that would be lost were some grass and ropes. It wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai continued, "Meg, come with me to the study. I will draw a straw boat for you and you can make it according to the drawing." After saying that, he walked upstairs and Meg hurriedly followed behind him. After reaching upstairs, Zhao Hai roughly drew the shape of a straw boat based on his memory. The rest of the boat was not very complicated. It looked like an Arabic hook-toed shoe, with the front of the shoe raised high and the back relatively flat. The bottom of the boat was very thick and was tied tightly in the middle with ropes. Zhao Hai had only seen a picture of this straw boat on the computer and had a rough idea of its appearance. Now he could only draw it for Meg as a reference. After Zhao Hai finished drawing, he gave the paper to Meg and said, "I remember this boat looked something like this. You guys can make it like this first and see if you can make it. It doesn't matter if you try a few more times." Meg responded and left with the blueprint. Seeing Meg was out, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he took a look at the books in the room. His eyes lit up and he looked at the books carefully. Fortunately, although Adam was a playboy, he was still a nobleman after all, so he learned to read since he was a child. Zhao Hai knew all the words in the book. It's strange to say, the language spoken on this continent is Chinese. Even though the pronunciation in some places is slightly different from Chinese, the difference is not big. However, the writing is very different from Chinese characters. Fortunately, he received Adam's memory, otherwise he would have become an illiterate. Zhao Hai took a look at the books in the study. There was nothing particularly useful, just a few miscellaneous notes and history books, as well as a few books that were obviously military books, and some books about magic and fighting spirit. Zhao Hai first picked up a history book and took a look. He felt dizzy after reading it. This was not a history book at all. It was a mixture of mythology and the Bible. Moreover, the sentences were obscure and difficult to understand. Zhao Hai was overwhelmed after reading it. After reading only 2 pages, Zhao Hai threw the history book aside and picked up a miscellaneous notebook. The writing of this miscellaneous notebook was not wrong. It was a bit like a personal travel diary. It also recorded a lot of information about the customs and folkways of the mainland, as well as some legends. It was just what Zhao Hai liked, so he couldn't help but read it carefully. Merlin was puzzled when she saw that Zhao Hai still hadn't come out of the study room even though Meg had been out for a long time. She went to the study door and saw that it was not closed. Zhao Hai was sitting inside, reading a book very seriously. Chapter 34, Learning Literature. Merlin could hardly believe her eyes. She knew exactly what kind of person Adam was. Adam had never liked reading since he was a child. He would cry non-stop as soon as he saw a book. It was only under the coercion of his father that he managed to recognize all the words. But that was all. There was no way he could read a book. Although Zhao Hai behaved very well these days, he never mentioned reading. Merlin thought Zhao Hai had become sensible, but he still didn't like reading. But she didn't expect that when Zhao Hai was on Earth, he was a nerd who lived on books. Asking him to leave books was like asking for his life. He didn't read books in the past few days because he had just arrived here and was facing such a dangerous situation. Naturally, he was not in the mood and didn't want to read. Zhao Hai really didn't notice Merlin's actions. His entire mind was now focused on the book. Although this book was a collection of miscellaneous notes, it contained quite a few things, mostly about local customs and practices, which was very useful to Zhao Hai. Adam used to be just a playboy, and he didn't know much about the customs and habits of the continent. Now the continent is still relatively peaceful. There are 32 countries of all sizes, headed by the 5 major empires, plus some settlements of various ethnic groups. It can really be described as a vast continent, and Zhao Hai was in the Aksu Empire, one of the 5 empires. The other 4 empires on the continent were the Rosen Empire, the Lion Empire, the Futu Empire and the Bai Bo Dynasty. The Black Soil Wasteland, Zhao Hai's current fiefdom, is a dead place that has long been selectively forgotten by everyone on the continent. However, the corpse swamp behind the Iron Mountain is one of the 5 forbidden places that everyone on the continent is afraid of. The other 4 forbidden areas on the continent are Mount Akraya, which is the territory of Warcraft. It is rare for any other race to come out alive if they enter. The Arctic Icefield is a world of ice with extremely low temperatures where only a few ice-type monsters can survive. A Flame Island is an island on the sea, 5,600 nautical miles south of the Bai Bo Dynasty. It is a small island with a small area, but the volcano on the island erupts frequently, and the underground fire makes it an absolute forbidden zone for life. The last one is the Demon Abyss. It is said that it is the same as the Demon Realm, but it has never been confirmed. However, it is true that some magical beasts that cannot be seen on the mainland will appear in the Demon Abyss from time to time. The Corpse Swamp is famous for its poison. Whether it is the magical beasts or the undead creatures here, they are all famous for their poison. Everything there is poisonous. It is for this reason that the Corpse Swamp has become a forbidden area. Adam's memory of these things was vague before, but there are some records in this notebook. Although it is not very detailed, it is enough for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he was just an otaku. If an otaku didn't know about time travel novels, then he couldn't be considered a complete otaku. After reading this collection of notes, Zhao Hai understood that he had come to a world that was similar to time travel novels. There was magic, fighting spirit, monsters, elves, dragons, dwarves, and everything that was in time travel novels. It is precisely because of this that Zhao Hai has made up his mind to keep a low profile. He doesn't know how powerful the top masters in this world are, but today when he saw Merlin use water magic to water the land, he roughly knew how powerful these people are. That's 10 acres of land, and it was accomplished with just one magic spell. It wouldn't be too easy for someone like Merlin to deal with him. Zhao Hai slowly put down the book in his hand. Due to the reading habit he had developed over the years, he could read much faster than most people. Many of the things written in this book were not very useful, but this book also made Zhao Hai understand the world better. There are masters in this world, and those masters are no worse than those described in the novels Zhao Hai had read before. When Zhao Hai read novels before, it said that the magician's close combat ability was not good, and the warrior had no long-range attack ability, but this world is completely different. A magician's body is not as good as a warrior's, but if they use some simple magic, they don't need to recite 2 long spells. A great magician like Merlin can use magic below level 3 almost instantly. No one dares to underestimate such a magician, and no warrior dares to fight him in close combat. Although warriors can release their fighting spirit, it cannot be released easily. It still takes time to concentrate the fighting spirit to the highest level. Most warriors know how to use bows and arrows. Even if they don't know how to use bows and arrows, they can use long-range attack weapons such as javelins or flying axes. Their strength should not be underestimated. Zhao Hai slowly stood up and let out a long breath. After seeing what was written in this notebook, he felt that his decision to keep a low profile was correct. There were too many powerful people in this world, far beyond his imagination, let alone those he could afford to offend. Zhao Hai slowly walked to the window of the study. There was also window paper on the window. Now only some common people on the mainland have window paper. Some noble families on the mainland use something like broken glass. However, that thing is not popular yet and is very expensive, so Green did not buy it. Zhao Hai gently opened the window and took a look outside. This study was on the third floor. The light was very good. From here, he could clearly see the squares of the inner castle and the outer castle. He could also see Meg busy there. However, there were still many women weaving straw mats in the front yard. However, Zhao Hai looked around but did not see Meg. It seemed that she was preparing materials for making a straw boat. Zhao Hai looked at those busy people and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. These people were too easily satisfied, and they didn't know that their lives were facing a huge crisis. This time, Zhao Hai really hated himself. He did not have the ability to protect these people. The most he could do was to put them into the space and let them escape. However, hiding forever was not a good idea. The corpse swamp was always a concern for him. This moment, there was a knock on the door, and then Merlin said outside the door, "Young master, come out and eat, it's time for lunch." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and looked outside again. Sure enough, those who were weaving grass had already returned to their rooms to eat. Zhao Hai responded and opened the room, only to see Mei Lin standing at the door with a happy face, looking at him with a smile. Zhao Hai was stunned and asked, "Grandma Mei Lin, what are you so happy about?" Merlin didn't say anything, just said, "Nothing, I'm just happy, master, go downstairs and eat." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Merlin downstairs. At this time, Meg and the others had also returned and were waiting for him downstairs. They entered the restaurant and found that Merlin had already prepared lunch. After they sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Mutu and said, "Mutu, I've asked Merlin to make a straw boat these days. You need to lead the others to cut more straw, and find some men to help. Meg and the others are still a little weak, so you need to help them more." Mutu responded, and Zhao Hai turned to Shirtu and said, "Shirtu, help and the others to mine all the stones he needs as quickly as possible. Put them aside first. When you reach a certain amount, I will help you transport them back. This will save you a lot of trouble." Shirtu also responded, then turned to An and said, "And, you must be careful when quarrying. It's better to mine less stones than to pay attention to your own safety." And also responded. Zhao Hai turned to Ju and said, "Ju, you should organize everyone to weave straw mats first. After they have learned it, you should follow Merlin to figure out how to make a straw boat. Don't make it too big. It should be good enough to seat more than a dozen people. Don't be afraid of wasting it. There is a lot of wild grass on the mountain anyway." Ju also responded, and Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, do you think we should build a sentry post on the top of the mountain to watch over the corpse swamp and the surroundings of the castle? If there are really monsters or undead creatures coming out of the swamp, we can make preparations in advance." Merlin thought about it, nodded and said, "Master is right, we should build a sentry post. I will arrange it after dinner. You don't have to worry about it. You can read more books in your time." Zhao Hai was stunned by what Merlin said. He really didn't expect that Merlin would actually ask him to read more books. However, he would be the president of the study room from now on, so he nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grandma Merlin said I will read. However, there are too many things happening in our castle recently. I will read books after everything is settled here." Merlin nodded, but Meg and the others stared at Zhao Hai in a daze. Merlin, Shirtu and Mutu had grown up with Adam, so they naturally knew what kind of person Adam was. But when they heard Zhao Hai say that he should read books seriously, they really couldn't believe it. After finishing the discussion, everyone started to have their formal meal. Zhao Hai ate quite fast and finished in no time. After finishing his meal, he immediately went to the study. Now he really wanted to know more about this world. When Merlin saw Zhao Hai going to the study again, his eyes lit up with joy. Although martial arts were respected in this world, a learned person was still highly respected. Even in the Aksu Empire, many important positions were held by some famous scholars, because those kings discovered that a country could not survive without literati. This is also one of the reasons why Merlin is happy. Because Zhao Hai drank the water of nothingness, it was impossible for him to learn magic and fighting spirit. Now that he has a space, it is equivalent to a place to save his life. If he can't beat someone, he can run to the space and hide, and no one can do anything to him. But this alone is not enough. He also needs the respect of others. When he can't learn magic and fighting spirit, if he wants to be respected, there is only one way, which is to learn literature. Chapter 35 Attack. Although Merlin was very dissatisfied with the Aksu Empire, she still hoped that one day Zhao Hai could return to the imperial capital and become a great noble who could call the shots in the imperial capital. That would mean that the Buddha family had truly gained the recognition of those old nobles and had become truly powerful. Merlin didn't know that Zhao Hai had no intention of returning to the imperial capital, nor had he ever thought about gaining the recognition of any old nobles. In Zhao Hai's view, the recognition of those old nobles had nothing to do with him. Whether they recognized him, he would have to live like this. If they didn't, he would still live like this. As long as he had the strength, it didn't matter whether they recognized him or not. It is no wonder that the two have such different concepts. Merlin has lived in the Ark continent since he was a child. This is a world where aristocrats are respected. Being recognized by those old aristocrats is the goal that the emerging aristocrats strive for. Only when they are recognized can they become true aristocrats. Otherwise, they will be called nouveau riche. However, on the earth where Zhao Hai lived, there was no such thing as nobility. So what if you were a noble? As long as I had money, I was a noble. As long as I had the strength, you couldn't deny my status even if you didn't want to. So Zhao Hai didn't care at all about nobility recognition. However, he will still study hard and better understand this world. Only in this way can he make the Buddha family develop as quickly as possible and become stronger. After returning to the study, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry to read those miscellaneous notes. He searched carefully in the study and found that there were really no enlightenment books in the study. The simplest ones were probably just the introductory basics of fighting spirit and magic. Zhao Hai picked up those things and took a look, and found that they were all written very mysteriously. If there was no one to guide him, he would not be able to learn anything if he only relied on reading books. In addition, he drank the water of nothingness and could not learn magic and fighting spirit, so he did not care. He took a few glances and threw it aside. In the end, Zhao Hai still focused his attention on the miscellaneous notes. However, when flipping through the miscellaneous books, he actually found a good thing, which was a book about calligraphy. This book about calligraphy introduced in great detail the uses of several types of pens on the desk. Zhao Hai finally understood that these pens on the desk were not just for display, but each had its own use. Brushes are used for writing and drawing, and are generally used by people who particularly like calligraphy. Magicians also use brushes when making large magic scrolls, because the magic circles to be drawn on the scrolls are relatively large, so the feather pen is the main pen used to make magic scrolls. Because the strokes are thinner, it can be used to make some small and medium-sized scrolls. The pen that looks like a fountain pen is usually used for writing and recording, because the pen bag inside can store ink and can write a lot of words, which is very convenient. However, this kind of pen cannot be used to make magic scrolls, because the magic conductivity of metal is very poor. Most magicians do not have metal things on them that will affect the use of magic. Of course, there are some special metals that have good magic conductivity, but the price of that kind of metal is very expensive, and no one would be willing to use it to make a fountain pen. Charcoal pencils are used exclusively for alchemy. They usually use this kind of pen to draw some drawings or to make drafts for some paintings. Zhao Hai finally understood that the pens on the table were not there to look good, but to serve different purposes. Zhao Hai also saw in the miscellaneous notes that most of the nobles on the mainland now use brushes when signing some particularly important words. It is a symbol of status. This gave Zhao Hai a little surprise. When Zhao Hai was on Earth before, he always wanted to learn calligraphy and write with a brush. But unfortunately, he had no money and no teacher at that time, so this wish had to be left unfulfilled. He didn't expect that there was such a thing as calligraphy in this world. It seems that his wish may come true. However, Zhao Hai has only memorized the usage of these types of pens. It is obviously unrealistic for him to learn calligraphy now. There are too many things to do in the Black Soil Wasteland now, so he has no time to learn calligraphy. Zhao Hai spent the whole afternoon in the study. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhao Hai was startled and asked, "Who is it?" The voice of Shirtu came from outside. "Master, we have already collected several stones. Please help us transport them back." Zhao Hai put the book down, walked to the door, opened it and said, "Let's go." Then he walked out first, and Shirtu quickly followed behind him. As Zhao Hai walked out, he asked, "Are you still mining in that cave?" Shirtu nodded and said, "Yes, master." and looked at a few caves and said that only the stones in that cave are the easiest to mine. Moreover, the stones produced in that cave are not iron ore, so they are the best for making millstones in grinding mills. Maybe it is because there is no iron ore there, so the dwarves did not mine there. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Be sure to pay attention to safety. We only have so many people in the Buddha family now. We can't lose any more. Every time we lose a person, our strength will be weakened. I asked you to follow them because I was afraid they would be too reckless." Shirtu nodded. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. Encouraged by Zhao Hai's decision to free them from slavery, the slaves were very enthusiastic about their work. However, they were a little too impatient. They should be more careful. The two of them walked to the outer fort while talking. The women were still weaving mats, but there was no sign of Zhu and Meg. Zhao Hai didn't go anywhere and followed Shirtu out of the castle. As they walked up the mountain, Zhao Hai noticed that there seemed to be a thatched hut on the top of the mountain. Zhao Hai pointed at the hut and said to Shirtu, "Is that the hut on the top of the mountain, the sentry post I mentioned?" Shirtu nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma Malin asked us to help build a small shed. There are 2 people watching in the shed. Every 2 hours or so, someone will go to take over." Zhao Hai nodded. Merlin was indeed from the Buddha family. The Buddha family rose to prominence through military exploits. When Merlin was young, he had been on many military expeditions. He was naturally familiar with arranging sentries. At this moment, a figure suddenly came running from the mountain, shouting loudly as he ran. Although Zhao Hai didn't hear what he shouted, his heart sank. He immediately turned to Shirtu and said, "Shirtu, go to the cave quickly and tell everyone inside to return to the castle immediately. Then you go find Mutu and the others and tell them to return to the castle immediately. I'll go find Meg and the others right away." Just as he was about to leave, Shirtu grabbed Zhao Hai and said, "Master, I'll go find him. You return to the castle immediately. The Buddha family cannot do without you. If anything happens, you return to the space immediately." Zhao Hai was stunned, then his face darkened and he said, "Stop talking nonsense, I am the head of the Buddha family. At a time like this, how can I retreat? You go quickly." After saying that, he walked forward. Shirtu quickly ran in front of him, knelt on the ground with a plop, hugged Zhao Hai's legs and said, "Master, please go back to the castle. The Buddha family can't live without you. If you are gone, then all of us will be finished, Master." Zhao Hai looked at Shirtu and knew that Shirtu would not move unless he agreed. He was aware of Shirtu's stubbornness and he still remembered clearly the last time the 2 brothers held swords across his neck. Zhao Hai had no choice but to nod and said, "Okay, then you go right away. I'll go back to the castle and let everyone go to the inner castle first." Shirtu responded and stood up. This time, the figure also ran to Zhao Hai, knelt down and said, "Master, there are many monsters and undead creatures coming from the other side of the mountain, and they are climbing up the mountain." Zhao Hai immediately asked, "Is there anyone else in that shed?" The man immediately said, "Yes, he must still be on the mountain." Zhao Hai was furious and said, "Idiot, why don't you come down? Shirtu, go to the mountain and call that guy down." Shirtu responded and immediately turned around and ran. Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the slave kneeling on the ground and asked, "What's your name?" The man immediately said, "My name is Lin." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go back to the castle right now and find Grandma Merlin to see if she is in the castle. If she is not there, go and tell those people who are weaving grass to go to the inner castle. This is my order, go quickly." Lin responded, jumped up and ran towards the castle. Zhao Hai also knew his own body, and he couldn't run as fast as Lin, so he asked Lin to deliver the message. Zhao Hai also started to run towards the castle, but his body was really not in good condition. He was already panting after running only a few steps. When Zhao Hai returned to the castle, he found that those people who were weaving straw had already entered the inner castle. When he got there, he saw Merlin standing there. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai uneasily. When Merlin saw Zhao Hai coming back, he immediately walked up to him and asked, "Master, what should we do now?" Zhao Hai took a few breaths and said, "Grandma Merlin, please count the number of people immediately to see how many people are in the yard now. I will go to the castle now and ask them to close the castle gate immediately after everyone returns." Merlin hurriedly said, "Young master, you stay here to count the number of people. I'll go to the city gate." After saying that, he walked out quickly, not giving Zhao Hai any chance to object. Zhao Hai looked at Merlin's back helplessly. Merlin and the others really took good care of him and always kept him in the safest place. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he had no means of protecting himself now, and this was the only way he could do. He turned around and looked at the people standing in the inner castle. Except for Lin, all those standing here were women, more than 30 in number. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Everyone line up." After hearing what Zhao Hai said, the slaves immediately lined up. The speed was so fast that it was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Chapter 36, Overwhelming Warcraft. Zhao Hai thought that since these slaves had never been to school, it would be difficult to get them to line up. However, he did not expect that as soon as he gave the order, the female slaves quickly lined up in 2 neat rows, which was no worse than when Zhao Hai and his friends were in school. Lin was standing alone. Zhao Hai took a look at Lin and knew that it was because he was a man. He was the only male slave in the castle, so he was standing there alone. The speed at which these slaves lined up far exceeded Zhao Hai's expectations, so he was unable to react for a moment and looked at the slaves with some confusion. Zhao Hai didn't know that these slaves had been trained to fight since they were young, and until now, standing in line was almost an instinct for them. Of course, those slaves would not count the number of slaves every day, but no matter whether they went out to work or came back, they had to stand in line and report the number when they went out and when they came back. This method was used to prevent anyone from sneaking away. Zhao Hai didn't know this, so when he saw these people line up so quickly, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. He knew that this was not the time to think too much, so he immediately said, "Count down." He shouted this sentence almost instinctively, but the slaves immediately began to count, and the last number was 34, which means that there were 34 female slaves and 1 male slave in the yard. Zhao Hai nodded and said loudly, "Just now, Lin Songshan sent a message that a large number of monsters and undead creatures in the corpse swamp are coming to the castle. There may be a battle soon. You should stay here now and don't go anywhere else." Those female slaves couldn't help but reveal expressions of fear on their faces. If it was a human army attacking them, they would not be afraid. As long as they did not resist, the other side would generally not kill the slaves, because slaves could be sold for money, so as long as they did not resist, they would be safe most of the time. But this time, the ones coming were monsters and undead creatures. Gold coins were of no use to these two things. In their eyes, it was impossible to tell who was a noble and who was a slave. In their eyes, people were just people, without distinction of status or rank. At this time, several slaves came in from outside, also female. Zhu was with them. Zhao Hai asked them to count again, including Zhu, a total of 50 people. All the female slaves came back. As soon as Zhao Hai saw Zhu leading these female slaves back, he knew that Meg might have come back as well, but she didn't enter the inner castle. She should be out front preparing to meet Mutu and the others. Zhao Hai did not go to the outer castle. He knew that if he went there now, he would only cause trouble for Merlin and the others. It would be better for him to wait here. Zhao Hai glanced at the slaves, then turned to Zhu and said, "Zhu, keep an eye on them, don't let them run around." Then he turned to the slaves and said, "I'm going to go into the house to get something, you have to listen to Zhu and don't run around." After saying that, Zhao Hai walked quickly into the castle. There was an underground warehouse in the castle. He had been there and saw that all the supplies that Green bought were stored there. Now Zhao Hai wanted to go there and put all those supplies into his own space to prevent them from being ruined by those monsters or non-dead creatures. This underground warehouse was really big. It took Zhao Hai a while to collect all the things. Then he ran upstairs. There were still a lot of things upstairs, the most important of which were the books in the study. Zhao Hai also discovered that Green and the others bought those books with the intention of training those slaves, otherwise they would not have bought so many books on magic and fighting spirit enlightenment. Those books are very important. They are not only a key for Zhao Hai to understand this world, but also a guide for the Buddha family to train talents. Zhao Hai quickly went upstairs and put all the things in the study into the space, even the tables and chairs. Anyway, the space's warehouse is not limited, so he just fills it up. Zhao Hai did not pack things like bedding first. Green and the others bought a lot of those things. Maybe because the weather has become warmer, he has not taken them out for the slaves to use, so they are piled up in the warehouse. Zhao Hai had just finished putting away the things in the study when he heard Merlin calling him outside. Zhao Hai hurriedly ran out of the house and saw that Merlin and the others had returned. All the slaves had gathered in the inner castle, and Mutu and the others had also returned. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone had returned. He turned to Merlin and asked, "Grandma Merlin, is everyone back?" Merlin nodded and said, "They are all back, and the castle gates are closed. But I don't think the monsters will come so soon. Master, why don't you go to the space?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not yet, Grandma Merlin, let's go to the outer castle wall and take a look. I haven't seen poisonous monsters and undead creatures yet." Merlin looked at Zhao Hai with some concern and said, "Master, this is not good. This is too dangerous. What if something really happens?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't we still have you guys? I just want to take a look at those monsters and undead creatures to see how many of them are coming this time. If there are a lot of them, we will retreat back to my space. If there are not many, we will just fight them off." Merlin was stunned, but didn't say anything. She was still very confident in her abilities. Just as Zhao Hai said, if there were not many monsters and undead creatures coming this time, she could really beat them back. Zhao Hai waved his hand, called Zhu and An over, and said to them, "You watch them here, don't let them run around." After that, he and Merlin walked towards the wall of the outer castle. Mumu and Shertu followed Zhao Hai closely, and Meg also stood behind Zhao Hai, not leaving his side. Zhao Hai felt very impatient with their appearance, but there was nothing he could do but let them follow him. Zhao Hai knew very well that if he didn't let them follow him, he might not be able to get to the city wall. Merlin and his companions thought that the undead creatures and poisonous monsters would not be too fast, but to their surprise, when they just reached the city wall, they found that the monsters and undead creatures had already run to the top of the mountain and were moving downwards. Walking in the front were a group of rat-like creatures. Each of these things was much larger than a rat. They were about 1 meter tall, with long light green hair, and had something like claws on their feet. They were over 3 meters long, not counting their long and thick tails. Among these rat-like creatures, there were several that were extremely large, 2 meters tall, with colorful fur, and they looked like the leaders of the group. There were more than 1,000 rats, about 1 meter long, and Zhao Hai's hair stood up behind this group of things as a large group of snakes. Yes, it was snakes, countless snakes, big and small, in all kinds of strange shapes. Some of these snakes were green, some were red, and some were colorful. The largest ones were colorful and 1 meter thick. You could tell at a glance that they were not easy to mess with. Behind these snakes, there are a lot of insects, all kinds of insects. These insects all have one characteristic in mind: they are huge. Even a spider is more than 1 meter tall, and some are about 2 meters tall. Of course, there are also some small insects, but those small insects are also very difficult to deal with. Each of them moves very flexibly and seems to be very fast, drilling in and out in the pile of insects. These insects were also colorful, with all kinds of colors. You could tell at a glance that they were poisonous. This made Zhao Hai's heart sink. The number of snakes was already large enough, but the number of these insects was even greater than that of snakes. This time, the rat-like monsters walking in the front had already approached the moat outside the castle. Those rat-like creatures could obviously swim, and they immediately ran into the moat, and the water in the moat turned green in an instant. Zhao Hai's face turned ugly again. He finally understood why there were no fish in the moat. It would be strange if there were still fish in the river after those poisonous rats took a bath in the river. Merlin walked up to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, go back. There are too many monsters. We can't handle them." Zhao Hai nodded and looked towards the mountain. He found that another monster had come out of the mountain. This time, it was a crocodile-like monster. It was very big and its color was very bright. Among these crocodile monsters, there were some bones. Yes, in Zhao Hai's opinion, they were bones, some movable bones, some from humans, some from animals, some big, some small, all kinds of bones, and slowly there were more and more bones on the mountain. Merlin then pulled Zhao Hai and said, "Master, let's go." Zhao Hai nodded, but suddenly felt that the sky above those monsters seemed to be dark. Zhao Hai looked up at the sky in confusion, and found that above those monsters, a group of flying monsters were flying. Some of these monsters did not fly very high, they were all flying insect-like monsters, and some flew very high, they were some bird-shaped monsters. Zhao Hai was shocked. With such flying monsters, it would be too easy to build a castle. Zhao Hai nodded immediately and said, "Hurry up, there are flying monsters, we have to go to the inner castle to collect those slaves, otherwise it will be too late." Merlin also saw it, and she immediately shouted, "Mutu, go back to the inner castle and let the slaves in." Mutu responded, and his body slowly flashed yellow light, and his speed increased a lot, and he ran towards the inner castle. At this time, Shirtu carried Zhao Hai and ran straight to the inner castle, but fortunately he also used Do Qi, although the speed was very fast, but it was very stable, and did not cause Zhao Hai much trouble. Merlin's body was flashing with aqua blue light, and his speed was no slower than that of stone. Not to mention Meg, whose body was flashing with cyan light, and her speed was much faster than that of stone. Chapter 37 Entering Space. Fortunately, this castle is not very big, and the speed of the stone is very fast. In just a few breaths, Zhao Hai and his companions have entered the room of the main castle. The room, which was not big to begin with, seemed very crowded because so many people entered at once, but fortunately, there was no chaos. The slaves knew very well that if they did not obey, death might be the consequence waiting for them, so they obediently entered the house under Mu's arrangement. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the room, he immediately said to Merlin and the others, "Merlin Grandma, you go into the space first. When the slaves enter the space later, you should arrange for them to not run around. Mu, Shirtu, guard the door. Meg, Ju, and organize everyone to enter the space." Neither Ju nor An entered the space, so Zhao Hai asked Meg to be the organizer, Ju and An to assist him, and asked Merlin to enter the space to settle those who had just entered the space. Stone and Wood were on guard in front of the door of the main castle to prevent those monsters from suddenly killing, and then a hole appeared next to Zhao Hai. The slaves were familiar with this hole, as it was the hole that appeared when Zhao Hai improved the land. It's not that Zhao Hai didn't want to collect all these people into the space at once, but he couldn't do it. He found that when he wanted to collect those slaves, the space didn't respond, which surprised Zhao Hai. Fortunately, when he was taking Merlin in, the space responded immediately, and Merlin appeared in the space in an instant. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. In the end, he had to make a hole-like thing appear in the space to see if he could let the slaves in. The slaves were a little scared at first, not knowing where Zhao Hai was going to take them. However, when they saw Merlin had already gone in, they knew that Zhao Hai would not harm them, and they immediately, under Meg's organization, slowly entered the cave. This time, bursts of roars of monsters could be heard from the outer castle, and the iron gate of the castle was banging loudly. Merlin organized faster. Fortunately, the hole Zhao Hai made this time was very large, enough for 4 people to walk in parallel, and the slaves could stand in a row to enter the space. Soon all the slaves entered the space, including Meg, Ju, and in Zhao Hai's mind moved, and he appeared in the space together with the wood and stone. The slaves who had just entered the space looked around in shock, but Zhao Hai ignored them. He found that the radishes were ripe, but he didn't have time to collect them. He stood in the space and said loudly to the slaves, "Listen carefully, this is my space, don't walk around here casually, find a place to sit down now, and be careful not to step on the crops on the ground." Fortunately, in addition to the arable land, this space also has some vacant land, which cannot be replanted. Zhao Hai tried to turn over there with a small shovel, but the result was the same as in the game. There was no response on that piece of land. Although the slaves didn't understand what was going on in this space, they still sat down obediently. Zhao Hai glanced at the slaves, then turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, I'll take out some empty cups in a while and you can distribute them to them. If anyone wants to drink water, let them go to the spring and drink it themselves. Then take out some quilts for them to sit on." After saying that, he walked to the warehouse. With a thought, a pile of cups appeared in front of the warehouse door. These cups were all wooden water cups, very cheap ones, which Green and the others bought specifically for the slaves. Originally, these slaves were all given such cups, but because the matter was urgent, they did not bring their own things in, so now they can only be distributed to them again. Merlin immediately led Meg and the others to distribute all the cups. Then Zhao Hai took out a lot of quilts, spread them on the ground, and let the slaves live on them. After finishing all this, Zhao Hai took out a few straw mats. These straw mats were just woven by the slaves and Zhao Hai just casually put them into the space. Zhao Hai took out these straw mats, not for the slaves to sit on, but for use as sidewalks. With more than 100 people entering the space city, there was no guarantee that anyone would want to go to the bathroom. There were both men and women in the space now, and it would be very inconvenient without something blocking the way. Fortunately, Green and his team had bought some boards at the beginning. Although there were not many boards, they were enough to build 2 side toilets. Mu and Shirtu, led by several male slaves, used straw mats to block out an area behind the thatched house and the warehouse respectively. The area behind the thatched house was used as the women's side room, and the area behind the warehouse was used as the men's side room. After all this was done, Zhao Hai and his team breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Hai immediately harvested the radishes and planted another season. In order to calm the slaves, Zhao Hai gave each of them a large radish to eat. The radish tasted quite good, sweet with a little spicy. With more than 100 people eating radishes together, the scene was quite spectacular. The slaves were very happy eating the radish. After Merlin and the others told them about it, they realized that it was actually a magical vegetable. They had never eaten it before, let alone seen it. They ate it very carefully, treating the radish as a rare delicacy. Fortunately, the emotions of these slaves are still relatively stable. Zhao Hai returned to the thatched house. During this period of time, he hardly entered the thatched house. There was nothing in it anyway. Although there was a screen, it could only allow one to enter the store. Zhao Hai did not need to enter the store to buy things, so he had never entered the house, but after all, there is a bed in this room, and Zhao Hai wanted to have a good rest on the bed. He was exhausted from all the tossing and turning just now. Although the space is large, this little thatched house is very small, only enough for one person to sleep. Of course, a few more people can sit at the table, but I believe that sitting there is not as comfortable as outside. Although Zhao Hai wanted to have a good sleep right now, he also knew that now was not the right time. After he entered the hut, he called Merlin and the others in, leaving only Zhu and In to watch over the slaves. Merlin and the others looked at the grass layer curiously, but after looking at it for a while they couldn't figure out what it was, so they had to sit down on the stool. Obediently, Zhao Hai stood in the house and said, "We don't know what the situation is outside yet. We just hope that the monsters can return to the swamp as soon as possible. However, we still have to be prepared to live here for a long time. In a few hours, the corn will be ripe, and with the food brought in from outside, we won't have a problem eating. When the corn is ripe, we won't have a problem with burning firewood. But if we always let the slaves do nothing, I'm afraid it won't work. Grandma Merlin, do you have any good ideas?" Merlin thought about it, shook his head and said, "There is only so much space in the space, and they don't need to cultivate the land. There is really no good way. Master, what do you think?" Zhao Hai walked around the room a few times and said, "When I first came in, I put all the books in the study into the space. Grandma Merlin, why don't you teach those slaves to read? If our Buddha family wants to develop, it can't be done by just a few of us. I believe these slaves will not betray us. Let them learn some words. Maybe they will be useful in the future." When Merlin heard what Zhao Hai said, he nodded happily and said, "Okay, master, this is a good idea. Right now, there is nothing to do in the space. Let them learn some words. They will definitely be very useful in the future. Let's do as you say." Zhao Hai nodded, and with a wave of his hand, all the books in the study appeared in front of him, as well as some paper and pens. Zhao Hai pointed at these things and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, take a look for yourself and which book you want to teach them." Merlin looked at the books carefully, took one out and said, "Master, this is it." Zhao Hai took a look and saw that Merlin took out a book of miscellaneous notes, and it was a relatively simple book. The title of the book was Aksu Empire Travel Notes. Zhao Hai nodded and continued, "There is no need to let them study now. They just came in and are still a little frightened. Let them rest for a while before studying." Merlin nodded, glanced at the tired Zhao Hai and said, "Master, you should have a good rest, we will be leaving soon." Zhao Hai also knew that this room was too small and not suitable for them to rest, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I took out a few more quilts from the warehouse. Grandma Merlin, if you rest outside, remember to make more beds." Merlin nodded and led Meg and the others out of the hut. However, the wood and stone were left at the door of the hut, one on the left and one on the right, standing there like door gods. Merlin didn't care. She walked up to the slaves, glanced at the slaves who were sitting there not knowing what to do, and said in a deep voice, "The place where we are now is the young master's magic space. Everything here is under the young master's command. Now the monsters and undead creatures outside may have already attacked the castle. Only here is safe, so you must be obedient, otherwise Zhao Hai will drive him out of the space. Do you understand?" The slaves immediately stood up and said in unison, "Understood." This was also trained by the slave traders. Any slave trader, after obtaining some slaves, would conduct some simple training before selling them. Among them, fighting teams, counting, answering, kneeling, and kowtowing were the simplest ones, so these slaves had formed a conditioned reflex. Merlin nodded and said, "You have done a lot of work today and were frightened. The master said that you are tired and can have a good rest. Okay, go and rest. Remember the location of the toilet and don't run around. Don't go near the master's room and don't touch the things in the space. Do you understand?" The slaves responded in unison again. Chapter 38. Reading. Zhao Hai didn't want to know what happened outside the thatched house. He believed that Merlin and the others would handle it. Now Zhao Hai was really tired and he just wanted to have a good sleeper. Zhao Hai took out a quilt from the warehouse and spread it on the bed. He immediately lay down on the bed and fell asleep in a few minutes. He was really too tired. Because of drinking the water of nothingness, he couldn't stand any more exercise, not to mention the tense situation today. The slaves outside the hut also rested. It was a rare opportunity to rest, so they naturally didn't say anything. In addition, the ground was covered with soft quilts, which was much better than hay. Soon the whole space fell into silence. Even the stone and wood that were standing in front of the door to guard Zhao Hai sat on the ground and took a nap. More than 2 hours later, Merlin and the others woke up. Merlin quietly walked to the thatched hut, opened the door and looked at Zhao Hai, and found that Zhao Hai was sleeping soundly. She quietly closed the door again and looked at the slaves, and found that some of them had already woken up and were sitting there, not knowing what to do. Although Merlin could teach them to read, she didn't do it right away. If she were to teach them to read, she would have to make some noise, and she didn't want to wake up Zhao Hai. However, Merlin still noticed that the radishes she planted before going to bed had already sprouted. This surprised Merlin very much. It was the first time she saw how plants grew in space. The speed was too fast. Merlin couldn't help but squat by the field and look at the radish seedlings that had just grown. These seedlings were very strong and the condition of the soil was also very good. You could tell at a glance that they were very healthy. Meg did the same thing as Merlin. She squatted beside Merlin and whispered to him, "Grandma, how come the magic radish sprouted so quickly? I heard that magic vegetables are very difficult to grow. How come it's so easy here?" Merlin smiled and said, "Master told me a long time ago that if we plant crops in this space, the time it takes to mature will be greatly shortened, but I didn't expect it to be so short. What you call magic radish is called carrot in my space. It is the lowest grade crop in the space and matures once every 8 hours." Zhao Hai's voice came slowly. Merlin and Meg were startled. They turned around and saw that Zhao Hai had already come out and was standing behind them. Merlin stood up and said, "Master, are you serious? Can the magic radish really mature in 8 hours?" Zhao Hai nodded, pointed to the corn that had already grown ears and said, "Do you see those corns? The price of corn in the space is higher than that of radish. It takes 14 hours from planting to maturity." Merlin and the others couldn't help but look in the direction of Zhao Hai's finger. The corn was still in its growth stage, its leaves were dark green, and it looked so vigorous. As Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "There is enough food in the space now. We'd better stay in the space for a while before going out, so as to avoid encountering those monsters after going out." Merlin nodded and said, "Yes, Master is right. Now we don't have to worry about food in this space, and it won't rain. We can just sleep on the floor outside. It's okay to live here for a few days." Zhao Hai nodded, turned around and looked at those who had woken up. They all stood up and looked at his slaves respectfully. He sighed and said, "Grandma Merlin, you can teach them to read later. Mutu and I will build a few camp stoves to cook. It is not easy to prepare meals for more than 100 people." Although Zhao Hai stored all the supplies in the warehouse into the space, if he wants to provide food and drink for these people, he has to build a big pot. There is nothing in the space, so he can only build a simple camp stove. Merlin looked at the slaves and said, "Master, let them do it. It won't take too much time. You just need to get the things out. I don't think you can do everything." Zhao Hai glanced at the slaves and nodded. If he asked the slaves to learn to write there now while he built a military kitchen here, the slaves would probably be scared and would not be able to learn a single word. As soon as Merlin saw Zhao Hai nod, he immediately organized people to start digging a stove. Fortunately, Zhao Hai loaded all the supplies in the castle warehouse into the space warehouse, so now they have no shortage of tools for more than 100 people to eat. There is actually no need to dig too many camping stoves, only about 10 will be enough. The pots they use are all camping pots with brackets underneath. This type of pot was also specially selected by Green and his men. They knew they were coming here, so they prepared a lot of such iron pots, one for use on their way here, and the other for use by the slaves. In fact, many slave owners used such mobile stoves because they were the simplest. No matter where the slaves went to work, they only needed to find 2 people to carry the pot and cook directly where they worked, which saved a lot of time. 10 camp stoves were quickly set up, but they couldn't be used yet. Zhao Hai had to wait until the corn was ripe before there would be firewood in the space. Otherwise, they could only burn the wood they bought. That wood was good stuff, and it would be a pity if it was burned, and now Zhao Hai and his men are short of everything, and they don't know when Green will come back. Only after he comes back can they go out and sell the carrots in their hands, exchange them for gold coins, and then buy wood and other things. The wood they have now is all they have, and Zhao Hai doesn't want to waste it. Zhao Hai looked at the camp stove, nodded, and glanced at the slaves before turning to Merlin and saying, "Grandma Merlin, it will take more than 2 hours for the corn to mature. During this time, you can teach everyone to recognize some words. I'm going to go to the house to rest." Merlin nodded, and Zhao Hai walked into the house. Merlin watched Zhao Hai enter the house, and then he said to the slaves, "Don't worry, the corn will be ripe in about 2 hours, and then we can eat. During these 2 hours, everyone should learn to read with me." Before she could finish, the slaves started buzzing. It was common knowledge on the continent that slaves could not read. No slave owner would teach slaves to read. So for slaves, learning to read was a very sacred thing. When they heard that Merlin was going to teach them to read, all the slaves were very surprised. Merlin said in a deep voice, "Silence." The slaves immediately quieted down, looking at Merlin excitedly. Merlin continued, "Our Buddha family is different from ordinary nobles. The young master is a kind person. I have just obtained the young master's consent. If anyone learns well and recognizes more words during the learning process, the young master can exempt him from slavery. Do you understand?" This made the slaves even more excited. It was good enough that Zhao Hai could let them teach them to read, and now he actually said that as long as they learned well, he could make them civilians. For those slaves, this was simply a piece of cake. What's more, he also told them that as long as they eat more, he would give them a bonus. Where can they find such a good thing? Merlin looked at them and continued, "Due to the current conditions, I can only teach you some simple characters. In these 2 hours, I will only teach you 10 characters, but you must be able to read and write them." After that, he picked up a few pieces of white paper, took out a brush, wrote a character on each piece of white paper, and taught these people how to pronounce and write the character. Now they don't have a blackboard, so they can only teach these people by writing on white paper. Because there are too many people, only one word is written on each piece of white paper, so that the words are big enough so that even people sitting in the back can see them. Meg has been following Merlin, watching these people study hard, including Juanan. Although Juanan were civilians and could go to school before, their families did not have the money to pay for tuition, so they never went to school. Now that there is such an opportunity, how could they let it go? Meg had been to schools in the empire before, but they were all aristocratic schools. She found that these slaves were completely different from the students in the school. The aristocratic students in the school regarded going to school as a torture and were very listless at school. But when the get out of class was over, they were extremely happy and wished they could just play at home every day. Adam used to be such a person. But these slaves were completely different. When they were learning to read, they looked very excited and focused. They were afraid that they would not be able to remember. As they had nothing to write with, they used their fingers to draw on the ground. Their seriousness moved Meg deeply. Wood and Stone also looked at these people. Although they were not very smart before, they learned to read because they were adopted by the Buddha family. However, when they first learned to read, they were not as serious as these slaves. One reason was that they were young, and 2 was that they were not smart enough. They had to learn a word several times before they could remember it. And 3 was that they learned it too easily. Things that are obtained too easily are often not appreciated, and this is the case with them. In the beginning, they learned to read together with Adam. Adam himself was not a smart person. Although he was smarter than the 2 of them, he really disliked learning to read, so he also had to recognize each word several times before he could learn it, which was exactly the same as them. In this way, the 2 of them managed to recognize all the words by force. Now that they have become smart, they couldn't help but feel ashamed when they saw the looks of those slaves. Merlin naturally saw this, and she suddenly understood how correct Zhao Hai's decision was. These slaves could not read, so they had no culture. Even if they wanted to help the Buddha family, they could not help much because of their limited ability. But as long as they could read, they would be able to help the Buddha family more in the future. And now the Buddha family needs everyone in the family to exert their greatest strength to help the family, so that the Buddha family can be revitalized. So she taught very seriously. Chapter 39 New Features. Zhao Hai did not pay attention to how Merlin and the others taught. Zhao Hai knew that Merlin and the others would not let him down. Besides, Merlin was an 8th level magician. There were not many students like him in the Aksu Empire. Merlin also had a few students, but they died in the war when they followed Adam's father. So Merlin is quite experienced in teaching, and it would be best for her to teach the slaves. However, what Zhao Hai is worried about now is the problem of feeding the slaves. Yes, as long as they wait until the corn is ripe, they will have firewood, and there will be rice and flour in the warehouse, so they will not have to worry about food. However, Zhao Hai thought of a problem. After the fire starts, there will definitely be smoke, and the space here is so small. If the smoke cannot be discharged, it will remain in the space sooner or later, which is not a good thing. What Zhao Hai feared the most was that the smoke would pollute the space, but he couldn't say these words. He couldn't let the slaves eat carrots every day, could he? He could only let them cook first and try. If it didn't work, he would try to reduce the number of cooking times, and when people could leave the space, he would find a way to exhaust the smoke in the space. But Zhao Hai had another concern, which was the situation outside. Now he didn't know what happened to the castle outside. If it was destroyed by those monsters, then after they got out, they might not even have a place to live, which would be even more troublesome. After walking around the room for a few times, Zhao Hai couldn't think of a good solution, so he had to walk to the monitor at the head of the bed. Now the monitor was not turned on and looked dark. Zhao Hai didn't know how to turn on the display, so he could only whisper, "Turn it on." The display screen did not respond at all. Zhao Hai was in a dilemma. There was no obvious switch sign on the display screen. He really didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai had no choice but to reach out and touch the display screen, but he didn't expect that as soon as his hand touched the screen suddenly lit up, and then the logos of various tools, shops, and warehouses in the space appeared on the screen. This made Zhao Hai stunned for a moment. He remembered that the last time he opened this screen, there was only a store logo and a farm introduction on it. He didn't expect that there would be more icons on the screen this time. Zhao Hai didn't care. He could easily control the things on the screen with his brain, so there was no need to look at the things on it at the same time. When Zhao Hai was about to turn off the screen, he suddenly noticed an icon. This icon was not anything on the farm, but rather a symbol that looked like a camera. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. If this logo appeared on a computer, there would be nothing strange about it. However, it was a little strange for this logo to appear on this screen. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then clicked on the icon. He wanted to see what the icon was. As soon as his finger touched the icon, a white light shone from it and hit Zhao Hai's forehead. Zhao Hai's head suddenly contained a lot of information. Because there was too much information coming in at once, Zhao Hai had to close his eyes, lie on the bed, and digest the information carefully. It took Zhao Hai a while to digest all the information. He then opened his eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "Isn't it just a surveillance camera? Why is it written so long-winded?" Zhao Hai finally understood what the icon was for. The icon appeared because Zhao Hai went to more places. It could be said to be something similar to a monitor, but its range was larger than that of a monitor. Now, because the level of the space was still too low, it could only monitor things within 100 meters around the location where Zhao Hai entered the space. In other words, no matter where Zhao Hai entered the space, he could see on the monitor everything within 100 meters of the place where he entered the space. As the level of the space increased, the range he could see would become larger and larger. It was really like someone sent a pillow just when Zhao Hai was dozing off. Just when he was worrying about how to know the situation outside, this thing appeared and just solved Zhao Hai's urgent problem. Zhao Hai immediately sat up from the bed, walked to the screen, and touched the screen with his hand. The screen immediately lit up. Then Zhao Hai clicked the camera-like icon again. Then the scene on the screen changed, and a three-dimensional castle image suddenly appeared on the computer. There is a scale below the image of the castle, which condenses the scenery of 100 meters square onto the small screen. Zhao Hai found that there were many green dots constantly moving on the three-dimensional computer. Zhao Hai couldn't help but click on a green dot. The screen flashed, and then, as if the camera was moving quickly, a big rat-like monster appeared on the screen in the blink of an eye. This big rat-like monster looked around with shifty eyes, and Zhao Hai only realized now that this big rat-like monster was standing in the living room of the castle. Next to this big rat was a pile of rotten wood. Judging from the texture of the wood, it was the sofa that was originally placed in the living room. Zhao Hai looked at the screen carefully again and found that there was a three-dimensional image that appeared at the top left corner of the screen. Zhao Hai almost knew how to use this thing. He tapped the image again with his hand. Sure enough, the screen immediately returned to the appearance of the three-dimensional image, and there were still many green dots shaking on it. Zhao Hai finally understood. The green dot represented either a monster or an undead creature. Zhao Hai clicked on the living room again. This time he did not click on the green dot. Sure enough, the scene changed and the entire living room appeared on the screen. There were two big rat-like monsters standing in the living room. One was the one Zhao Hai had just seen, and the other was gnawing on the sofa. The sofas, small tables, and the like in the living room had all been destroyed. Several sofas had disappeared. It seemed that they were gnawed by the rats. Zhao Hai looked at the big rats and accidentally swiped his finger across the screen. As a result, the picture turned to a room next to the living room. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this thing could be used in this way. He could change scenes just by swiping his finger across the screen. It seemed to be more convenient than the monitors on Earth. Zhao Hai swiped his finger downwards from the top of the screen again, and sure enough, the scene on the screen turned to the yard. Now the yard was very lively, with undead creatures and all kinds of magical beasts making a fuss in the yard. The already woven straw mats or those without hay were all messed up by these things. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh and turned off the screen. Now that he knew that it was still the World of Warcraft outside, he couldn't rush out. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the space prompt room. The corn is ripe, please harvest it as soon as possible. Zhao Hai immediately walked out of the house and found that Merlin and the others were taking classes there, but now they were looking at Zhao Hai with some confusion. Zhao Hai didn't care. He knew that those people also heard the space prompt sound. He didn't care about them. He just whispered, "Collect the corn. Collect the corn stalks, corn cobs and corn kernels separately." As soon as he finished speaking, the basket for collecting things flew up and the corn in the field also flew into the basket. In a short while, the corn in the 2 acres of field was harvested. Although the slaves had seen Zhao Hai harvesting radishes once, they were still very surprised to see him harvesting corn. After Zhao Hai finished harvesting the corn, he immediately took out the corn stalks and corn cobs and placed them next to the camp stove. He also took out some rice and flour, and then planted corn on the ground again. Merlin also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Now they could cook. She put away the papers with words on them and said to the slaves, "Okay, everyone, come cook and eat. We will study after dinner." The slaves looked at the papers Merlin had collected with some reluctance. For them, learning to write was more important than anything else. Not to mention that their meals would be unpalatable for a while. They would not mind even if they were asked to skip meals today. Zhao Hai really didn't know what these slaves usually ate, but he had been eating bread these past few days, which made Zhao Hai feel a little annoyed. But there is no oven in the space now, so it is impossible to bake bread. Zhao Hai really wants to see what Merlin will cook for him today. As expected, Merlin took a look at what Zhao Hai took out, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, you need to bring out some more vegetables, ham, and fruit oil." Zhao Hai immediately took out all the things that Mei Lin had asked for. Mei Lin left the rice, some vegetables, and fruit oil to the slaves, and she took the noodles, some fruit oil, vegetables, and ham into the hut. As far as she could remember, there was a kitchen in Zhao Hai's hut, and there were many kitchen utensils in it that she had not seen before. Zhao Hai really didn't know what Merlin was going to do, so he followed Merlin into the house. When Merlin started kneading the dough, Zhao Hai almost understood that Merlin might be going to make pancakes. Cake was one of Zhao Hai's favorite foods. He didn't stay in the room any longer. He couldn't help much anyway, so he turned around and left the room. When he walked out of the room, he was stunned. He thought the slaves were cooking rice, but it looked completely different. The slaves were lighting a pot, pouring fruit oil into the pot, and then putting rice in and frying it. Zhao Hai's scalp tingled when he saw this. It was the first time he saw someone eating rice like this. Meg and the others didn't seem surprised at all, they just watched those people cooking. Zhao Hai understood as soon as he saw their expressions that the people here must eat rice like this all the time, so Meg and the others didn't show any surprise. Chapter 40 Rice. Zhao Hai was so depressed. It was the first time he saw someone eat rice like this. Although this rice didn't look like real rice, it was almost the same. When he thought about the white and fragrant cooked rice being made like this, Zhao Hai felt like he was going to collapse. He also understood why Merlin didn't cook rice for him. He was afraid that these people didn't know how to cook rice at all. If the rice was cooked in this way, it would definitely not taste good. Therefore, only this kind of rice was given to slaves on the continent. Just then, he saw a large stove that had just been lit, but no oil had been added. Zhao Hai could no longer hold back, and immediately walked over and said to a female slave who was about to pour oil, "Wait a minute, don't pour the oil yet." When the female slave saw Zhao Hai's expression, she thought she had done something wrong, so she immediately knelt down and said, "Master, please punish me." This really stunned Zhao Hai, but he came to his senses immediately, shook his head and said, "I'm not going to punish you, you're right. Now listen to me, don't pour oil into the pot first. Use a basin to wash the rice. I see this pot looks like it can hold a basin of rice like this. Wash the rice thoroughly, pour out the water, and then pour the rice into the pot." As he spoke, Zhao Hai took out a copper basin. The female slave didn't know what Zhao Hai was going to do, but she immediately took the large copper basin from Zhao Hai's hand, filled it with rice, washed it thoroughly by the spring, then brought the rice back and poured it into the pot. Zhao Hai continued, "This copper basin is just filled with half a bowl of rice. Go and fill it with the same amount of water as the rice, and pour the water into the pot." The female slave obediently went and filled a basin of water and poured it into the pot. Zhao Hai asked her to fill another basin of water, and both basins of water were poured into the pot. The pot was almost full, so Zhao Hai asked the slave to fill a bowl of water and pour it into the pot. Then he found a larger copper basin from the warehouse, turned it upside down on the pot, and asked the female slave to light a fire under the pot. Zhao Hai just wanted to cook them a meal. Cooking rice is actually very simple. When Zhao Hai was on Earth before, he lived alone, so he was very good at cooking rice. The ratio of rice to water is about 1 to 2, that is, 1 caddy of rice is about 2 caddies of water. However, for a pot like this, you have to put more water, because there is firewood and water underneath, and the fire is relatively strong, so Zhao Hai deliberately put an extra bowl of water, and he didn't let the female slave use rice, but just used a steady fire to cook under the pot. Meg and the others looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. They had boiled rice with water before, but at that time, they treated rice as a vegetable and an ingredient for soup, not rice. So she had never seen what rice looked like. It doesn't take too long to cook the rice. Soon the aroma of rice comes out of the pot. You should know that all the rice on the road is grown without the use of pesticides or chemical fertilizers. It is pure green food and naturally tastes very good. These slaves also had bowls when they ate, but their bowls were all made of wood. Each person was given a set. In addition to the pot, each person only had a wooden spoon, but it was enough. There was a camp stove for 10 people, and each person had a wooden bowl, a wooden spoon, and a wooden cup. These were all the slaves' property. Even so, the slaves were very happy because they didn't even have these things before. While Zhao Hai was staring at the pot of rice, Merlin came out of the thatched cottage, came to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, come and see how to light the kitchen utensils in this kitchen." Zhao Hai was stunned, and immediately followed Merlin into the thatched hut. He really didn't pay much attention to the kitchen utensils in the past, but now he saw that the kitchen utensils in the kitchen were all electrical appliances, electric rice cookers, electric pancake scales, electric frying pans, all of which were powered by electricity. What made Zhao Hai speechless the most was that you didn't even know where the wires of these things were connected. All the wires were hidden in the wall of the thatched roof. There was a switch on the pot and on other things, but Zhao Hai knows how to use all of these things. He took another look at what Merlin was going to make and was speechless again. My goodness, Zhao Hai thought Merlin was going to make pancakes or fry a dish, but he didn't expect that Merlin actually wanted to make the kind of pancake with the stuffing outside, pizza, but it was obvious that this pizza was different from the pizza Zhao Hai had seen before. It was not as beautiful as the pizza on Earth. It was just the dough made into a pancake, with vegetables and ham placed on it. Zhao Hai was so helpless. He was from China, and on Earth, Chinese cuisine was world famous. After coming to this world, he had not had a normal meal. Today he thought he would have cake, but it turned out to be a pizza that didn't look like pizza, and a cake that didn't look like cake. However, Zhao Hai still told Merlin how to use those kitchen utensils. These things all use electricity, so they are naturally much more convenient. Merlin learned it as soon as he heard it. Seeing that Merlin could use these kitchen utensils, Zhao Hai did not stay in the kitchen. He turned around and walked out of the kitchen again. At this time, the aroma of the rice made by Zhao Hai became stronger, making people couldn't help but sniff. As soon as she saw Zhao Hai coming out, Meg immediately went up to him and whispered to him, "Master, this smells so good, how did you make it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Didn't you see? It's just rice with water." In fact, the rice itself has a rice flavor. As long as you add the right amount of water, you can make fragrant and delicious rice. This is much better than directly frying rice. Then use fruit oil and those vegetables to make a soup, and you can have a delicious meal. It's much better than what they are making now. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai with admiration and said, "Young master, you know so much, it's amazing." Zhao Hai couldn't help but blush. He didn't know much. This was something everyone knew in China, but here it became his credit. Zhao Hai walked to the camp stove where rice was being cooked, listened to the sounds inside, and felt that it should be ready soon. He picked up a cornstalk from the ground and used it to push the copper basin on the pot. The copper basin fell to the ground with a bang, and a ball of hot steam came out of the pot. Zhao Hai couldn't help but take a step back. Along with the hot steam, there was an even richer aroma of rice. It smelled so good, much more fragrant than the rice Zhao Hai had eaten on earth, and made Zhao Hai drool. After the heat dissipated, the rice in the pot finally revealed its true appearance. The rice was not as white as Zhao Hai had imagined, but slightly yellowish. However, it looked oily and smelled incredibly fragrant. Zhao Hai couldn't help but take out a spoon from the warehouse, scooped a spoonful of rice, and slowly put it into his mouth. Meg wanted to stop him, but Zhao Hai moved too fast. When she wanted to stop him, Zhao Hai had already put the rice into his mouth. Meg and the others couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai as Zhao Hai felt a fragrant aroma of rice filling his mouth. He chewed the rice and found it elastic, soft, and delicious. He couldn't help but close his eyes and slowly ate the rice. Then he opened his eyes and saw the slaves and Meg looking at him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but say embarrassedly, "Everyone, don't look at me. Let's eat. If you think the rice I fried earlier doesn't taste good, don't eat it. Just make this rice again." The slaves didn't move immediately. Zhao Hai saw that they were eager to try but didn't dare to move. He understood that it was because he was here that the slaves didn't dare to do anything. He couldn't help but smile and turned to Meg and said, "Meg, let's go into the house. There is rice here anyway. If they don't like fried rice, we can just make rice again." Meg was also a smart person. She immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She nodded and said, "Okay, master, let's go into the house and see how grandma's meal is going." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile slightly. He now liked this considerate, gentle, and kind girl more and more. The two of them pulled the wood and stones into the thatched house. Zhu and did not follow. They also wanted to stay outside to taste how delicious the rice was. Seeing that Zhao Hai and Meg had entered the house, the slaves immediately surrounded the camp stove, eating one mouthful after another, and soon they had eaten up the whole pot of rice, everyone praising it as they ate. When the pot of rice was all eaten, the slaves looked at each other, immediately poured out the original fried rice in the pot, and started washing the rice again and cooking. However, a thick layer of rice crust was left in the pot of the first person who cooked rice. They had never seen this thing before. One slave curiously took out the rice crust, looked at it in his hand, and smelled it. The aroma of the slightly burnt rice was even more tempting. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation and took a bite. After taking this bite, his eyes lit up involuntarily, and he quickly took a second bite. The pot used as a camp stove was not small, so the rice crust was not small either, like a small shield. One person certainly could not finish it, so the slave distributed the rice crust to several people around him. Before the second pot of rice was ready, they were already full. Zhao Hai and Merlin had actually been lying on the doorcrack of the thatched hut watching these slaves. When they saw that they were going to cook rice for the second time, Zhao Hai immediately pushed the door open and walked over. He said to the slave, "Everyone make 7 pots of rice first, which will be enough for us to eat. The remaining 3 pots will be used to make soup." When the rice and soup are ready, everyone can have both rice and vegetables. When the slaves heard what Zhao Hai said, they knew that Zhao Hai had been watching them, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, but they immediately did as Zhao Hai said. They now really admired this master to death, and were extremely grateful to him. Many people started crying when they ate the rice. They had never eaten such delicious food in their entire lives. Not to mention them, even their families had never eaten such delicious food. They were really too excited. Chapter 41. Although slaves were not stupid, and almost all of them knew how to cook. When they were in the hands of other slave owners, every time it was time to eat, the overseers under the slave owners would randomly pick 2 people from their team to cook, so these slaves were not unfamiliar with cooking. In addition, cooking rice is very simple, so these slaves filled 7 pots with rice in a short time. Zhao Hai also took out a few large copper basins and gave them to them, asking them to use them as pot lids. These camp stoves did not have special pot lids, and they did not need them. Everyone knew that even ordinary armies would not use these camp stoves, only slaves. And for slaves, it was good enough to give them a bite to eat, so they did not care whether it tasted good or not, but those slaves had never made soup, and they didn't know how to make it. The food they ate at other slave owners' houses was even worse than that at the Buddha families. At other slave owners' houses, sometimes they could only eat things like rice bran, or some moldy rice. Because of this, many slaves died on the continent every day. However, for slave owners, the death of slaves was nothing big, they could just buy them. So these slaves are now staring at the vegetables and fruit oils in a daze. Kiku certainly understands the feelings of these slaves. After all, she was a commoner before, and she knows a little about some simple dishes. Ju walked to an empty pot, picked up the fruit oil and poured it into the pot. It was the first time that Zhao Hai paid serious attention to this fruit oil. The color of this fruit oil was slightly yellow and very clear. It was said that it seemed to be squeezed from a fruit with a very high oil content. This fruit was grown in many places on the mainland, so the fruit oil was also very cheap. After Ju waited for the oil to heat up, she put the vegetables into the pot and stir-fried them briefly. Then she poured some water into the pot and threw 2 pieces of salt in. As long as the water boiled, the soup was ready. This is the simplest soup, with almost no technical content, no seasoning, only a little bit of coarse salt, which is the best treatment for slaves. On the mainland, salt is not cheap. Most nobles use refined salt, which is very fine and almost the same as the refined salt on earth. However, the coarse salt used by slaves is very cheap, but of course, it contains a lot of impurities. But even so, except in the Buddha family, these slaves could not eat salt every day. The other slaves were mainly allowed to eat salt once every 3 days. Even if they were generous people, ordinary slave owners would give these slaves salt once a week, and the amount was not much. Zhao Hai has been busy with the things in the space and the future development of the black soil wasteland these days, so he doesn't know much about the living conditions of these slaves. He doesn't feel anything wrong with what Ju is doing now. He thinks that every slave on the continent lives like this. Maybe the lives of the slaves here are even worse. After all, they don't have so many supplies for Ju to use. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh as he watched Ju making that simple soup. Meg, who was standing next to him, asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Did they use too much salt? Should we reduce it a little?" Zhao Hai looked at Meg in confusion and said, "A lot? How could it be a lot? It's such a big pot, and they only used such a small amount of salt. How could it be a lot? I was thinking that our Buddha family is still too weak now, so we can only let them eat such simple food. When we have money in the future, we will definitely let them eat meat." As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, he felt that everyone's eyes on him were a little strange. The slaves looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, making Zhao Hai confused as to what was going on. He looked at Meg in confusion and whispered, "Meg, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Meg looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She knew that although the Buddha family had slaves in the past, Zhao Hai had never left the imperial capital and had never come into contact with those slaves. Naturally, he didn't know what kind of life those slaves led, so he said that. She could only explain to Zhao Hai in a low voice the living conditions of those slaves. Zhao Hai listened blankly. For a person who was born in the new society, grew up under the red flag, and was born to catch up with the reform and opening up, the life that Meg described was so far away from him. It was just like those who had experienced the old society would resonate with Peking opera such as White-Haired Girl, while those born in the 1980s would find it difficult to resonate with it because they did not have such experience. No matter how detailed it was written in the book, it was also something in the book. How could it be compared with personal experience? After Meg briefly described the living conditions of these slaves, Zhao Hai turned around and looked at them with sympathy in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Don't worry, I will keep my word. Sooner or later, I will let you eat meat, every day, every meal, until you are tired of it. I swear in the name of the Buddha family." Zhao Hai is a kind person. Although he was a homebody when he was on Earth, all homebodies are a little timid, and apart from some exceptions, they are all very kind people. Maybe their communication skills are not good, but that does not mean they are perverts. In fact, most homebodies can't stand the darkness of this world, so they choose to lock themselves in their own world. Zhao Hai is such a person. After arriving at the Ark continent, Zhao Hai's identity changed. He was a nobleman, he had a territory, and he had more than 100 slaves to support him. His words could determine the life and death of more than 100 people. This gave Zhao Hai an additional sense of responsibility. He believed that it was his responsibility to make these people live a better life, so he was determined to develop his territory and said such words. The slaves all knelt down excitedly, kowtowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you for the reward, master." Although they haven't gained anything yet, Zhao Hai's words are enough. The nobles on the mainland have a very strange tradition. They don't swear easily, and even if they do, they usually won't swear in the name of their family, because even if they swear in the name of God, sometimes they will break the oath, but they will not break the oath made in the name of the family. It was precisely because of that the slaves believed Zhao Hai's words. They believed that the oath Zhao Hai made in the name of the family would come true one day. Meg opened her mouth but said nothing. She had been the one managing these slaves these days. To be honest, she also sympathized with these slaves, so she did not object to what Zhao Hai said. At this moment, Merlin's voice came, "Master, it's time to eat." Zhao Hai nodded, turned around and looked at everyone, then said to Meg, Ju, and Meg, Ju, and let's go in and eat. Ju and originally wanted to stay here to eat, but when they saw Zhao Hai's expression, they didn't say anything and followed the two men into the house. Mu Tu and Shur Tu also followed them into the house. As soon as they entered the house, the slaves became more relaxed. Although Zhao Hai had always been very kind to them, to these slaves, Zhao Hai was always their master. They felt uncomfortable when Zhao Hai was here. When Zhao Hai and his companions arrived at the house, they saw that Merlin had already prepared cakes and a soup. Zhao Hai actually wanted to eat rice, but looking at Merlin's expression, he was afraid that there was no hope today. There were only 4 chairs at the square table in the room, but Zhao Hai casually took out 3 more from the warehouse, so that 7 people could sit on it. Although the table was not as big as the table in the castle restaurant, it was enough for 7 people to dine. After Zhao Hai asked everyone to sit down, he took a knife and fork and started to eat the cake made by Merlin. In fact, he didn't want to use a knife and fork, but unfortunately, Merlin would not agree. "You know what, the cakes made in this way really have a unique flavor and taste pretty good." Zhao Hai and his friends ate their dinner slowly. Merlin packed up everything, and when they went outside, the slaves had already finished their meal. The camp stove was still there, but it had obviously been cleaned. The slaves seemed to be very full and were sitting there, looking listless, as Zhao Hai knew that people would feel sleepy after eating, and these slaves were probably the same. Zhao Hai did not let them get up, but just glanced at the garbage on the ground and frowned. This is his space. Although Zhao Hai is not a germaphobe, he does not want the space to be dirty. But these things can only stay in the space now. Seeing these garbage, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look up at the sky above the space again. The space was still surrounded by fog and he couldn't see things clearly, but fortunately he didn't see any black smoke floating in the sky. It seems that burning fire in the space doesn't have much impact on the space. Zhao Hai turned to Malin and said, "Grandma Malin, I think you should rest in the house for a while. They just had dinner and they are sleepy. Let them rest for a while." Merlin glanced at the slaves and found that they seemed to be in low spirits. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's take a rest first. But we don't need to go into the house to rest. We can rest outside." Zhao Hai hurriedly said, "Grandma Merlin, Meg, Mumu, Shur Tu, please come into the house with me. I have something to show you." After that, he opened the door of the hut and went into the house. Although Merlin and the others didn't know what Zhao Hai was going to show them, they still followed in obediently. Merlin and the others knew that they didn't know as much about this space as Zhao Hai did, so in this space, it was better to listen to Zhao Hai in everything. Chapter 42. Give it a try. After Zhao Hai led the 4 people into the room, he walked to the screen in front of the bed and touched it with his hand. The screen lit up and the icons appeared on the screen again. Merlin and the others were looking at the screen in amazement. To Zhao Hai, these things were very common, but to Merlin and the others, they were truly magical. Zhao Hai immediately clicked on the camera icon, and the 3-dimensional image of the castle appeared on the screen again. Zhao Hai discovered that there seemed to be fewer green dots in the castle, especially in the main castle, where no green dots could be seen. Zhao Hai clicked on the location of the inner castle courtyard, where there were 2 green dots moving, and the scene on the screen immediately shifted to the inner castle courtyard. Although the computer can only display things within a radius of 100 meters centered on the point where Zhao Hai entered the space, this range is not small. When Zhao Hai entered the space, he was in the living room of the main castle, which was not far from the yard. The yard shown on the screen was not very big, it was only a part of the inner castle yard, but it was still clear from the screen that there was a snake-like monster and a humanoid undead creature in the yard. Merlin and the others had been paying attention to the situation on the screen. When they saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. They all moved forward and looked at the scene on the screen carefully. After a while, Merlin said uncertainly, "Is this the courtyard of the inner castle?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, this is the courtyard of our inner castle. Those 2 are the monsters that are still active in the courtyard. It seems that the monsters have not left yet. We can't go out for the time being." Merlin looked at the screen excitedly and said, "What a good thing. With this thing, you will be safer, young master. You don't have to worry about the enemy attacking you anymore." Zhao Hai gave a helpless smile. Merlin always put his safety first. No matter what happened, his safety was always the first thing he thought of. Zhao Hai clicked on the screen again, and the screen returned to the 3-dimensional state. Zhao Hai pointed at the green dots on the 3-dimensional map and said to Merlin and the others, "The green dots on this map are all monsters. The density of monsters on this map is much less than yesterday. It seems that these monsters will be able to retreat in a few days." After saying that, he pointed to the living room again, and the scene on the screen immediately turned back to the living room. The living room was now a mess, and almost everything was destroyed. Upon seeing the situation in the living room, Mutu couldn't help but curse. Zhao Hai's hand gently swiped across the screen, and soon all the rooms in the main castle were checked. None of them were spared. Almost everything in all the rooms was destroyed by monsters or undead creatures. Merlin and the others all looked unhappy. When they first came to the castle, there was nothing in it. The daily necessities in the castle now were all brought by them. It can be said that the castle became more humane little by little in their hands, but now it has been completely destroyed. Soon they had looked at the area within 100 meters. After Zhao Hai returned the screen to the 3-dimensional image, he turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, this is the situation outside now. We are going to rest in the space for a few days. You can arrange for everyone during these days and teach them to recognize more words." Merlin nodded and said, "Don't worry, young master. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll sort out the warehouse in a while. I saw that we brought a lot of seeds commonly used on the mainland. I want to try planting them in the space." Merlin was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Master, it doesn't matter if we don't plant those things. They are just some very common seeds. The grain yield is not as high as corn, and the vegetables are also very common, not magical vegetables. Because we know that here in the black soil wasteland, only the Iron Mountain can grow things, so we didn't buy those 2 delicate seeds. We won't be able to use them, so we only bought these most common ones." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's take a look at what seeds we have first. It would be a waste to leave them there anyway, so we might as well take them out and plant them." Merlin shook his head and said, "Master, I don't agree with you taking out those seeds and planting them in the space now. You should plant a few more seasons of magic radish in the space. After all, magic vegetables are much more expensive than ordinary vegetables and are easier to sell. Now our Buddha family needs more funds. If you want to plant the seeds we sold, you can plant them on Iron Mountain. Those seeds are some easy-to-grow crops and don't need to occupy the land in the space." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Grandma Merlin, I don't really want to plant all those seeds in the space. You don't know that the space has a characteristic. Every time I bring some special things from outside into the space will upgrade. The original space only had 10 acres of land, but the last time I brought the black soil from the black land and the lake water from the mountain lake into the space upgraded. After each upgrade, the land increased by 2 acres, so I want to try planting those seeds to see if the space can be upgraded to the next level. If it can, the land area of the space will become larger again, and we can plant more things. When Merlin heard what Zhao Hai said, he was stunned for a moment and said, "So that's how it is. We can give it a try, Master. If you harvest the magic radish tomorrow, you can try to plant those seeds. It would be best if the space can be upgraded." Zhao Hai nodded, turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, tomorrow morning, you need them to clean up all the garbage in the space and put it in one place. When we leave the space, we can take it out and deal with it." Merlin nodded and said, "Okay, don't worry, Master. I will take care of it." Zhao Hai took a look at the furnishings in the room and said, "Grandma Malin, I think we should tidy up the things in the room and put 2 beds in there. You can rest in the room and avoid going out." Merlin shook his head and said, "No, Master. Let's go out and have a rest. And keep an eye on the slaves to prevent them from destroying the crops in the space." Zhao Hai saw that Merlin really didn't want to stay, so he didn't say anything. He knew that it was impossible for Merlin and the others to rest in the same room with him. Merlin would definitely not give in on this issue, so Zhao Hai had to turn around and say, "Well, when I go out later, I'll get a few beds from the warehouse. Oh, and how about I make a room for you and Merlin next door? That would be more convenient." Merlin did not object this time. She also felt that it was not good to sleep in the open air. Although this space was relatively closed, don't forget that there were more than 100 slaves here. Few people would be able to get used to sleeping and waking up under the watchful eyes of more than 100 people. Zhao Hai still had a few straw mats woven by the slaves in his hand, which were just enough to separate Merlin and the others into 2 small rooms, so that Merlin and Mutu could rest in them. Although he couldn't build a roof, at least he couldn't have others watching them get up. When Zhao Hai saw that Merlin had no objection, he followed them out of the room. In this space, his words were the final word. If he didn't take things out of the warehouse, Merlin and the others wouldn't be able to get anything from the warehouse. When Zhao Hai and his companions got outside, they saw that the slaves had all gotten up, and one of them looked much more energetic. Zhao Hai did not take it seriously, as people would feel sleepy right after a meal, but would feel better after a while. An immediately went to call the slaves over. Zhao Hai took out some wooden boards and separated 2 very small rooms next to the thatched house. There were 3 large beds in each room, one for Merlin, Meg and Ju, and the other for Mumu, Shirtu, and the conditions are simple now, so this is the only way. The reason why Zhao Hai let Ju in live with Merlin and Mutu is actually to show that they are different from those slaves. Although Juanan have now become servants of the Buddha family and commoners, they still work with the slaves on a daily basis. This will make the slaves feel that although they have become commoners, nothing has changed, which will discourage their enthusiasm. In order to let the slaves see how Juanan are different from them, Zhao Hai makes sure that Juanan are different from the slaves in terms of eating and sleeping conditions. This way, the slaves will have a goal to work towards. This is actually a strategy of a manager. Although Zhao Hai used to be a homebody and had never managed anyone, don't forget that he is a book lover. Although he reads mostly idle books, you cannot deny that a book is a book. Even if it is an idle book, there will be some useful things in it. Except for a small part that Zhao Hai learned in school, most of the things he knows are from those Piaotian literature online novels. The biggest difference between online novels and traditional novels is that anyone can write, people from all walks of life can write, and the novels written by these people are sometimes very professional, and such books are often more interesting. Zhao Hai likes this type of book very much, and he can also learn a lot of useful things from the books. After arriving in the alien world, Zhao Hai felt that it was like living in those fantasy novels he had read before, but it was much more real here. Zhao Hai knew that if he died here, he would really die. This was not a game, not a dream, but real life. Everyone will apply what they have learned to life little by little. Zhao Hai is no exception. Although he doesn't know whether what he has learned is correct, he has to try it. Only in this way can people mature little by little, right? Chapter 43 Refresh. After everything was ready, Merlin taught the slaves to read for a while, and then arranged for everyone to go to bed. The temperature in the space was just right, not too cold, nor too hot. There was no need to cover with a quilt at bedtime. The slaves just spread a layer of quilts on the ground and could have a good sleep. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai was once again awakened by the reminder sound of the space. He had to get up and harvest and plant radishes again. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to plant the seeds that Merlin and the others had bought, but he was too sleepy and just wanted to have a good sleep, so he had to choose to plant radishes. Otherwise, once the space was upgraded, the noise would be too loud, and not only would he not be able to sleep, but everyone in the space would probably not be able to sleep either. When we woke up the next morning, not only the radishes but even the corn were almost ripe. I don't know if it was because the space was too comfortable, but everyone got up a little late. Zhao Hai got up because he heard some noise outside. He saw that the slaves were already up and were cooking under Merlin's organization. Zhao Hai didn't care. Merlin immediately brought a basin of water to him and asked him to wash up. After Zhao Hai washed up, he first looked at the land in the space. There was no change. Then he walked to the place where the slaves cooked and took a look. There was nothing special, but suddenly Zhao Hai felt something was wrong. The place where the slaves cooked was too clean. There was some fried rice that the slaves had dumped yesterday, but today there was nothing to see. This didn't seem right, did it? Even if the slaves cleaned up here, they couldn't have cleaned it so cleanly. Zhao Hai turned to Meg, who was following him, and said, "Meg, did Grandma Merlin ask the slaves to clean up the garbage this morning?" Meg was stunned by Zhao Hai's question. She glanced at the clean green grass around her and shook her head, saying, "No, Grandma didn't ask them to work this morning." Zhao Hai nodded, with a guess in his mind, and turned to walk to the back of the house. This time Meg did not follow him, because Meg knew very well what was behind the house. It was the toilet, and Zhao Hai was going to relieve himself. In fact, Meg really guessed wrong this time. Zhao Hai was not going to the bathroom. They wanted to go to the toilet at the back to confirm their guess. As soon as Zhao Hai walked into the bathroom, he knew that his guess was correct. The environment in the space was refreshed once a day. In other words, the space would be refreshed once a day, and all useless things would disappear, restoring the space to its original state. The reason why the huts they built did not disappear may be because those huts were useful things, so the space did not destroy them. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was now worried about how to deal with the garbage in the space, but he didn't expect that the space would solve this problem. Zhao Hai was in a good mood and went to the toilet, then returned to the thatched house. Meg was standing there waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai coming back with a happy look on her face, Meg couldn't help but blush. She wanted to ask Zhao Hai why he was so happy, but she didn't know how to ask. After all, Zhao Hai had just come out of the toilet. Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to Meg's reaction. He was in a good mood. The ability of the space to automatically clear out garbage was really great. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about the space being affected by garbage. When Zhao Hai got up, Merlin was directing the slaves to cook. Now that he saw Zhao Hai woke up, he naturally went into the hut to prepare breakfast for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to see what was going on outside, so he went into the house, turned on the screen and took a look at the situation outside. From the 3D map, the situation outside was getting better. There were no more monsters within a radius of 100 meters, and only a few green dots were still moving on the map. Zhao Hai took another look at the green dots and saw what kind of monsters they were. However, to his surprise, the remaining less than 10 green dots were not monsters, but all undead creatures, including 3 human-shaped skeletons and several monster-shaped skeletons. Although he didn't understand why all that was left in the castle were undead creatures, Zhao Hai was in no mood to care about it. As long as these undead creatures were still there, it would be unsafe outside and they couldn't go out. After shutting down the computer, Zhao Hai came to the kitchen. He wanted to see what kind of breakfast Merlin had prepared. He saw that Merlin had prepared pancakes for him, which made Zhao Hai speechless. To be honest, he was not used to eating pancakes so early in the morning. When Merlin saw Zhao Hai standing next to him, he immediately said, "Master, are you hungry?" "Don't worry, it will be ready soon." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandma Merlin, just make some rice or rice porridge tomorrow morning. There's no need to go through the trouble of making cakes." Merlin was stunned, and immediately said, "How can that be possible? Mint is food for slaves, how can we let the young master eat it?" Zhao Hai was speechless for a while, but he also knew that Merlin was telling the truth. On the mainland, he had never heard of any noble eating rice. In Adam's memory, he had never eaten rice once. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Grandma Merlin, we don't know how many days we will stay in this space yet. We don't have the conditions like in the castle. We can't make bread. We can't eat bread every day, right? It's okay to make some rice. Besides, didn't you see it yesterday? This rice tastes very good. Merlin didn't say anything this time. She had seen the rice from yesterday and had tasted it. It tasted really good. To be honest, she was a little greedy for it. In fact, it's not her fault. Anyone who has been eating bread or cakes since birth will not be able to resist eating a few more bowls of delicious rice. Suddenly Merlin thought about it and it made sense. This space was different from the outside. In the kitchen of the castle outside, there was a stone oven where she could make bread and snacks. But that was not possible here. She could only make cakes. If she had to eat cakes for several days in a row, she would get tired of them. Finally, she nodded and said, "Okay, let's do as the young master says." Zhao Hai couldn't help but cheer. Compared to pasta, Zhao Hai prefers rice, especially the rice from yesterday, which tasted really good. After breakfast, Merlin went to teach the slaves to read. Zhao Hai also told Merlin that there was no need to clean up the garbage, just pile it aside. Although Merlin didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, she still did it. Now she believed in Zhao Hai unconditionally. Merlin trusted Zhao Hai so much, firstly because Zhao Hai used this space to save all of them, and secondly because she had been in this space for a long time and was affected by it. Wood and stone had already obeyed Zhao Hai's words when they first entered the space, and put Zhao Hai first in their hearts. Merlin didn't have that feeling when she first entered the space, and even if she did, it wasn't strong. That was because she was a magician with strong mental power, so the impact was less than that of other people. But after staying in the space for such a long time, Merlin has been completely affected by the space and will not refute Zhao Hai's words too much. Not refuting here does not mean that she will listen to Zhao Hai in everything. If Zhao Hai wants to do something dangerous, or if she thinks that doing something will be detrimental to Zhao Hai, she will stop him. It can be said that the space only affects their beliefs, making them regard Zhao Hai as the object of their loyalty, but it does not affect their wisdom. On the contrary, it makes them smarter, and those slaves had long regarded Zhao Hai as their first object of loyalty. They were slaves of the Buddha family, and under the influence of space, they only wanted to work hard for Zhao Hai. This change was invisible, so Zhao Hai did not feel it, and neither did the others, because it was not just one person who was changing, but everyone was changing, so no one could feel it. When it was almost noon, the radishes were ripe. Zhao Hai put the radishes in the warehouse and immediately took out the seeds that Merlin and the others had bought. These seeds are divided into several categories. The most common ones are the seeds of some oil fruit trees, which are the kind that produce oil. This is also what Green bought on purpose, because this kind of oil fruit tree has very low requirements for soil. It can survive even in places with very poor soil, and its lifespan is very long. An oil fruit tree can live for hundreds of years, and it only takes 2 years from planting the seeds to growing oil fruits. For the future development of the Buddha family, Green prepared a lot of oil fruit tree seeds. Although fruit oil is very cheap, it is a necessity for people on the mainland. According to Green and his team's original idea, as long as they plant these oil fruits on Taishan Mountain, they can collect a large number of oil fruits after 2 years, process them into fruit oil, and then sell them. In this way, the Buddha family will have a stable source of income. Among the remaining seeds, some were ordinary vegetable seeds, and some were seeds for growing fertilizer. The magical vegetables on the mainland, even the cheapest magic radish, had very high requirements for soil quality. Green knew that it was impossible to grow magical vegetables on Iron Mountain, so he only bought some ordinary vegetable seeds, and that kind of fertilizer crop was also bought by Green specially. This fertilizer crop is called alfalfa, an annual herb that can be used as forage to feed ordinary low-level herbivorous monsters. The most important thing is that this crop has a strong fattening effect. When harvesting, just cut off the top of the plant, and the roots can remain in the soil, slowly turning into fertilizer, making the land more fertile. It can be said that before Green came to the black soil wasteland, he had already thought about how to let the Buddha family survive here, so he chose these seeds. They can plant oil fruit trees in exchange for basic living expenses, and because the oil fruit trees have a long lifespan, it can be said that after planting once, the Buddha family will continue to benefit for hundreds of years to come, without having to make too much investment. Then plant alfalfa in the middle of the oil fruit trees, so that the soil on the mountain can be slowly changed. After a few years, the soil on the mountain has improved, and they can plant other things, so that they can increase their income. At that time, Green and his friends didn't know that Zhao Hai had a cheating device like the space farm. Chapter 44 Upgrade found vegetable seeds, identified as -1, nothing good, no extraction. Found vegetable seeds, identified as -1, nothing good, no extraction. Found forage seeds, identified the grade 0, equal to the space forage grade, not with extraction, keep the seeds. New fruit tree seeds discovered, identification level 4, seeds extracted, seed extraction completed, seeds digitized, available for purchase in the space store. Due to the low host level, the oil fruit tree is temporarily classified as a 9-season crop. As soon as Zhao Hai took out the seeds, a series of prompt sounds rang out, and then except for the alfalfa seeds and the oil fruit tree seeds, the other seeds disappeared in front of Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai patted his head and muttered, "This space is really overbearing. If the level is not high enough, it will be directly destroyed. Fortunately, the remaining ones are enough." Zhao Hai was not the only one confused by this series of prompt sounds. Merlin and the others were even more confused. They didn't understand what grade, identification, or extraction meant. They only knew that half of the seeds disappeared right before their eyes. Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, a reminder sounded from the space again. The space has reached the upgrade conditions and has been upgraded to level 5. You will be rewarded with a bag of eggplant seeds and a planting area of 2 acres. The host has reached level 5, and the number of gold coins is 1,100. The reclamation requirements have been met, and 2 acres of arable land can be reclaimed. Do you want to reclaim it immediately? Yes/no. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the prompt. This finally confirmed his idea. If he wanted to upgrade the space, the best way was to bring in some things that were not in the space. If he just relied on the space to upgrade itself, the speed would be really slow. He immediately said, "Open up the land." As soon as he finished speaking, a white streak flashed beside the cornfield, and soon another 2 acres of arable land were reclaimed. Zhao Hai also understood that except for the farmland in this space, other places, like the background in the game, cannot be used for planting. It would be great if the background could also be used for planting. The space prompt sounded again. The host's level is not high enough. To use the background land, you need to be level 30. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that the land in the background could actually be used as long as the level was reached. This was great. This time, Merlin walked up to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, what are you going to plant on this newly opened land?" Zhao Hai glanced at the 2 acres of land, then at the 10 acres of radish field that had just been harvested, then turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, I plan to plant oil fruit trees on the 10 acres of land, and plant corn on the other 2 acres after the corn is harvested. What do you think?" Meilin was stunned and took a look at the 10 acres of radish field. She couldn't help but hesitate. She knew that the radish Zhao Hai was talking about was the magic radish. She originally wanted Zhao Hai to plant radishes, but she felt that Zhao Hai was right. They shouldn't plant radishes now, otherwise they would have too many radishes. So she was a little hesitant for a moment. Zhao Hai glanced at Merlin and smiled. "We already have 3 seasons worth of radishes in stock, which means we have 240,000 kilograms of radishes. That's enough to sell. And because of the impact of these radishes, I think the price of radishes may drop. But oil fruit is different. Oil fruit can be used to extract fruit oil, which is a necessity for everyone on the mainland. Even if there are hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilograms more, it won't cause much of an impact on the market. The most important thing is that if we grow radishes, we need to spend money to buy seeds, but the seeds for growing oil fruit trees are readily available." When Merlin heard what Zhao Hai said, he quickly said, "Okay, listen to the young master and plant the oil fruit trees." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Plant oil fruit trees on 10 acres. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started working with small shovels, buckets, and seeds on the ground. After all, the oil fruit tree is a kind of tree, and it lives for a long time, so the battlefield area of the first fruit tree is very large. Zhao Hai calculated that there are only about 300 oil fruit trees planted in 10 acres of land. This number is really not much. After planting the oil fruit trees, Zhao Hai sent the remaining seeds back to the warehouse in the space. However, he did not plant the newly reclaimed 2 acres of land. The corn was almost ripe now, and he wanted to wait until the corn was ripe before planting them together, so that they could be harvested together. It didn't matter if he had a little more time, everyone stood there stupidly watching Zhao Hai's performance. Such a large space, such a large piece of land, everything could be handled with just one word from Zhao Hai. To Merlin and the others, this was a complete miracle. After Zhao Haiquan finished, he breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head to look at Merlin and the others and said, "Okay, everyone just do what you need to do, don't worry about me." Everyone looked at him with admiration, even Merlin felt the same. Everything that happened in this space was truly magical. Not to mention the slaves, even the knowledgeable Merlin had never heard of it before. How could such a thing exist in this world? When Zhao Hai saw the looks in everyone's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Although he had recently started to take care of the affairs of the Buddha family, he was still a otaku at heart. Otakus are all a little shy, and being looked at like this, he really felt a little at a loss. Zhao Hai had no choice but to say, "Well, Grandma Merlin, I'll go back to the house and see what's going on outside." After saying that, he turned and went into the thatched hut and closed the door. Merlin and Meg looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. They both had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew more about Adam in the past, but Adam was not shy. He didn't know what shyness was. Zhao Hai was completely different from Adam. Because he had little contact with people before, he was very shy. This change made Merlin and Meg laugh. Zhao Hai returned to the hut, took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, cursed himself inwardly, then walked to the screen, turned it on, and took a look at the situation in the castle. There were still monsters in the castle, but Zhao Hai didn't want to see what kind of monsters it was, so he turned off the screen and lay down on the bed. The operation of the space was really too simple. Most of the time he didn't know what to do, because no matter whether it was farming or turning the soil, as long as he thought about it, the space would do it for him. Although this was very convenient, it also made him feel very bored. From outside the window came the sound of Merlin teaching the slaves to read. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but calm down. He felt as if he was in the humble room mentioned in Inscription on the Humble House. Zhao Hai couldn't help but take out another notebook from the warehouse and began to read it carefully. About 2 hours later, the corn was ripe. Zhao Hai stored the corn in the warehouse and planted another 4 acres of corn. Then he returned to the hut to continue reading. Zhao Hai knew that this oil fruit tree could not mature as quickly as a carrot. After all, outside, it would take 2 years for it to mature. However, this seed has been digitized now, so it probably won't take 2 months to mature, right? He had never heard of a seed in the space that took about 2 months to mature. The slowest one took only 3 or 4 days. Zhao Hai has already made preparations. Anyway, there is no shortage of food and drink in the space now. There have been 3 seasons of radishes, which are enough. It would be better to plant some other crops. Other crops in the space may not be available for sale, and the economic value of alfalfa is too low, so Zhao Hai chose to plant oil fruit trees. Sure enough, over the next 2 days, the corn matured for 3 more seasons, while the oil fruit trees only grew bigger but did not start to bear fruit. During these 2 days, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation in the castle. Although there were no traces of monsters and undead creatures in the castle on the second day, Zhao Hai still did not let Merlin go out to investigate. He was afraid that the monsters were still nearby. If Merlin and the others were discovered, although there might not be any danger, the monsters might not leave, and they would have to stay in the space for a longer time. But it's not that Zhao Hai doesn't want Merlin and the others to stay in the space, but no matter what, the castle is their foundation, their home, and they will have to leave sooner or later. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered in the past 2 days that the slaves were in a bad mood. Although they could learn to read and write in the space, they did not have to work every day. Apart from learning to read and eating, they just lived. This made them feel very uncomfortable. They always felt as if they were doing nothing and felt very sorry for Zhao Hai. Now they have fragrant white rice to eat every day and soup for every meal. For those slaves, this is simply a paradise-like life. It makes them more grateful to Zhao Hai, but also makes them feel that they are too unfair to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't notice this. He was reading books when he had nothing to do, and Merlin and the others were responsible for the teaching. Merlin was the one who noticed this. He found that the slaves were not paying attention to their studies these past 2 days, and they all seemed to be in a low mood. Merlin didn't know what was going on, but when she asked the slaves, they refused to tell her anything. In the end, Merlin had no choice but to ask Zhu to find out, and only then did she find out the reason. During dinner, Zhu told Merlin and the others what she had found out. Zhao Hai didn't know about this at first, but now that he heard about it, he was a little bit amused. Merlin was not in the mood to eat. To be honest, she wanted to go out more than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's space was magical, and she didn't feel at home here. Merlin still wanted to go back to the castle. She always felt that the castle was the home of the Buddha family. No matter what, it was also the permanent fiefdom of the Buddha family. Chapter 45, Anger. After dinner, Zhao Hai deliberately kept Merlin in the house and asked her to help him cook some koya. While drinking koya, Zhao Hai said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, what do you think we should do now? How can we let those slaves learn to read with peace of mind?" Merlin thought for a moment, glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "Master, do you really want to listen to my advice?" Zhao Hai quickly said, "Of course, Grandma Merlin, you have always been in charge of people in the Buddha family. I have never managed anyone before, so I don't have as much experience as you in this regard." Merlin smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Master. I think you are too kind to those slaves now. You should be stricter." Zhao Hai was stunned by this. He didn't quite understand and said, "Grandma Merlin, are you saying that I should be stricter with those slaves? Why?" Merlin smiled and said, "Master, you have to know that a superior is not only gentle, but also strict. If he is too gentle, his subordinates will think he is easy to bully. Of course, these slaves will not have this situation, but they will think that you are too good to them, and they have not done so well, so they feel sorry for you. That's why they can't cheer up when learning to read, because in their view, helping us work is their value, and learning to read is our reward to them. Now we only give them rewards, but don't let them do anything, so they feel uneasy." Zhao Hai was stunned. He really hadn't thought about it in this direction. Zhao Hai felt that these slaves should now be like the students on earth. To be honest, no student would regard learning as a reward. Everyone would wish to have only 2 days of classes a week and rest for 5 days. Zhao Hai had always overlooked one problem. In this world, almost all technologies and all knowledge were closed to slaves. Slaves were only used to do work. In the eyes of some nobles, slaves were not considered human beings. As Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I understand. Thank you, Grandma Merlin, for letting me think about what to do." Merlin nodded with relief. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. Yes, it was undeniable that Zhao Hai was really excellent now, at least in her eyes. Zhao Hai was excellent, but she also had to admit that Zhao Hai still had a lot to learn, and Zhao Hai sat there for a long time, thinking about how to deal with this situation. To be honest, this was the first time he encountered such a thing, and he had never dealt with such a thing before. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai stood up, let out a long breath, turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go out. I want to meet these people." Merlin nodded, and the two of them walked out of the hut and approached the slave. The slaves were now practicing calligraphy on the grass. They dug up the turf to expose the soil underneath, and then used cornstalks to write on the soil. However, Zhao Hai noticed that these slaves seemed a little listless, which was very different from the excitement they had when they first learned to write. Zhao Hai walked over with a sullen face and said calmly, "Everyone stop for a moment." When the slaves saw Zhao Hai coming, they immediately put down the cornstalks in their hands and knelt on the ground to salute Zhao Hai. However, this time Zhao Hai did not gently ask them to stand up and speak like he did before. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "I heard that you have been not serious about learning to write these days?" His voice was not very loud and was very calm, but the slaves could not help but tremble and immediately said in unison, "Master, please punish us." Zhao Hai said with a cold voice, "You have not figured out one thing. Letting you learn to write is not just a reward for you, but to make you better serve our Buddha family. Even if you are stupid, you should understand what the Buddha family is like now. The Buddha family needs each of you to do your best to serve him. It is the greatest effort, do you understand? But what abilities do you have now? In addition to doing some physical work, what else can you do? What skills do you have? What are your specialties? I give you a book, how many words can you recognize? You don't know anything now, and you don't understand anything. If those undead creatures can be controlled by me, one undead creature is equivalent to 10 of you, and I don't have to waste food to feed them. In terms of strength, you can't beat horses. Why do I want you not horses? Because you can learn to recognize, but horses can't. As long as you learn to recognize words, you can better serve the Buddha family. If it's just for physical work, why do I let you learn to recognize words? Don't you want to serve the Buddha family better if you don't learn to recognize words? All the slaves knelt there trembling with fear. This was the first time that Zhao Hai spoke such harsh words to them after they met him. They were really scared. Zhao Hai took a few deep breaths, calmed down his emotions, and then said, I said that if you do well, I can restore his civilian status, but do you think that if you are given civilian status, you can live a good life? Wrong. If you don't have the ability, even if you are civilians, you are the lowest civilians. You must remember that what my Buddha family needs is people who are motivated and want to live a good life, not those useless people who just want to eat and wait for death. Then Zhao Hai glanced at Zhu and said, Many of you want to, why should I let Zhu return to civilian status? She can only weave grass, and many of you can also weave grass, and even weave no worse than Zhu, but why did I let Zhu return to civilian status? I tell you, because Zhu dared to stand up and say that she wants to change her life, she wants to make herself better, wants her brother to be saved, wants her brother and her children to become civilians, have a fair opportunity to receive education, instead of relying on rewards. I hope you can learn from Zhu. I hope that one day when you see me, you will only bow to me, and only call me master. Instead of calling me master, the Buddha family needs 100 people who serve the Buddha family wholeheartedly, not 100 slaves, do you understand? All the slaves knelt there and shouted, Understood, master. These slaves were really excited now. This was the first time that a noble had spoken such words to them. This was the first time that someone had treated them as human beings. This was the first time that someone had hoped that they would become human beings. Although Zhao Hai was angry with them, they did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts. On the contrary, they were full of gratitude and respect for Zhao Hai, because Zhao Hai had planted a seed in their hearts, a seed of self-reliance that would not be extinguished. After Zhao Hai listened to what they said, he nodded and said, Stand up, I don't like others kneeling in front of me all the time. Remember, learn to write well. This is not a reward, it's an order. The slaves said in unison again, Yes, master, and then stood up. Although these slaves had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, when they stood up, they had a different temperament. The withered look they had before seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, and they seemed to be full of strength. Merlin stood behind Zhao Hai with a smile on her face, her eyes full of satisfaction. She had not expected that Zhao Hai had done so well today, even better than she had imagined. Not only did he give those slaves a warning, but he also made those slaves full of gratitude towards him. Merlin was extremely satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance as Zhao Hai glanced at the slaves who stood up straight, nodded, turned to Merlin and said, Merlin Grandma, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't just study every day. If you do that, your brain will become numb and you won't be able to remember anything at all. Merlin smiled and said, Don't worry, young master. I know what to do. This is not the first time I have taught a student. Zhao Hai laughed loudly and turned to walk towards the thatched hut. Wood and stone followed behind Zhao Hai. This time, Meg did not follow Merlin, but followed Zhao Hai with admiration on her face. Meg felt that Zhao Hai was so handsome today, especially when he was talking to her just now. He seemed to be glowing. There was an inexplicable power that kept attracting her attention and made her eyes unable to leave Zhao Hai for even a second. Zhao Hai returned to the house and breathed a sigh of relief. He had prepared what he said just now. He had even planned where to pause and what kind of expression to use. Of course, he was a little emotional at the end, so his performance was more real. But it was undeniable that he had planned all these words. Meg followed Zhao Hai into the house. When she saw Zhao Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but smile again. She really liked staying by Zhao Hai's side more and more. It seemed that there was a power in Zhao Hai that could calm her mind and give her a feeling of tranquility, peace, and security. Zhao Hai then noticed that there was someone behind him. He was stunned and turned around to see that it was Meg. Zhao Hai felt embarrassed. He was a stay-at-home guy and had never had much contact with girls before. The last time Meg hugged him, he didn't know what to say when he saw Meg for the next few days. Now that he saw Meg standing behind him, he didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai was at a loss as to what to do. Meg, why did you come in? What's the matter? Meg looked at Zhao Hai and the smile on her face got bigger. She immediately said with a smile, What's wrong? Master, can't I enter this room? Zhao Hai said quickly, Yes, of course, you can come in any time. Sit down and have some koya. Meg looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Master, that koya is prepared for you. I dare not drink it, otherwise my mother will scold me." Zhao Hai quickly said, "No, I'm the one who invited you to drink, it's okay." Chapter 46 Red Dot. Meg looked at Zhao Hai with a smile. She really didn't expect that a person's personality could change so much. The previous Adam was an arrogant, extroverted, and idiot with a big heart. But now Zhao Hai is an introverted, calm, and thoughtful boy. She liked Zhao Hai more now. When Zhao Hai saw that Meg didn't say anything, he didn't know what to do, so he just said, "Then just sit down, I'll go see what's going on outside." After saying that, he turned around and walked to the screen at the head of the bed, clicked on the screen to look at what was going on outside. The 3D image of the castle appeared again, but there was no green dot on it anymore. Since yesterday, Zhao Hai had not seen any green dots on this 3D image. Seeing that there were no green dots on the map, Zhao Hai was too lazy to look at it anymore. He had seen clearly how the castle had been destroyed in the past few days and didn't want to look at it anymore. On Zhao Hai's side, he planned to wait for 2 more days. If no green dots appeared on the map after 2 days, he would ask Merlin and the others to go out and see if the monsters had retreated. Meg stood beside Zhao Hai, also looking at the screen. She had learned how to look at the screen in the past few days, but she had no way to operate it. Only with Zhao Hai's permission could she operate it, just like other things in this space. Without Zhao Hai's permission, no one could operate it. Mu2 tried to pick up the small shovel and bucket, but the result was that these 2 things seemed to be nailed to the ground, and even with Mutu's strength, he couldn't move them at all. Meg also knew that the green dot on the picture was Warcraft. They had been very concerned about the situation outside these days, so she also knew that Warcraft had not appeared on the screen since yesterday. Merlin wanted to go out and take a look at it at that time, but was stopped by Zhao Hai, and Merlin didn't object too much. She also knew what Zhao Hai was worried about. But now she saw that there was still no green dot on the map. Meg was a little anxious and said to Zhao Hai, "Master, there may be no monsters outside now. Let me go out and take a look. I'm fast and there won't be any danger." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Now is not the time. Those monsters just disappeared. They may still be wandering in the wilderness outside. If they sense that there are creatures in the castle, they may rush into the castle again. If that happens, we will be in more trouble. It is better to stay in the space for 2 more days. This way it will be safer." When Meg heard what Zhao Hai said, she could not insist and could only nod. Suddenly, Meg seemed to notice something and immediately looked at the screen and asked, "Master, why is there a red dot on it?" Zhao Hai, whose attention was not on the screen, did not notice the red dot, but Meg noticed it. A small red dot appeared on the screen, and this dot was moving on the screen at a very fast speed. Zhao Hai understood that this dot was moving in the room of the main castle at a very fast speed. This surprised Zhao Hai because he had never encountered such a situation before. Zhao Hai immediately clicked on the screen, but because the red dot was moving too fast, Zhao Hai had no way of clicking on it, so he clicked on the living room and waited there, quietly watching what the red dot was. Meg's eyes were fixed on the screen, and from time to time she glanced up at the top of the screen, where there was a reduced 3-dimensional image. From that image, she could also see the direction of movement of the red dot. The red dot was now moving on the 3rd floor, and its movements were very regular. It was exploring every room, but at a very fast speed. Soon the red dot came down from the 3rd floor and quickly moved towards the living room. Zhao Hai and Meg immediately focused their attention on the living room. They wanted to see how fast the red dot was. Suddenly, a figure flashed on the screen, and a person suddenly appeared on the screen, which made Zhao Hai and Meg stunned. However, when they saw this person, they were happy. This person was none other than Green, who had been missing for a few days. When she saw that it was Green, Meg couldn't help but cheer, and grabbed Zhao Hai's shoulders and said, "Master, it's Grandpa who is back, and he is looking for us." Zhao Hai nodded, and as he thought about it, a misty space crack suddenly appeared in front of Green. Then Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Green, come in quickly." Green was really anxious. He had been back to the Black Soil Wasteland for 2 days. This time he went out of the Black Soil Wasteland and arrived at the Principality of Versailles, a principality under the Aksu Empire. The Grand Duke was Yuan Versailles. The area of this principality was not very large, but because it was backed by the Black Soil Wasteland and there was no threat, it had developed very well and had a very developed economy. It was one of the most developed regions of the Aksu Empire, and Grand Duke Yuan was naturally one of the most powerful Grand Dukes of the Aksu Empire. It is worth mentioning that the Versailles family has a very secret relationship with the Buddha family. Even until now, Adam Buddha is still engaged to Grand Duke Ivan's daughter, the future Grand Duchess, Ryan Versailles. Ryan is nominally Adam Buddha's fiancé, and Zhao Hai's fiancée. However, everyone with a discerning eye on the continent could see that the Versailles family would not recognize this engagement, because everyone understood that there was no real friendship or love between the nobles. Even the engagement between Adam and Ryan was more of a marriage plan for political purposes. Therefore, when the Buddha family was in trouble, Green did not ask for help from the Versailles family, and the Versailles family selectively forgot about the Buddha family. Even when the Buddha family passed through the Principality of Versailles and entered the Black Soil wasteland, no one from the Versailles family came forward to meet Green and his family. Green had never thought about meeting the Versailles family. He knew that the Versailles family was already taking care of them by not taking advantage of their misfortune, but Green also had to admit that the Versailles family's territory was managed very well. It was precisely because of this that although the Versailles family's territory was not large, it had become a principality. If the territory develops well, the living standards of ordinary civilians will be relatively higher, and magic vegetables will be easier to sell. So Green did not run too far and went directly to the Principality of Versailles, where he found a large magic vegetable supplier and negotiated with him about the price of radishes. 80,000 kilograms of radishes are a lot, but it is impossible to use 80,000 kilograms of radishes to cause any impact on a country's radish market, even if the country is just a small principality. But now Zhao Hai and his men don't just have 80,000 caddies of radishes. If Zhao Hai wants, he can plant 3 crops a day and harvest 3 crops of radishes. In other words, he can harvest 240,000 caddies of radishes a day. 240,000 caddies a day? What kind of concept is this? As long as Zhao Hai harvests radishes like this for a month, I'm afraid the entire Aksu Empire will have enough radishes to eat. This is where Green is in trouble. He doesn't know Zhao Hai's space very well, so he can only maximize the benefits of radish. And the magical vegetable supplier he found this time is a well-known big merchant in the entire continent, the Makidel Company, whose business spans half of the continent. Magidel Trading Company is a well-known daily necessities oligarch on the continent. Magic vegetables are also their main business. Their family business is very big, and even ordinary nobles dare not offend them. Originally, the Makidel family would not be interested in a small business like Green's, which only produces tens of thousands of kilograms of radishes. However, there was one thing that made the Makidel family pay attention to Green, and that was the quality of the radishes. The radishes produced on the mainland, also known as magic radishes, are not very big and have a spicy taste, which is not very delicious. However, the white radishes produced in the space do not have that taste. They are straight and fat, and taste crispy and sweet, making people unable to stop eating them. To use a popular internet saying, the products produced in the space must be high-quality. It was the quality of the radishes that made Green and the Makidel family reach an agreement. The radishes in Green's hands would be sold to the Makidel family at 8 times the market price. The Makidel family could purchase 200,000 kilograms every month, and this was just a guaranteed quantity. If the radishes sold well in the future, they could purchase more. Just after the deal was concluded, Green heard a piece of news from the mercenaries of the Principality of Versailles that the monsters in the corpse swamp had rioted. This news made Green's heart sink to the bottom, and he immediately rushed back to the Black Earth wasteland. However, there were too many monsters and undead creatures in the Black Earth wasteland at that time, and he could not enter the castle. Green, with a burning heart, waited for 2 full days on the outskirts of the Black Soil wasteland. During these 2 days, he was like an ant on fire, almost going crazy with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. It's not that Green and his men didn't know that the monsters in the corpse swamp would break out, but they had been active in the capital of the Aksu Empire before, and didn't know much about the situation in the Black Soil wasteland. Plus, the Black Soil wasteland was a dead place and not many people would come here, so everyone didn't pay enough attention here, and the information they got was vague. They only knew that the monsters in the corpse swamp would break out every 10 or 20 years, and the last time there was an outbreak of monsters in the corpse swamp was 2 years ago. So whether it was Green or other people on the continent, everyone thought that this period of time should be a safe period. It was precisely because of this that Green did not invest too much in the castle's defenses, so when he heard about the monster outbreak in the corpse swamp, he felt as if he had been hit hard on the head with a hammer. He was afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai and the others. If something happened to Zhao Hai and the others, then the Buddha family would be finished. Chapter 47 Calculation. Just as Zhao Hai thought, there were still some magical beasts and undead creatures wandering in the black soil wasteland, but Green really couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to know the situation of Zhao Hai and the others so much that he sneaked into the castle. Fortunately, there are no monsters and undead creatures in the castle now. Those monsters and undead creatures could not break through the iron gate of the castle, nor could they tear down the castle walls. But even in this situation, they still climbed into the castle, destroyed everything in the castle, and then climbed out. We have to admit that the strength of Warcraft is more than one level stronger than the wild beasts on Earth. Even the most common Warcraft cannot be compared with the wild beasts on Earth. I am afraid that lions and tigers on Earth will starve to death if they come to the Ark continent. When Green saw that everything in the castle was destroyed, his heart dropped to freezing point. However, he was not an ordinary person. When he was young, he followed Adam's grandfather to fight on the battlefield, and later followed Adam's father to the battlefield. He had rich practical experience, and he was meticulous, so he quickly discovered that something was wrong. There were no traces of fighting in the castle. Not at all. Although the things in the castle were severely damaged, Green could still see that there was no trace of blood in the castle, as if everyone in the castle had suddenly disappeared, and those monsters could only destroy the things in the castle to vent their anger. In order to confirm his thoughts, Green looked carefully in every room in the castle, and finally found that it was really like this. The people in the castle seemed to have disappeared suddenly. At this moment, a space crack suddenly appeared in the living room, and then Zhao Hai's voice came, "Grandpa Green, come in quickly." Green was stunned, but he immediately flashed into the cave that was blocked by fog and could not see the inside clearly, because Green had no choice now. As soon as he entered the space, Green was stunned. He was now at the edge of the oil fruit field. The oil fruit trees had begun to bear fruit, but they were not yet ripe. The slaves were also now at the edge of the field, writing seriously. Merlin was next to these slaves. She didn't know that Green was back. Yi Hai and Meg had been in the room just now, and as soon as they saw Green, they called him in. No one else knew about this. When Merlin saw Green coming back, he immediately went up to him and said, "Green, you're back." Green looked around in confusion, then turned to Merlin and said, "Merlin, where is this place?" Merlin smiled and said, "This is the young master's space, this is the young master's territory. The magic radish that the young master gave you was grown here." At this time, Zhao Hai and the others also came out. Zhao Hai quickly walked to Green's side, opened his arms, hugged Green tightly, and then let go and said, "Grandpa Green, you are finally back." Green smiled and said, "Yes, master, I'm back." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Glad you're back, glad you're back. Come on, let's go inside and talk." Then Green walked into the thatched hut. After entering the thatched hut, Zhao Hai briefly told Green about the situation of this space. Green's eyes lit up when he heard it. Of course, he also understood what this space meant to the Buddha family. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Green said excitedly, "Great, master. With this space, our Buddha family will have hope of revival." Zhao Hai smiled, took a sip of kuya, and then said to Green, "Grandpa Green, what did you gain from this trip? Did we sell all our radishes?" Green was stunned and asked, "Carrot?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The radish is the magic radish. I am used to calling it radish. How is it? Have you found a buyer?" Green smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. I have found the one. It's the Magical Company. They have agreed to purchase the 80,000 kilograms of magic radish we have. If the business is better in the future, they can consume about 200,000 kilograms of magic radish every month, or even more." Zhao Hai slapped his thigh vigorously and said, "Great, what's the price?" Green smiled and said, "Eighth floor of the market price." Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, this price had exceeded his expectations. He thought that it would be good to have 6 floors at the market price. They were doing wholesale in large quantities, not retail. Zhao Hai then pointed to the oil fruit trees outside and said, "These oil fruit trees will soon be ripe, and we can get a lot of fruit oil. Will Magical Company accept them?" Green smiled and said, "They will definitely accept it. However, Magical Company pays great attention to the quality of its products. They want our radish because of its good quality. As long as our fruit oil is of good quality, they will definitely want it too. Zhao Hai nodded, then frowned and said, Grandpa Green, I forgot to ask you just now, what is the situation outside now? Are there any monsters wandering around in the black soil wasteland? Green's brows also frowned, and he nodded, there are still some, but the number is much less now. However, I suggest that we hide here for a few days. If we go out and attract a large number of monsters, it will be troublesome. Before Zhao Hai could speak, Meg smiled and said to Green, Grandpa, the young master has been thinking this way for a long time, otherwise we would not still be here. You see, it is this magical thing that allows us to see some of the situations in the castle. The young master and I also discovered your return through this thing. Meg pointed at the screen as she spoke. Now she felt the magic of the screen even more, because the screen could actually distinguish between enemies and friends. Green also walked to the screen curiously, and Zhao Hai also walked over and demonstrated to Green how to use the screen. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the space, the oil fruit is ripe, please collect it as soon as possible. Zhao Hai and his friends were stunned, but they immediately walked out of the house and looked into the oil fruit field. The oil fruit trees had been planted for 4 days and were finally ripe. This oil fruit is just like the kiwi fruit on Earth, but it does not have so many burrs on the blue-gray skin. The skin is very smooth and the size is much larger, as big as a person's fist. Inside is green-yellow flesh, which is very juicy. However, unlike other fruits, the juice in this flesh is the fruit oil that Zhao Hai and his team are using now. This shows how high the oil yield of the oil fruit is. However, Green and the others were a little surprised. They knew very well that the oil fruits on the mainland were not so big. And looking at the densely packed oil fruits on the tree, they could roughly estimate the yield of the oil fruit tree, which would definitely not be low. As Zhao Hai knew that although there were many fruits on these fruit trees were all digitized. The total weight of the oil fruits on the first fruit tree was limited, not too much, not too little. This oil fruit tree could produce about 1,500 kilograms of oil fruits. Now there were 300 oil fruit trees planted in the oil fruit field, which meant that these oil fruit trees could produce about 450,000 kilograms of oil fruits. The oil yield of oil fruits has always been very high. If 450,000 kilograms of oil fruits produce oil directly, they can produce about 300,000 kilograms of fruit oil, which is not a low amount. However, although oil fruits are crops of 9 seasons, it still takes at least 2 days to mature again after one season's harvest. In other words, after one harvest, it takes another 2 days before another season's harvest. Zhao Hai also calculated that it would take almost a month from planting the oil fruits to harvesting all 9 seasons. However, from the oil fruits harvested in this month, they can squeeze out about 2.7 million kilograms of fruit oil. Although he was calculating these things in his head, Zhao Hai still said in a deep voice, collect the oil fruit. The basket flew out and the oil fruit went into the basket, which surprised Green, who saw this scene for the first time. You know, the oil fruit is really useful. In addition to being able to extract oil, the remaining oil residue is also a good feed that can be used to feed many monsters. One advantage of growing these multiple season crops is that after harvesting, you don't have to plant more in the field. After collecting all the oil fruits, Zhao Hai and his companions returned to the house. Green couldn't wait to ask, Master, how many oil fruits did we collect this time? Zhao Hai smiled and said, about 450,000 Gene. There are 300 fruit trees in total, and the yield of the first tree is about 1,500 Gene. Green and the others lowered their heads and calculated how much oil could be squeezed out of these seeds. After a while, Green said, that means we can squeeze out about 300,000 kilograms of oil this time? My God, the yield of this fruit tree is really too high. Green knew that the oil fruit trees on the big trees could generally produce only about 1,000 kilograms of fruit at most, while the ones in the space could produce 1,500 kilograms, which was nearly 500 kilograms more. This was not a small number. Zhao Hai smiled and said, but the fruit trees here have been spatially digitized, so we can only harvest 9 times at most. But the yield of the first time will be the same, and the next time we can harvest in 2 days. Green stood up excitedly, stamping his feet on the ground and said, 9 times of harvesting after 2 days, which means that the time for maturity is 2 days, 9 times is about 18 days, 300,000 caddies of oil each time, 9 times is 2,700,000 caddies, 1 caddy of oil is 1 copper coin, 2,700,000 caddies is 2,700,000 copper coins, which is equal to 2,700 gold coins. Well, this amount is not small. Zhao Hai was also stunned when he heard what Green said. He really didn't expect that this fruit oil would be so cheap on the mainland. It was even cheaper than radishes. It seemed that growing this thing was really not cost-effective, and Zhao Hai didn't know that the amount of fruit oil consumed every day on this continent was an astronomical figure. If he threw this little bit of oil into this huge market, he wouldn't even see a trace of it. Chapter 48 Ambition in Crisis. Planting radishes is indeed more profitable than planting oil fruit trees, but the benefits of the two are simply not proportional. Radishes can be sold for 8,000 gold coins in a season, while the total output value of oil fruit trees in a month is only 2,700 gold coins. But don't forget that the Magical trading company that Green contacted this time is already one of the largest trading companies on the mainland, and they can only consume about 400,000 kilograms of radishes per month at most, and no more. After all, for people on the mainland, many people cannot afford radishes that cost 1 silver coin per kilogram. In other words, Zhao Hai only needs to plant 5 seasons of radishes every month, and it will be enough for their monthly consumption. If he plants more, they won't be able to sell them. And for Zhao Hai, growing 5 seasons of radishes only takes 40 hours, less than 2 days. So what should they plant in the remaining time? Use the space to plant those ordinary vegetables on the mainland? Don't even think about it. Once the seeds of those vegetables enter the space, they will be cleared by the space immediately. You have no way to plant them. Plant the vegetable seeds in the space? Now Zhao Hai doesn't know which of these vegetables can be sold at a good price on the mainland. Even if those vegetables are like radishes, they are some magical vegetables here on the mainland, but if there is no such vegetable on the mainland, it will take some time for the people on the mainland to accept this vegetable, and the demand will definitely not be large. It's better to plant oil fruit trees. Cooking on the mainland requires oil, and fruit oil is very cheap. Ordinary people may not be able to afford meat, but they can definitely afford oil. Such people are often civilians who have to do heavier physical labor and need more nutrition, so fruit oil becomes the first choice. The daily consumption of fruit oil on the mainland is an astronomical figure, so fruit oil is a sustainable development industry. Although the profit is not as much as radish, it will make most nobles jealous. An income of 2,700 foreign gold coins a month is a very astonishing figure. Even for a small principality, the monthly tax revenue may not be that much. You have to know that the purchasing power of gold coins on the continent is still very astonishing. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10 silver coins, 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and 1 copper coin can buy a pound of fruit oil or half a pound of rice. Rice and oil are still very cheap on the mainland. The reason for the cheapness is the high yield of fruit oil, and the reason for the cheapness is that rice is usually eaten by slaves. Now many civilians are also eating rice. For Zhao Hai and his group of more than 100 people, the monthly living expenses are actually not that much. Even if the slaves are fed well every day, about 100 gold coins are enough, and they can have a net of 2,600 gold coins left. And don't forget, they can also buy 5 seasons of radishes. Even if they can't buy 8,000 gold coins for each season, they can still buy 6,000. 5 seasons means 30,000 gold coins. In other words, Zhao Hai's space can create a net profit of 32,000 gold coins for them every month. This is quite astonishing. Of course, Zhao Hai was not very satisfied with this. He was used to seeing radishes that could make thousands of gold coins in a season. But when he saw that it took so much effort to get more than 2,000 gold coins from the oil fruit in a month, Zhao Hai certainly couldn't muster any interest, but Green thought so too. After he knew the characteristics of the farm, when he thought about what Zhao Hai had asked him to inquire about before, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted the planting industry and the breeding industry to develop together. Radishes can produce radish leaves, which can be used to feed blue-eyed rabbits. But don't forget that blue-eyed rabbits cannot just eat radish leaves. Sometimes they also need to add a little feed. The oil residue left over from pressing oil from oil fruits is one of the best feeds. At that time, you can not only use the oil residue to feed blue-eyed rabbits, but also some other magical beasts, such as the most common horses and cows on the continent. The horses and cattle fed with this kind of oil residue are very strong, so as long as there is oil-producing area, it will generally be a good horse-producing area. Although they produce some ordinary horses and not high-level magical beasts such as fire horses, those horses are very strong and very popular. In addition, the oil residue can not only be used to feed magical beasts such as horses and cows, but even some water-based magical beasts like to eat this kind of oil residue. In this way, fish farming can be started, and this additional industry can also bring them huge profits. It was because of these thoughts that Green was so excited. He walked around the room several times before he stopped, took 2 deep breaths, and suddenly laughed out loud. Zhao Hai and the others understood why Green was laughing like that, because Green had been holding it in for too long. If Zhao Hai felt a lot of pressure after waking up, then Green had always been under a lot of pressure. He and Merlin watched the Buddha family go from glory to decline, and they thought that the Buddha family would slowly die out from then on. If he didn't have this idea, he wouldn't have been able to exchange all his money for supplies. Although Zhao Hai became a better person later, Green was still very worried at that time because the Buddha family did not have a stable source of income, which was a fatal weakness for the Buddha family. But after understanding this space, all of Green's worries disappeared at once. He felt that in his originally dark life, a sun suddenly appeared, a shining sun, sweeping away the haze in his heart. Zhao Hai and the others did not try to stop Green. They knew that Green needed to vent. He was too happy. It took Green a while to calm down. He walked up to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, after we get out, we will immediately send the magic radish to the Macadel company, and then use the money to buy some things we need. We need machines to press the oil from these oil fruits, so we have to buy those things." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know that, but Grandpa Green, now we have a biggest problem to solve, which is those monsters and corpse swamps outside. Even if our plan is good, we can't hide in this space forever. We still have to go out to develop the territory, but if we encounter attacks from those monsters as soon as we go out, what should we do?" Green calmed down for a moment. He frowned and kept stomping around in the room, because he knew very well that what Zhao Hai said was right. Now all their plans were empty, like bubbles in the air, which would not disappear without a trace when the wind blew. If they would be attacked by monsters as soon as they went out, then they would not be able to develop, and they would not even be able to protect themselves. But how to solve this problem? There is no solution at all. Although Green is very confident in his skills, he knows that it is impossible for them to conquer the corpse swamp. Over the years, countless strong men have appeared on the continent, but the 5 forbidden areas are still the 5 forbidden areas. They have never been conquered by anyone. From this point, we can see the power of the 5 forbidden areas, but after walking around for several times, Green had no good idea. He sighed helplessly and sat down at the table. The ambition he had just had disappeared without a trace in an instant. Zhao Hai now has no solution to this situation. The 5 forbidden areas on the mainland are notorious, and no one can confidently say that they can escape unscathed. Even though they are not going to enter the corpse swamp, the attack of this monster alone makes them feel very distressed. After all, their current strength is too weak. Seeing that Green was in a low mood, Zhao Hai had no choice but to say, "Grandpa Green, you should tell us about the situation outside." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the screen. Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink when he saw this, because he saw very clearly that a green dot appeared on the 3-dimensional picture on the screen again. Zhao Hai immediately stood up and walked to the screen. Green and the others also noticed Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai did not immediately look at the situation in the castle, but carefully counted the green dots on the screen. There were not many green dots on the screen, only a dozen or so, but there was no doubt that they had just appeared, because the green dots on the screen had disappeared for 2 days. Merlin and the others were also staring at the screen closely. Meg even asked, "What's going on? Why did these things appear again?" Green said in a deep voice, "There is nothing to be surprised about. When I came to the castle, there were still many monsters and undead creatures wandering in the black soil wasteland. If I hadn't been impatient, I wouldn't have risked rushing in. Those things might have been chasing me in." Zhao Hai nodded and tapped the screen. The courtyard of the inner castle appeared on the screen again. It was also the place with the most green dots. The scene on the screen switched to the courtyard, and more than a dozen undead creatures appeared on the screen. Yes, all that appeared on the screen were undead creatures, and there were no magical beasts. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw this situation. He remembered that it was the same 2 days ago. The last creatures to leave the screen were not magical beasts, but undead creatures. What was going on? Zhao Hai carefully looked at the screen and confirmed that his judgment was correct. Then he said, "Grandpa Green, why are there so many undead creatures here? And I saw it 2 days ago, and the last ones to leave were also those undead creatures. What's going on?" Green didn't say anything, but Merlin said, "There's nothing strange about this, young master. Undead creatures have an almost crazy desire for fresh flesh and blood of living things. They can smell the scent of living things and feel their presence in many places. When Green ran from the black soil wasteland to the castle, he would naturally be discovered by the undead creatures. In this regard, the Warcraft can't compare to the undead creatures. Zhao Hai nodded and moved the scene to the living room, where there was also an undead creature wandering around. This undead creature was in the shape of a crocodile, more than 10 meters long, but now only a skeleton was left. It was shaking its head and tail in the living room, with a body of bones glowing green, and looked very scary. Chapter 49, Mentally Mutated Undead Creatures. It was the first time that Zhao Hai looked at an undead creature so seriously. He really didn't know how this thing was formed. Although there were many legends about zombies on Earth, it was just a legend, but the one in front of him was real. The skeleton of this big crocodile was crawling around in the hall in a swaggering manner. It looked like a real crocodile, made entirely of bones, with a tail like a steel whip. Every time it swung, it would leave a scar on the wall. You have to know that the wall was made of iron ore, and its hardness was not much worse than steel. What caught Zhao Hai's attention the most was that there were green flames flashing in the two eyes of this skeleton, as scary as will-o'-the-wisp. Comparing it with the wall next to it, Zhao Hai calculated that this thing was at least 15 meters long and 3 meters high. If its claws were spread out, its width would be about 5 meters. If the gate of the main castle was not large enough, this thing would not be able to crawl into the hall. Zhao Hai swiped a few times on the screen. There were not many monsters in the entire main castle. Apart from the big crocodile, there was only an undead creature that looked like a rat skeleton on the upper floor. Seeing Zhao Hai turn the screen back to the living room, he looked at the crocodile skeleton and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, can you roughly judge the combat effectiveness of this thing?" Green nodded and said, "This isn't a high-level magic beast. It's probably just an undead creature transformed from a shallow water poisonous crocodile. Its combat power isn't very strong, only about the level of a 4th level magic beast. But now it's an undead creature, not afraid of death, and it won't die easily. In addition, all the bones in its body are poisonous, so even a 5th level warrior like wood and stone won't be able to gain any advantage in a fight with it." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Green and Merlin, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, can you see if you can get this thing into the space? I want to take a closer look at it." Merlin smiled and said, "It's okay, it's very simple, I can do it by myself." Then he stood up and walked out. Zhao Hai and the others followed him. When they reached the empty mine behind the house, Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, open the space." Zhao Hai nodded, and with a thought, a space crack appeared. Merlin whispered a few spells, and a water blue light band immediately flew out of the space. This light band was like a huge rope, which rolled out outside and then retracted. The big crocodile skeleton was unexpectedly rolled into the space without any ability to fight back. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the skeleton that was twisting on the ground. He was still looking at the undead creature at such a close distance. Before, he had only seen it on the screen. The crocodile skeleton had been completely restrained by the aqua blue light band, and it just kept twisting around on the ground. However, its claws, tail and big mouth, which were its most powerful attacking parts, had all been tied up, and it had no attacking power at all. Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton carefully. If the skeleton was not twisting, Zhao Hai would even suspect that it was just a specimen. There was not a trace of flesh and blood on it. Coupled with the green bones, it actually looked a bit strangely beautiful in the space.at. This time, a message came from the space: "An unknown object has been found entering the space. Scanning is underway. Scanning is complete. The object is a robot-like, aggressive, and poisonous object with strong toxins. Extract the toxins and strengthen the toxic compound components in the space. The program in the object is too manic and does not meet the requirements of the space. Re-implant the program. The implantation is successful. Because the toxins in the object may affect humans in the space, it is necessary to strengthen the immunity of humans in the space to toxins and dissolve the detoxification molecules into the space water. Please ask the host and other humans in the space to drink the space water as soon as possible." Everyone was listening to the space prompts in a daze. Green and the others didn't quite understand what the space prompts said, such as robot-shaped aggressive poisonous objects, toxin extraction, enhanced space toxic compound components, and program frenzy. These were the first time they had heard of these things and had no idea what they meant. They didn't understand, but Zhao Hai roughly understood, but only roughly. There were some things he didn't quite understand. He only knew that the space classified the undead creatures as robot-like. Robots don't have to be human-shaped. Zhao Hai remembered that many robots on Earth were strange in shape, so there was nothing wrong with the space classifying this skeleton as a robot-like. First of all, this is a skeleton. It has no flesh, no heart, and does not need to breathe, so it cannot be considered a living creature. Secondly, all its actions are controlled by the fire of the soul, which is similar to a robot. Robots are mainly controlled by intelligent chips, so the space classifies this undead creature as a quasi-robot. However, this was a surprise to Zhao Hai. He really didn't expect that the space actually had such ability. He could hear from the prompt sound of the space that the space knew that this thing might have adverse effects on the people in the space, so it extracted the toxins from his body, and also prepared something to detoxify it and put it into the space water. As long as they drank the space water, they wouldn't have to be afraid of this toxin. But Zhao Hai still didn't understand what the space meant by the reimplantation program, and what did it mean to strengthen the toxic compound composition of the space. Where did the toxic compounds in the space come from? However, Zhao Hai also noticed that the skeleton was no longer struggling and was lying there very quietly, like a specimen. However, the green soul fire in his eyes had turned red. When Zhao Hai saw the color of the soul fire, he suddenly had a flash of enlightenment, and he could almost understand what it meant to reimplant the program. Reimplanting the program might have changed the soul fire of this undead creature and turned this guy into one of theirs. Zhao Hai judged this from the color of the soul fire of the crocodile skeleton, because Zhao Hai clearly remembered that the green dot on the screen represented the enemy, and the red dot represented their own people. This had been verified from green. Zhao Hai thought about it and decided to give it a try. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let go of this thing. It may have been changed by the space and become ours." Merlin was stunned, but she still cancelled her magic. Now that green was by Zhao Hai's side, it didn't matter even if the undead creature didn't become one of their group. With green around, this thing couldn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. Merlin's magic had just been lifted when the crocodile skeleton came towards Zhao Hai, shaking its head. Although it still looked like a skeleton, it no longer looked scary. Instead, it looked a bit like a puppy acting coquettishly to its owner. Zhao Hai hurriedly said, "Stop." He was not afraid of letting this thing get close to him. He hadn't drunk the detoxification water yet. If this thing touched him, he would be poisoned. At the same time, he wanted to try and see if he could command this guy. Green looked at the bone nervously. His fighting spirit was already gathered and he was ready to attack at any time. However, his worry was unnecessary. At Zhao Hai's command, the guy stopped immediately. Although he was still shaking his head, everyone felt that he seemed a little pitiful. Zhao Hai patted his head. He didn't know what to do. He really didn't expect that an undead creature could be so evil. Even with only a skeleton left, it could still make people feel like this. Merlin suddenly said, "Oh my god, it's actually a mentally mutated undead creature. Master, we really found a treasure this time." Zhao Hai was stunned, and asked in confusion, "Grandma Merlin, what is a mentally mutated undead creature?" This skeleton crocodile, when alive, may have been a mutated shallow water crocodile with two different attributes, poison and spirit. So after he becomes an undead creature, he can slowly become an undead creature with these two attributes, which is what we see now. That's why we can feel his mood change. In fact, this is also a kind of mental attack. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. What if they are undead creatures in human form? Will they gradually regain their original abilities after they die?" Merlin nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, Master is right. If a person was a magician in his lifetime, after he becomes an undead creature, he will slowly become an undead creature that can use magic, and he will have the same attributes as he did in his lifetime. Many people on the continent think that as long as they are undead creatures, they must be dark. In fact, their ideas are wrong. Undead creatures also have various attributes." Zhao Hai looked at the crocodile skeleton. He really didn't expect that this thing could actually be a treasure. You know, mental attacks are the most terrifying kind of attacks on the continent. It is hard to defend against and is also known as the nemesis of magicians. I didn't expect that this thing could actually perform mental attacks. This is really a surprise. Chapter 50, Capturing the Undead. At this time, Green said in a deep voice, Master, is it unsafe to keep this thing in the space? This thing is poisonous. Zhao Hai smiled and said quickly, It's okay, Grandpa Green, let's go and drink some water. Call everyone over to drink water. Only by drinking this water, we don't have to worry about the poison anymore. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the spring in front of the thatched cottage. The crocodile skeleton followed Zhao Hai obediently 5 steps behind him, like a loyal dog. When they arrived at the spring, they did not find anything special about it. The spring was still spring water without any change. Zhao Hai and the others were a little puzzled, but Meg still ran into the house to get a cup, while Mutu and Shirtu went to call the slaves who were almost going insane from practicing calligraphy. Meg brought over a few cups. Zhao Hai took a sip of water first, smacked his lips, and found that there was no taste. Putting down the cup, Zhao Hai walked towards the crocodile skeleton outside. Green, who had just drunk some water, quickly grabbed Zhao Hai and said, Master, let me do it. You're not in good health right now. If this water doesn't work, I can use my fighting spirit to hold it back, but you can't. Zhao Hai thought about it and nodded. Green walked to the crocodile skeleton, took a deep breath, and stretched out his hand to him. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Green nervously, and until Green put his hand on the crocodile skeleton, they all held their breath unconsciously. It's okay. Green was fine. He patted the crocodile's bones again, but still nothing happened. It seemed that the water really had a detoxifying effect. After patting the crocodile skeleton a few more times, Green smiled and said, It's okay, young master. It seems that this water really works. Zhao Hai nodded, walked to the side of the crocodile skeleton and touched it. The crocodile skeleton was like a puppy that had been rewarded by its master. It shook its big tail desperately and almost hit a slave next to it. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat the crocodile skeleton and said, Don't wag your tail randomly, what if you hit someone? You're an interesting big guy, and you're a mutant. In that case, I think I'll just call you an alien. Zhao Hai also wanted to laugh. When he was on Earth, he quite liked the horror movie Alien, and this crocodile skeleton was so strange, so Zhao Hai simply called him Alien. This big guy seemed to understand what Zhao Hai said, and wagged his tail even more happily, but this time he didn't wag it too much, instead it seemed like it was shaking. Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to him. He patted the alien's head and said, Go lie down behind the house. After that, he ignored the alien who slowly crawled to the back of the house and turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, do you think we can take in more undead creatures? Green thought for a moment and said, This is a good idea, but the space is so small, we can't put so many undead creatures in it. Zhao Hai frowned, he really forgot about this. The space was only 12 acres in total, and 10 acres of it was arable land. Zhao Hai certainly couldn't let the undead creatures occupy there. The rest of the space had to be used to accommodate the slaves. Apart from these places, there wasn't much room left to use. The undead creatures were almost the same size as the aliens, so even if they were smaller, they wouldn't be much smaller. If they were all brought into the space, there really wouldn't be any place to accommodate them. As Zhao Hai turned around twice, and suddenly thought of the space prompt just now. The space defined the alien as a robot-like object. Note that it is not a creature, but an object. In other words, the space does not recognize the alien as a creature. If the alien is not a creature, can it be put in the warehouse? If this is really possible, then the space can naturally enter more undead creatures, and Zhao Hai may be able to pretend to be a summoner in the future. Just do it when you think of it. Anyway, the alien is already in the space now. Zhao Hai can test whether his idea is successful by just thinking about it. Zhao Hai's thoughts turned, and sure enough, the alien that had just been lying behind the house disappeared. Zhao Hai immediately walked to the warehouse and touched the warehouse with his hand. The warehouse page immediately appeared, and the alien turned into a small icon in the warehouse, which was an icon of a crocodile skull with bared fangs and claws. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh, then turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, don't worry, these undead creatures can be stored in the warehouse, they won't take up space. Green nodded happily and said, That's great. With these undead creatures, the young master's safety is more guaranteed. In the future, the young master can just wear a wizard robe and a wizard hat and walk around the continent. The young master can pretend to be a summoner and no one on the continent will suspect it, let alone think it's the young master, because the young master drank the water of nothingness. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good, Grandpa Green, let's catch more undead creatures now. If we catch too many, we can put them outside the Black Soil Wasteland, so that those who come to the Black Soil Wasteland will think that the monsters are still there. This way, we will be safer here." When Green heard what Zhao Hai said, his eyes lit up. They had not thought of this method. Green asked curiously, "Master, should we get some monsters in?" Zhao Hai thought about it and shook his head. "Let's not do that. Magic beasts are different from undead creatures. The undead space can define them as objects, not creatures, while magic beasts are definitely creatures. Living creatures may not be placed in the warehouse now, as that would take up too much space, and the space may not necessarily be able to turn magic beasts into ours." Green nodded. He knew that he was a little greedy. It was good enough that the space could change undead creatures. If it could also change monsters, it would be really amazing. Actually, Zhao Hai still had something to say. Now his level was not high enough, and he did not have enough money, so he had no way to open a ranch. As long as they opened a ranch, they would be able to tame those monsters. Now he had only opened a farm, which could only be used for farming. Zhao Hai glanced at Merlin and the others and said, "Grandma Merlin, please arrange for the slaves to go to a safer place first. We are going to catch the undead creatures later, and I am afraid we might hurt them." Before Merlin could speak, he said, "Master, leave it to me. I'll let Ju and take them to the oil fruit field. I believe it will be safe there. The oil fruit tree is not very tall, only about 5 meters in total, but there are no horizontal branches at a height of about 1 meter below it, so people can walk underneath it, and it is best for the slaves to stay there." Zhao Hai nodded and walked into the hut. Suddenly he stopped because he noticed two things: 2 bottles placed under the window of the hut. These 2 bottles looked very ordinary. If they were placed on earth, no one would notice them. If they were thrown on the street, no one would pick them up, but would kick them instead. But Zhao Hai stared at the 2 bottles, as if they were also yuan blue and white porcelain, because there were words written on the 2 bottles. One said pesticide and the other said herbicide. The words on it were Chinese, so green, and the others didn't know what was written on it. Zhao Hai knew it, of course, but he paid attention to these 2 bottles not because of the words on them, but because he needed to remember the previous hint in the space, to extract the poison and enhance the toxic compound content in the space. Before, Zhao Hai had never known what this sentence meant, because he didn't remember any toxic compounds in the space, but when he saw the 2 bottles, he understood that these 2 things were toxic compounds. Yes, the herbicides and pesticides in the space are indeed poisonous. If their toxicity is increased, people who eat vegetables sprinkled with these chemicals will be poisoned. Zhao Hai wanted to confirm his idea, so he walked to the window and picked up the bottle of insecticide. This time, there was no prompt sound from the space, but instead the information appeared directly in his head: insecticide, toxic compound, can kill pests, dosage, unlimited, toxin strength can be adjusted. Zhao Hai understood immediately that this insecticide was no different from the original one, except that it had one more feature: the strength of the toxin could be adjusted, which was not possible before. After putting down the pesticide, Zhao Hai picked up the herbicide, and the result was similar. There was also one more thing, which was that the toxin could be adjusted. Putting down the bottle in his hand, Zhao Hai was still very satisfied. Everything in the space could be upgraded in various ways. As long as his level was high enough, he believed that he would not have to be afraid of any master in this world. Green and the others looked at Zhao Hai's actions in confusion, not knowing what he was doing. When they saw Zhao Hai standing up, Merlin asked in confusion, "Master, what are these 2 bottles for?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The contents of these 2 bottles are both poisonous, but one bottle can be used to kill insects on crops, and the other bottle can kill weeds growing in the field. The toxins extracted from the aliens by the space before have increased the toxicity of the medicines in these 2 bottles. I just wanted to confirm if this is the case." Merlin and the others were stunned. They really hadn't expected that these 2 bottles would have such a use. Although there were many alchemists and pharmacists on the continent, they were of noble status, and people on the continent generally did not attach much importance to agricultural production. So far, there were no special potions used for weed control and insecticide on the continent. This was the first time that Merlin and the others had heard of the existence of such a thing. Green certainly knew what these 2 potions meant, and he immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Master, can these 2 things be taken outside the space to use?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course, and there is no limit to the amount of these two things you can use them as you like. Green clapped his hands and said, "Great! With these two things, we don't have to worry about insect pests and the crops outside anymore." Chapter 51, Attracting Monsters. Because people on the mainland did not attach much importance to agricultural production, every year there were places where crops were completely wiped out due to insect plagues, and there were also many places where people starved to death. These things left a deep impression on Green, but Green also had to admit that the natural conditions on the Ark continent were really great. They had high-yielding white rice trees. These trees, like bamboo, could grow to more than 10 meters high and produce rice twice a year, so most people on the continent would not starve to death. The rice produced by this rice tree is the most common food for slaves. The tree does not have very high requirements for land and is planted in many places on the continent, so food shortages on the continent are not so easy to occur. However, Green did not buy the seeds of this rice tree, because he knew very well that although the rice tree did not have high requirements for soil quality, it was impossible to grow a rice tree in Taishan because the most important disadvantage of the rice tree was that it was very sensitive to metal. Someone did an experiment. They put a piece of iron weighing about 100 kilograms into a 10-acre rice field. As a result, within 10 days, all the rice trees in the 10 acres of land died. It is precisely because of this characteristic of the tree that Green did not buy the seeds of this tree. The place they are going to is the former dwarf iron mountain. Although the iron ore in the mountain has been mined, the iron content in the soil on the mountain is still much higher than that in other places. It is simply a pipe dream to want to grow rice trees in such a place. So Green chose oil fruit trees as the main crop. Oil fruit trees have low requirements for soil quality, can provide benefits for many years, and are suitable for planting in mountainous areas. These are the answers he got after questioning some old farmers with many years of planting experience, so he chose oil fruit trees. However, like the rice tree, the oil fruit tree also has a very fatal flaw. It is susceptible to insect infestations. Compared with rice trees, oil fruit trees are too susceptible to insect pests. On average, there is only one large-scale insect pest of rice trees every 5 years on the mainland, while oil fruit trees are affected by insect pests almost every year. Fortunately, this plant is easy to grow and can grow anywhere, so the yield has always kept up. However, this shortcoming is very fatal to the Buddha family. They want to plant oil fruit trees on a large scale so that the oil fruit trees can become a major source of income for the Buddha family. But if the oil fruit trees are always infested by insects, then they will be finished. Green had been troubled by this matter before, but when he heard Zhao Hai say that there was a special pesticide for killing insects, a big stone in Green's heart finally fell to the ground. Zhao Hai looked at Green's happy expression and smiled, "But I don't quite agree with the use of these two things. They are both poisonous. Using these two things on crops will make the crops carry trace amounts of toxins. Although this toxin does not have a big impact on the human body, if you eat it for many years, a large amount of toxins will accumulate in the human body, which will have an impact on human health." Green was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "This is a problem. It seems that we can't use this for our own food in the future." As soon as Green said this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel upset. He really didn't expect that a serious person like Green would actually have a dark side. However, what Zhao Hai did not expect was that Merlin and the others actually nodded in agreement, as if they thought what Green said made sense. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that ever since Merlin and the others were driven here, they had developed a hatred for the world. In their eyes, everyone had betrayed them and was the murderer who had brought the Buddha family to this point. It was precisely because of this that Green would say such words and Merlin would agree. Zhao Hai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, let's go into the house and look at the screen to see how many undead creatures there are outside. Then we can think of a way to catch them in." Green nodded, and several people walked into the house. To be honest, Green also felt that having this screen was really convenient. He could know what was happening outside while sitting in the space. The only drawback was that the range was too small. After several people entered the house, Zhao Hai looked at the screen again. The green dots on it did not seem to increase, and there were still more than 10. Zhao Hai looked at the living room again. What he didn't expect was that another green dot appeared in the living room. As Zhao Hai pointed at the living room in confusion, and a skeleton rat appeared in the living room. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment when looking at the skeleton rat, and then his eyes couldn't help but look at the shrinking three-dimensional picture. Sure enough, the green dot at that position upstairs disappeared. It seemed that the skeleton rat upstairs ran into the living room. As Zhao Hai was puzzled. Is the living room so good and attractive? He remembered that the living room was the place where monsters and undead creatures appeared most frequently. Green also looked at the skeleton mouse on the screen and said, "It seems that this thing has smelled human scent again." Strangely enough, the sensitivity of these undead creatures to fresh flesh and blood is really surprising. Zhao Hai immediately understood when he heard Green say that. It must be that when they caught the alien just now, the spacecraft leaked the human scent in the space, which made the skeleton rat feel it, so that thing ran into the living room. When Zhao Hai figured this out, he was delighted, because he thought of a way to catch those skeletons. Using the gaming terminology on Earth, it should be called luring monsters. Zhao Hai didn't like playing games when he was on Earth, but he still had some knowledge about games, and all of this knowledge came from online game novels. I have to admit that when I was on Earth, those online novels were really all-encompassing. Zhao Hai didn't like football, but he knew everything about those stars. He could play a little basketball, but he was just a fake fan, but he knew everything about basketball. All this was thanks to online novels. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, do you think we can use this method to catch undead creatures? The living room is not very big, so it is impossible for too many undead creatures to come in at one time. If we catch this one in, maybe we can attract another one. If we can't attract one, we can send someone out, which will definitely attract more undead creatures. In this way, we don't have to go too far, we can catch more undead creatures in the castle, and we don't have to worry about attracting monsters." Zhao Hai knew that undead creatures were very sensitive to living people, but those monsters were not. He didn't want to attract too many monsters. If those monsters were lured into the castle and stayed there, he would have no time to go out. Green thought for a while and said, "This is a good idea. We can sit here and slowly catch the undead creatures. By the way, Master, do you think the monsters and undead creatures are attacking us this time because the undead creatures have sensed us?" Zhao Hai was stunned, then his face changed. Of course, he couldn't tell if it was because of this, but this was exactly what he was most worried about. If it was really because the undead creatures sensed their presence and ran out, then the castle would be even more unsafe in the future. Merlin shook his head and said, "I don't think it's because of this. Don't forget, we have been here for quite some time. The young master has been unconscious for more than a month, and we have been here the whole time, haven't we? If the undead creatures came out because we were here, they should have come out long ago and would not have waited so long. Moreover, the monsters, not the undead creatures, were the first to come out this time." When Green and Zhao Hai heard Merlin say this, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but Green frowned again and said, "That's strange. I remember hearing people say that the monsters in the black soil wasteland only erupt once every 10 or 20 years, and the last time it erupted was 3 or 4 years ago. How come it erupted again in such a short time? If they erupt so frequently, we'll be in trouble." Merlin smiled and said, "Forget it. Are the news you heard outside accurate? Do you know how many years it has been since anyone came to the black soil wasteland? How could they really understand the situation here?" Green patted his head and nodded, "Yeah, how could I forget about this? There is nothing here in the black soil wasteland that can attract people, so naturally no one comes. It seems that I overthink it. Forget it, let's take our time. Anyway, we have the young master's space. If it doesn't work, we can just hide in the space." I have to say that Green's mentality is much better now than before. Green used to have a desperate mentality, the feeling of having lost hope in life but making the last struggle, which made him very serious, and he wanted to do everything to the best of his ability, which put a lot of pressure on him. But since knowing about Zhao Hai's space, Green's mentality has completely changed. He relaxed at once, because he believed that as long as Zhao Hai's space existed, the Buddha family would be able to continue. Even if it could not restore its original glory, there would be no problem in ensuring the continuation of the Buddha family. It can be said that he put down the heaviest stone in his heart. When Zhao Hai heard what Green said, he couldn't help but smile and said, "This is a good idea, but Grandpa Green, the space can still be upgraded. As long as we transfer some of the strange plants on the mainland to the space and get the recognition of the space can continue to grow and will give us more help." Green was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he said, "Really? Master, is this true? Can the space really get bigger?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course it's true. In fact, the space has been upgraded twice and has become 4 acres larger. Grandma Merlin knows this. When the space was upgraded for the second time, we were all in the space. Chapter 52. The correct answer. Green turned his head and looked at Merlin. After receiving a positive answer, Green said excitedly, "Great. As long as we survive this crisis, we will immediately send the magic radish to Magidal Trading Company, and then go find what you want, young master." Zhao Hai nodded, looked at the screen for a bit, then turned to Merlin and said, "Merlin Grandma, Green Grandpa, you guys should go to the back of the hut. I'll be in the house monitoring those undead creatures. We must catch more of those things today." Green and Merlin nodded, turned around and walked out of the house. Zhao Hai kept an eye on the changes outside in the hut. The operation to capture the undead creatures officially began in the next 5 days. The slaves still practiced writing every day, but Zhao Hai and his men focused their main energy on capturing undead creatures. In 5 days, they used Zhao Hai's method of attracting monsters and captured more than 1,000 undead creatures. After these undead creatures entered the space did not make any prompt sounds. As soon as they entered the space, the green soul fire in their eyes turned red, and then they were thrown into the warehouse by Zhao Hai. During these 5 days, Zhao Hai harvested 8 seasons of corn and 2 seasons of oil fruits. Now he has a lot of corn and oil fruits in stock, especially corn. He now has 4 acres of land planted with corn. These 8 seasons, plus the previous ones, he now has more than 100,000 kilograms of corn in his hands. This makes Zhao Hai wonder if he should change to something else, but now he had no time to think about these things, because the monsters outside retreated. After 5 days, the undead creatures and monsters outside almost disappeared completely. This reassured Green. Green had always been worried that the monsters and undead creatures came out of the corpse swamp because they were here, but now it seems that is not the case. If the other party really rushed out because they discovered them, they would not have retreated back to the swamp during the time he was luring the monsters. Instead, they might rush out of the corpse swamp again now that these undead creatures have retreated. It means that those things did not rush out of the swamp just because they discovered them. This is good news. Otherwise, as soon as they come out, those things will rush out again not long after, and they will be in big trouble. As soon as they saw that the monsters and undead creatures had retreated, Zhao Hai and his men immediately came out of the space. They had been feeling very uncomfortable in the space for the past few days, but as soon as they came out of the space, everyone's faces looked bad. Now the whole castle was in ruins and looked even more dilapidated than when they first arrived. Although the main building had not suffered any damage, all the supplies outside were destroyed, leaving nothing behind. The ground was a mess. It was because of the existence of these things that the castle looked even more dilapidated. Seeing the dilapidated state of the castle, Zhao Hai and his companions felt really uncomfortable. Although the conditions in the castle were very simple, it was still their home after all. How could Zhao Hai and his companions feel comfortable seeing their home destroyed like this? Although he had seen what was happening outside on the screen, he was now immersed in the situation and the feeling was even stronger. Mutu couldn't help but punch the wall next to him, and blood flowed down the wall. On the contrary, Green was very calm. He had been going in and out of the space to lure monsters these days. He knew the situation in the castle very well, so he did not show any extreme behavior. Merlin also took a look at the situation in the castle. In addition to the damaged items, there was some monster feces on the ground, and the whole castle looked dirty and messy. Merlin sighed and said, "Okay, everyone, clean up and take everything in the castle outside to roast. The monsters have already touched it. I'm afraid those things are poisonous. We should not use them anymore. When you're done, everyone go out and I'll rinse the castle with water." Green frowned and said, "Let's wait for 2 days. The water in the moat outside is green now. I think it is poisonous. If we used that water to wash the castle, the whole castle might be poisoned." Merlin frowned, turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, do you want to go to the moat and take a look?" Zhao Hai also wanted to go there and take a look. The space water now has the function of detoxification. If possible, he wanted to detoxify the poison in the moat outside. Green obviously thought of this, and he immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, can you remove the poison from the moat?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Let's wait and see. Meg, arrange for them to pack up everything in the castle. They have all drunk the water in the space, so I believe they won't be poisoned." Meg responded and organized the slaves to pack up. Zhao Hai, accompanied by Green and Merlin, left the castle and walked straight towards the moat. When the 3 of them arrived at the moat, they saw that it was just as Green had said. The water in the moat actually turned into a very strange light green color, which made people feel creepy. What is most puzzling is that although the water is always flowing, the green color in the water has not decreased, which makes people very uncomfortable. Merlin looked at the water in the moat, frowned and said, "This water is flowing and has not lost its activity, but it still looks like it contains a lot of toxins. I think the problem lies in the lake in the mountains." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, get some more water out. I'll let the space analyze it to see how toxic this water is." Merlin responded and moved her hand. A water ball appeared in her hand. Zhao Hai immediately put the water ball into the space. The reminder sound from space was immediately transmitted to Zhao Hai's head. Water contaminated by toxic compounds, with a medium toxic content, can be purified using space water. A very simple reminder. This also made Zhao Hai feel relieved. As long as the poison can be removed, it will be fine. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and turned to Merlin and Green and said, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, let's go to the lake in the mountains and have a look. The poison in this water can be removed with space water, but the source of this water is the lake in the mountains. We'd better start from the source." Merlin and Green both breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were also afraid that the space water could not detoxify the poison in the water. Although they believed that the poison in the water would slowly be carried away by the current, it would take time and would have a great impact on them. Just as they turned around and were about to walk into the mountain, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped, staring at one place with a pale face, not moving at all, and Merlin and Green looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They also looked in the direction Zhao Hai was looking. There was a piece of ordinary black soil, nothing special. Green looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Merlin was also a little confused, but she understood in an instant, and her face turned pale. Merlin understood why Zhao Hai's face turned pale, because that piece of ordinary-looking black soil was the one that Zhao Hai had improved before, but now the color of the soil there was no different from the black soil in other places. In other words, that piece of black soil might have turned back into the unique black soil of the original black soil wasteland. Merlin trembled and said, "Master, is that right there?" Zhao Hai nodded and walked over with a pale face. He wanted to confirm whether the black soil there had returned to its original state. If so, it would mean that his improvement had failed. Although Green didn't understand what the two meant, when he saw their faces, he knew that something bad must have happened, so he hurriedly followed Zhao Hai and walked towards the land. Zhao Hai arrived in front of the land, squatted down, looked at the land carefully, and grabbed the black soil on the ground with his hands. He breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the land did not return to its original state. It might be that the monsters or undead creatures brought the black soil from other places to this land, so the original black soil where nothing grew covered the land he had improved. His improvement did not fail. Merlin also grabbed a handful of black soil and took a careful look at it, but when she looked up at the black soil again, her expression was still as ugly. Green looked at the two of them in confusion. He didn't know why they were looking at the black soil so carefully. What was so good about this black soil? He also squatted down and grabbed a handful of black soil. He took it in his hand and took a closer look. Soon he found the improved black soil under the black soil. He was stunned, and then said to Zhao Hai excitedly, "Master, what is this?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "This is a piece of land that I improved with the soil and water in the space. Improved land can be used to grow things. However, after these monsters came, they may have brought black soil from other places here, so they covered up the black soil that I improved." Green was startled and was about to say something when Merlin's voice came over. "No, Master, I don't think it's the black soil that those monsters brought from other places that covered this place. Instead, the surface of this land was affected by the toxins from those monsters and turned into black soil again. If those monsters brought black soil from other places, it would definitely not be so even. Look at this piece of land, the entire color has changed. That's 10 acres of land." Zhao Hai was stunned, then his face changed. He took a careful look at the 10 acres of land and found that it was just as Merlin said. The 10 acres of land that had been improved were really as Merlin said. The color was very uniform, and all the improved black soil was not exposed. This was too unreasonable. There was only one explanation. The improved land was not covered up, but was polluted again. People on the mainland have never known why the land in the black soil wasteland has become like this. Zhao Hai and his friends don't know either, but they have just seen the polluted river water. Now when they look at this land, they naturally think of the pollution from Warcraft. Unfortunately, they found the correct answer. Chapter 53, The Truth That May Be the Truth. Zhao Hai punched the ground and said in a deep voice, "Why is this happening? Are all our previous efforts in vain?" Green patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder and said, "No, master, don't worry, we will find a way to solve the problem." Zhao Hai's face still didn't look good. He touched the ground and said, "No, you don't know. Such a large piece of land cannot be cultivated. I had planned to improve the land here and slowly turn it into a granary on the continent. Unfortunately, it seems that this plan cannot be implemented." Zhao Hai clapped his hands and stood up, looking frustrated. This blow was too great for him. It was impossible for him to transform such a large piece of land in a short period of time. If those monsters appeared again before he completed the transformation, all his efforts would be in vain. Even if he completed the transformation, once those monsters appeared, it would be useless. Green and the others didn't know how to comfort Zhao Hai. They also knew how Zhao Hai felt at the moment. Anyone who encountered this situation would not feel good. Zhao Hai looked at the black wasteland again, sighed, turned around and walked up the mountain. After just 2 steps, he stopped again and muttered, "No, this is wrong." Merlin and Green, who had just turned around with Zhao Hai, looked at each other. Green asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai pointed to the mountain and said, "Grandpa Green, what do you see on this mountain?" Green glanced at the mountain, frowned and said, "No, there are only some weeds." "Weeds?" "Yes, why are there weeds on this mountain? If the black soil here in the black soil wasteland has become like this because of the toxins from those monsters, then why is the soil on the mountain not affected? This is not right." Merlin also reacted at this time. She looked at the weeds on the mountain that were trampled to the ground with confusion. These weeds were really tough. Although they were trampled to the ground by those monsters, after a few days of recovery, they showed a hint of green again. Their vitality was really tenacious. When those monsters were retreating, they were different from when they came. When they came, they were like a large army, rushing forward all at once, but when they retreated, they were scattered, so the damage to the grass on the mountain was not serious. Now the weeds on the mountain have recovered. It was also these revived weeds that made Zhao Hai realize that something was wrong. If the black soil wasteland was really contaminated by the toxins from those monsters, then the mountain could not be fine. You have to know that those monsters crawled over from the mountain. Zhao Hai suddenly turned around, looked at the black soil, and murmured, "No, it must not be because of the toxins they carry. What could it be? What could it be?" Green and Merlin also turned to look at the black soil. They didn't know what was going on. Merlin thought her inference was correct, but when she saw the weeds on the mountain, she knew her inference was wrong. Zhao Hai kept turning around on the ground. He couldn't understand why this place became like this. Slowly, Zhao Hai walked to the edge of the moat unknowingly. He stopped unconsciously and stared at the light green water in the moat in a daze. When Merlin and Green saw Zhao Hai standing motionless by the moat, they both nervously moved over. They were really afraid that something might happen to Zhao Hai. Suddenly Zhao Hai clapped his hands vigorously and said, "I've thought of it, I've thought of it." Green was stunned and asked, "Master, what did you think of?" Zhao Hai pointed at the river and said, "The water has always been flowing, but it is still light green. That is to say, there must be monsters in the water of the lake in the mountains. But why would those monsters go there? There is nothing to eat there, so I think they must have some purpose to go to the lake, and the most likely reason is to take a bath." "Take a shower?" When Green and Merlin heard what Zhao Hai said, they looked at him strangely, and then looked at each other. They both thought that Zhao Hai was going crazy, and Merlin quickly said, "Master, you should take a rest." Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Meilin and said, "What's wrong, Grandma Meilin? Don't you believe what I said?" Merlin smiled bitterly and said, "Master, those monsters all came from the corpse swamp. There is no shortage of water in the swamp. Why would they come here to take a bath?" Zhao Hai snapped his fingers and said, "This is exactly the problem. Although there is no shortage of water in the corpse swamp, the water there is poisonous. Just like you said before, even the air there is poisonous, how can the water not be poisonous? So it's the same for them to take a bath with the water there. I think they must be looking for some clean water to take a bath. When Zhao Hai said this, Green and Merlin were stunned. They had never thought about it this way before, but when they heard Zhao Hai say it, it really seemed to be the case. Zhao Hai looked at the two and continued, "Also, have you ever thought about this? The black soil has become like this, it is very likely related to those monsters. Because those monsters have lived in the poisonous place of the corpse swamp for many years, the food they eat, the water they drink, and the air they breathe are all poisonous. Even if they are poisonous monsters, they may not be able to bear it, so they may have run to the black soil wasteland to excrete the excess toxins in their bodies. This part of the toxin may be the most toxic part, so slowly the black soil wasteland has become like this." The more Zhao Hai talked, the more he thought it made sense. The same went for Green and Merlin. The more they listened, the more they thought it made sense. What Zhao Hai said really made sense, however. Green frowned and said, "So those monsters used this place as a place to detoxify? If that's the case, they must come out of the corpse swamp very frequently, and will be in big trouble." When Zhao Hai heard what Green said, the excitement on his face disappeared. He then remembered that he had just found a truth that might be the truth, and he had not yet found a solution. Zhao Hai frowned and turned around a few times on the ground. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but glared at Green. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, don't think too much. Let's remove the poison in the water first. Otherwise, we won't even be able to use water now, and we have to use the water in the space." Zhao Hai came back to his senses, took a look at the black soil wasteland, took a deep breath and said, "Let's go, let's get through this first. Since the thing has already happened, there must be a solution. Let's think about it slowly." After saying that, he turned around and walked up the mountain. Green and Merlin also took a look at the black soil wasteland, sighed, and followed Zhao Hai up the mountain. They were really afraid that there were still some magical beasts in the lake in the mountains. If that happened, it would be dangerous for Zhao Hai to go there. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the mine. Before Zhao Hai could enter, Green flashed into the mine. Merlin stopped Zhao Hai and said, "Master, wait a minute. Let Green take a look first." Zhao Hai stopped helplessly. After a while, Green's voice came from inside, "Master, Merlin, come in. There are no monsters in here." Zhao Hai and Merlin then entered the mine. When they arrived at the lake in the mountains, Green was already standing there, staring at the lake in a daze. Merlin immediately used a lighting spell, and the situation of the lake was completely revealed in front of the three of them. The green color in the lake is much deeper than the green in the moat. It looks so emerald green that it makes people feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "What a beautiful lake, but those guys used it as bath water. How hateful." As he spoke, he opened the space and led the space water into the lake, but what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that as soon as the water from the space entered the lake, it was as if a chemical reaction occurred. It started from the point where it entered the water, and then with that point as the center, the green in the lake disappeared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon it was beyond the sight of Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the others were all staring at this situation in a daze. Although they knew that the space water could detoxify the lake, this was too fast, right? Not much water has flowed out yet. How could it react so quickly? After a while, Zhao Hai said uncertainly, "I wonder if the poison in the water is still there. Grandma Merlin, you should come and take a look." Merlin is a great water magician, and she is the most suitable person to do this kind of thing. Merlin nodded, put her hand into the lake, and then whispered a few spells. A ball of blue light came out from her hand, and then disappeared into the lake like a sky full of broken stars. After a while, the blue dots of light that had disappeared gathered in Merlin's hand again and slowly disappeared. Merlin then opened his eyes and said in shock, "This is incredible. All the toxins have disappeared. There is nothing left." Zhao Hai immediately said, "Let's go back to the castle and take a look." The three of them immediately walked quickly out of the mineral oil. As soon as they came out of the mine, they saw a burst of black smoke rising from the castle. It seemed that Meg and the others had already packed up everything that needed to be packed up in the castle. When they arrived outside the castle, they saw Meg and the others throwing some garbage they had picked up from the castle into the fire. Zhao Hai and the others walked quickly to the moat, and sure enough, the water in the moat had become clear, and the green color had completely disappeared. But Zhao Hai was still worried, so he asked Merlin to make another water ball. He sent it to the space to see if there was any poison. Judging from the prompt sound from the space, the water was completely non-toxic and even contained certain antitoxic factors. This was an unexpected gain. When Meg and the others had almost finished cleaning, Merlin used water magic to clean the castle inside and out. After everything was done, the castle could finally be lived in again. Chapter 54, A Small Seedling. Although the castle was completely cleaned, it did not feel damp. This was mainly due to the water magic. Merlin, an 8th-level magician, had perfect control over water magic. The water only took away the dirt in the castle, but not much moisture was left. The whole castle looked like it had been wiped with a rag. If it had not been so old, it would have been sparkling by now. However, Zhao Hai did not have time to pay attention to these. After Merlin cleaned the castle, Zhao Hai immediately took out some daily necessities, such as some commonly used items in the castle, cornstalks, and marching stoves. All the things used by slaves had to be taken out. After all, they still had to live. After putting these things out, Zhao Hai left Meg and the others to tidy up the castle, and took Merlin and Merlin to the canyon. They wanted to see if the canyon had become the same as the black soil wasteland. However, for the safety of the castle, Guyao still put the wood on the Iron Mountain and asked him to monitor the movements in the corpse swamp from there. Now that the monsters and undead creatures have just retreated, they cannot be careless. Who knows if those things will give them a surprise attack. Green also wanted to take a look at the piece of land that Zhao Hai and his team had chosen so favorably. If it had not been destroyed, then they would have a good granary. Merlin used water magic to lead the two of them straight to the canyon. Zhao Hai was still very uneasy. He knew very well that the canyon would not be much better than the outside. When he first went to the canyon was full of black soil, no different from the outside. As soon as he entered the canyon, Zhao Hai's face buzzed. Things were just as he had expected. The improved land in the canyon returned to its original state again. After a while, Zhao Hai sighed and took a careful look at the land. He really found a problem. He found that there were no footprints on the land, which meant that no monsters had ever come to the ground here. Then why did the land become like this? Zhao Hai looked at the land in confusion, but Green beside him sighed and said, "It seems that this is where the flying monsters excrete toxins. There are no footprints of monsters on the ground, but there are many black spots on the mountain walls of the gorge. It seems that those are the toxins excreted by the flying monsters." When Zhao Hai heard what Green said, he also looked towards the mountain wall. Sure enough, he found a lot of black spots on the mountain wall. It seems that it is really like what Green said. The flying monsters came here to detoxify. Zhao Hai was depressed. You said that the monsters in the corpse swamp were also strange. The flying monsters and the ground-walking monsters were not detoxifying in the same place. What was going on? Could it be that the flying monsters and the ground-walking monsters were fighting for the toilet? At this moment, Merlin, who was wandering around on the land, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Master, come and see, Master!" Zhao Hai and Green were both stunned, not knowing why Merlin was so excited. They walked over quickly, but when they saw what was in front of Merlin, they were also stunned. What Merlin saw in front of him was nothing special, just a small seedling, a newly grown corn seedling. This seedling is not very eye-catching, but don't forget that the land here has turned into black soil. In this case, these seedlings can still grow. Isn't it too strange? The two of them stared at the seedling in a daze. Zhao Hai asked in confusion, "What's going on? The land has become like that, how can it still grow?" Merlin and Green didn't know how to answer him. They had no answer to this question either. Zhao Hai didn't believe it and dug up the soil around the seedling. He found that the black soil was only a layer on the surface. The roots of the seedling were still in the good soil and grew very strong, so the seedlings could grow out. When Zhao Shenghuafei saw this situation, he was stunned. He stared at the roots of the seedling, his mind racing. When he was on Earth, he went to the countryside and saw people planting corn. When those people took out the seeds, Zhao Hai was stunned. He had never thought that the corn seeds would be like that. It was very different from the golden corn he usually saw. The seeds were actually pink, a very strange color. Zhao Hai was very surprised at the time. He thought that corn seeds were this color, but when he asked, people laughed and told him that corn seeds were of course not this color. The reason why they turned into this color was because these seeds were soaked in insecticide, so that these seeds would not be eaten by insects after being planted in the ground. This is still in the north. Due to climatic reasons, most people will not germinate the corn seeds in advance when planting corn. If you want the corn to germinate before grafting, you can soak the corn in water to germinate it and then plant it. Of course, you can also put pesticides in the water. Of course, Zhao Hai was not thinking about the problem of killing all the insects. What he was thinking about was whether he could soak the corn seeds in the space with space water, and then plant them on the ground and water them with space water to see if he could make corn grow without improving the land. You know, space water can detoxify. Green and Merlin also stared at the seeds motionlessly. They were also very surprised. They thought that after this catastrophe, the corn planted here would be ruined. Unexpectedly, the corn here could still survive. Zhao Hai dug next to the small seedling and found that other corn seeds had also grown and were about to emerge from the soil. Zhao Hai patted the soil in his hands, stood up, turned to Green and Merlin and said, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, when we go back and settle down, let's plant all the land here. We can use space water to soak the corn seeds and sprout them. Then when planting, pour some space water on the corn seedlings. Space water can detoxify and improve the land. Let's try to see if it works. If it succeeds, maybe we can plant more land every day." Mei Lin was stunned. She turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Master, doesn't the space stipulate that you can only improve 10 acres of land every day?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course, that's what the space stipulates. But we're not using the space to improve the land, we're just using space water. There are no regulations on the use of space water, so we can do it ourselves and plant more land. We can also treat it as an experiment. Now we have more than 100,000 kilograms of corn, which can be used as seeds. There's nothing wrong with us trying it." Before Merlin could speak, Green nodded and said, "Master, this is a good idea, but will we run out of water in the space?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It shouldn't be. There are so many of us. We eat and drink in the space every day. The amount of water we use every day is not small. But have you seen that the water in the space is less?" Green recalled and said, "It's true that there are not too few. This is really a good idea." "Okay, but young master, I still think that we should first send the radishes to the Magidal Trading Company and exchange them for what we need. Then plant oil fruit trees and alfalfa on the mountain, and slowly change the land on the mountain. By pouring water from space on the mountain, we can shorten the growth time of the oil fruit trees. In this way, no matter whether the crops are a good harvest or not, we can have a fixed income." After a few days of infection, Green no longer called radishes magic radishes. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, that's what we should do. But I'm a little worried. If the two of us go to deliver a lot of carrots, what will happen to the people in the castle? I'm a little worried about them. If we leave for a while and those monsters come to attack again, they won't be able to stop us." Green laughed and said, "Master, there is nothing to worry about. We can take the people in the space with us. The space moves with you anyway. Wherever you go, the space will take you there. We can just put them in the space and take them away." Zhao Hai was stunned, then smiled. He actually forgot about this. Anyway, he had the space and could bring everyone with him. Even if it delayed the farming time, it didn't matter. People's safety was the most important thing. Merlin nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Let's go back and prepare now. By the way, Master, should we also disguise the castle? People on the mainland should already know that there was a beast disaster in the Black Earth wasteland. Those guys will definitely send people to check it out. We might as well pretend to be dead now so that they can't die in front of us. Maybe we won't have to worry about those guys anymore in the future." Green smiled and said, "This may not be easy. You have just cleaned the castle thoroughly. If someone comes to check, I am afraid we will not be able to hide it. But if we all disappear, they really have nowhere to look for us. This time we will not be away for too long. Not only do we have to sell the radishes, but we also have to find more rare seeds." Merlin smiled bitterly. She really hadn't thought that cleaning too quickly was also a problem. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay, let's do it. We have to get out as soon as possible so that those guys can't find us." Green smiled and said, "Then let's go first, young master. We will set off immediately after we return. We have a lot of things to do this time, and there will be a lot of things to do after we return." Zhao Hai and Merlin both nodded, and the three of them immediately rushed to the castle. This beast disaster was really a big disaster for them, but it was also an opportunity for them to escape the surveillance of those big families. Chapter 55. The Black Maid. Zhao Hai and the other two returned to the castle and immediately asked Meg and the others to get ready. They were going to the Duchy of Versailles in the next 2 days, and they were going to take everyone with them. In fact, the preparation is very simple. They don't have much stuff to begin with, and there is everything in the space. The slaves have also lived in the space for a while, so there is no need to prepare anything, just notify them. 2 days after coming out of the space, the slaves entered the space again, but this time Zhao Hai did not follow them in. He wanted to continue his journey with Green outside. Last time, Green walked alone. He was a master himself and could use his fighting spirit to speed up his journey, so he was very fast. This time, because Zhao Hai was running, his speed naturally could not be faster. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and his team had collected a lot of undead creatures into the space before, so Zhao Hai released the alien this time, and he and Green sat on the alien to continue their journey. Although the speed was not as fast as Green's own, it was not much slower. You have to know that the alien is an undead creature, and he doesn't know what tiredness is. As long as he determines the direction, he can keep going like a perpetual motion machine. Sometimes Zhao Hai would let Merlin and the others out. After all, they were not many in number, only about 100 people, and there were more than 1,000 undead creatures in Zhao Hai's warehouse, enough to carry everyone. This black soil wasteland is really huge. With the alien speed, which is no less than that of a galloping horse, it took 3 days of running day and night to reach the outskirts of the black soil wasteland. You have to know that during these 3 days, the aliens have been moving at a steady speed, which is not slow at all. And they have been moving regardless of whether it is day or night. Even so, it took them 3 days. You can imagine how big the black soil wasteland is. Fortunately, the alien was big enough and its bones were very hard, so Zhao Hai simply laid wooden boards in its chest to use as a bed, turning the alien into a mobile home. The only thing that can be praised about the black soil wasteland is probably the road. The road paved with stones has been weathered for thousands of years, but it is still smooth. From this point, we can see how superb the craftsmanship of the dwarves is. This road was once very important. The dwarves used it to transport large amounts of iron ore, which was then made into various iron products and sold all over the continent. But since the iron ore here disappeared, this place has become completely different. In the past, some adventurers who wanted to conquer the corpse swamp would take this road, but in the past 100 years, it can be said that no one has walked this road at all. If it weren't for the fact that there is no grass growing here, perhaps there would be no road here now. 3 days later, Zhao Hai and his companions finally reached the outskirts of the black soil wasteland. From here they could see the green in the distance. Although the green was still far away from them, it lifted Zhao Hai's spirits. For 3 days, for 3 whole days, the only scenery they saw was black soil, endless black soil. This feeling almost made Zhao Hai collapse. Green also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't have to walk alone during the 3 days of traveling, to be honest, the scenery that seemed to have remained unchanged for 1,000 years was really a torture for travelers. During these 3 days, he and Zhao Hai spoke less and less, especially in the last half day. They didn't say a word. The two of them just sat there, looking at the endless black soil, as if their souls had been sucked away by the black soil. You can imagine that in this situation, a little green suddenly appears in front of your eyes. Even if it is just a little bit, for a person, the impact is huge. Zhao Hai cheered and ran. Green also relaxed. Looking at Zhao Hai, he chuckled twice and said to Zhao Hai, "Master, that is the outskirts of Iron Mountain. After passing that, we will enter the Versailles Empire. The places we have passed before are all the territories of our Buddha family." Zhao Hai nodded, turned around and looked at the black soil. This piece of land belonged to him, but he was not in a happy mood. No matter how much land he had, it would be useless if he couldn't plant crops. He should wait until this incident was over and then go back to try his new idea to see if it was feasible. Slowly, the green area became larger and larger, and Zhao Hai discovered that the green area was indeed on the Iron Mountain. However, this Iron Mountain was very different from the Iron Mountain near the castle. The mountain here was higher, and the trees on the mountain were bigger. As the saying goes, if you look at the mountain, you will die. Being able to see the mountain and walking to the mountain are two completely different concepts. So even though Zhao Hai and his companions saw the mountain, it took them another day of walking before they could really reach the mountain. When Zhao Hai arrived at the mountain, he was stunned. He had always thought that Taishan was a semicircular shape, and the mountain at the exit should be very gentle. However, when he actually walked to the front of the mountain, he was very surprised. The mountain here was not gentle at all. On the contrary, it was steeper than the castle. Green also noticed Zhao Hai's expression. He smiled and said, "Master, are you surprised? The mountains here are so high and so steep?" Zhao Hai nodded, and Green smiled and said, "It's not surprising at all. To be honest, this Iron Mountain is actually a ring, and it has a lot of ups and downs. Even if this exit is not the highest place, it is definitely not the lowest place. In comparison, this place may be higher than the castle." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the nearly 100-meter wide canyon in the distance. It was the only way in and out of the black soil wasteland. As long as they walked out of there, they would enter the territory of the Principality of Versailles. Green pointed to the canyon and said, "It used to have a nice name, called Iron Flow Canyon, which means that all the iron in the Iron Mountain flows out from there. However, the Iron Mountain no longer produces iron, and this canyon has gradually become unknown. It is now called the Forgotten Valley. Outside the Forgotten Valley, we can see a fortress, which was built by the Principality of Versailles. It is called Black Mountain Fortress, and it is specially used to prevent monsters from running from the Forgotten Valley to the Principality of Versailles when a large-scale beast disaster occurs in the black soil wasteland. But strangely enough, those monsters have never walked out of the black soil wasteland. They seem to have identified this place and only move around in the black soil wasteland and will never take a step out. So it has gradually become a paradise for adventurers. Although those adventurers no longer go to the corpse swamp to adventure, they still go to the Iron Mountain to catch monsters or hunt mountain monsters, so there are many people there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If we go straight over here, will they be suspicious? What if they find us?" Green smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master. We will go directly into the mountain from the Forgotten Valley in a while, and then I will go to the Black Mountain Fort to get 2 sets of clothes. Now you can use these undead creatures and just dress up as a black magician." Black magician is actually a general term. All magicians who learn dark magic, poison magic, blood magic and other darker magics are called black magicians. However, this world is not as extremely averse to black magic as Zhao Hai thought. This world advocates power. As long as they can be given power, no matter what kind of power it is, it can be accepted by people. Black magicians are the group of people that people in this world are most reluctant to mess with. This may be because the magic that black magicians learn are very dark, so their personalities tend to be gloomy. If you provoke him, he may not have an attack on the spot, but he will definitely retaliate against you. No one likes to mess with such people, but if you ask who has the highest status in the world, some people might answer the nobles or the royal family, but it is undeniable that the status of magicians is definitely not low. A great magician will be treated with courtesy in any country, and if the Buddha family did not have the great magician Merlin, they might have been wiped out. However, the black magicians are an exception. No country will welcome black magicians, and they will not offend black magicians. Most people do not like to have contact with black magicians, so Green let Zhao Hai become a black magician, which is actually a kind of protection. No one likes to have contact with black magicians, so naturally they will not discover Zhao Hai's identity, which makes their actions more convenient. Zhao Hai knew that he still knew too little about this world, so he didn't say anything, but just nodded and said, "You make the arrangements, Grandpa Green. I seldom walked outside before, so I don't know much about the outside world. Once I'm outside, I'll have to listen to you." Green nodded. This action was related to the survival of the Buddha family. They had to sell the carrots in their hands and could not let anyone discover their identities, otherwise the Buddha family would be in big trouble. Green was really afraid that Zhao Hai would do something reckless. Now the Buddha family was like a rat crossing the street in the Aksu Empire. As long as they made any unusual movements, they would be ruthlessly attacked. It was precisely because of this that Green was more careful. If Zhao Hai had not replaced Adam, he would not dare to lead Zhao Hai out even if he killed Green. Now Green hopes that Zhao Hai can go out more often, because Zhao Hai will rule the entire Buddha family in the future, and he wants to understand this world. Green hopes to let Zhao Hai understand this world in this way. Green was actually paving the way for Zhao Hai. You have to know that he is not young anymore, and he knows this. Although he is a master and has lived longer than the average person, he still hopes that Zhao Hai can grow up, so that even if something happens to him one day, Zhao Hai can support the entire Buddha family by himself, and he can rest assured. Chapter 56. I won't let you have an easy time either. The two of them quickly entered the Forgotten Valley. Zhao Hai did not put the alien away, nor did he need to. If he was a black magician, it would not be excessive to bring the alien with him, especially in the wild where no one would care. However, when entering a city, black magicians would still put away the combat beasts or undead creatures they summoned. The two sides of this valley are not very steep cliffs, but two gentle slopes with some shrubs and weeds growing on them. However, it can be seen that the trees here are much healthier than those near the castle. At least they look full of vitality, unlike the trees near the castle, which look like they are seriously ill. There are no people in the Forgotten Valley, but you can hear the chirping of insects occasionally. It is so harmonious and natural. Looking at the hillsides on both sides, Green turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, after we get up the mountain, find a place and enter the space immediately. I'm going to Black Mountain Pass to buy clothes. When I come back, we'll go to Black Mountain Pass together." Zhao Hai nodded and directed the alien to climb up the mountain. The alien was now just a skeleton, but its claws were still very sharp, so climbing the mountain was not difficult at all. Although they were still an iron mountain, the forest here was much thicker than that near the castle, and there were thick trees everywhere that Zhao Hai couldn't name. He simply couldn't tell the difference between the trees here and the trees on Earth. When he was on Earth, he knew very little about these trees. Except for common species like poplar, willow, elm and pine, he hardly recognized other trees. Green sat next to Zhao Hai, looking at the trees and said, "Master, the woods here are still very dangerous. Not only are there magical beasts coming in and out from time to time, but there are also some plants that are very poisonous, so you must be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Although he had never been to such a primeval forest before, this kind of place was very famous on the internet. Generally, novel writers would set this place as a very dangerous scene. Even those realistic novels would portray the forest as a dangerous place. Moreover, there were monsters in this world, so of course he was even more careful. The vegetation on this mountain is very intact, and various kinds of woods can be seen everywhere. Once you enter the woods, the light suddenly dims, making people feel gloomy and cold. The two walked into the woods for a long time before they found a hidden place. They ran down the alien, and Zhao Hai directly received the alien into the space. Then Zhao Hai and Green also entered the space. The corn on the ground in the space is still growing strong, the oil and rice are still healthy, and the slaves are still learning to write. Merlin doesn't have much to do now. Apart from teaching the slaves to write, she can only prepare 3 meals a day, but it cannot be said that everything is fine. This time in the castle, Zhao Hai put several stones that N and his team had mined before into the space, so that when N and his team are free, they can try to make some millstones and grindstones. And this time Zhao Hai also collected a lot of grass into the space. He just wanted to give those slaves something to do. It would not be good if people only studied without any activities, so Yi Hai thought of letting them do these things. You know what, the effect is surprisingly good. These tasks are not a problem at all for those slaves. They can serve as a perfect combination of work and rest. Merlin and the others were stunned when they saw the two people coming in at the same time. These days, they have been in a state of emptiness. If there is nothing important, Green and Zhao Hai will not enter the space. If they want to meet them, they have to leave the space to see them. Merlin hurried over and asked, "Master, Green, why did you come in? Did something happen?" Green smiled and said, "Nothing. We have already reached the Forgotten Valley, in the woods on Iron Mountain. I will let you stay in the space for a while. I will go to Black Mountain Pass to get 2 sets of clothes, and then I will leave." Merlin certainly understood what Green meant. She nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead. We'll wait for you here. By the way, remember this location so you don't lose track of your home later." Merlin has been in a good mood these days. After all, the Buddha family is going to have income. This is the first time they have had income since the Buddha family met with disaster. Although the money has not been received yet, it represents hope. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you should be careful too. Our identities cannot be exposed now, otherwise I'm afraid we will all be in trouble. It doesn't matter if we can't sell the radishes. We can wait for a while and sell them after the storm has passed. Your safety is the most important thing." A warm smile appeared on Green's face. He patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, young master. I won't be willing to die if I don't see the revival of the Buddha family. After that, he laughed. If it were in the past, Green would not have done such a thing to Zhao Hai, because he and Adam were not that close, and Adam also hated Green very much, so how could the two of them do such an intimate thing? But now the soul of Zhao Hai is inside Adam's body. Zhao Hai is a otaku and an orphan, but he was born in China, where filial piety is a very important virtue. Although Green and Merlin are nominally his servants, they have been taking good care of him since he woke up. This makes Zhao Hai feel an unnatural respect and love for the two of them as his elders. Merlin and Green soon noticed this change in Zhao Hai. Both of them were parents and were very sensitive to their children's emotional changes. It was because they noticed this change in Zhao Hai that Green made such a move towards Zhao Hai. Otherwise, with Green's old-fashioned personality, it would be impossible for him to do so. Zhao Hai had no aversion to Green patting his shoulder, he just felt the love of an elder for the younger generation, but he didn't say much. He himself was a very reserved person with feelings, not too much to show his feelings, so he just nodded to Green and said, "Okay, Grandpa Green, I'll send you out now." Green nodded to the industry university research. Zhao Hai's mind moved, and Green came out of the space. Green paid attention to the surrounding environment, left some marks in a few corners that people didn't pay attention to, and then flew towards Montenegro. Green is an old hand, he is very familiar with the behavior style of those adventurers, so he has no scruples. He said that those who are paying attention to their Buddha family now are all the great nobles, and those great nobles cannot focus all their energy on them. After all, the Buddha family is no longer a threat in the eyes of those big families, and those people don't want to provoke Green and Merlin, two powerful figures, and those ordinary adventurers would not pay attention to the Buddha family. Now no one has issued a mission to deal with the Buddha family, and the Buddha family has no ability to hire them. Those adventurers have no time to care about a fallen noble. The real threat to the Buddha family now is none other than the Versailles family. In the past, the Versailles family had a very good relationship with the Buddha family, and the two families were planning to form an alliance, but since the Buddha family fell, the Versailles family no longer mentioned the idea of an alliance. On the contrary, they wished that the Buddha family would perish. There is almost no love in the marriages of the nobility, only interests. In the past, the Versailles family married the Buddha family because they saw that the Buddha family could bring them benefits, but now that the Buddha family has fallen, the Buddha family is of no use to the Versailles family. In this case, how could they possibly abide by the marriage agreement? The Versailles family no longer wanted to abide by the marriage agreement, but they had the same problem as other nobles, which was that they were too concerned about their reputation. You have to know that the Buddha family is now completely destitute, but it is precisely because of this that they are the weak ones. If the Versailles family cancels the engagement with the Buddha family at this time, then the Versailles family's reputation in the aristocratic circle will be ruined. The Versailles family will not do such an idiotic thing. So they now have only two ways to cancel the engagement. One is that the Buddha family takes the initiative to propose to cancel the engagement. Although everyone knows that even if the Buddha family takes the initiative to propose it, it is because they are forced by the Versailles family, but at least this way it can save face. Another method is even simpler, that is, the Buddha family is destroyed and Adam Buddha dies, so the Versailles family naturally does not have to fulfill the marriage contract. In fact, Green also thought about cancelling the engagement with the Versailles family, but Zhao Hai had not woken up at that time, so he could not make the decision on his own. Another point was that Green was also angry with the Versailles family. When the Buddha family needed help the most, the Versailles family chose to stand idly by. Otherwise, the Buddha family would not have fallen to this point. After all, the Versailles family is also a powerful family in the empire, a force that cannot be underestimated. It is precisely because of the resentment towards the Versailles family that Green did not tell Zhao Hai that he wanted to cancel the engagement. He just wanted to do this. Your Versailles family did not help us and let us fall into this situation. I will not let you off easily either. Green was well aware of the noble's love of face, so he was sure that the Versailles family would not take the initiative to cancel the engagement. They would only put pressure on the Buddha family and let the Buddha family take the initiative to propose it themselves, but Green just didn't want to lift the order. He also knew that the Versailles family would not let them go, but they had too many things to do and too many threats now. One more or one less wouldn't make much, so let's just drag it out for now. Although he said so, Green was still very careful, because the only entrance and exit to the black soil wasteland was the Versailles family. Now they were a thorn in the eyes of the Versailles family. The Versailles family would definitely pay attention to their movements, so he was so careful. Chapter 57, Black Mountain Fortress. At the northern exit of the Forgotten Valley, a fortress stood quietly. The fortress was made entirely of black stones. The height of the city wall reached an astonishing 40 meters, and its length blocked the entire Forgotten Valley. The entire fortress is like an iron wall, blocking the Forgotten Valley completely. If you want to pass through the Forgotten Valley, you must pass through the Black Mountain Fortress. However, when you approach the Black Mountain Fortress, you will find that this fortress is not as majestic as you imagined. In fact, this fortress is more like an old man in his twilight years. The guard wall above the fortress has been damaged in many places, and the outside of the entire fortress looks tattered, as if it has not been repaired for a long time. This is indeed the case. The Versailles family originally built this fortress in order to prevent the monsters in the corpse swamp from escaping to the Principality of Versailles through the Forgotten Valley. However, this fortress has been built for hundreds of years, and those monsters have only been active in the Black Soil Wasteland and have never come to the Forgotten Valley. This has caused the fortress to be slowly forgotten. Although there are still some troops stationed here, their main function is to maintain public security. Although there are no garrisons in Black Mountain Pass, no one dares to underestimate the combat effectiveness here, because there are a large number of adventurers and mercenaries in Black Mountain Pass, and these people are also a force that cannot be underestimated. But at the same time, the existence of these people also made the public security in Black Mountain Pass extremely chaotic. And the city defense officers had a very difficult time, because no matter whether they were adventurers or mercenaries, they were all unruly guys who would draw their knives and chop people if they were not careful. Facing such a group of barbarians, the city defense force, which was not an elite force to begin with, seemed even more powerless. It is precisely because of this that the Black Mountain Pass was eventually transformed into a city defense force, a place jointly managed by several large mercenary groups and several big businessmen. Those large mercenary groups and big businessmen all had their own territories, and they did not invade each other and lived in peace. Of course, under such circumstances, the Principality of Versailles could not expect to collect any taxes here. If it could not collect taxes, the Principality would not give them money to repair the city walls, so slowly Montenegro Fortress became a paradise for mercenaries, adventurers, and even fugitives. This also reflects the situation in the Black Soil Wasteland from the side. The Black Soil Wasteland is a dead land, so for the Principality of Versailles, Black Mountain Pass is the safest border town. There are no enemies around, and it is close to the mountains. Such places are often full of good and bad people. If the Black Soil Wasteland is very prosperous, Black Mountain Pass will be an important border town, because there will be trade exchanges, and the Principality of Versailles can collect a lot of taxes, so it will naturally pay attention to this place, instead of selectively forgetting it like it is now. Under such circumstances, the defense situation of Montenegro can be imagined. For Green, this is an undefended city. Of course, he would not walk through the main gate and enter the Black Mountain Fort in a swaggering manner, as that might lead to him being recognized. Green climbed over the city wall and sneaked into the Black Mountain Fort. The commercial development in Black Mountain Fortress is very distorted. Weapon shops, drugstores, equipment stores can be seen everywhere. Taverns, hotels, and restaurants are everywhere. However, places to buy daily necessities are hard to find here. In the entire fortress, apart from the city defense forces, there are some adventurers or mercenaries, and there are very few ordinary people. Of course, these were not what Green cared about. He found a relatively remote equipment store and bought 5 black magic robes with hats and a very long wooden magic wand. He also bought himself a set of armor, a very beautiful but not very fancy armor. The most important thing about this set of armor was that it had a helmet that could cover Green's entire face. The magic robe was naturally sold to Zhao Hai. With this magic robe and magic wand, Zhao Hai could dress up as a black magician. After all, except for a black magician, no magician would like to wear this weird magic robe that almost covers the whole person. You should know that the magic robes on the mainland have been improved for several generations. Not only are they very comfortable to wear, but they are also very beautiful, especially for some female magicians. The magic robes they wear are very gorgeous, almost catching up with dresses. Compared with ordinary magicians, black magicians prefer the kind of magic robe bought by Green. This kind of magic robe is very thick, and the hat is very large, which can almost cover the entire face of the person. Gradually, this kind of magic robe has almost become a symbol of black magicians. The only use of that set of fake armor for Green is to cover his face. He wants to pretend to be a follower of a magician. You know, on the mainland, magicians are a group of people with very high status, and they are generally not short of money. So although magicians are not afraid of close combat, they will still bring some followers with them. These followers can help magicians fight in battle, but in normal times, they may help magicians do things. So on the mainland, if you see a magician followed by a group of warriors dressed like iron cans, you don't need to be surprised at all, because those warriors are the magician's followers. This time, Green was going to pretend to be a warrior following a magician. Only in this way could he stay by Zhao Hai's side without being suspected. After buying these things, Green also bought some mercenary items, even including a mercenary backpack. Mercenary backpacks are standard equipment for every mercenary and adventurer, because these mercenaries and adventurers spend most of their time outdoors in the wild, so they will prepare some corresponding things for themselves according to different tasks, plus some food, daily necessities, or any spoils they get. They also need a place to put them, so this kind of mercenary backpack came into being. The main purpose of Green buying this thing was to prevent people from discovering the secret of Zhao Hai's space, so he did this. Their destination this time was not Black Mountain Pass. Black Mountain Pass was just a place they passed by. No one here would care about them, because the people here would not care about other things except themselves. In addition, the Versailles family had no power here, so Green was not worried, but if they went to other places, it would not be so smooth. The Versailles family still has a good control over their territory. Of course, Montenegro is an exception. Green wanted to buy more things, but he had no money. Although he would have money if he sold the radishes, he had to forget that their radishes had not been sold yet. So he could only buy some necessities and leave Montenegro. However, Green was not wearing the glittering, ostentatious armor now, but an ordinary adventurer's cloth, which made him look inconspicuous. There were hundreds of adventurers coming in and out of Black Mountain Pass every day, so who would pay attention to him? Although Green had left the Black Mountain Pass, he still carefully observed his surroundings before slowly walking into the mountains. To be honest, he was now a little nervous. Green walked around the mountains several times, and after making sure that he was not being followed by anyone, he came to the place he marked. Before he could do anything, a space hole appeared. Green flashed into the space, and the space hole disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation outside in the space, so when Green appeared, he noticed him. Don't forget, he can see everything within 100 meters outside. When Zhao Hai saw the big backpack in Green's hand, he couldn't help but be stunned, because the appearance of this backpack was so much like the mountaineering bags on Earth in his previous life. Except for the different material, the less fine workmanship, and the lack of zippers, everything else was really very similar to that kind of mountaineering bag. Zhao Hai pointed at the big backpack in confusion and said, "Grandpa Green, why did you buy this thing? We can't use it at all." Green smiled and said, "Of course I don't need this thing, but with this thing, I can conceal the existence of space. After all, space preparation is a rare thing on the mainland." Zhao Hai immediately understood what Green meant. He nodded and said, "Yes, I almost forgot about this." Green smiled slightly, handed the magic wand in his hand to Zhao Hai and said, "This magician is also a fake. Although the one I chose is not the worst, it is the lightest, so that you won't have to waste effort to lift it. There is a magic robe in this bag, put it on." Zhao Hai nodded, took the magic wand and backpack. It was unknown what kind of wood the magic wand was made of, and it was very light. Zhao Hai felt that what he was holding was not a piece of wood, but rather a bamboo pole. However, Zhao Hai did not study the magic wand, but took his backpack and entered the hut. The clothes Zhao Hai wore at the beginning were some noble clothes prepared for him by Green and the others. The noble clothes here were very gorgeous, but also very inconvenient. Although the lower body was not the tight pants of the Western Middle Ages that Zhao Hai had seen on Earth, the pants were also very inconvenient. In the end, Zhao Hai simply stopped wearing those noble clothes. Now he had a lot of things to do every day, and wearing such clothes could only affect his actions. Merlin also knew this, so she did not object. When Green came back and saw that Zhao Hai was not wearing noble clothes, she wanted to object. But when she saw that Zhao Hai had to do so many things and it was really inconvenient to wear such clothes, she let it go. He was not a person who did not know how to adapt. The clothes Zhao Hai is wearing now are Green's warrior clothes, but Merlin has modified it to be a little smaller. Zhao Hai is not as tall as Green, but fortunately Green is not very strong either, so there is no need to modify it too much. In order to facilitate the warrior's combat, such warrior clothes are naturally made very loose and very easy to move in. Zhao Hai likes it very much. Chapter 58, Sly Smile. Zhao Hai was speechless when he looked at the magic robe in his hand. The workmanship of this magician's robe was not very good, and no one knew what the cloth was made of. It was very thick. It was just a cloth robe, but it felt heavy in his hand. What was even more speechless was that the style of this robe looked like the kind that the villains on TV often wore. The magician is wearing a completely black robe with a large hat on the back. The most important thing is that there is a black veil on the face of the hat, which covers the entire face and makes it difficult to see the wearer's appearance. Well, anyway, this is what I have discussed with Green. Besides, he wants to disguise himself as a dark magician, so this outfit is just right for him. This magic robe is very large, but also quite thick. Zhao Hai took off his outer warrior uniform and put on the magic robe. Not to mention, he didn't feel cold at all wearing it. Although the cloth didn't look very good, it was very warm and soft, so it was very comfortable to wear. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction, picked up the magic wand beside him, put on his hat, and walked out of the hut. Green and the others were staring blankly at Zhao Hai, who was walking out of the door. When Zhao Hai was wearing a warrior's uniform before, they really didn't realize that the most suitable clothing for Zhao Hai would actually be a magic robe. This black magician's suit really suits Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has a very peculiar temperament, as if he is incompatible with this world, but if you don't pay special attention to him, you won't feel his presence, as if he is an invisible man. In fact, the reason why Zhao Hai has such a temperament is entirely because he is a otaku on Earth. Otakus generally don't communicate well with others, and sometimes they seem to be out of tune with this world. Similarly, they are also very good at hiding themselves. They always put themselves in a place where people will not notice them, so that others will not notice them, and then they observe the world from there with cold eyes. Zhao Hai had an experience when he was on Earth. He went out with a friend to do some work. They invited someone to dinner together. From the time they invited that person to the time they got in the car and arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Hai was always by his friend's side. But when they arrived at the restaurant and entered their private room, the person they invited actually looked at Zhao Hai in surprise and said to Zhao Hai's friend, "Did you invite this person as well?" This question made Zhao Hai and his friend not know what to do, because Zhao Hai had been with them all the way, but the other party didn't notice him at all. It can be seen how inconspicuous Zhao Hai is. He can be called an urban invisible man. It is precisely because of this kind of temperament that Zhao Hai is more suitable to wear this black robe. He seems to be out of tune with this world, but you can easily ignore his existence. This is exactly the temperament that a black magician should have. Generally speaking, people who don't fit in should be more noticeable, but in Zhao Hai's body, these two temperaments are combined into one, forming a very peculiar temperament, which makes people notice him at first sight, but then immediately ignore his existence. When Zhao Hai saw Green and the others staring at him in a daze, he couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly took off his hat and said to Green and the others, "What's wrong? Is it strange?" When Zhao Hai took off his hat, Green and the others came back to their senses. When Zhao Hai put on his hat, his temperament suddenly changed. The strange temperament just now disappeared, and now he turned into the temperament of a boy next door. This change in temperament was extremely mysterious. If one had not seen it with one's own eyes, no one would have believed it. However, Green and the others were very happy. As long as Zhao Hai went out wearing the magic robe, he would be a black magician. As long as he took off the magic robe, no one would associate him with the black magician. This makes it easier for Zhao Hai to hide his identity. As long as he wants, he can transform from a black magician into another person at any time, and no one will suspect him. Green immediately shook his head and said, "No, very little. This dress suits you very well. Master, this time when you go out, I think you should let Meg follow you as your maid. When I go out, she can also protect you. Besides, if a black magician is accompanied by a maid, no one will be suspicious." Zhao Hai glanced at Meg. To be honest, although he really wanted Meg to stay by his side, when he thought of being hugged by Meg, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and was a little afraid to face Meg. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Green continued, "Originally, I wanted to let Mutu and the others follow you, but Mutu and the others are still too weak to fight. Moreover, if the two of them appeared together, it would still arouse people's suspicion. These two fools are still quite famous on the mainland." Zhao Hai really didn't expect this. He was just about to tell Green to just let the wood and stone follow him, but when he heard what Green said, he had to give up. At this moment, Meg suddenly said, "Master, don't you want to hate Meg?" Zhao Hai was stunned and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Meg. He found that Meg was looking at him with tears in her eyes. She looked so pitiful that it made it hard to say anything harsh. Zhao Hai hurriedly said, "No, that won't happen. Okay, just follow me." After saying that, he turned his head away, not daring to look at Meg again. However, he didn't notice that Meg showed a sly smile on her face the moment he turned his head away. Meg had already discovered that Zhao Hai seemed a little afraid of her and would not normally be alone with her. Just now she just wanted to test it out to see if Zhao Hai really cared about her. The result was very mature, and Zhao Hai did care about her very much. Men will never understand a girl's mind. Meg just wanted to know if Zhao Hai cared about her. But when she saw Zhao Hai's current look, Meg couldn't help but find it funny and wanted to tease Zhao Hai even more. However, Green and Merlin were always beside her, so she didn't dare to do anything rash, but Green noticed Meg's look and couldn't help but glare at her. Meg stuck out her tongue, lowered her head, turned around and said, "I'll go pack my things." Then she ran to her little room. Green didn't care. He and Merlin both knew that Meg was interested in Zhao Hai. If it were in the past, they would not let Meg get close to Zhao Hai, but now, they did not object. Green glanced at Zhao Hai again, then turned to Merlin and said, "Merlin, you guys should get ready too. If something happens while I'm out, let the young master go into the space. Young master, you'd better give the right to use the screen to Merlin, so that even if we take a break, Merlin and the others can still be on guard for us, and nothing will happen. If I'm out and Meg isn't by your side, you can always ask Merlin and the others to come out and help you." Although Zhao Hai felt that it was unnecessary, he still agreed. However, he still felt uncomfortable, because if he gave Merlin and the others the right to use the screen, he would have to be under their surveillance 24 hours a day, and life like that would be really hard, but Zhao Hai still did it. He didn't want to be killed by someone. This time he was out of the black soil wasteland, and he knew everything about the situation outside, so it was better to be safe. Although he obtained all of Adam's memories, Adam had never left the capital of the Aksu Empire from the time he was born to the time he fell into a coma, and he was also completely ignorant of the situation outside. Therefore, Zhao Hai now knew nothing about the situation outside and had to do what Green said. After giving Merlin the right to use the screen, Meg also packed up and came out. She was holding a small bag in her hand and wearing a maid's uniform. I have to say, Meg looked really beautiful in the maid's uniform. Her gentle temperament made people involuntarily want to protect her. Zhao Hai glanced at Meg, then turned away hurriedly and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, I'll leave the matters in the space to you. If you need anything, just knock on the screen and I'll hear it." Merlin nodded and said, "Don't worry, young master. You should be careful too." Zhao Hai nodded, and with a thought, Green and Meg appeared in the woods. Green looked around, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, call out the alien and have him carry us to Black Mountain Pass." Zhao Hai was stunned, and asked in confusion, "Grandpa Green, if we want to enter the city, don't we have to put away the summoned creatures? Why do we need to call out the aliens?" Green smiled and said, "In other cities, of course you have to collect your summoned creatures. If you don't, people will think you are going to attack the city, but there is no need to do that in Black Mountain Pass. There are all kinds of people here, and no one will attack here. We can go there on the aliens, and not only will no one care, but it will also reduce a lot of trouble. Otherwise, the city defense forces and mercenary groups in the city may come to collect taxes from us. As long as we go in on the aliens, no one will dare to mess around." Zhao Hai asked in confusion, "Is it still useless even though I'm wearing a black magic robe? Do those people still dare to deal with me?" Green smiled and said, "This place is different from other cities. In other cities, magicians are just magicians, and almost no one would pretend to be one. But it's not the same here. Many adventurers here pretend to be black magicians, because black magicians are the most difficult to deal with on the continent. So people often pretend to be black magicians to rob. Some adventurers who get good things will also pretend to be black magicians to transport the things away. Over time, black magicians are not so scary here. If we don't release the aliens, those people may not think we are real black magicians." Chapter 59, First Encounter with Adventurer. Zhao Hai really didn't expect that something like this would happen. There are actually people in this world who dare to pretend to be a black magician. You know, That's a black magician, and black magicians are a group of people that no one in this world wants to mess with. I didn't expect that someone would dare to pretend to be a black magician in Black Mountain. It's really a strange place. Green obviously saw Zhao Hai's confusion. He smiled and said, "There's nothing strange about this. This is a paradise for mercenaries and adventurers. There's nothing that those daring guys wouldn't dare to do." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go." After saying that, he asked Green and Merlin to sit on the alien. Green was now wearing the glittering armor, and looked like an iron can. But to be honest, this armor was really majestic to wear. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this thing was just a showpiece, especially for a master like Green. This thing could not provide any protection at all. If he really needed to rely on this thing to protect his safety, it would mean that he had already lost. Meg, dressed in a maid's uniform, quietly accompanied Zhao Hai as he sat in the alien's chest. She had seen Zhao Hai sitting in the alien's chest before, but she had never sat in it herself. Now that she was sitting in it, she was really a little curious, but she soon discovered that sitting here was not very comfortable. Although the wooden boards were covered with a thick quilt, it still felt hard to sit on. Besides, the space in the chest cavity was not very large. Although the alien's body length reaches an astonishing 10 meters, most of this length is concentrated on his tail. His tail is half the length of his body, which means that his tail is about 5 meters long, including the nearly 2-meter long head. The remaining length of the entire body for his chest cavity is only about 2 meters, and the height is only about 1 meter. Fortunately, they are under the alien's ribs, and the alien's ribs have gaps. They can stand up from the gaps in the alien's ribs, just like sitting in an open-top Yokohama car. Green did not sit there today, but sat on the alien's skull. The alien's skull was not small in area, so Green could stand or sit on it without any problem. With his skills, he would be fine even if he slept on it. The alien didn't have any feelings, and naturally didn't mind being ridden on by someone. Although he had now become Zhao Hai's summoned beast, it didn't mean that he had any emotions. He simply forgot the instinct in his bones that desired flesh and blood, or it could be said that the space made him forget that desire for flesh and blood. He was like a reprogrammed machine, and machines had no emotions. The three of them slowly left the woods and returned to the Forgotten Valley. There was still no one to be seen in the Forgotten Valley, and Zhao Hai did not care. He commanded the alien to go straight towards the Black Mountain Pass. They were not very far from the Black Mountain Pass. After walking for about half an hour, they saw the city wall in the distance. They also saw people coming in and out of the city gate, but because it was still a little far away, they couldn't see their appearance clearly. Zhao Hai did not hold back and directly commanded the alien to go straight to Black Mountain Pass. Green had told him before that as long as he sat on the alien and entered Black Mountain Pass, no one would dare to offend them easily, and no one would dare to inquire about their background. No force on the continent liked to mess with the black magician. The three of them just sat on the alien's back and swaggered towards Black Mountain Pass. After walking for less than 5 minutes, they met a small group of mercenaries on the road. This small group of mercenaries only had 5 people, and each of them was carrying an adventurer's backpack. They looked at Zhao Hai and his group in surprise. However, when they saw the huge body of the alien, they couldn't help but dodge to the side and immediately stood on the side of the road. Just as Green said, they didn't dare to provoke a black magician, especially when this black magician had such a powerful undead summoned beast. Zhao Hai's body did not move, but his eyes were always looking at the mercenaries. They were wearing simple leather armor, and each of them was carrying a weapon and a backpack on their backs. Apart from that, there was nothing else. So Zhao Hai noticed that the martial arts of these people were not the same. The one walking in front of him carried a bow on his back and a short knife on his waist. He was very thin, but had long arms and legs. It was obvious at first glance that he was a very agile guy. The second person also carried a backpack, but in his hand he held a double-edged axe. You could tell at a glance that the axe was not light. The leather armor on his body was also relatively thick. What surprised Zhao Hai was that although this guy was very tall, he was not very big. On the contrary, he was very lean, but under his black skin were muscles like iron blocks. He looked like a really powerful warrior. The third one is different from the previous two. He is dressed very orthodoxly, with a suitable leather armor, a big sword in his hand, a leather helmet on his head, boots on his feet, and a cloak on his back. He is wearing a samurai suit under the leather armor. This outfit can be said to be the most orthodox adventurer's outfit. Behind this man followed two people. They seemed to be brothers and looked very similar, but they were not twins. However, they had one thing in common: they were very fat. They also held a chicken foot in their hands and were stuffing it into their mouths, as if they had been feeling sick for a few days. Although Zhao Hai was looking at them, his body did not move, because the hood of the black magic robe was still on his head, so the five people thought that Zhao Hai's eyes were always focused on the front and he didn't notice them at all. Although there are often some people pretending to be black magicians in Black Mountain Pass, but after seeing the heroic figure of the alien, no one doubts that Zhao Hai sitting in the alien's chest is a fake. It is impossible for a fake black magician to summon an undead fighting beast. The alien was very fast and left the five people in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai then withdrew his gaze. To be honest, this was the first time he saw a mercenary, both in his previous life and this life, so he was very curious. In addition, these five people have their own characteristics and appearance, so Zhao Hai has his first impression of the mercenaries, but he can't tell how strong these five people are. At this time, Green said in a deep voice, "Master, the five people just now are a well-known adventure group in Black Mountain Pass, called the Quiche Adventure Group. These five people are all quite strong. The one who uses an axe and the one who uses a greatsword are both level 6 peak warriors." Zhao Hai really didn't expect these people to be so powerful. Level 6 peak warriors? Does that mean they are more powerful than wood and stone? It seems that there are really many masters in this world. The three of them met quite a few adventurers and mercenaries along the way. Some of these people were dressed similarly to the previous five and wore leather armor. It seemed that these people were doing relatively well. Most of the mercenaries and adventurers did not wear leather armor at all. They only wore coarse samurai clothes and held weapons in their hands. Some of them did not even have backpacks, and they were still considered mercenaries. After seeing Zhao Hai and his group, these mercenaries and adventurers all gave way. Even though they were quite powerful, no one was willing to conflict with a black magician. Although these mercenaries and adventurers were unruly, they were also flexible and would lower their status to anyone they could not afford to offend. After all, they were just a group of mercenaries. Of course, you can't bully them too harshly. If someone bullies them too much, they will rise up in resistance, and it will be the kind of resistance that they will fight to the death. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhao Hai and his men sat on the aliens and swaggered into the Black Mountain Pass. Even the city guards in front of the city gate did not dare to stop them. Those city guards were just a force in the city, not the largest one, so naturally they did not dare to provoke a black magician. Following Green's instructions, they stopped in front of a large and luxurious hotel in the city. Zhao Hai looked up at the hotel and found that it was written Higan Bana Hotel. The three of them got off the alien. Green put on his backpack, Merlin also picked up his small bag of talismans, and Zhao Hai found that there was nothing to take, so he paused with his magic wand and put the alien away. Any summoner can send his summoned beast back to his summoning space. That space is very strange. No one except the summoner himself can feel him. And apart from the summoned beast, nothing else can be placed there. Unless this thing is placed in the body of the summoned beast, the summoning space can be filled. Of the alien was a skeleton crocodile, so the wooden board that Zhao Hai tied to his chest could be put into the summoning space. If it didn't work, Green would have reminded him long ago. The waiter in the store, upon seeing a black magician outside, originally did not want to come out to greet him, but was afraid that if he angered the magician, he would be even more unlucky, so he walked over with a smile on his face and said to Zhao Hai, "Welcome, distinguished Mr. Magician, our store is the most upscale hotel in Montenegro. We will provide people with 24-hour hot water to wash away their fatigue." Zhao Hai didn't say anything, just waved his hand, and Green immediately walked up to the waiter and said, "Open 2 of the best rooms, prepare hot water, and bring a table of good food to the room. Don't take the rest." After saying that, he stood beside Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai then walked into the store. This was also what they had discussed beforehand. Zhao Hai tried not to talk as much as possible, and if there was anything, he would let Green handle it. This was done to give people a sense of being unfathomable, and another reason was to prevent someone from hearing his age from his voice. Chapter 60. The Fatty Boss's Identity. On the mainland, the strength of a magician is generally proportional to their age. The training of a magician is much more difficult than that of a warrior. On the mainland, warriors do not need to be too old when they first start training. They can be trained to strengthen their muscles and bones when they are young, and when they grow up, they can receive introductory training in fighting spirit under the guidance of adults. It is very difficult to practice Do Chi. Only when your physical strength reaches the requirement can you practice Do Chi. The more powerful the Do Chi, the higher the requirement for physical strength, because Do Chi is really too overbearing. The training of a magician is even more difficult than that of a warrior. All children born on the continent will be sent to a designated location to check if they have the talent for practicing magic. If so, they will be trained intensively. If not, they will go back home and prepare to become a warrior. The age requirement for magician training is very strict. No one can practice magic before the age of 12. After so many years of exploration, people on the continent have discovered that a person's mental power is truly stable when he reaches the age of 12. If he practices too early, the instability of his mental power may cause a backlash of his mental power, leading to obsession, which can turn him into an idiot at best and brain death at worst. It is precisely for this reason that a powerful magician is generally not too young. Someone like Meg, who can become a 6th-level magician at such a young age, can definitely be regarded as an outlier on the continent, a genius among geniuses. A few people on the mainland knew about Merlin's strength. Merlin and his family had been keeping this matter strictly confidential. Even few people in the former Buddha family knew about it. They knew very well that if someone like Meg had such a strong cultivation at such a young age, there would be only 2 ways to deal with it. One was to control Meg and train her into a powerful killer, and the other was to kill her. Neither of these 2 results were what they wanted to see. Although magicians start training later than warriors, magicians generally live longer than warriors. A warrior, even an 8th-level warrior, can usually live to 200 years old at most, while an 8th-level magician can live to at least 250 years old. It is precisely because of this that high-level magicians are extremely important to a country. A high-level magician can protect the country for at least 100 years. It is precisely because the people on the Ark continent generally live longer than those on the Earth team, so after nearly 10,000 years of development, they still live in a slave society, and the utilization rate of magic machinery is very low. Back on Earth, it was good enough for a king of a feudal country to rule the country for a few decades, and that could only be achieved by an extremely long-lived emperor. The rule of an average empire over a country would not exceed 20 years, but it is different here in the Ark continent. The king of a country can often rule for about 100 years. If he only rules for a few decades, he will be considered a short-lived king. It is precisely because of this that after so many years, the development of the continent has not been very fast. It was precisely because of this that Green did not let Zhao Hai speak. The owners of shops like this were generally shrewd people. Even if their cultivation was not high, they had seen countless people. As soon as you opened your mouth, they could tell your age and even what kind of person you were. For these shop owners, observing people was their way of survival. The clerk led Zhao Hai and the others into the store. The decoration of this store was really nice. There was a hall as soon as you entered the door. The hall was more than 40 square meters. On the ceiling of the hall, there was a magic lamp hanging. Although it was daytime, the magic lamp was still on. Opposite the door is a large bar with 2 very beautiful waitresses standing inside. Outside the bar, a fat man is standing there respectfully. He is wearing a nice silk suit with a red spider lily badge on the chest. It seems that he is the owner of the store. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai and his group coming in, the shop owner immediately came to greet them. He stopped 3 steps in front of Zhao Hai, and immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Welcome, respected magician. It is an honor for our shop to have you come to our shop. Please take a rest here. I will serve you the first thick cocoa and you will be able to check in right away." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He turned around and walked to a rest area on the side and sat down. This rest area only had a few sofas and a coffee table, and was specially used for people to take a temporary rest. As soon as Zhao Hai sat down, a waitress came over and put a pot of koya and a cup on the coffee table in front of Zhao Hai. Meg was about to go forward to help Zhao Hai pour the koya, but Zhao Hai gently waved his hand and Meg stood beside Zhao Hai again. It's true, Zhao Hai was very imposing at this time, wearing a black magic robe, with that kind of incompatible yet ordinary peculiar temperament on his body. In addition, he didn't say a word, and didn't make any big movements. He just sat there, as if he disappeared on the spot. If Green and Meg weren't standing next to him, I'm afraid many people would have ignored his existence. The shop owner who had been paying attention to Zhao Hai felt the peculiar aura in Zhao Hai and couldn't help shrinking his eyes. However, the smile on his face did not change. After a while, he walked up to Zhao Hai, bowed to him and said, "Dear Mr. Magician, your room has been arranged. It is on the third floor. Please follow me." Zhao Hai nodded, stood up, and followed the boss to the third floor. The third floor was different from the first floor. There was no lobby here, and one could see rooms as soon as he walked out of the stairs. However, Zhao Hai still noticed that the number of rooms on the third floor was much less than that on the first and second floors. The fat shop owner led them to room 301, opened the door himself, and invited Zhao Hai and the others in. After Zhao Hai and the others went in, the fat shop owner stood outside the door and said to Zhao Hai respectfully, "Dear magician, if you need anything, just pull the summoning bell. I will deliver the food you want to your room as soon as possible. There are 5 bedrooms in this room, which is enough for you and your followers. If necessary, I can arrange another room for you." Zhao Hai nodded gently and walked into the house without saying anything, but Green understood what he meant. He immediately turned to the fat boss and said, "I am very satisfied with your arrangement, sir. Go down and remember to bring the food up quickly." The fat boss immediately bowed and said, "It is my honor to serve a great magician. Please allow me to take my leave." After that, he closed the door respectfully and left. As soon as the fat boss left, Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief, took off his hat, turned to Green and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect this outfit to be so useful. Look at the respectful look of that boss, it's really unbearable." Green also took off his helmet. When he heard what Zhao Hai said, he couldn't help but snorted coldly and said, "Him? Young master, you are too naive. The boss only did this out of professional habit. And you may not know that this store is owned by the Maki-Del family. The fat man is not only the owner of this store, but also an external intelligence agent of the Maki-Del family. I believe it won't take long for the Maki-Del family to know about our presence." Zhao Hai was stunned and said, "So this is the property of the Magidel family? Grandpa Green, why do we want to live here? Isn't this too ostentatious?" Green smiled and said, "That's exactly what we need, master. Sometimes, keeping a low profile isn't a good thing. They will only think we are more suspicious and will do their best to investigate us. But if we are so ostentatious now, they won't suspect that we have any relationship with the Buddha family. They won't think that we are so bold, and they won't think that you can actually summon undead creatures to pretend to be a summoner." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I really didn't expect that the Maki-Del family would open a store in a place like this. By the way, Grandpa Green, how do you know that this store belongs to the Maki-Del family?" Green smiled and said, "This is not a secret. There is a red spider lily logo outside this store. That is the emblem of the Maki-Del family. With the strength of the Maki-Del family on the mainland, no one will come to mess up a store like theirs. We don't have to worry about those problems when we live here. This place is very close to Iron Mountain, where there are many magical beasts. They opened a store here, and sometimes we can get a lot of useful things, and the price is very cheap. How could a big merchant like Maki-Del miss such a place?" Zhao Hai nodded. He also learned from those miscellaneous notes that many things on the continent were made of magic beasts. Because those magic beasts were strong and had magical properties, many things on them were materials commonly used by alchemists and pharmacists. Most of the adventurers and mercenaries made a living by hunting those magic beasts. However, Zhao Hai was still a little confused about the basic operation of these mercenaries on the mainland, because when he was reading those miscellaneous notes, he did not see the mercenary guild that often appeared in novels. So Zhao Hai asked Green in confusion, "Grandpa Green, where do those mercenaries take missions? Can they only rely on hunting monsters to make a living?" Green smiled and said, "Of course not. In fact, those mercenaries can receive missions in any city. In any equipment store, hotel, or inn in the city, there will be people posting missions. In order to attract business, these stores also provide missions for those mercenaries for free. So those mercenaries can receive missions in any tavern in the city. Even if there is no suitable one in one tavern, they can go to another one to have a look. For big merchants like Maki-Del, the missions they receive in any store on the entire continent can be shared with other branches. In other words, if you distribute missions here in Black Mountain, those mercenaries can see this mission in all the Maki-Del stores on the continent tomorrow. It's that simple. Chapter 61, Strange Combination. Is it simple? Actually, it is not simple at all. A business covering half of the continent, can transmit messages so quickly. Is it simple? Don't forget, this is the Ark continent, not the Earth where information is exploding. Everyone has a mobile phone, and the internet reaches every household. The fact that Magical Trading Company can do this on the Ark continent fully demonstrates its strength. No one is willing to provoke such a trading company. Even an empire is unwilling to provoke such a trading company. It is too dangerous. Zhao Hai listened to Green's words quietly. He found that he really underestimated this world. Although this world was not as technologically advanced as the one on Earth, it had its own unique development trajectory. And he knew too little about this world. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai said to Green, "Grandpa Green, why do you think they are watching us? There are many magicians on the continent, they won't watch every one of them, right?" Green smiled and said, "The reason is that you are a black magician, young master. Black magicians will be watched wherever they go, especially since we are not coming to Taishan from Black Mountain Pass. We appeared suddenly, so of course they will pay more attention to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then shall we leave tomorrow?" Green nodded and said, "Yes, we are leaving tomorrow, master. A hotel like this will cost us 2 gold coins per night. To be honest, if we stay for a few more nights, I'm afraid we really can't afford it." Zhao Hai gave a bitter smile. Money was indeed a problem. Think about other time travelers. Once they arrived in another world, they would immediately make a fortune, or they would be in a high position, and beautiful women would cry and shout to pay for their love. But he was different. Not only did he have a broken territory, but he also had to think about the food and drink for more than 100 people, and had to avoid attacks from monsters from time to time. The most hateful thing was that although he had the cheating device of space, he was still penniless and couldn't even afford to stay in a hotel. When Green saw Zhao Hai's expression, he thought that Zhao Hai felt sorry for their current situation. He quickly comforted Zhao Hai, "Master, we will have money when we sell the radishes. Don't be sad." Zhao Hai didn't know what to explain to Green, so he could only smile and say, "I'm fine, but we shouldn't stay in such a hotel in the future. Let's find a place outside the city and live in the space." Green nodded and said, "I'll only stay here for 1 day to attract the attention of the Magical family. I won't live here anymore." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked around the room carefully. It was quite big, with a living room, 5 bedrooms, and a bathroom. It was quite nice. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Green quickly stood up and opened the door. A waiter was standing outside the door with a large tray in his hand. On the tray were some bread and 3 plates. The dishes inside were quite good. Green took the plate, gave the waiter a few copper coins as a tip, and sent the waiter away. Little did he know that after the waiter went downstairs, he immediately ran to a very hidden room in the store and knocked on the door. The fat boss's voice came from inside, "Come in." The waiter pushed the door and walked in. It was a bedroom. The furnishings inside were very simple. Apart from a bed, there was only a table and a chair. The fat boss was sitting on the chair, holding a pen in his hand, writing something. Hearing the sound of the door, he asked without raising his head, "Did you find anything?" The waiter stood there respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Their identities may not be simple, they may be of noble birth, but their lives may not be very good. I only brought them some ordinary meals. They didn't say anything and naturally gave me a tip, but it wasn't much." The fat boss nodded and waved his hand. The waiter turned and left. The fat boss sat there and began to ponder. As the intelligence chief of the Magical family in Montenegro, he did a very good job in intelligence work because he was very careful and good at observing people. Just now he specifically asked the waiter to deliver some not-so-best food, just to see the identities of Zhao Hai and the others, and to determine what status Zhao Hai and the others belonged to from their reactions. On the mainland, only nobles would tip waiters. Normally, even businessmen would not tip waiters, so the waiter judged from this point that Zhao Hai and his companions might be nobles, and nobles generally have very high requirements for food and drink, but Zhao Hai and his friends are in a miserable situation right now, so naturally they don't have too many demands. Plus, the tip they give is just copper coins, so the waiter said that Zhao Hai and his friends are not living well. This made the fat boss feel a little troubled. You know, although a magician has the same status as a noble, many of them are not real nobles. If a noble is also a magician, he will definitely be valued by the country and will not have to live too miserably. Therefore, the reactions of Zhao Hai and the others made it difficult for the fat boss to judge their identities for a while. Finally, the fat boss wrote down all the situations, and then came to a secret room through a secret door at the back of the bedroom. In this secret room, there was a row of cages, and in each cage there was an eagle-like monster. This monster was called a wind falcon, and it was a very fast-flying monster. After being trained, it was usually used to deliver letters. The fat boss caught a falcon, first picked up the fresh meat next to it and fed it, then carefully rolled up the information he had written, put it in a small bamboo tube on the falcon's claws, sealed it with wax, and then took the falcon outside to fly out. A big family like Magidals naturally couldn't pay attention to every little thing, but the appearance of Zhao Hai and the others was too sudden, coupled with his identity as a black magician, which forced the fat boss to pay attention to them. To people, black magicians represent negative words such as dangerous, gloomy, and weird. As long as a black magician appears in a place, he will be noticed by all forces. These forces usually adopt the approach of neither offending nor making friends with the black magician, so the fat boss would pay so much attention to Zhao Hai and the others. However, Green had already expected what the fat boss did. When he asked Zhao Hai to pretend to be a black magician, he had thought of this situation. This was exactly the effect they wanted. They acted so high profile that naturally no one would associate them with the Buddha family. This would be safer for them as Zhao Hai and his friends took a rest after dinner. They did not hang out in Black Mountain Pass. Don't forget that Zhao Hai is now a black magician, and a black magician will not go shopping when he has nothing to do. Besides, Black Mountain Pass is very messy. In order to avoid trouble, Zhao Hai and his friends would not go out for a stroll. Fortunately, Zhao Hai is a homebody and doesn't like shopping, so he didn't feel any discomfort. Plus, he was exhausted from traveling these days, so he was naturally willing to have a good rest in such a good place. The day passed peacefully, but everyone in Black Mountain Pass knew that a black magician had come to Black Mountain Pass. However, no one bothered him, and everyone hoped that Zhao Hai and his men would leave quickly. Zhao Hai and his companions also fulfilled those people's wishes, and they left Black Mountain Pass early the next morning. Zhao Hai and his companions even left sitting on the aliens, which made those mercenaries very envious. There are 3 roads coming out of Montenegro. The road on the left leads to the grain-producing base of the Principality of Versailles, the IKA Plain. It is the fiefdom of the Versailles family. The terrain is very flat and suitable for growing white wheat. There are a large number of slaves working there for the Versailles family. The road on the right leads to the forest of Buc, which is the main timber-producing area of the Principality of Versailles. It is also the fiefdom of the Versailles family and one of the main sources of income for the Versailles family. Generally speaking, few people go to these 2 roads, because they are the fiefdoms of the Versailles family, and most of the people there are slaves. There are no business opportunities, so naturally no one is willing to go there. The road in the middle leads to Casa City, the largest city and capital of the Principality of Versailles, which is known as the Northern Pearl of the Aksu Empire. Zhao Hai and his companions certainly didn't want to travel to the grain-producing areas or the lumber yards. They came out to sell radishes, so naturally they had to go to Casa City, where business was very prosperous. In the next few days, Zhao Hai and his companions were still on the road, but now they were not like in the black soil wasteland. They had walked in the black soil wasteland for 3 days without seeing a single person, and all they saw was black soil. But now they were in the Principality of Versailles, and there were quite a few people here. They could see many pedestrians and convoys on the road, and there could also be forests or farmlands on the roadside. However, because Zhao Hai and his friends looked so powerful, others would avoid them when they saw them. Even so, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. After all, he could finally see people and didn't have to rush on the boring journey like before. Come to think of it, a huge skeleton with a warrior as big as an iron can sitting on its head, and in its chest is a weird black magician dressed in a black robe. Although there is a sweet-looking little beauty sitting next to them, this combination itself is very weird, not to mention the black magician's reputation. It would be strange if people on the road didn't avoid them. In the past few days, Zhao Hai and his companions also did what they said before. Even if they passed by those small towns, they did not stay in the city, but went outside the city, found a deserted place, and then returned to the space. This made their whereabouts look a little uncertain and even more weird. Chapter 62, The Strange Village. There are many big families on the mainland who have noticed Zhao Hai and his group. In a place like Black Mountain Pass, it is impossible that only the Magidal family has set up an intelligence point there. In fact, many big families on the mainland have intelligence points there. Some of these intelligence points are just a store, while others are a mercenary group of those big families set up intelligence points in Heishan Pass not to investigate any military or national affairs. No military or national affairs are likely to happen in a place like Heishan Pass. The main purpose of setting up intelligence points here is only one: talent. Most of the great nobles in the Ark continent have been around for more than 1,000 years. Such great nobles are naturally very clear about the importance of talents to them. For a noble, a powerful warrior can be of great help to them. Therefore, in places like Black Mountain Pass where adventurers and mercenaries gather, there will be intelligence personnel sent there by major families. The purpose is to discover those warriors with potential, bring them into the family, and become a part of the family's strength. It is precisely because of this that when Zhao Hai and his men appeared in Black Mountain Pass, many large families received the news and had been watching them. However, those who were watching Zhao Hai and his companions had obviously miscalculated. They did not expect that Zhao Hai and his companions did not live in the city, but lived outside the city, and usually went to the space to rest at night. This made it impossible for those who wanted to follow them to discover their whereabouts, which seemed very strange. However, Zhao Hai and his men's performance made those people more certain that he was a black magician. And those people followed Zhao Hai not to win him over, but because they were afraid that Zhao Hai and his men would harm their families. Although ordinary nobles would also recruit some black magicians, they usually knew those black magicians well, and no one was willing to recruit black magicians who came from nowhere, so no one contacted Zhao Hai and his group. Zhao Hai and his companions didn't know that someone was following them, so they continued to move forward at their own pace. Their speed was not very fast as there were too many pedestrians on the road, so they certainly couldn't walk too fast, otherwise something might happen. Even if you ride on horseback, it will take 7 days to get from Montenegro to Casa City. Zhao Hai and his men's current speed is about the same as riding on horseback, so it will take about 7 days to reach Casa City. They have been walking for 3 days now. During these 3 days, they have passed through 2 small towns and countless small villages. This shows that the Principality of Versailles is still very prosperous. On the morning of the 4th day, Zhao Hai and his companions came out of the space as usual and continued on their journey. Fortunately, it was not the rainy season yet, so although the road was a dirt road, it was very flat and the aliens did not feel any bumps when walking on it. But today, Zhao Hai felt a little strange along the way. How should I put it? It seemed like something was missing. Zhao Hai looked around in confusion, not knowing what was missing. When Zhao Hai was puzzled, Meg said, "Master, this is very strange. We have been walking for more than 2 hours, but we still haven't seen anyone passing by. At this time every day, there are already many people." After hearing what Meg said, Zhao Hai finally realized that something was wrong. They had been here for more than 2 hours since morning, but they hadn't met a single person. No wonder he felt so weird, as if something was missing. It turned out that someone was missing. Zhao Hai sensed something was wrong and immediately said in a deep voice, "Stop." The alien immediately stopped. Zhao Hai stood up, supported the alien's ribs, and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, has something happened? Why haven't we met anyone after walking for so long?" Green nodded and said, "I've noticed it a long time ago, but don't worry, young master. Let's move forward. I want to see what happened. Anyway, at worst, you can hide in space, and no one can find you." Zhao Hai gave a bitter smile. He thought Green hadn't noticed it, but he didn't expect Green had already noticed it. Although what he said was a bit irresponsible, it was also reasonable. They couldn't stop moving forward just because they didn't know what was going on, otherwise they would have nothing to do with thinking of this. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, let's go." The alien started immediately, still moving forward at a constant speed, looking really unhurried. However, Zhao Hai and Meg became nervous. They had never seen such a big scene before. Unlike Green, who was calm, they both felt a little restless and paid attention to the situation around them, as if there would be monsters rushing out from the surrounding woods at any time. But what surprised Zhao Hai and his friends was that they had walked for a whole morning but didn't meet a single person. Even in the villages they passed by, there was no one there, as if everyone had disappeared. When they passed by a village, they went into the village and looked carefully. There was no one in the village, but what surprised Zhao Hai and his friends was that the place did not look like it had been attacked. It seemed that all the villagers had left on their own. But the strange thing was that those villagers had obviously just left. There was no fire in the kitchen of their home, and the quilts were not folded. It seemed that they did not even put on clothes before they just got up and left. There wasn't even a chicken or a dog in the entire tree. It was completely dead silent. Coupled with the messy bed, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This village was too weird, much weirder than their seemingly weird group. Green looked around the village carefully for a long time but still found nothing. However, his face became even gloomier. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, call your grandmother Merlin out. Maybe she can see something." Zhao Hai responded and immediately opened the space and called Merlin out. Merlin had been watching the situation outside and naturally knew what was happening outside, so after she came out, she didn't say much, but just looked around carefully, then closed her eyes and whispered a few spells. A ball of blue light appeared on her body, and then radiated out like the sun. The light flashed for about 5 minutes before slowly disappearing. Merlin slowly opened his eyes, but said to Zhao Hai and the others with a serious face, "Master, someone here used the black magic of seduction to lure away all the living things in the village. I don't know where they went." Zhao Hai was stunned and said, "Dark magic? Are you saying that a dark magician has been here?" Merlin nodded and said, "Although some time has passed and the magical energy here has almost disappeared, I am still sure that someone has used black magic here." Zhao Hai and Green's faces darkened. They were sure that the fact that they didn't meet anyone on the road today must be related to this incident, and if things went wrong, this incident might implicate them. Don't forget, Zhao Hai's current identity is a black magician, and there is a black magician here who uses black magic, and has taken away so many people. This situation cannot be concealed. Who knows what will happen at that time? Merlin may find out that a black magician has used magic here, and other magicians may also find out. Then people will know that the disappearance of people here is related to the black magician, and Zhao Hai may also become a suspect. This is exactly what Green and Zhao Hai were worried about. The black magician, who had seduced so many people away at once, must be up to no good. If he did something bad, it would bring a lot of trouble to Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai feared most now was trouble. Merlin obviously thought of this. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, why don't we stop pretending to be black magicians, otherwise it will bring you big trouble." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "If I disguise myself as someone else other than this black magician, our identities might be discovered more quickly, and we would be in greater danger." "Grandma Merlin, can you feel where the black magician is taking everyone here? Let's chase him and see if we can solve this trouble. If we can, that would be the best. Even if we can't, we shouldn't let the people of the Versailles family suspect us. With such a big thing happening, the Versailles family cannot just ignore it. This is their family's territory. The people living here are all their citizens and they pay taxes to them. Naturally, they also have the obligation to ensure their safety. There is only one way for Zhao Hai to stop others from suspecting him. That is to find the real murderer and hand him over to the Versailles family. This way, he will naturally not be suspected. Although Green didn't want Zhao Hai to have any contact with the Versailles family, things had come to this point and this was the only way to prevent Zhao Hai from being suspected. After all, they were now on the Versailles family's territory. If Zhao Hai was really suspected by the Versailles family, then the trouble would be even greater. His identity would be exposed soon, and now Zhao Hai's identity must not be exposed. Merlin was also looking at Green. He wanted to know whether Green agreed with what Zhao Hai said. If Green agreed, then she would find a way to find out the direction the magician went and get that guy out. Green also knew what Merlin meant, so he could only nod helplessly and said, "Okay, let's do as the young master says. Find that guy and hand him over to the Versailles family, so that we can proceed with our next plan." Merlin nodded and used the magic again, but this time it took longer, a full 10 minutes to complete. After the magic was completed, Merlin pointed in the direction of Casa City and said, "That's the direction. Maybe it's for this reason that we didn't meet anyone along the way." Chapter 63, Undead Mercenaries. Zhao Hai and Merlin both nodded, but this matter was a bit strange. Normally, there would be some people going from Black Mountain Pass to Casa City every day, but today was weird. No one was walking from Black Mountain Pass to Casa City. Up to now, Zhao Hai and his friends had not met anyone. In fact, Zhao Hai and his companions didn't know that a caravan had already passed the same route they were taking very early in the morning. However, after walking for a while, these caravans discovered something was wrong and immediately retreated to the small town behind them. Then they told the news to the merchants behind them. Now many people who came out of the Black Mountain Pass stopped in a small town that Zhao Hai and his companions passed by, preparing to form a larger caravan, hire more mercenaries from the Black Mountain Pass, and then continue on their way. Zhao Hai and his companions didn't know all this. Because of the long journey these days, Zhao Hai had been feeling very tired, so he got up a little late. The caravan set out at dawn, 2 or 3 hours earlier than them, so Zhao Hai didn't know all this. It was precisely because those merchants blocked the later arrivals that Zhao Hai and his companions did not see anyone coming from Black Mountain Pass, which led to this strange scene. In fact, it was not only Zhao Hai who didn't understand, even Green didn't understand. There were many thieves on the continent, and they might be attacked by wild beasts in the wild, so some caravans were very careful. If they found anything wrong, they would immediately enter a city and then team up with other caravans to move forward. Zhao Hai certainly didn't know these things, and Green didn't know either. The Buddha family didn't have its own caravan before, so he didn't understand these things, which led to this situation. Zhao Hai and his men were still moving forward. They had encountered 5 villages along the way, but all the people inside had disappeared. These villages were not too big, but the population of these 5 villages combined was more than 1,000 people, and all of them disappeared. Not only the people, but all living things in the villages disappeared. The further Zhao Hai and his companions walked, the more frightened they became. Not only were more and more people missing, but Merlin also felt that the power of the black magic was becoming stronger and more terrifying. According to Merlin's estimation, if the spell of seduction was used frequently and so many people were seduced away at once, the strength of this black magician must have reached at least level 8, the same level as Merlin. Although Merlin estimated that the opponent's strength was at the same level as hers, Merlin had to admit that if a fight really broke out, she was afraid that she would not be able to beat the opponent, because the black magic was too strange and she was not sure, but Zhao Hai was not too worried. He still had Green with him. If things really didn't work, he could hide in the space. He didn't believe that the other party could chase him into the space. The speed of the alien did not increase or decrease, it still moved forward at a leisurely pace. This was a characteristic of Zhao Hai. No matter what time it was, he always pursued stability and reminded himself to stay calm, because he had learned a saying when he was in school, stay calm in times of crisis, and he always took this saying as his motto. So at this time Zhao Hai kept reminding himself to stay calm. He carefully observed the situation around him. Although he couldn't see anything at the moment, he was still very careful and was always prepared to deal with emergencies. Merlin sat beside Zhao Hai with his eyes closed, Green sat on the alien's head and seemed to have fallen asleep, and Meg had been sent back to the space by Zhao Hai. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that they walked for a whole day without encountering any problems. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, although there was still no one on the road, they did not encounter any attacks either. Everything was surprisingly calm. Just when Zhao Hai was about to stop and rest, Merlin suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Master, go back to the space. I feel there is a strong black magic energy ahead. It seems that the other party is already prepared." Zhao Hai was stunned, but he also knew that he could not help much if he stayed, so he nodded and flashed into the space. But the alien did not go in, but stayed outside, still carrying the 2 people on his back and walking forward. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the space, he immediately went into the thatched hut and looked at the screen. What surprised him was that the scene on the screen was still moving, as if he was still sitting on the alien's back. This made Zhao Hai stunned, and then he slapped his head fiercely. He was really dizzy. He could see on the screen things that were 100 meters around the point where he entered the space, but if that point could move, would he be able to see more things? He had never thought of this before. Just now, he came in, but did not put away the alien. He wanted to help Green and Merlin when necessary, but he forgot to stop the alien, so the alien was still moving forward. This also made him discover this secret. It turned out that if he entered the space on a moving object, the image on the screen would also be moving all the time. The most important point is that the space can move, and he can move forward without staying outside. Damn it, why didn't I think of it before? If I had thought of it before, I would have let the alien walk outside, and he could do whatever he wanted hiding among the humans, and he wouldn't have to go through the hardship of traveling outside. But at this moment, Zhao Hai was not in the mood to think too much. He also wanted to see what the black magician wanted to do. Merlin and Green had been focusing their attention ahead, so they didn't think too much. The alien was still moving forward slowly, and the black magic energy that Merlin felt was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, there were shouts and the sound of weapons colliding in front of them. Green and Merlin's expressions tensed. They knew that what they had been waiting for a day had finally happened. At this moment, the alien suddenly stopped. The two were stunned. Then Zhao Hai suddenly appeared on the alien's back and said to them, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, let's go into the space." The alien moves forward. We can still see what happened in front. Green and Merlin were stunned, but after thinking about it, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. They were delighted, but Green shook his head and said, "No, Master, we still don't go in. If we go in, the other party will discover the secret of the space, and it will be more trouble than gain." Zhao Hai was stunned, then nodded and said, "Okay, then I won't go in either. When necessary, I can release the undead creatures I caught to help. This way, others will only think that I am a black magician and will not discover the secret of space." Green and Merlin both frowned. They really didn't want Zhao Hai to take this risk, but if Zhao Hai entered the space and undead creatures appeared, the secret of the space might be exposed, which really put them in a dilemma. Green thought for a moment, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, if you want to stay outside, that's fine, but you'd better call Merlin out and have her stay by your side, that's the only way." Zhao Hai nodded and called out to Merlin. Now Zhao Hai also discovered that as long as he thought about calling someone in the space, the person in the space could hear it. If the person in the space wanted to talk to him, he just had to knock on the screen, and he would hear a bang bang sound similar to the one in QQ when requesting to add a friend. Then, after getting his permission, he could talk to him. This discovery really made Zhao Hai very happy. This way, it would be more convenient for him to communicate with the space, and he didn't have to go into the space to call people. After Meg was called out, she immediately sat next to Zhao Hai, carefully looking around, ready to protect Zhao Hai at any time. Seeing Meg coming out, Zhao Hai ordered the alien to move forward, but this time he was much more careful. Green had already stood up, and the fighting spirit on his body was looming, ready to take action at any time. After walking forward for more than 1,000 meters, they came to a small earthen slope. Zhao Hai and his companions finally saw what was happening in front of them. In front of the earthen slope, a large group of undead creatures were besieging a caravan. On that caravan was a flag with a red spider lily. It turned out to be the caravan of the Magital family. At this moment, Green noticed that there was a flag next to the landslope. The flag was all black with a white skull painted on it. It looked a bit like the pirate flag Zhao Hai had seen on Earth before, but not exactly the same. When Green saw the flag, his expression changed involuntarily, because this flag reminded him of an organization, a notorious organization on the continent, the Undead Mercenaries. The Undead Mercenary Group is one of the most powerful mercenary groups on the continent, but it is also one of the smallest mercenary groups on the continent, because the core members of this mercenary group are only 8. Generally speaking, 8 people cannot be called a mercenary group, they can only be regarded as a small adventure group. However, this team of 8 people is called a mercenary group on the mainland because these 8 people are all black magicians. This mercenary group has existed for several decades. During these decades, it has accepted more than 1,000 missions, and more than 500 of them involved killing their employers and robbing goods. Later, no one dared to hire them for missions, so they simply engaged in robbery and became a gang of thieves. Of course, there are many mercenary groups doing this on the mainland. However, if this is the case, it is impossible for them to be remembered by everyone on the mainland. The most crucial point is that every time they take action, they will kill all the civilians nearby and then turn them into undead creatures. They then use these undead creatures to attack their targets, which is extremely cruel. It's not that no one on the mainland has thought about dealing with them. Once, the undead mercenaries even touched the goods of the Shinya family, a famous business family on the mainland, and were hunted down by experts sent by the Shinya family. Among the 8 people in the undead mercenaries, 7 died and the last one was seriously injured. Originally, people on the mainland thought that the undead mercenary corps would disappear from then on, but they did not expect that the only remaining member of the undead mercenary corps would do something extremely crazy. Chapter 64. Collect them. Just when everyone thought that the undead mercenaries had no chance of recovery, the last black magician of the undead mercenaries actually used the last of his life force to unleash 10 times the magic power and turned the other 7 dead black magicians into high-level undead creatures. Before he died, he gave orders to the 7 undead creatures to use black magic to turn him into an undead creature as well. You know, if a black magician turns a person into an undead creature, that person becomes his slave. Generally, low-level undead creatures have no intelligence and are very weak. However, a high-level undead creature has strong combat power and is very intelligent. If the black magician dies, the person whom he turned into an undead creature will become a free undead creature and will no longer be subject to any constraints. Of course, if a black magician wants to create a high-level undead creature by himself, he also needs very powerful magic power. If he only needs magic power, it is nothing. The most important thing is that he has to pay with his vitality. Even if he is a powerful 8th level black magician, as long as he makes 20 high-level undead creatures, his life will come to an end. Therefore, no ordinary black magician will create high-level undead creatures. However, artificially created undead creatures cannot be upgraded like naturally generated undead creatures. Their strength will remain the same as when you created them, and it is impossible for them to be upgraded. The black magician himself was seriously injured in dying, so he was naturally not afraid of wasting his vitality. He used a secret method to stimulate his magic power 10 times, and only then did he create the 7 high-level undead black magicians. Then when he was about to die, he gave them an order to let the 7 of them turn him into a high-level undead creature as well. This plan was really crazy. He turned those 7 people into undead black magicians, but he died. In other words, those 7 people became free undead creatures and didn't have to listen to him. So it was hard to say whether those 7 people would turn him into a high-level undead creature. Even if his plan succeeded and those 7 people turned him into a high-level undead creature, he would only be an undead creature from then on. He couldn't eat, sleep, or enjoy anything. All the things that humans could enjoy were meaningless to them. Was it really worth it? No one can answer this question. Perhaps only the people of the undead mercenary group can answer it. But they will not answer it because that person's plan was successful. The 7 companions who were turned into undead creatures by him turned back and turned him into an undead creature. Now the undead mercenary group is truly worthy of its name. What good could a mercenary group composed of 8 undead black magicians do? The answer is impossible. These 8 guys could not do anything good. Instead, they became more and more evil and became the most notorious gang of thieves on the continent. However, under normal circumstances, they now dare not offend those big families. Although the 8 of them have become undead creatures, their strength has declined somewhat. If they really offend those big families, they may be destroyed. Although the undead creatures are called immortal, that is only when they are not attacked. If they are hunted down by experts, they will be killed in an instant. The crazy behavior of the undead mercenaries also made those big families feel very frightened. In the eyes of those big families, the people of the undead mercenaries were just a group of lunatics, so they would not easily provoke these guys to. It is said that they have all become undead creatures and have no desires, so they should not rob anymore. However, the people of the undead mercenaries are different. Not only do they rob, but they rob even more fiercely than before. This is very puzzling, but you can't ask them, and the big families on the mainland don't want to provoke them, so things keep dragging on, and the undead mercenaries have been at large. It is precisely because of these reasons that the undead mercenary group has always been very famous on the mainland, and is the type that no one wants to offend. Naturally, Green had heard of the undead mercenary group's great reputation. It was precisely because he had heard of it that his expression became so ugly. To be honest, he didn't want to offend the undead mercenaries. This group of mercenaries was just a bunch of lunatics. If he really offended them, it might bring disastrous consequences to the Buddha family. Green took a look at the flag. Yes, it was the flag of the undead mercenaries. They planted the flag here to tell passers-by that the undead mercenaries were doing business ahead and it was best not to cause trouble, otherwise they would be enemies of the undead mercenaries. Green turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, let's retreat first. I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai was watching the battle in front of him. When he heard what Green said, he nodded quickly and asked the aliens to retreat. The aliens retreated down the slope silently, and it seemed that no one on the battlefield noticed them. After retreating from the hillside, Green pointed to the woods next to him. Zhao Hai nodded, commanded the alien to crawl into the woods, found a hidden place in the woods, and followed Merlin and the other 3 into the space. As soon as they entered the space, Green called Zhao Hai, Merlin, and others into the house, and then briefly told Zhao Hai about the undead mercenary group. Merlin also had some understanding of the undead mercenaries, but people like Mutu, Shirtu, and Meg didn't know much about them. After all, they had lived in the imperial capital since they were young and had never left. Zhao Hai listened to Green's story calmly. He really didn't expect that this undead mercenary group would be so crazy. However, when he heard that all 8 of them had turned into undead creatures, his eyes lit up. After Green finished speaking, Zhao Hai stood up and stomped slowly around the room, touching his forehead as he stomped. After a while, he stopped, slapped the table hard, and muttered, "Let's do it. Let's give it a try." Green and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai turned to look at Green, with a smile on his face, and said, "Grandpa Green, you just said that the 8 people in the undead mercenary group have turned into undead creatures?" Green nodded. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Then do you remember what the reaction of the undead creatures would be after entering the space?" When Zhao Hai said this, Green was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he slammed the table and said, "Yes, make them our own." Merlin also reacted at this time. They certainly understood what Zhao Hai meant by that sentence. They captured more than 1,000 undead creatures into the space. Without exception, they were all turned into their own people by the space, just like aliens. And the 8 people in the undead mercenary group were also undead creatures. So could they capture them into the space and let the space turn them into their own people? Merlin and the others couldn't help but get excited at the thought of this. Although they had captured many undead creatures before, most of them were beast-shaped, and there were very few human-shaped ones. Even if there were any, they were only low-level ones, not very advanced ones. Naturally, they didn't have any wisdom and couldn't help them much, but these undead black magicians of the Undead Mercenary Corps are different. They are all advanced undead creatures with high intelligence, and they have retained their memories from their previous lives. If they can be turned into members of the Buddha family, it will be of great help to the Buddha family. What the Buddha family lacks now is military force. If they can subdue the undead mercenaries, they will have a very strong armed force. Even if others want to touch the Buddha family, they have to think carefully before doing so. Thinking of this, several people became excited. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and couldn't help but smile slightly. He then said, "And we can also help the Majidal family. This will be very beneficial for our future actions." When Green heard what Zhao Hai said, he calmed down immediately. He immediately understood that if he helped the Makidel family now, it would be very beneficial to them. Makidel Trading Company is one of the famous large trading companies on the continent. If the Buddha family has a relationship with them, it will have unimaginable benefits for their future development. What can a large trading company bring to a large family? It is not only a large amount of gold coins, but also a complete intelligence network. Green nodded, stood up and said, "Master, let's go now. If it's too late, I'm afraid the people from Majidal Trading Company won't be able to hold on." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, Wood, Stone, the 2 of you stay in the space and take care of those slaves. You 2 guys are too big a target, so don't go out. Grandpa Green, let's go." After he finished speaking, he thought about it and the 4 of them walked out of the space. As soon as they left the space, Zhao Hai immediately released all the undead creatures they had captured. There were a total of 1,357 undead creatures. This number was not something Zhao Hai specifically checked, but the space warehouse would record the number of undead creatures he had collected, which made it very convenient. When Zhao Hai released these undead creatures, the scene was enormous. You have to know that the undead creatures he caught were all very large in size. The least common were probably human-shaped undead creatures and some insect-like undead creatures, but these 2 types were the least common. The most common were some undead creatures that looked like aliens and giant rats. These 2 types of creatures were all very large in size. When they were released, it was simply an army of undead creatures, much more beautiful than those created by the undead mercenaries. Zhao Hai sat on the alien, with Meg sitting next to him, Merlin and Green sitting on the alien's head. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the mighty army of undead beasts rushed straight towards the slope. Zhao Hai and his companions had just seen that the undead army brought by the undead mercenary group this time had more than 3,000 people, including some dogs, chickens, sheep, cows, pigs, and other domestic undead creatures. It seemed that these guys had slaughtered many villages to form such an army of undead creatures. Chapter 65, Heaven's Daughter, Laura. This is also a common tactic used by the Undead Mercenary Corps. They first kill all the people in the surrounding villages, turning them into an army of undead creatures, and let them attack the target. Although the level of these undead creatures is very low, their attack power is not weak. You must know that the general strength of undead creatures is not small. In addition, they are not afraid of death or pain, so their attack is a completely life-threatening way of fighting. They are opponents that no intelligent race wants to encounter. The Majidal family is very famous and powerful on the mainland, so no one dares to attack them when their caravans are traveling. As time goes by, they will naturally become a little lax, so not many people are sent out by each caravan. This time, the Magidal family is going to Black Mountain to have a secret transaction with a mysterious figure, and the object of the transaction is an orb of death. This necromancy orb was found by a thief in an ancient tomb. This orb has very strong necromancy energy and can transform an ordinary undead creature into an intermediate or advanced undead creature. Although the Magidal family wanted to keep the treasure, a very mysterious person knew the news. That mysterious person offered a high price to buy the magic ball. The Magidal family had no choice but to agree. They also chose to conduct the transaction in Montenegro, an unattended place, because trading in Montenegro would not attract people's attention. No one would think that they would bring such a treasure here to trade, but I don't know how the news got known to the undead mercenaries. The importance of this necromancer orb to the undead mercenaries is self-evident, so the undead mercenaries wanted to rob it this time. In order to prevent others from knowing that they were going to Black Mountain to trade, the Magidal family sent only a few soldiers and disguised themselves as an ordinary caravan. They then spread the word that the location for their necromancy orb trading had been changed to another place. They thought they would be safe this way, but they did not expect to be blocked by the undead mercenaries. The 8 black magicians of the undead mercenary corps naturally know more than just turning people into undead creatures. They know a lot of black magic. You should know that they were also very powerful black magicians in the past. In addition to commanding the army of undead creatures to attack the caravan of the Magidal family, they also attacked the caravan with black magic from time to time, which put a lot of pressure on the caravan. Of course, the Magidal family would not really just send some ordinary mercenaries to deliver the necromancy orb. The people they sent this time were all masters of their family, but these masters could not withstand the large number of people, not to mention that those who attacked them were not humans, but undead creatures. In addition, the 8 people from the undead mercenaries used black magic to attack them from the side, making them miserable. Laura stood on the carriage, holding a wooden box in her hands. The box was not very big, about 20 cubic centimeters, and it didn't look very heavy. It was effortless for a girl like her to hold it in her hands. Laura is the daughter of Kren, the second heir of the Makidel family. Kren Makidel is a magician. He is 40 years old today and has just reached level 6. His training speed is not slow, but it is definitely not fast either. He is not a natural talent. However, he likes training very much and even more likes studying magic. He has no interest in doing business. The Magidal family is a famous business family on the continent. They don't care much about the level of warrior or magician of the family heir. They value the business ability of the family heir more. This makes Kren's position in the family a bit awkward. However, Kren gave birth to a good daughter, Laura. Laura is only 17 years old today, but she is a famous genius on the continent. She is not only a genius in cultivation, but also in business. Laura did not learn ordinary martial arts, but knight skills, which is a kind of combat skill that is more difficult to practice than ordinary martial arts, and it has very high requirements for practitioners. Laura is already a level 6 warrior today. She is good at using 4 types of warriors, including spear, tower shield, horsebow, and scimitar. She is also very strong. But if you look at her appearance, you would never think that she is such a master. She had skin as white and delicate as snow, long wavy golden hair, and a pair of deep blue eyes. What was most unforgettable was her height, which was over 1.80 meters. Such a status would discourage many men, not to mention her prominent family background and superb martial arts. What people talk about most is that Laura is also a business genius. She is very talented in business. She started helping her father with some business matters at a young age, and she did a very successful job. For such a gifted girl, ordinary people cannot even feel jealous because she is so outstanding. If someone is only slightly better than you, you will be jealous of him, but if he is much better than you and is not on the same level as you will not feel jealous at all. The Magidal family is different from ordinary families. Every heir of their family will manage a part of the family's industry. When it comes to choosing the head of the family, it will depend on who manages the industry best and makes the most profit. Then, the family elders will discuss and decide who will be the successor. Originally, Kren, the second heir, was just a figurehead. Everyone in the Magidal family knew that he had poor business skills and had no competitiveness for the position of head of the family. At most, he could be considered a member of the group that trained the prince to study, but ever since Laura helped Karen manage the business, the revenue of Karen's business has increased year by year, and now it is no worse than that of the other heirs. The family business that Kren got was mainly concentrated in the Principality of Versailles, so this transaction was handed over to Kren. Of course, it was Laura who finally completed the transaction. Laura never thought that all her arrangements were in vain. In the end, she was blocked here by the undead mercenaries. Laura knew that this time it was really dangerous. Although Laura is a 6th level knight, she has not found a mount that truly belongs to her so far, and she has never participated in a real battle. The qualification of her 6th level knight is entirely obtained by passing the exam. Although she is strong, when it comes to a real fight, she is much worse than those mercenaries who are on the edge of a knife every day. In addition, now they were surrounded by undead creatures, so she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. For the first time, Laura felt so desperate, and for the first time, she felt that death was so close to her. Laura bit her lips hard, and her delicate red lips were bleeding. At this moment, the scene that destroyed Laura's last hope appeared. Behind the army of undead creatures, another large number of undead creatures appeared. These undead creatures were tall and big, with a strange green body. They were more difficult to deal with than the undead creatures that besieged them. Laura's face was pale. She knew that she would not be spared today. However, this not only did not make her collapse, but instead aroused the fighting spirit in her heart. When people are in despair, they often show two behaviors. One is a complete collapse, losing all resistance and allowing themselves to be slaughtered. The other is to rebel in anger, and even if they die, they will take someone with them. Laura is obviously the latter. Just when Laura was ready to fight to the death, she suddenly discovered that the undead creatures that came later were attacking the undead creatures that besieged them. This time, not only Laura was stunned, but all the members of the Machiavel family present were stunned. Their brains could not react for a moment to what had happened. Could it be that an internal conflict had occurred in the undead mercenary group? Laura didn't think so. She was a smart person. She could see that the undead creatures that came later were completely different from the undead creatures that besieged them. Those undead creatures that besieged them were obviously people from the nearby area. The weapons in their hands were mostly farm tools. Except for the human-shaped ones, the others were mostly domesticated monsters. However, the monsters that appeared later were all very powerful in attack, and their green skeletons showed that they were poisonous and not easy to mess with. Under the gaze of Laura and the others, the green undead creatures continued to pour in, and the total number reached more than 1,000. This wiped out nearly half of the undead creatures that were besieging them, and the undead creatures that were besieging them were disappearing at a rapid speed. Laura had been keeping an eye on the green undead creatures. She believed that someone to help them would show up soon. As expected, a huge undead creature appeared on the slope in a short while. That undead creature might not be the largest of all the green undead creatures, but there was a person on it. Laura looked over carefully and found that there were 4 people on the undead creature. 2 were standing on the undead creature's head, 1 was wearing a full-body infantry armor, another was wearing a magic robe, and the other 2 were actually sitting in the undead creature's chest. 1 was wearing a black magic robe and looked very strange, and the other was dressed as a maid, sitting next to the black magician. Laura knew that the real boss was coming, but at this moment, something strange happened. Several black lights shot straight towards the 4 people. Laura's face changed. She knew that the people from the undead mercenaries had taken action. The people from the undead mercenaries must hate those 4 people to death. It was those 4 people who ruined their good deeds. Laura couldn't help but shouted nervously, "Be careful." She didn't expect that she was so far away from those 4 people that they couldn't hear what she was shouting at all. Chapter 66, Raid. Just as the black lights were about to hit Zhao Hai and the other 3, a layer of aqua blue shield suddenly appeared outside the alien. The shield looked thin and transparent, but the black lights hit the shield but could not do anything to it. As soon as the 8 black lights disappeared, Green, who was standing on the alien's head, suddenly pounced in the direction where the black light came from. Although Green was still wearing the armor at this time, his light green fighting spirit surrounded him completely, and his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Merlin said to Zhao Hai in a deep voice, "Young master, step back." Zhao Hai also knew that he had to listen to Merlin at this time, so he immediately commanded the alien to step back. At this time, several more black lights shot towards them, but at the same time Zhao Hai also noticed that the undead creatures he released had already destroyed the undead army of the undead mercenary corps. Zhao Hai immediately commanded his undead creatures to rush in the direction of those black lights. Zhao Hai and his men had already retreated behind the slope, and the 8 black magicians had also hidden in the woods, so Laura and the others could not see their movements at all. Zhao Hai discovered the difference when he released all the monsters this time. Some time ago, he only collected those monsters and did not release them all. Now that he released them all, a screen projection suddenly appeared in front of him. On this projection, there were small dots of different colors flashing. The red dots represented them and the undead creatures he released, and the green dots represented the people from Magidal Trading Company. There were also a few black dots hidden in the woods. Zhao Hai tried to command the undead creatures to pounce towards a black spot, and the undead creatures really took action and immediately pounced towards a black spot. As soon as Zhao Hai saw that he was able to give the order, he immediately stopped the undead creatures. He counted the black dots and there were exactly 8 of them. One of them seemed to be entangled with a red dot. Zhao Hai took a look and saw that it was the direction that green went. There was another black dot also heading in that direction, and the other 6 black dots were approaching them. It seemed that they wanted to deal with them. Zhao Hai immediately commanded the undead creatures to divide into 7 teams, 6 of which had 200 people in each team, and rushed straight towards the 6 black spots. As for the remaining 157, Zhao Hai asked them to move closer to him. He was going to let these undead creatures protect themselves. Meg whispered a few spells there, and then a layer of light and clear air shield appeared around them, protecting the 2 of them. Meg did not add a shield for Merlin, because Meg believed that Merlin could handle it, and her main task was to protect Zhao Hai. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Hai gave the order, the undead creatures immediately divided into 7 teams. One team went straight back to their side, surrounded them and protected them, while the other 6 teams pounced on the 6 black spots respectively. The 6 black spots also discovered Zhao Hai's intention. They immediately sped up and rushed towards Zhao Hai and his group. In their opinion, as long as they were closer to Zhao Hai and his group, they would have a hope of winning. If they were really surrounded by those undead creatures, they would be killed by Zhao Hai and his group sooner or later. The undead mercenaries have gone through countless dangers, but the most dangerous one they encountered was the hunting by the Xingya family. When they were alive, each of them had reached the level of a 7th level black magician, but after being hunted by the Xingya family, they all became undead creatures. Now their real level is only that of a 6th level magician. If the black magic was not so strange, they would not be allowed to run rampant on the continent. The man who chased them last time was an 8th level warrior. However, that 8th level warrior did not fight them head on at the beginning. Instead, he used assassination methods, killing 3 of them first, and then began to chase them. If the opponent had not resorted to assassination, they were confident that they could fight the opponent head on without losing. However, after losing 3 people, they seemed to lack confidence in fighting the opponent head on. The situation they encountered this time was even more dangerous, because the opponent actually had 2 level 8 warriors, and so many undead creatures joining the battle. It could be said that their chances of winning were very low. The reason why they wanted to actively attack Zhao Hai and his men this time was not because they thought they had the ability to kill Zhao Hai and his men, but because they wanted to see if they could escape from Zhao Hai and his men. The few people who had many experiences of fighting enemies knew very well that if they turned around and ran at this time, they would most likely be hunted down and defeated one by Zhao Hai and his men, so they wanted to attack Zhao Hai and his men first to see what the result would be, and then think of a way to escape, but they didn't expect that Zhao Hai and the others were waiting for them to come over. If they turned around and ran, it would have been a real trouble for Zhao Hai and the others. But by coming over, they played into Zhao Hai and the others' hands. Zhao Hai found that the black spots were not far away from them. He hurriedly said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, they are coming." Merlin nodded gently. In fact, Merlin knew they were coming without Zhao Hai's reminder. Merlin, the 8th level magician, was not a fake, and she had rich experience in fighting against enemies. How could she not know that those guys were coming? But what Zhao Hai found strange was that although he saw the members of the undead mercenaries approaching, he still didn't see their figures dot on the projection in front of him. He could clearly see that those people had reached the periphery of the undead creatures that were protecting him. At this distance, he should be able to see the other people, but now he couldn't even see a shadow. This was really strange. Although Zhao Hai was curious, he also knew that now was not the time to ask, and he had just reminded Merlin, plus he now knew the location of those people, so he was not very worried. Those black spots were getting closer and closer to them, and now they had entered among the undead creatures that were protecting them, but those undead creatures did not react at all. As soon as Zhao Hai saw this situation, he understood that those people must have used some secret method to achieve the effect of invisibility, so the undead creatures did not discover them and he could not see them either. Zhao Hai did not take action immediately. He believed in Merlin. If Merlin could not even discover this, then she would not be able to become an 8th level magician. Besides, Zhao Hai still has one trick that he hasn't used yet, which is the alien. The alien is a mentally mutated undead creature that can launch mental attacks. What magicians fear most is naturally mental attacks, especially unexpected mental attacks, which are what no magician wants to encounter. Zhao Hai stared closely at the projection in front of him, ready to take action at any time, and he looked more like a black magician. In such an environment, he could sit there motionless, which made people feel very weird. Merlin actually felt those people coming in a long time ago, but she didn't move. She didn't take those level 6 black magicians seriously. She just wanted those people to get closer so that it would be more convenient for her to take action. She never worried about Zhao Hai's safety because Zhao Hai had Merlin by his side. If things really didn't work out, Zhao Hai could still enter the space. What did she have to worry about? At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly found that the black spot stopped, less than 10 meters away from him. Zhao Hai knew the time had come, and he shouted, "Attack!" He was giving orders to the alien. In fact, he didn't need to shout it out loud, but at this moment, he couldn't help but shout it out. Firstly, this order was the simplest, and secondly, it was to cheer himself up. As soon as he said this, Merlin was stunned. When he was casting magic, he suddenly felt a strong mental force burst out from the alien on his body and rush towards the direction of the 6 people. Merlin was stunned, and immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She immediately changed her magic. Originally, she had just used an attack magic to injure those guys first, and then capture them into Zhao Hai's space, but now she changed her mind. She knew very well what this mental attack from the alien meant to a magician. Although she didn't know how Zhao Hai found those people, she didn't have time to think about it. She immediately chanted a few spells softly, and 6 water dragons appeared beside her, rushing towards the 6 people. Just when Merlin's water dragon had just taken shape, 6 muffled groans were heard almost simultaneously, and then 6 figures appeared less than 10 meters to the right of Zhao Hai and the others. The 6 people formed a semicircle and surrounded them in the middle. They were obviously preparing to use attack magic, but suddenly encountered a mental attack, which caused them to be seriously injured. As soon as they showed up, 6 water dragons had already arrived beside them and wrapped them tightly. Zhao Hai immediately opened the space crack, and Merlin threw the 6 people into the space at the fastest speed. Only after they had done all this did Zhao Hai and Merlin breathe a sigh of relief. The timing of their attack this time was really good. Just when those guys' magic was not yet completed, a mental attack suddenly came, which stunned those guys. Merlin also seized the opportunity and trapped them and sent them into space. The coordination was perfect. The key here is actually the projection released by the space. The projection completely ignored the invisibility of those people. Their every move could not be hidden from Zhao Hai's eyes. That's why Zhao Hai let the alien use mental attack magic at the most appropriate time. Things went so smoothly. Otherwise, there would have to be a big battle. Chapter 67 Undead Upgrade. Laura's men gathered around her, and almost all of them were injured. These people were Laura's most loyal men, her men, not from the Makidel family. Laura understood at a very young age that the people assigned to them by the family were not so reliable, so she has been working hard to build up her own power over the years. This time the matter was of great importance, so she had to bring her most loyal subordinates, and then some masters assigned to her by the family. However, now most of the masters assigned to her by the family are dead. Laura originally wanted to ask her men to go and help, but when she saw the appearance of her men, she couldn't help but hold back. Now her men had almost no combat effectiveness, so it would be useless for them to go. Zhao Hai had just brought the families of the undead mercenary group into the space when he heard a notification from the space: an advanced robot-like object has been found to have entered the space. The program has bad intentions for the space. The program has been re-implanted. The implantation was successful. The robot-like object has no toxins, which affects the attack power. The toxins have been strengthened. The program of the new robot-like object is advanced. The program has been extracted and injected into the original robot-like object in the space to strengthen the robot-like object. This prompt tone was not short, but Zhao Hai understood what it meant. He had succeeded. The 6 undead mercenaries were indeed undead creatures. After entering the space, they were turned into its own people by the space. Moreover, the 6 undead mercenaries did not carry poison like the swamp undead creatures. The space actually strengthened the toxins in their bodies, making their attack power stronger. Then it was discovered that the undead creatures of the 6 undead mercenaries were more advanced than the undead creatures in the space. The space had strengthened the levels of the original undead creatures in the space according to their characteristics. In other words, all the undead creatures he had subdued were upgraded. Before Zhao Hai had time to be happy, he saw a green shadow shooting towards him. When it was 10 meters away from him, it shouted loudly, "Young master." Zhao Hai heard Green's voice and heard that he was holding 2 black figures in his hands. It seemed that they were the remaining 2 members of the undead mercenary group. Zhao Hai's mind moved, and a space crack appeared again. Green casually threw the 2 members of the undead mercenary group into the space. This time the space prompt sounded again, but there was only a change of program and strengthening of toxins, and the ones behind were no longer there. At this moment, all the undead creatures around Zhao Hai suddenly flashed with light. The light was very faint and very fast. If Zhao Hai was not sitting on the alien, he would not have noticed it. When the light disappeared, Zhao Hai discovered that all the undead creatures present had changed. The green on their bodies became deeper, and each one seemed to be more lively, and the red soul fire in their eyes became more vigorous. This is even more so for the alien. His entire body has turned dark green, with only a white patch on the top of his head. The white patch seems to be a pattern. The shape of the pattern is very similar to an eye, but the eyeball in the eye is another more complex pattern. If you glance at the pattern carelessly, you will think it is a static pattern, but when you stare at the pattern, it feels like the pattern is moving, as if it is constantly rotating, as if to suck your soul. In addition to stopping, the alien's body has also become larger. It was originally 10 meters long, but now it has become about 15 meters, and its height has reached 5 meters. Its chest cavity has changed even more. Originally, his chest cavity was where the ribs were, but now it has become a closed space. The ribs on both sides have become like walls, without a trace of gaps, but as transparent as green crystal, allowing Zhao Hai and the others to sit inside and easily look outside. The height of his chest cavity is now 2 meters, allowing Zhao Hai and the others to stand up and move around. The wooden boards that were originally laid there have also been moved to the ground outside by the aliens. Inside his chest cavity is a space made up entirely of dark green crystal-like bones. This space is 2 meters high, 4 meters long, and about 3 meters wide. The roof is arc-shaped and the ground is flat. The quilts that Zhao Hai took out from the space are also spread on the ground. On the alien's neck, there appeared some bone armor. These bone armors were very peculiar. Each piece was not very big, and there was a small gap in the middle, which would not affect the turning of the alien's neck. But at the same time, these bone armors could actually form a corridor-like thing that could lead directly to the alien's mouth. His skull was similar to his thoracic ribs, and became translucent, so that one could see outside. In addition, his mouth was very long, so there was a space 3 meters wide, 5 meters long, and more than 1 meter high. A person could sit there and see the situation outside. As long as he opened his mouth, Zhao Hai and the others could walk out from his mouth. A lot of hideous bone spurs grew on the back of the alien, and the spurs were shining green, and it was obvious that it had extraordinary attack power. On the tail of the alien, 3 spikes grew on each coccyx, pointing upwards, left, and right, showing its powerful lethality. Zhao Hai and Meg were both stunned by the changes of the alien. They never thought that the alien would become like this. It simply became a weapon for home travel, murder, and arson. Zhao Hai and Meg did not feel any discomfort during the entire transformation process. They were not even aware that the wooden boards had been dropped on the ground by the aliens. What they didn't realize was that Merlin and Green, who were standing on the alien's head, were even more surprised. The alien's transformation was beyond their imagination. The most important thing was that they couldn't see Zhao Hai and Meg on the alien's skull at all. In other words, the bones on the alien's body became more like single-piece glass. It took Zhao Hai a while to come back to his senses. With a thought, he immediately took the other undead creatures that had been upgraded back into the space. At the same time, he said loudly to Green and Merlin, "Merlin Grandma, Green Grandpa, come in through the alien's mouth." This space has 2 doors, one in front and one in the back. The front door is where the alien's mouth is, and the back door is behind the alien's chest. Zhao Hai noticed that there are a few ribs there that can be moved. As long as they open those ribs, they can walk out of the space from the back. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to walk out of this space from the back. It didn't feel good because Zhao Hai knew what was behind the animals. It was where they defecate and he didn't want to go out from there. The ceiling of this space seems to be very good, and you can't feel any wind, but at the same time, you don't feel any stuffiness. Moreover, when Zhao Hai just spoke, Green and Merlin heard it immediately. It seems that the sound transmission effect is also quite good. Green and Merlin immediately jumped off the alien's head and walked to the alien's big mouth. The alien immediately opened its mouth, and Green and Merlin walked from the alien's mouth to the space where Zhao Hai was. As soon as they entered the space in the alien's chest, Green and Merlin were stunned. They really didn't expect that this space would be like this. Isn't this change too big? Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. I didn't expect that this place would suddenly become like this. Just now, after I put those guys from the undead mercenary group into the space upgraded all the undead creatures, and then the aliens became like this. But this is better. Grandpa Green doesn't have to sit outside anymore. He can sit here and see everything outside. Green nodded, looked around the space and said, although this place is not big, I can see the situation outside. Very good. By the way, Master, shall we go meet the people of the Magical family? Zhao Hai slapped his head and said with a smile, I was so happy that I forgot about this matter. Well, let's go and meet them. After that, he directed the alien to climb up the slope. Laura and the others didn't know what happened behind the slope. They just saw a green shadow holding two black human-shaped objects in its hands and flashing behind the slope. Then the undead creatures who helped them disappeared in an instant. Just when Laura was about to send someone to see what happened behind the slope, a crocodile skeleton crawled out from behind the slope. Laura felt familiar with the crocodile skeleton. It seemed to be the one that the black magician who helped them was sitting on, but its appearance had changed a lot and looked even more ferocious. Although Laura had not looked at the alien carefully just now, she clearly remembered that there were no bone spurs on the alien's back, and they were not that big. However, Laura was still sure that this undead creature must be from the black magician who helped her, not from the undead mercenary group, because she had never seen such an undead creature in the undead mercenary group. If there were such an undead creature in the undead mercenary group, they should have been sent up when they besieged them. Laura's men also knew it, but they were still nervous. After all, the alien looked too scary. Its dark green bones flashed coldly under the setting sun. Its big mouth was nearly 4 meters long, with a row of big fangs exposed. Like the bone spurs on its back, they all showed its huge lethality. Its 4 legs were not high, but had sharp claws. They had no doubt about how lethal its dark green, almost black claws were. Such a monster walked towards them, without any unnecessary movements. It already created an intimidating aura that made people dare not underestimate it. Laura's men surrounded Laura's carriage tightly, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, but their hearts were already in their throats. Under their gaze, the alien stopped 5 meters in front of them, then opened its mouth wide. This action made Laura's men nervous again, but then they saw Green striding out of the alien's mouth. Chapter 68 Idle. Green glanced at Laura, who was surrounded by people, and said in a deep voice, Hello friends from the Magical Chamber of Commerce, my master wants to see your leader. Green changed his name to Mr. Zhao Hai out of consideration for their current identities. Now Green plays the role of a magician's follower. The magician's followers generally call the magician sir, which can be regarded as a kind of respect for the magician. Of course, Laura understood what Green meant. She was about to agree, but she was a little hesitant. Now she was carrying a treasure. If the other party was also coming for this treasure, wouldn't it be too dangerous for her to follow Green? Green was a shrewd man and understood what Laura meant at a glance. He did not intend to blame Laura. After all, human nature is evil and it is human nature. Although Laura was not going to follow Green to see Zhao Hai, she still felt it would be unreasonable if she did not thank him for saving her. So Laura jumped off the car, walked to Green, bowed to him and said, Powerful warrior, please accept Laura Macadal's most sincere gratitude. May I have the honor to invite the distinguished magician to come out and see you? Although Laura's words were very polite, her meaning was very clear, that is, I can't go with you. If you want to see me, please come out and see me. Green glanced at Laura, nodded, turned around and walked back into the alien's mouth. Green also felt that he should meet Laura. Although they didn't know why Laura and the others were attacked by the undead mercenaries, being able to meet Laura and build a relationship would be very beneficial to the Buddha family. In the room inside the alien, Zhao Hai, Merlin and Meg were standing there waiting for Green. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to go out and see Laura directly, but Green thought that doing so would be beneath his dignity, so he insisted that Zhao Hai wait here. Green walked up to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, the one leading the team outside is Laura, the genius girl from the Magical family. When you meet her later, if she asks about the undead mercenaries, you should say that we beat them back. Don't say that we subdued them all." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa Green, I know what to say." After that, he followed Green and Meg out, and Merlin did not follow. Laura stood there somewhat uneasily. She didn't know how the magician would reply to her. She knew that it was somewhat impolite to do so, but there was nothing she could do. She had a treasure with her and really couldn't take any risks, but she also knew that black magicians usually had strange tempers. She didn't know if her actions would offend the black magician. If the black magician took action against her, she was afraid that she would not be able to leave here alive today. Laura couldn't help but feel a little regretful when she thought of this. She should have agreed to the other party and went with him to meet the magician. If the other party really wanted to snatch the orb of death, she would not be able to keep it with her current strength. Just when Laura was regretting, he suddenly noticed that 3 people came out of the mouth of the undead creature. The one walking in front was the warrior who had come out to see him before. The one walking in the middle was a black magician. The black magician was not very tall, and he wore the black magic robe that black magicians wore the most, and held a magic wand in his hand. With Laura's business vision, she could tell at a glance that the magic robe and the magic wand in the magician's hand were cheap goods and of very poor quality, but the magician's temperament made Laura completely ignore these 2 things. The magician's temperament was very unique. He seemed to be the most inconspicuous person, but at the same time, he was very unique. This was a very contradictory temperament, but on this person, it seemed so harmonious. At the same time, Laura also noticed a detail, which was the hand of the black magician. Although the magic robe worn by the black magician covered his entire body, his hand holding the magic wand was exposed. When Laura saw that hand, her eyes couldn't help but shrink. There was nothing scary about that hand. It was not skinny nor full of wrinkles. It was a man's hand. The skin was very white without any calluses and the texture was very delicate. You could tell at a glance that it was well maintained. Most importantly, this hand reflected the age of its owner. Laura could easily judge from this hand that the owner of this hand was no more than 30 years old. Oh my god, a high-level black magician who was no more than 30 years old? What does this mean? That is equivalent to the top power on the continent, equal to power, equal to an infinitely bright future. For a large family, such a person is equal to a talisman, equal to an opportunity for the family to grow and develop. However, Laura has been helping the family run the business for several years and has seen all kinds of big scenes, so she was just stunned for a moment and then immediately returned to normal. Unlike Laura, Zhao Hai was also very excited now. He was excited not because of any other reason, but because of Laura's appearance. Laura is very beautiful, but Zhao Hai, who is used to seeing all kinds of beauties on Earth, is not excited about this. The reason he is excited is that Laura looks too much like someone. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he was a homebody. He loved listening to music, but because of his low level of cultural literacy, he would usually only listen to Chinese songs, and he knew very little about foreign singers. But he accidentally learned a name, Taylor Swift, the American country music queen. When Zhao Hai knew Taylor, he was almost in his 20s, while Taylor was not yet 20 years old at that time, but she had a sweet appearance and a very beautiful voice. Zhao Hai quickly fell in love with this singer, and his computer desktop was a picture of Taylor. Laura looks almost exactly like Taylor. They are very similar. Zhao Hai has checked Taylor's information. Taylor is more than 1.8 meters tall. Such a height is enough to make most men feel ashamed. Laura is also that tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. They look exactly the same. The only difference is that because Laura practiced martial arts, she has a heroic spirit that Taylor does not have, which makes Laura inexplicably attractive. Whenever a man sees her, he wants to conquer her. How could Zhao Hai not be excited when he saw his idol standing right in front of him? Although he knew that the person in front of him was not Taylor, he still couldn't help but get excited because the two looked so similar. Fortunately, the magic robe he wore covered his face. If he wasn't there, Laura would definitely see Zhao Hai looking at her infatuatedly, which would greatly destroy Laura's impression of Zhao Hai. Laura took a deep breath, walked up to Zhao Hai, bowed deeply to him and said, "Dear Mr. Magician, thank you for your help, please accept my most sincere gratitude. Zhao Hai came back to his senses, took a breath, and slowly calmed down. In his previous life, he was almost 30 years old. At his age, if he liked a star, he would not be too crazy, but a rational liking. In addition, he now knew that the person standing opposite him was not Taylor, but Laura. Zhao Hai said calmly, "Miss Laura, you are too polite. We just happened to catch up. The undead mercenaries are notorious on the mainland. It is only right to destroy them." Unfortunately, they escaped in the end. Laura was stunned. She could see Green holding two human-shaped objects and going behind the slope, but she didn't doubt it too much. The reputation of the undead mercenaries was there. If they were so easy to deal with, they would have been wiped out long ago. Laura also confirmed her previous guess that the black magician was not very old. This was confirmed again by the sound of his voice. Laura smiled and said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. Magician, don't feel sorry. If the undead mercenaries were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have been rampant on the continent for so long. I'm really sorry this time. You helped us. The undead mercenaries will definitely remember you. I'm afraid you will have more troubles in the future. But please don't worry, Mr. Magician. After I return to the family, I will immediately send out the masters in the family to destroy the undead mercenaries. Please rest assured, sir." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Miss Laura, you are too polite. I don't even take the undead mercenary group seriously. Miss Laura, don't worry." When Laura heard what Zhao Hai said, she couldn't help but nodded. If someone else said this, Laura might not believe it, but when Zhao Hai said this, she believed it, because she had seen how powerful Zhao Hai and his men were. Not only did they have an 8th level warrior, but the undead creatures summoned by Zhao Hai alone were enough to give the guys in the undead mercenary corps a hard time. This time, Green looked at the sky, turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, it's getting late, should we hurry on our way?" Zhao Hai knew what Green meant. They should leave now. This time they just wanted to make contact with the Makidel family, but they would not have too deep interactions with them, because Zhao Hai did not want the Makidel family to think that they were blackmailing them to repay their kindness. Just as Zhao Hai was about to say something, Laura immediately said, "Mr. Magician, we are going to camp here today. If you don't mind, please stay here today. I will treat you to dinner tonight to express my gratitude to you." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Miss Laura, you are thoughtful, but you have a lot of things to do, so we will not stay here. We will see each other again when we have the chance." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the alien. Laura was anxious, and hurriedly took 2 quick steps to grab Zhao Hai's magic robe and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." This pull naturally brought Laura closer to Zhao Hai. Laura didn't know if it was her illusion. She smelled a fresh scent from Zhao Hai. That scent was like standing on the grassland in spring, making people feel excited and full of vitality. Chapter 69, Each has its own plans. It was a very strange feeling. Laura had never thought that just a smell could make her think of so many things. In Laura's impression, smells seemed to have only simple feelings like fragrance or stinky, but the smell she smelled on Zhao Hai made her feel excited and full of energy. Laura was stunned for a moment, but Zhao Hai stopped. He turned his head to look at Laura's beautiful face and said calmly, "Miss Laura, is there anything else?" Laura came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she quickly let go of Zhao Hai's clothes. She bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Excuse me, respected magician, may I know your name?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Of course, my name is Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai posted his name on Earth. If he said he was Adam Buddha, he would probably be hunted down immediately. He was not that stupid. Laura took out a gold medal from her arms, held it in her hand, and said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. Zhao Hai, this is our Magical Chamber of Commerce's VIP gold medal. With this gold nugget, you can get a 20% discount on any Magical merchant on the mainland. If you spend money at the Magical merchant in the Principality of Versailles, you can get a 50% discount. If you sell things to the merchant, as long as you take it, the merchant will buy your goods at a price 1 level higher than the purchase price. Although I know that this can't be compared with your kindness in saving me, it represents my heart, so please be sure to accept it." After saying that, Laura bent over and raised the gold medal in her hand above her head. She just held it there without standing up. Zhao Hai's height is only over 1.70 meters, less than 1.80 meters, while Laura's height is over 1.80 meters. This should have made Zhao Hai very pressured, but when Laura bent down, she was suddenly a section shorter than Zhao Hai, which made Zhao Hai a little uncomfortable as Zhao Hai also wanted to get this gold medal. With this gold medal, it would be more convenient for him to do things in the future. Zhao Hai also realized that Laura and the others must have something important to do this time, otherwise they would not be so anxious to rush to the Black Mountain Pass. Now their losses are heavy, but they have no intention of turning back, but want to stay in camp. It seems that they will continue to move forward tomorrow. This is enough to show that their business is very urgent, so Zhao Hai did not argue too much. He smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to take the gold medal and said, "Thank you, Miss Laura." After that, he took a closer look at the gold medal. This gold medal is only the size of a palm, made of pure gold, and looks like a blooming red spider lily. It is very refined. In the center of the gold medal, the 4 words Makidel are written. When Laura saw Zhao Hai took the gold medal, she straightened up and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhao Hai would not accept the gold medal. Laura gave Zhao Hai this gold medal, not entirely out of gratitude, but more importantly, she wanted to use this gold medal to establish a relationship with Zhao Hai. You know, in her opinion, Zhao Hai is a high-level black magician, and so young, plus he has a high-level warrior like Green around him. If she can establish a relationship with Zhao Hai, it will be a good thing for her. I in the Ark continent, strength is respected. If Laura could become friends with a high-level black magician like Zhao Hai, it would have a great impact on her status in the family. So when she saw Zhao Hai accept the gold medal, she felt relieved. As long as Zhao Hai accepted the gold medal, he would use it. In this way, she could find Zhao Hai and slowly get closer to him. Zhao Hai took a look at the gold medal and put it into his sleeve. In fact, he threw it directly into the space and just used his sleeve as a cover. After putting away the gold medal, Zhao Hai said to Laura, "Miss Laura, you have a lot of things to do. I will not delay you any longer. We will meet again when there is a chance." After saying that, he turned and walked away. This time, Laura did not stop him, but just said to Zhao Hai's back, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please come to Magidal Trading Company to find me when you have time. You can get news about me by just going to any Magidal family store." Zhao Hai did not turn around, but just waved his hand gently and crawled into the alien's mouth. Megan Green also followed Zhao Hai into the alien's body, and then the alien quickly left the battlefield. Laura looked at the direction where the alien went away and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this time, a girl of 15 or 16 years old walked up to Lao Shen's side. She was holding a box containing the necromancy orb in her hand. She was wearing a maid's uniform and was only about 1.6 meters tall. With her height, she looked petite and cute standing next to Laura. The girl walked up to Laura and said to her, "Miss, are we really going to camp here?" Laura glanced at the corpses and broken bones on the battlefield, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She said, "Of course, we will rest here tonight and get up tomorrow morning to set off. We need to reach Black Mountain Pass as soon as possible. Sell, send someone to check behind the earth slope." Things are not that simple this time. A warrior responded and turned to run behind the slope. Laura turned to the little girl dressed as a maid and said, "Are you scared?" Although Nir's face turned pale, she still shook her head firmly. Laura looked at Nir's appearance, touched her head distressfully and said, "Don't be afraid, Nir, don't be afraid, I will never let this happen again." Although Nir is nominally Laura's maid, the two grew up together and are closer than sisters. Because Laura is so strong, she has always appeared as an older sister. So although Laura was very sad at this time, she still comforted Nir. In fact, Laura knew clearly in her heart that they might have been tricked this time. This matter was of great importance. Only a few core figures in the family knew their route and the entire plan. However, the undead mercenaries were able to ambush here several days in advance, and it was obvious that they had known their plan for a long time. There is no orc prophet in the undead mercenaries, so it is impossible for them to guess their entire plan. Someone must have told them the plan, and that person is a core figure in the Makidel family. Although Laura is still not sure who this person is, at least the scope can be determined. In fact, Laura also understands that there are more than 1 or 2 people in the family who hope she will die. Her father is the second heir and originally had no competitiveness, but since she took over the family business, her father's position as the second heir has become more stable, and it has also brought great pressure to the other heirs to in a big family. What is the cruelest thing? Undoubtedly, the fight for the family position is the cruelest. Although Laura is not very old, she has gradually understood this truth since she took over the family business. However, she did not expect that the people in the family would do such a ruthless thing this time. At this moment, Laura has made up her mind that no matter what she does in the future, she can't rely too much on her family. The family is the least reliable at this time. This is also one of the reasons why Laura wants to win over Zhao Hai. If the family is really unreliable in the future, with the support of Zhao Hai, a powerful magician, Laura can completely start her own business without worrying about the family's revenge. Zhao Hai didn't know what Laura was trying to do, because he didn't know what the undead mercenaries were going to steal this time, but he should know soon. Zhao Hai and his companions quickly left the battlefield. Green and his companions gathered in the room inside the alien. Zhao Hai flipped his hand and took out the gold medal again. He handed it to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, take a look at this gold medal. With this gold medal, will our plan be more successful?" Green took the gold medal, looked at it carefully and said, "Yes, with this gold medal, plus our great favor to Laura, it will be of great help to our future development." Laura is the daughter of the second heir of the Magidal family. She has been managing the Magidal family business in the Principality of Versailles. This place is very beneficial to us. Zhao Hai frowned and asked, "Will anyone suspect us?" Green shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be, Master. Didn't we recruit members of the undead mercenary group this time? As long as we sell the carrots and return to the Black Earth Wasteland, you will immediately let those guys from the undead mercenary group enter the corpse swamp to subdue the undead creatures, and at the same time release the undead creatures we have received, so that it looks like the undead creatures in the corpse swamp are still wandering around the Black Earth Wasteland. In this way, I think no one will easily enter the Black Earth Wasteland, and we will be safer. The more undead creatures the undead mercenaries receive, the safer we will be." Zhao Hai nodded, and with a thought, 8 people from the undead mercenary group appeared in front of him. Fortunately, the room inside the alien's body was not small, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many people. The 8 of them were wearing black magic robes similar to Zhao Hai's, but they didn't hold magic wands. As soon as they came out, they immediately saluted Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai heard the 8 of them say in unison, "Master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Take off your hats." The 8 people took off their hats as they were told. 8 skulls appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. The skulls were like dark green crystals, giving people a crystal beauty. The red soul fire in their eyes made them even more weirder. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Why did you attack Laura?" The wisdom of these 8 people was obviously not greatly affected. One of them immediately said, "Master, we got the news from someone in the Magidal family that Laura and the others had a necromancy orb that could raise the level of undead creatures, so we took action." Zhao Hai was stunned and asked, "Are you saying that you got the news from the Magidal family? Who told you?" At this moment, Green suddenly interrupted and said, "Master, what are you talking about? Can they talk?" Chapter 70 Mysterious Force. When Green asked this, Zhao Hai was stunned. They had already talked for several minutes, but Green actually asked these 8 guys if they could talk at this time? This was too weird, right? Could it be that Green and the others couldn't hear him? Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Green and said, "Grandpa Green, we have already said several words to each other, didn't you hear it?" Green and the others shook their heads. Only then did Zhao Hai confirm that Green and the others really could not hear the conversation between him and the undead mercenaries. When Zhao Hai was puzzled, Merlin said, "All right, don't ask anymore. They are undead creatures, how can they talk?" However, they are all high-level undead creatures, and can communicate with the young master directly through mental power. To the young master, it feels like he is talking in her ear. In fact, they are not making any sound. After Merlin said this, Zhao Hai and the others finally understood. Zhao Hai nodded, turned his head and looked at the undead black magicians and said, "Since you have already called me master, then don't use your previous names. I will give you a few names. Who is the boss among you?" The skeleton who had just spoken to Zhao Hai took a step forward and said, "Master, it's me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, then from today on, you will be called Zhao Zuil, the second brother will be called Zhao Choi, the third brother will be called Zhao Shan, the fourth brother will be called Zhao Feng, the fifth brother will be called Zhao Chong, the sixth brother will be called Zhao Lu, the seventh brother will be called Zhao Qi, and the eighth brother will be called Zhao Lian." The 8 people responded in unison. Although their wisdom was not greatly affected, the space had already made them recognize Zhao Hai as their master. Of course, they would not refute Zhao Hai's words. When Zhao Hai saw that they agreed, he continued, "Answer my question just now. Who told you that Laura had the necromancy orb?" Zhao Zui said quickly, "Master, we heard the news from a not-so-important peripheral member of the Magital family. We didn't believe it at the time, but what he said was too true. We all wanted to improve our strength, so we took action." Zhao Hai nodded. He had roughly figured it out. It was just another family internal struggle. It was nothing serious as Zhao Hai turned to Zhao Zui and said, "Call me young master from now on. You have robbed a lot of good stuff over the years. Where are all those things?" Zhao Zui immediately said, "Master, although we have been robbing outside for so many years, we rarely keep the things we robbed. We have handed them over to our previous masters." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed and he said, "Previous master? You have also recognized someone else as your master before? When?" Zhao Zui said quickly, "Master, you misunderstood. It's not that we recognized someone else as our master, but we were adopted by our previous master since we were young. He also taught us magic. When we learned enough, he sent us out to form the undead mercenary group to help him make money until now." After hearing what Zhao Zui said, Zhao Hai did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more depressed. He quickly asked, "What was the identity of your previous master?" Zhao Zui shook his head and said, "We don't know. We rarely see him. We have always been taken care of by a servant. Even when we saw him, he was wearing a black magic robe that covered his entire body. We couldn't see him." Zhao Hai felt even more depressed. He found that the power behind Zhao Zui and the others must not be that simple. A power could train Zhao Zui and the others since they were young, until they were trained to become level 7 magicians. How much manpower and financial resources would be needed? The most terrifying thing was not these. You have to know that there are only one person with magical talent in the continent, and black magic is a relatively niche and difficult magic to practice. It is even more difficult to select people suitable for practicing black magic. The power behind Zhao Zui and his group was able to select 8 of them at once, and they were all suitable for learning black magic, and it seemed that their grades were pretty good. How big a power was needed just to select them? Training them required more things, and the people behind Zhao Zui and his group actually did it, which showed that the other party's power was really strong. Another point was that Zhao Zui and his group grew up together, and it was obvious that their master did not live there. Does that mean that their master was likely to have trained people like Zhao Zui and his group somewhere else? If that was really the case, then the matter would be even bigger. When Green and the others saw that Zhao Hai's chest looked ugly, they quickly asked, "Master, what's wrong? Why do you look so ugly?" Zhao Hai glanced at Green and the others, repeated his conversation with Zhao Zui just now, and also repeated his own speculation. Green and the others' faces also became serious as Zhao Hai asked Zhao Zui and the others about the man who adopted them, but Zhao Zui didn't know either. They only knew that the man had adopted them since they could remember, and when they grew up, he let them out as mercenaries. After they made money, they put the money in the place designated by that man. They seldom met and had contact with each other. The other party hardly contacted them at all, and they didn't know anything about the other party's situation. Finding that he couldn't get anything out of them, Zhao Hai took Zhao Zui and the others back into the space. After all, the room inside the alien's body was not very big, and with so many people coming in at once, it seemed very crowded. To Green and the others didn't say anything, but their faces didn't look good. They found that this time they really had offended a force that they shouldn't have offended. No one knew how big this force was, how strong this force was, and what their purpose was. But what was certain was that this force was not simple. After a while, Green said, "Master, we don't need to worry too much. No one would think that we were the ones who cleaned up the undead mercenaries. The Black Soil Wasteland is a place forgotten by the mainland. When we return there, we will immediately send Zhao Zui and others to the corpse swamp. That way, no one will be able to find them, so we shouldn't have any trouble." Zhao Hai nodded. He also hoped that this would be the case. They were too weak now. If the power behind Zhao Zui and the others really found out that it was Zhao Hai and the others who had dealt with the undead mercenaries, they would definitely come to deal with Zhao Hai. By then, they wouldn't have to do it themselves. As long as they released a little news, the old nobles in the Aksu Empire would immediately come to deal with Zhao Hai and the others, and they would be dead. Zhao Hai didn't want to say anything more about this matter. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, when we go to Casa City this time, shouldn't we make some preparations in advance? Find a place to store the radishes first, and then let the people of the Majidal family come to pick them up?" Green nodded and said, "Yes, master, don't worry. There are many manors and other places near Casa City. We can buy a small manor and put the radishes there. Then we can let the Majidal family come to pick them up." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Although we have reached a preliminary agreement with them before, now that we have the gold medal in our hands, we should be able to raise the price, right?" Green smiled and said, "Yes, this gold medal is of great help to us. If we take the gold medal to them to do business, who knows what they will do? Especially Miss Laura, she has always regarded you as a very powerful black magician. Now the black magician suddenly changes his career to selling vegetables. Ha ha ha, I think her expression must be very interesting." Zhao Hai and the others all laughed when they heard what Green said. Now Zhao Hai was more determined to farm. Although they looked strong now, with 2 level 8 warriors, 6 level 6 warriors, and so many undead creatures, they should not forget that their enemies were even stronger, not to mention the old nobles of the Aksu Empire. If those guys really knew that Zhao Hai had such a strong force in his hands, they would probably unite at the first moment and use the power of the entire country to destroy them. In addition, they have now offended the unknown force behind Zhao Zue and his friends. If that force really discovers Zhao Zue and his friends' situation, then Zhao Hai and his friends will be finished. It can be said that although Zhao Hai now has some power, if it were placed on the mainland, he could at least become a middle-class noble, but a large part of his power cannot be seen in the light, and he will die if exposed to the light, so they can only keep a low profile. However, Zhao Hai didn't mind using the gold medal Laura gave him. The gold medal was given to him for use, so he used it. Anyway, his current identity was a black magician called Zhao Hai, and there was no such person on the mainland. Even if someone wanted to track him down, they could only trace him to Black Mountain Pass at most, and would not be able to find anything else. Black Mountain Pass is so chaotic that it would be even more difficult to find him, and no one would suspect the Buddha family. After all, Yaguang drank the water of nothingness, which was known to everyone on the continent, and the undead creatures like the aliens were now the best cover for his identity. No one would have thought that a person who drank the water of nothingness could also summon undead creatures. In this way, even if someone wanted to investigate them, they would focus on Zhao Hai's identity, and no one would pay attention to the Buddha family. In this way, Zhao Hai had 2 identities, one open and one hidden. When everyone was tracking down his open identity, the Buddha family could hide in the dark and seize the opportunity to develop. After the battle, Zhao Hai understood a truth even more clearly. Strength is supreme, especially in the Ark continent. If he didn't tell the truth, would Laura be so polite to him? If he didn't have strength, would Laura give him the gold medal? If he didn't have strength, he wouldn't be able to subdue Zhao Zue and the others. If he didn't have strength, no matter how much money he made, it would be taken away by others sooner or later. Chapter 71, Indifference and Enthusiasm. Zhao Hai continued moving forward. This time, the villages he encountered were inhabited by people, and there were more pedestrians on the road, which finally made Zhao Hai and his companions feel relieved. However, seeing the people in these villages, Zhao Hai was deeply touched. To be honest, although a 6th-level black magician is very strong, in the eyes of a truly strong man, they are nothing. If a 6th-level black magician were to fight Green or Merlin alone, Merlin and Green would be able to kill them in seconds, but such an existence, which was like an ant in Merlin's eyes, was like a god in the eyes of those ordinary civilians. They could kill them at will, and those civilians had no chance to resist at all. Zhao Hai knew that if he did not exist in space, he would be no different from these civilians. In the eyes of those strong men, he was also an ant-like existence. He wanted to become stronger, but unfortunately, he drank the water of nothingness, so it was impossible for him to learn any magic or fighting skills. The only thing he had left was space. I am an ant-like being, so fine, then I will have the awareness of an ant. I will not think about conquering anything, nor will I think about robbing anything. I just want to live my own life well. But Zhao Hai also understood that it was not easy to live a good life. Just because you don't cause trouble doesn't mean trouble won't come to you. If you want to live a stable life, you must have the power to guarantee yourself a stable life. Obviously, he still has such power. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had such a strong desire for power, but unfortunately, he had no way to increase his power. The space is very magical, but it lacks attack power. However, it can subdue some undead creatures for its own use. However, the undead creatures are not that easy to collect. He dare not run to the corpse swamp to collect undead creatures, which is no different from seeking death. Zhao Hai still clearly remembers the day when he stood on the wall of the castle and looked at the monsters and undead creatures in the swamp. The scene when they swarmed in was too shocking. How can you live a stable life before you have the power to protect yourself? There is only one answer: find a place where no one can find you and hide. The black soil wasteland is a good choice. It is right next to the dangerous land and no one will pay attention to it. But there is a problem now, which is the people that the Buddha family has offended in the past. Others may not pay attention to them, but those old nobles will definitely pay attention to them. If they want to make those people not pay attention to them, they have to think of a way. It seems that they have to hurry up and let Zhao Zui and others go to the swamp to subdue the undead creatures. It would be best to create something else to attract the attention of those guys. He hoped that what he had done would stop the nobles from paying attention to the Buddha family, otherwise Zhao Hai and his companions would be in trouble. However, Zhao Hai thought of another way, which is to quickly upgrade the level of the space. As long as the space is above level 10, he can open a ranch. If you open a farm, you only need to put various plants into the space to upgrade the space level. If you open a ranch, does it mean that you only need to put the animals from the Ark continent into the space to upgrade the level? If that is the case, then he can subdue the monsters, and then he will have more power. In fact, when the monsters entered the black soil wasteland, Zhao Hai also tried to store those monsters into the space, but failed. Obviously, the space cannot store those monsters now. It seems that he can only wait until the ranch is opened. Level. This is just like playing a game. If your level is low, you will be bullied everywhere. Just wait and see. Don't let me get a high level. When my level is high, I will raise a group of divine beasts to kill you. While thinking about these things, Zhao Hai carried the alien through the city and county, but when passing through those small towns, he did not enter the city. If he wanted to enter the city, he would have to put away the alien, and there was no point in staying in the city for one night and then leaving. So Zhao Hai and his men went around the city, found a secluded place outside the city to hide at night, and then entered the space to spend the night. However, Zhao Hai recently asked Green and the others to go to the city to find out about the situation. This time the undead mercenaries were involved in such a big event, it was impossible for the people here not to have received any information at all, so Zhao Hai wanted Green to find out and see how this matter developed. The result was beyond Zhao Hai's expectation. Zhao Hai thought that this matter would be very serious. After all, people from several villages died. However, he did not expect that the news Green brought back was so ordinary. The Principality of Versailles only issued a symbolic warrant for the arrest of the undead mercenaries, and then took the land of those villages into the ownership of the Versailles family, and then sent slaves to cultivate it. After that, there was nothing else, and the matter was over. Zhao Hai felt a little dizzy after listening to Green's words. It was only now that he understood for the first time how much power the nobles had on this continent. In the eyes of those nobles, the life and death of those civilians was not a big deal at all. Maybe they even wanted more civilians to die so that their land area could be increased again. Zhao Hai gave a helpless smile. He still hadn't fully adapted to the people's thinking here. Maybe in the eyes of those nobles, commoners and slaves were not human beings, but in Zhao Hai's eyes, human beings were human beings. Even if he was a slave, he was still a human being. The Versailles family dealt with the deaths of civilians and the undead mercenaries in a very cold manner, but they were very enthusiastic in dealing with the other two matters. One was the attack on the Magidal family, and the other was the matter of Zhao Hai. I heard that the Versailles family was very enthusiastic about the attack on the Magidal family. Not only did the Grand Duke Versailles personally visit them to express their condolences, but they also offered some preferential policies such as tax exemption. It can be said that their enthusiasm was a bit excessive. Another thing is about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai appeared as a black magician, and now it has spread that he is a high-level black magician. Such a person is very dangerous wherever he goes, so the Versailles family pays close attention to Zhao Hai. Of course, Green heard this news from mercenaries or businessmen and had not confirmed it. However, Green believed that there is no smoke without fire, and this might be true as Zhao Hai didn't think it was anything special. This matter was also within their expectations. A high-level black magician was a powerful weapon wherever he went. If such a being suddenly appeared in the Principality of Versailles and the Versailles family didn't pay attention, then there would be something fishy going on. In fact, this is also the result that Zhao Hai wants to see. The Versailles family has noticed them. Although this will bring them a lot of trouble, it is a good thing overall. They focus all their attention on Zhao Hai's identity as a black magician, and naturally they will not think about Adam's identity. In this way, Adam's identity is safer. However, Zhao Hai and his companions discovered that there were always some mercenaries and adventurers around them these days. These people did not have any bad intentions towards them, but Zhao Hai and his companions knew that they were being monitored. This situation was also within Zhao Hai and his companions' expectations. They did not show any excessive reaction and continued on their way. However, at night, after Zhao Hai and his companions entered the space, they left the alien outside, making those who were monitoring them think that he was resting inside the alien's body. Zhao Hai didn't know that. In fact, those who were monitoring them were envious of them. Although there were many black magicians on the mainland who could summon some undead creatures to keep them by their side, there were very few like Zhao Hai. There are many kinds of undead creatures summoned by the black magicians on the mainland, including skeletons, zombies, succubus, and other dark creatures. It can be said that skeletons are the lowest level of undead creatures that can be summoned by all dark summoners. Moreover, even if those black magicians could summon skeletons, they would not be able to use skeletons as mounts. Skeletons are all bones, which are too hard. Even if someone used skeletons to travel, they usually used several human-shaped skeletons carrying something like a sedan chair. It was not as comfortable as Zhao Hai. Although skeletons are the lowest level of undead creatures that a dark summoner can summon, those who have seen the alien understand that the skeleton summoned by Zhao Hai is obviously not among them. The dark green color, the hideous bone spurs, the speed of a galloping horse, and the power displayed unintentionally all frightened those who were monitoring Zhao Hai. They really wanted to know what kind of monster Zhao Hai had killed to become such an undead creature. The summoned beasts of the dark summoner are generally divided into two types. One type is summoned directly from another plane. This type of summoning is very accidental. This accidental nature does not mean that you want to summon a skeleton, but a zombie suddenly appears. It means that you do not know the level of the thing you summoned. For example, you want to summon a skeleton to fight, but what you summoned is a gray half-skeleton with no combat power. This kind of thing can be smashed to pieces by an adult, let alone used for fighting. In other words, you have no way to control the level of the undead creatures you summon with this summoning technique. Skeletons also have levels. The lowest level is the gray half-skeleton. This kind of skeleton is like weeds in the undead world. It has no attack power. The value of their existence is to serve as nutrients for other undead creatures to upgrade. However, this summoning technique is also the most commonly used by dark summoners, because this summoning technique does not require high magic power. Even a low-level summoner can use it many times. Of course, the higher the level of the magician, the stronger the magic power, the higher the level of the dark creatures that can be summoned, and the more types. You must know that even a lowest-level nightmare has the strength equivalent to a 5th-level warrior, and it is not comparable to those low-level skeletons. Chapter 72 A scenery. However, this method of directly summoning undead creatures from another location has a very fatal disadvantage, which is time. The existence of these undead creatures summoned from other dimensions on the Ark continent is time-limited, and this time limit is related to the ability of the summoner himself and the level of the summoned dark creatures. In theory, the higher the level of a summoner, the stronger his magic power, the longer his summoned creatures can exist in the Ark continent. The higher the level of a dark creature, the shorter the time he can exist in the Ark continent. Of course, there are exceptions. If you summon a powerful dark creature, as long as you are willing to pay some vitality, you can let this dark creature live in the Ark continent for a long time. However, generally no summoner will have this method, because the higher the level of the dark creature, the stronger the vitality it needs. If you want a demon to stay in the Ark continent for a long time, I am afraid it will die immediately. In addition, magicians have a long time, and the more such people are, the more precious they think time is, so they usually will not use this method to let the undead creatures from other planes stay in the Ark continent for a long time. Another method used by the Dark Summoner is to create undead creatures themselves on the Ark continent, just like the undead mercenaries do. Every summoning magician can create a summoning space. This summoning space cannot hold anything except summoned beasts. As long as the summoning magician turns the people or monsters he has killed into undead creatures, he can put them into the summoning space. However, the level of the undead creatures created in this way will be much lower, and they cannot be upgraded throughout their lives. It is precisely because of this that those who were monitoring Zhao Hai and the others felt very surprised. It was obvious at a glance that the alien was not summoned from another dimension. If it was summoned from another dimension, he should have disappeared long ago and would not have existed forever, but looking at the alien's combat power, they could judge that the alien was at least a level 5 warrior. Such a monster was artificially created, so what level was it before it was killed? Everyone was a little confused. A magician, under normal circumstances, can only create low-level undead creatures. If they want to create high-level undead creatures, they have to pay with their own vitality. And low-level undead creatures cannot have a combat power higher than a level 4 warrior. Could this green undead creature be a high-level undead creature created by the Black Magician? Is he going to die? Zhao Hai and his men certainly knew what the consequences would be if they released the aliens and were seen by others, but they did not care. In the future, when Zhao Hai fought with others, he would release more undead creatures, and the levels of those undead creatures were not much lower than the aliens, so it would be impossible to hide it by then, so it would be better to let them know earlier. There are not many places on the Great Ark continent that can produce undead creatures. The places that can produce undead creatures are all notoriously dangerous places on the continent, such as the Corpse Swamp and the Demon Abyss. These two places are among the 5 most notorious dangerous places on the continent. In the past 100 years, no one has been heard of anyone coming out of these two places alive. In the past 1,000 years, even those who have come out of these two places alive have not been able to live for more than 5 years in good health. It is precisely for this reason that the Corpse Swamp and the Demon Abyss have become real forbidden areas. No adventurers go there because no one wants to die. It is also for this reason that there are no dark summoners on the continent who use the undead creatures produced natively by the Ark continent to summon creatures. People have forgotten the existence of such summoned creatures. There is a reason why Zhao Hai dared to release the alien so blatantly. The first place where he appeared was Black Mountain Pass. If someone linked the alien to the Corpse Swamp, it could explain why he appeared in Black Mountain Pass. People on the mainland would only regard Zhao Hai as a crazy black magician and would not link him with Adam. In this way, his identity as Adam would be safer. You have to know that when Zhao Hai and his companions appeared, the Black Soil Wasteland had just been infested by the monsters and undead creatures from the Corpse Swamp. Not long after those monsters and undead creatures retreated, Zhao Hai appeared in the Black Mountain Pass. So even if others knew that the alien was an undead creature from the Corpse Swamp, they would think that he was caught in the Black Soil Wasteland and that he was a little crazy, but they would never associate him with the Buddha family. Zhao Hai and his men were not advancing very fast. It could be said that their advancement speed was very slow, and this was what Zhao Hai and his men did on purpose, as Zhao Hai and his friends wanted to cooperate with Magidal Trading Company. They attached great importance to this cooperation, so the person they cooperated with must be someone they could trust, and there was no one more suitable than Laura, but Laura hasn't returned from Montenegro yet, so even if Zhao Hai and his team arrived at Casa City in advance, they would not go to make a deal, so they were not in a hurry and just moved forward slowly. However, what no one knew was that Green had already sneaked into Casa City in advance, and the man wearing full body armor who appeared above the alien's head every day was not Green, but a slave with a similar body shape to Green. Green was going to go to Casa City in advance to make preparations, to buy a small manor, and to do some preliminary preparations. When everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Hai and the others, Green's doing these things should not attract anyone's attention. Of course, Zhao Hai and his men were not doing nothing. They had been drawing maps. They wanted to draw the terrain of all the places they passed along the way. Zhao Hai still knows too little about this world. He wants to know more about the situation around his home. He really lacks a sense of security now, because Green was not there. Zhao Hai and his men were more careful. They did not move very fast every day and mostly walked on main roads. Even when they had to bypass the city, they would find a road that was not often taken. The reason Zhao Hai did this was because he was afraid that someone would come up and test them. Now they only had Merlin, Green was not there, and their combat effectiveness had dropped by nearly half, so he had to be careful. In fact, Zhao Hai was thinking too much. His current identity was a black magician that no one wanted to mess with. No one dared to doubt his identity. As long as they saw the alien, no one would mess with him. It can be said that Zhao Hai and his companions have somewhat underestimated the deterrent power of the black magician on ordinary mercenaries and adventurers. The mercenaries and adventurers walking outside know very well that they would rather offend a powerful 7th level warrior than offend a 4th level black magician. If you offend a warrior, that warrior is likely to kill you, but if you offend a black magician, you are likely to be tortured to death by him, and then turn into an undead creature to fight for him. Adventurers and mercenaries are not afraid of death, but they feel uncomfortable when they think that they will have to fight for their enemies after they die. They would rather their bodies be eaten by monsters than become an undead creature. It is for this reason that no adventurer or mercenary dares to offend a black magician, especially a black magician who has a summoned beast with the combat power of a 5th level warrior. Although Zhao Hai and his men were not moving very fast, they attracted the attention of the entire Principality of Versailles. No matter if it was the caravans they met on the road or ordinary pedestrians, everyone paid close attention to them. There was no other reason, only because their battle with the undead mercenaries had spread. The undead mercenary corps was too famous on the mainland, and now almost no one dared to offend them. But now Zhao Hai actually fought a battle with the undead mercenary corps and drove them away. This could not but attract people's attention. No one thought that Zhao Hai and his men could capture the entire undead mercenary corps. In the eyes of those people, that was impossible. The undead mercenary corps could remain unscathed in so many battles. That was not just bragging, but the result of real fighting. Except for being hunted down by the Xinya family and almost wiped out, the undead mercenary corps had hardly suffered any losses. So even if Zhao Hai and his men showed strong combat effectiveness, no one believed that they could capture the undead mercenary corps. The reason why those people paid attention to Zhao Hai and his group was, firstly, they wanted to see who was so bold as to provoke the undead mercenaries, and secondly, they wanted to see when the undead mercenaries would retaliate against Zhao Hai and his group. But what disappointed everyone was that Zhao Hai and his team were safe and sound all the way. The undead mercenaries seemed to have disappeared and did not cause any trouble for Zhao Hai and his team at all. This made everyone feel a little puzzled, because this was too unlike the style of the undead mercenaries. Just like this, Zhao Hai and his companions, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the Principality of Versailles, walked and stopped, slowly and leisurely heading towards Casa City. Along the way, they almost became a scenery, which made Zhao Hai and his companions very helpless. However, their goal was achieved. Everyone's attention was focused on them. No one paid attention to the Buddha family, and no one noticed that a small manor on a hill outside the city of Casa was bought for 100 gold coins. This small manor was originally built by a businessman. No one knows how he chose it. This manor was built on a very remote hill outside the city of Casa. The land on that hill is very barren and nothing can grow. The only thing that can be praised is that there is a hot spring on the hill, and the manor was built on this hot spring and surrounded the hot spring. Obviously, the businessman wanted to come to this small manor from time to time to vacation and soak in the hot springs, but unfortunately, he went bankrupt later, and this manor was too remote and no one was willing to buy it. After Green learned the news, he immediately bought it. Although this small manor was not worth 100 gold coins, Green bought not only the manor, but also the hill where the manor was located. Chapter 73, Outside Casa City. The reason why Green chose this hill was, first, because it was cheap. For 100 gold coins, he could buy both the manor and the hill. Second, it was very close to Casa City. Even if he used an ordinary carriage, it only took 2 days to get there. A round trip would only take 4 days, so it was completely feasible to transport vegetables like radishes. Third, it was very remote. Generally, no one would notice it. Even if someone noticed it, it would be difficult to monitor them because the hill they were on was even worse than the Iron Mountain where the castle was. There was nothing on the hill except some stones. Standing on the manor, one could see the entire hill clearly. There was no place to hide people. There are manors on almost all the mountains near Casa City. These manors are either holiday resorts for the nobles or one of the sources of income for those manors. Moreover, the transactions of these manors are very common and no one will pay attention to them. After Green bought the manor, he immediately went to Casa City. He wanted to find out what the situation was like in the city and what the attitude of the Versailles family was towards Zhao Hai, the suddenly appearing black magician. The most important thing was that he wanted to find a place for Zhao Hai and his friends to stay in the city. They didn't have much money left, less than 50 gold coins. If they wanted to sell the radishes, they would have to wait until Laura and the others came back. However, although 50 gold coins may be a lot for a civilian, it is too little for them. In a big city like Casa, their consumption level is also very high. These 50 gold coins may not last long. Zhao Hai and his companions were still walking slowly on the road. The journey that was supposed to take 7 days took them 10 days. On the 10th day, they finally arrived at Casa City. Zhao Hai did not go directly into Casa City, but stayed outside Casa City for a night. Anyway, when they arrived outside Casa City, it was already dark. Others thought that Zhao Hai and his companions didn't want to go into the city because it was getting dark. In fact, Zhao Hai and his companions were waiting for Green here. Green was their advance stop, and when Green arrived, they would know what arrangements were made in Casa City. In the middle of the night, Green sneaked up to the alien, and then a space crack flashed, and Green entered the space. Outsiders didn't notice this at all, because space does not belong to the category of magic at all, and there is no magic fluctuation when using it, so those people around who were monitoring Zhao Hai and others did not notice it. Zhao Hai and his companions were waiting for Green in the space. When they saw Green coming in, Zhao Hai and his companions immediately went to greet him and said to him, "Grandpa Green, how are you?" Green smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master, everything has been arranged. I bought a small manor outside the city. We can live there. When Laura comes back, we can trade with her." Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "That's good, let's go to the manor to settle down first. I want to go to Casa City to take a look in the next 2 days." Green nodded and said, "We should go to Casa City. I've noticed that the Vancel family seems to value us these days. There are more and more people from all sides in Casa City now. They seem to be coming for us. We should show up." What Green said seemed a bit contradictory, but Merlin and the others understood what Green meant. Now they were not afraid of anyone checking Zhao Hai's identity, because this was an identity that did not exist in the first place. He was a black magician who suddenly appeared in the world. Let those people check it out. They were not afraid of any investigation. What they were afraid of was that those people would discover the identity of their Buddha family. So Green wanted Zhao Hai to show up in front of those people more often and attract their attention. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, I want to see how they will treat me, but there is one thing I am still worried about, that is the person behind Zhao Zue and the others. Zhao Zue and the others have been kept in my space for more than 10 days. They have not contacted that organization for so many days. Do you think that organization will suspect us?" Green nodded and said, "That's very possible, but we don't have to be afraid of them. Instead, I want them to come to us. Only when they come, we can find more clues from them." Green and the others also thought about whether they should let Zhao Zue and the others go out and continue to contact the organization behind them so that the people in that organization would not suspect them. But Green and the others were a little afraid that Zhao Zue and the others would be discovered by that organization. Originally, the soul fire of Zhao Zue and the others was green, but now it has turned red. Originally, their bones were white, but now they have turned green. Originally, they would carry out the orders of that organization without any discount, but now they all respect Zhao Hai. If time goes on like this, the organization will definitely find out their flaws, which will be even more troublesome. So Green and the others finally decided to let Zhao Zue and the others disappear first. This way, even if the organization suspected Zhao Hai and the others, they would have no evidence. This might be better. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's fine, let's go to the manor to settle down tomorrow, and then we'll go to Casa City." Green nodded, but he said with difficulty, "Master, we can go to Casa City, but we can't buy anything. Now I only have 50 gold coins in my hand, which is not enough for us." Zhao Hai also smiled bitterly. Now they really couldn't do anything. 50 gold coins were not enough to buy even the most ordinary oil press, let alone do anything else. Fortunately, Green and his team had bought a lot of supplies and food before, so they couldn't eat up all of them in a short period of time and didn't have to worry about going hungry. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Then let's not buy anything. Let's go to the city to have a look and then come back."